Because I'm not a child. I grew up faster than other people. I didn't need a stupid stuffed toy. I'm Oscar Langley's or you. Sharp, huh? What are you, stupid? I hate Shinji, and I hate that first child betray. I hate my dad. I hate my mom. My mom's like, Dr. Mom. I hate my... None of this is the real me. Do you love me? I won't rely on anyone. Do you really love me? I can't. But you're lying.
The New Solitude of the Neoconservatives. Why Hobbes's doctrine has not become absurd in objective terms. Continuation. It is well known that some Marxists are attracted to him because he was the author of the essay on the Jewish question. The same could be said of certain Spinozists, except that in the case of this philosopher the attraction is not to be found in a single treatise that can be used against the Jews, but in the rift with the Jewish community that preceded his writings. There is a tendency to appreciate Spinoza's philosophy by reducing it to that early disagreement, and this is somewhat reminiscent of the stubborn refusal among Marxists to read Capital as an indirect, but all the more developed critique of that treatise on the Jewish question. What could be described as Spinoza's own reflection on the Jewish question is contained in his Tractatus Theologico-Politicus and has caused far less of a furor than Marx's. With good reason. The fatal identification of Jews with money, which haunts the imagery of the young Marx's engagement with Bruno Bauer's writings, is completely absent here, not least because he had no concept of capital. Spinoza's ethics and his tracts, however, evidently possess a concept of society that, avant la lettre, basically excludes the pathic projection of imagining Jews as the embodiment of exchange value. This avant la lettre concept is to be developed in the following that in doing so, the interpretation follows in a certain way the methodological premise of Leo Strauss, according to which there is an esoteric and an exoteric content of Spinoza's philosophy, although the philosopher must remain a stranger among the citizens and statesmen, since he questions the basis of the state beyond the opinions and prejudices that they hold and that support the state. It is always his task to improve the state, and to influence citizens and politicians, and he is in a better position to do so because only he knows the truth of the whole. The following essay, however, is also concerned with the fact that the possibility of such ambiguities is not only due to the external situation of the philosopher, who must reckon with persecution, but also arises from the esoteric content of his writings, in their unresolved problems. It is one of the most remarkable correspondences in the history of thought that the problem of ambiguity in terms, which in Hegel's case seems to have been resolved in the dichotomy of absolute and objective spirit, also appears in Marx. And this is only the case in the later Marx in Exile in England, where a distinction can also be made between esoteric interpretations, which focus on the untruth of the whole, and exoteric interpretations which focus on political engagement. The question is first of all why this philosopher and political theorist was able to write about Judaism in such an unbiased way, to distance himself from it without falling prey to the metaphors that the young Marx was ultimately taken in by. The strange substantialization of circulation that emerges in his ethic founded on a geometrical method, according to which every individual, regardless of origin or affiliation, can only be a mode of substance which coincides with the concept of God, is to be seen as the precondition for Spinoza's being able to write in the theologico-political treatise that nations differ from one another only in terms of their society and the laws under which they live and are governed, and, by nothing else. The election or calling of the Jewish people, which he undertakes to historicize at the beginning of his treatise, therefore does not consist in a so-called innate understanding and a peace of mind that can be derived directly from God. It consisted merely in the temporal fortune and favorable circumstances of their empire sola imperii, and therefore it was not eternal either. God, who alone is eternal, chooses a people only through those finite circumstances. Today, therefore, the Jews have nothing at all that they could attribute to themselves before all peoples. But Spinoza cannot help recognizing that they continue to differ from the others, as no other people differs from the rest of the world. He emphasizes that the Jews, after the loss of their empire, have been scattered for so many years and separated from all other peoples. Yet they still exist, which is not the case with any other people. He writes of a separation not only in external customs, which are opposed to the customs of other peoples, but also in the sign of circumcision, which they observe conscientiously. At first it seems as if this separation has caused all peoples to hate the Jews, but in the end Spinoza recognizes the actual cause in the hatred of the Jews. It is he who primarily maintains the Jews, as experience has already shown. By explaining the experience, Spinoza wants to show that the hatred that the Jews have incurred through their segregation cannot ultimately be explained by their behavior. When the King of Spain once forced the Jews to accept the national religion or to go into exile, many Jews accepted the religion of the popes. But since those who had accepted this religion were granted all the rights of native Spaniards and were considered worthy of all positions of honor, they soon mixed with the Spaniards to such an extent that within a short time there was no trace or memory of them left. The opposite was the case with those whom the King of Portugal forced to accept the religion of his kingdom. Although they had converted to this religion, they still lived apart from everyone else, because the king had declared them unworthy of any honor. End of quote. The kings thus decide whether the Jews will isolate themselves and thus attract the hatred of the people or not. And they decide, as Spinoza puts it, quite independently of their own religion and the religion of the majority of their subjects, quite independently of Christianity. But in order to capture this difference in a pure, abstract, geometrical way, Spinoza not only projects a fantastic image of the history of the Jews in Spain, to say the least, if one thinks of the persecution and the Inquisition after 1492, he also has to remain silent about the potential for hatred of Jews that exists in the Christian religion itself. He professes to be a follower of Paul, because it is only through him that he seems to be able to conceive of the equality of peoples. Because God is the God of all peoples, i.e., because he is inclined towards all in the same way, and because all were under the law and sin in the same way. Thus God sent his Christ to all nations, so that he might free all in the same way from the bondage of the law, so that henceforth they would no longer act according to the command of the law, but according to the firm resolve of their will. Paul thus teaches exactly what I maintain. End of quote. The status of election can only be disputed if the will to do good takes the place of the bondage of the law, which probably means nothing other than that law should be internalized and thus followed of one's own free will. In this sense, Spinoza quotes a passage from Paul about circumcision in which the apostle, rather untypically for him, refers to the laws as such and not, as usual, to faith in order to devalue a particular law. If the circumcised man falls away from the law, circumcision will become a foreskin. But if the foreskin keeps the law's commandment, the foreskin will be counted as circumcision. This rule presupposes a sovereign who no longer distinguishes between the circumcised and the uncircumcised, but rather treats both according to the same law. And it presupposes that religion becomes a private matter. To organize the state in such a way that all, whatever their convictions, prefer public law to private advantage, that is the task, that is the difficulty. Marx excerpted from the treatise, emphasizing the distinction between public law and private advantage. But since such a true sovereign only exists in isolated cases, as was supposedly once the case in Spain but not in Portugal, Spinoza cannot help but regard the circumcision and segregation of the Jews as necessary. This necessity is, to a certain extent, also viewed from a political perspective, or in other words, it is shifted into the political realm. Ultimately, Spinoza sees only one perspective for the Jews, that is of a state nature. If the kings are not willing to integrate the Jews, then the only option left to them is to found their own kingdom again. Remarkably, Spinoza anticipates the constellation of Zionism here by referring to the Jewish rite of circumcision. I consider the sign of circumcision to be so significant that I am convinced that this alone will preserve the people forever. Indeed, if the principles of their religion do not soften their minds, I would readily believe that, given the right opportunity, as human affairs are subject to change, they will one day rebuild their kingdom and that God will choose them anew. End of quote. In this context, the young Marx excerpts the passage that the ceremonies of the Old Testament, indeed the entire Mosaic Law, had only the kingdom of the Hebrews and consequently only material goods in mind. As if to avoid the fear of once again making concessions to the idea of election at this point, the Chinese are also mentioned, who, as Spinoza claims, also most conscientiously preserve a certain sign on their heads, by which they distinguish themselves from all others, and in this distinction they have preserved themselves for so many millennia that they far outstrip all other peoples in terms of age. End of quote. What ultimately matters to Spinoza is that the election established in religion can only refer to a secular state, to a particular empire and the bodily comforts guaranteed by it, but that, and this is how the chapter of the treatise on election ends, no people differs from another in terms of understanding and true virtue. The emphasis on the equality of peoples suggests that this critique of election always also has the defense of anti-Jewish prejudices in mind, which rely on inequality. Spinoza explicitly argues against Jewish orthodoxy, but implicitly against the enemies of the Jews by virtue of his concept of equality. This two-pronged approach is probably only possible from a certain concept of the state, and it is this state that is ultimately the subject of the political part of the treatise, which follows the theological biblical critique, but actually forms its prerequisite. In a certain sense, the aforementioned essay by the young Marx on the Jewish question can now be understood as a critique of precisely this positive concept of the state. It is no coincidence that a few years earlier he had prepared, or had someone else prepare, the extensive excerpts from Spinoza's treatise and correspondence. Among these excerpts is also the letter from Oldenburg to Spinoza, in which he talks about a rumor about the return of the Israelites, who have been living in the diaspora for more than 2,000 years, to their homeland. I would like to know what the Jews of Amsterdam have heard about this and how they react to such news, which, if it were true, would certainly cause a revolution in all things in the world. End of quote. What Marx then takes over from the left-wing Hegelian Bruno Bauer, who, incidentally, refers to Spinoza here, coincides with Spinoza's description of the idea of separation and of being chosen in Judaism. The Jew behaves Jewishly towards the state by behaving towards it as a foreigner, by contrasting his chimerical nationality with the real nationality, by contrasting the real law with the illusory law, by imagining that he is entitled to be separated from humanity, by waiting for a future that has nothing in common with the general future of humanity, by considering himself a member of the Jewish people and the Jewish people to be the chosen people. End of quote. But Marx departs from the political perspective that Spinoza still saw, which consisted of the Jews re-establishing their own kingdom. What he is aiming at in his discussion of Bruno Bauer's writings implicitly also turns against the focus on the political in Spinoza's treatise. First of all, it is the realization that political emancipation is not the accomplished, the unopposed way of human emancipation, as it still appears in Bauer's work. In the state, namely, where man is considered a generic being, he is only the imaginary member of an imagined sovereignty. He is robbed of his real individual life and filled with an unreal generality. But where man is a member of civil society, he is regarded as the actual human being, as the as distinct from the citoyen, because he is the human being in his sensually individual, closest existence. For this existence, which Spinoza could not define as such since for him political emancipation, which he did not yet call it, was already the real, only possible freedom, the young Marx has no concept, only an anti-Semitic notion. Here, the Jew had already emancipated himself, and in a Jewish way. At this point in his considerations, Marx adopts the pathic projection that is emerging in Bruno Bauer, according to which the Jews embody the rule of money and dominate the world. The Jew, who is only tolerated in Vienna, for example, determines the fate of the entire empire through his financial power. The Jew, who can be without rights in the smallest German state, decides the fate of Europe. But Marx, who adds at this point that money has become a world power through the Jews and without them, shows little interest in following Bruno Bauer in deriving the concrete essence of the Jews from the essence of that general unsafe element that they have appropriated, and in imagining it as such. While Bauer anticipates Richard Wagner's Judaism in music, Marx constructs a materialistic idea of Judaism that is all the more consequent and, as it were, purer, more Platonic, while remaining true to the Enlightenment concept of maturity by refusing to regard individuals themselves as the embodiment of the idea. After all, everyone, whether Jewish, Christian, or atheist, can act according to an idea or not. In principle, Bruno Bauer also concedes this freedom to the individual Jew, referring to Spinoza in particular, But the pleasure he feels when he exposes the negative characteristics of the Jews to his audience speaks a different language, as does the fetishization of a historical logic that no longer believes in a categorical imperative. Nothing in history stands outside the law of causality, he writes, only to add the causality that the Jews themselves are to blame for their fate. The Jews have been oppressed because they were the first to be oppressed and to brace themselves against the wheel of history. Marx, on the other hand, energetically shifts the unsafe element of bourgeois society, money, to the center of his attention, initially in the economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844, and here encounters causalities that no longer allow the question of guilt to be posed as simply as left-wing Hegelianism. In this way, he also succeeds in stripping away the false logic of an idea of Judaism and making the abstraction in the capital relationship, which had provoked that imagery the actual object of criticism, when he resumed his studies of political economy in the 1850s, without, of course, having dispensed with some of the sometimes infamous caricatures of Judaism. However, the continuous condition for this possibility of insight would probably be that for him, from the outset, the concrete circumstances in which Jews live were never identical with that idea of Judaism, could not be subsumed by it, that he was thus, unlike Bauer and Wagner, still capable of experiences, that is to say, that he showed himself willing to admit even those that contradicted the concepts that seemed to be determined by essence. Marx did not lose sight of the concrete through his left Hegelian construction of the Jewish question. In this he differed from most of the young Hegelians, and for him this concrete ultimately consisted in the suffering of the individual. On the other hand, he was definitely opposed to the categorical imperative to overthrow all conditions in which man is a debased, enslaved, neglected, contemptible being. Thus, when he analyzed the Eastern question and the outbreak of the Crimean War in 1854, he was compelled at the end of a detailed article for the New York Daily Tribune to draw attention to the situation of the Jews in the Ottoman Empire and to write down a completely different discussion of the Jewish question. Quote, "But nothing can compare with the misery and suffering of the Jews in Jerusalem, who inhabit the dirtiest part of the city, called Hareth el-Yehud, in the quarter of filth between Zion and Moriah, where their synagogues are located. They are constantly the subject of Muslim oppression and intolerance, reviled by the Greek Orthodox, persecuted by the Catholics, and only survive on the meager alms that flow to them from their European brethren. The Jews, however, are not indigenous to the area, but come from various distant countries and are drawn to Jerusalem only by the desire to inhabit the valley of Jehoshaphat and to die in the same places where the Redeemer is to appear." End of quote. Instead of fantasizing about the secular basis and cult of Judaism as self-interest and haggling, as in his essay 10 years earlier, Marx here states that the peculiarity of Jewish religion is to be understood from the fact of persecution, citing the quote of a French historian, César Famine, author of Histoire de la Rivalite et du Protectorat des Églises Chrétiennes en Orient, Paris, 1853. "In expectation of death, they suffer and pray, their eyes fixed on Mount Moriah, where the Temple of Solomon once stood, and which they are not allowed to approach. They shed tears over the misfortune of Zion and their dispersion throughout the world." End of quote. Imagine how Bruno Bauer, who was soon to become one of the most rabid anti-Semites in Germany, would have commented on the situation of the Jews in Jerusalem. He would probably have seen their persecution by Christians and Muslims as a natural defense, brought on by their own fault, and the fact that they live on the meager alms that flow to them from their European brothers would have been for him only further proof of their money power, later of their international conspiracy. By countering the anti-Semites, who were not yet called that, with the argument that money would become a world power through the Jew, as well as without him, Marx was able to gain an unobstructed view of this world power, which he ultimately hoped to conceptualize in his critique of political economy. Of your Jews, who emancipate themselves in a Jewish way, only the concept of the character mask remains, which is attached to a person only because his money constantly functions as capital. And this is precisely what constitutes the world power. For this criticism, however, Marx did not immediately refer to Spinoza's treatise, but to one of the most important concepts of the entire philosophical tradition in which Spinoza stands, but which is uniquely central to his ethics and must therefore also be considered the basis of that treatise, the concept of substance. If Marx had only come across the problem of political economy and its fetish forms in the treatise on the Jewish question by negating the positive concept of the state, which characterizes the Tractatus Theologico-Politicus, then in Capital he seemed to have found the appropriate category for it in the concept of substance as causa sui, familiar to him from the Ethica Ordine Geometrico Demonstrata. In fact, Spinoza could only regard the state as the embodiment of reason and naturalness at the same time because he made man himself, in his sensuous individual existence, a mere mode of substance. The difficulty for the critique of political economy and the state, as will be shown, ultimately consists in turning Spinoza, in a somewhat different way than Hegel, to use the famous formulation, from head to foot. The more clearly it becomes apparent that the substance cannot be modified, the more justified the demand that something in that mode should no longer be understood as a mode, but should itself be substantiated. It has often been pointed out how much Spinoza took over from Hobbes's political doctrine in the second, political part of his early treatise. That is why he is also among those whom the young Marx counts among those who have discovered the law of gravitation of the state. Marx has them begin with Machiavelli and Hobbes and end with Hegel. But it is precisely in this series that the differences that Marx ignored also emerge, and perhaps this is even the origin of the whole problematic of his writing on the Jewish question. It is apparent in these differences that Spinoza is overtaken by his affiliation with Pauline Christianity in the political sphere. At first, however, he seems to follow Hobbes completely, at least as far as the Leviathan is concerned. Everyone transfers all the power they possess in the state of nature to the society, which thus alone holds the highest power of government and to which everyone must obey out of free will or out of fear of the harshest punishment. This highest power is not bound by any law, and everyone must obey it in every respect. Only a fool who does not know the law of the supreme powers will rely on the words and promises of the one who holds the supreme power. For injustice is only conceivable in the civil state. However, no injustice can be done to the subjects by the supreme powers, to whom everything is permitted by law. It can therefore only occur between private individuals, who are legally obliged not to harm each other. End of quote. Anyone among the citizens who even attempts to usurp the supreme power is guilty of a crime against the state and will be sentenced by law. As with Hobbes, the all-important question is whether and to what extent such supreme power even exists. Only if it does not really exist, only halfway so to speak, is it not wrong to overthrow it. The highest powers are only entitled to command everything they want as long as they actually have the highest power. If they lose it, they also lose the right to command everything, and it falls to those who can win it and know how to assert it. It is a kind of circular argument that basically leaves it up to each individual to decide whether the respective sovereign is a true sovereign or not. Everything depends on success, whether the sovereign succeeds in ruling like a sovereign, or whether the rebels succeed in overthrowing him, in which case they would only have proved that he no longer had the supreme power. Spinoza largely adopts this line of argument in his theologico-political treatise. The transfer of power is presented as a contract. In Leviathan, however, the artificiality of the agreement is emphasized, and this emphasis is even more pronounced here than in Hobbes' earlier work De Civ. Unlike other living creatures, the agreement between people is based on a contract which is artificial. Therefore, it is no wonder that something other than the contract is needed to make their agreement permanent and lasting, namely a general power that is to keep them in check and direct their actions towards the common good. It is this artificiality which Hobbes emphasized along with his intermittent partisanship for absolutism that was the stumbling block, or at least the source of irritation, for almost all subsequent bourgeois state theorists. A typical example of this is how Friedrich Albert Lang formulated his objection in the famous History of Materialism. Although these propositions are strictly connected with each other and with the whole system, Hobbes could at least have assumed the existence of a political natural instinct and even of a natural gravitation. Hobbes, with his natural inclination towards state life, rejected the only path that could have led him from his materialistic standpoint to higher ethical and political principles. End of quote. This kind of materialism is characterized by adopting the physical metaphor of gravity for the state from Marx, but no longer using it as a metaphor from the natural sciences for a social problem, but rather regarding this problem as already solved by using it to present politics as precisely that which is natural, which Hobbes, presumably because he thought too individualistically, had merely refused. At the same time, Hobbes emphasizes the fictitious nature of the contract on which the state is based. The unity that it establishes comes about as if everyone had said to everyone else, "I authorize this person or this assembly of people and transfer to them my right to govern me, on condition that you also transfer your right to them and authorize all their actions." In Spinoza's account, however, the artificiality of the state disappears to the same extent as the fictional character of the signing of the contract, which Hobbes still emphasized, evaporates. In the treatise, it is the form of the definition that automatically produces such effects. With it, Spinoza systematically resists Hobbes's penchant for the fantastic and the gloomy. It is also the source of the unique clarity and the elegance of Spinoza's language in the Tractates and in the Ethics, which formally completes the ban on images from Jewish tradition and in this way possesses its own utopian content, a utopia of reason, so to speak, but which has its price, especially in the political sphere. The validity of the contract is defined by the agreement of the interests of the contracting parties. Every contract is valid only by virtue of its usefulness. If this is lost, the contract also becomes invalid and loses its validity. A contract is valid because the considerations of usefulness of two individuals coincide, whether in the state of nature or in the state of the state. In legal terms, this is the clausula rebus sic stantibus. The definition of the contract by utility means the contract in general, not just the specific one for the founding of the state, where there can actually be no power behind all contracts because this power is to be created by the specific contract. However, Spinoza touches on the most delicate point of Hobbes's contract theory. Without actually wanting to, he makes the ideological core of the theory transparent, which consists of the tacit assumption that something is presupposed by the conclusion that can only be created by it, the highest power. The construction of the contract, which is supposed to explain the state, implies that there must always be a supreme power so that the individual can reasonably renounce the power that is at his disposal, unless he is already deprived of all power like a serf or a slave. The construction of the contract thus also implies that slavery itself is eschewed, and that it is directly or indirectly assumed by citizens who are already of age, even if they have just been in a state of nature and have not recognized a monopoly of force over themselves. In Hobbes's view, it is recognized as a law of nature only when it is agreed and regulated by contract between the prospective slave and the slaveholder. For example, a citizen subjects himself to another by contract because he is too weak to protect himself or has been defeated in war and now exchanges his life for slavery. In that natural state, Hobbes stipulates, the master behaves towards the slaves as the sovereign does towards the subjects in the artificial state, except that those who contractually submit as slaves actually conclude the contract with the master and not with each other. But thanks to the contract, they retain, like the subject, a certain right of resistance, namely when they have to fear for their life and limb. However, how the transition from the natural to the actual artificial state is possible remains just as obscure as the fact that a slavery that is by no means based on contractual self-subjugation was still considered to be the economic basis of the Leviathan in England as well as in the Netherlands, even if it could no longer be the immediate motive for war, as it still was in antiquity. The idea that lies behind subreption is that individuals, because they are rational, do not actually need to enslave each other in the war of all against all, but could recognize each other as potential adult citizens and conclude contracts that are valid solely because they are useful to both sides. However, these contracts are strictly speaking conventions, contracts without a higher power that can guarantee them. It is, according to Spinoza, foolish to demand eternal loyalty from another if one does not at the same time ensure that the other party will suffer more harm than benefit from breaking the contract to be concluded. Ultimately, one must threaten to use one's own force to make the other party realize that breaking the contract to be concluded will cause more harm than benefit. But since one's own power proves to be quite limited, the highest power is needed to ensure that every contract is kept with complete loyalty. The benefit for all prevails over the benefit of an individual. In legal terms, the clausula rebus sic stantibus is subject to the general legal principle pacta sunt serta. Jean Bodin's argument here seems more consequent. He condemns slavery in the same way as tyranny and despotism, but in order to give unlimited princely sovereignty more clout. However, he himself lacked the concepts of contract theory to distinguish this legitimate rule from the illegitimate rule of slavery and despotism. He thus pleads for the will to freedom of man as well as against it, without being able to justify this difference in judgment. In Hobbes' case, however, it is clear that the concepts of the theory of the social contract are not sufficient. In other words, the relationship between slavery and sovereignty requires a critique of political economy. In this weighing of the usefulness, which on the one hand is still carried out in the spirit of Hobbes, something decisive is lost on the other hand, that the unity of the state is a mortal god, the creation of a great leviathan or artificial animal, an authority that is in any case monstrous. On the one hand, originating in nature, on the other hand, completely artificial. For only through the terror that arises from the fact that each individual initially grants power and strength to the sovereign is the latter able to direct the will of all towards domestic peace and mutual assistance against foreign enemies. And here Hobbes, and this is, in a sense, the core of the horror, the monstrousness that the state represents, can never think of one thing, internal peace, without the other, the external enemy. Hobbes needs to construct a state of nature, which he himself says never existed in this form throughout the world, not only to conjure up the permanent threat of civil war, but also to explain how the relationship between states has been and will be at all times, since they do not have to fear any power that is above them and more powerful than they are. Even the famous dictum homo homini lupus, which can be found in Plautus, for example, but which posterity believed to be able to summarize Hobbes's view of humanity in a single formula, is only considered true in all its consequences in Hobbes's view if one compares states with each other. But this could just as well mean that man is a god to man, albeit a mortal one, that he can only regard him as a human being in the form of a subject, a citizen or citoyen. In other words, in Hobbes's case, the ideological element of the theory of the contract is kept in check by what Leo Strauss calls the primacy of foreign policy in the conception of the Leviathan, because this primacy preserves something of the historical experience of the emergence of the modern state. For Hobbes, the protection of citizens against a common enemy and the protection against encroachments that they inflict on each other are always one and the same. Citizens are protected from each other only to the extent that the state protects them from a common enemy, in that they themselves want that state and that enemy, aligning themselves as subjects with one or the other. It is no coincidence that the sovereign looks the observer of the copperplate engraving, which Hobbes chose as a frontispiece for his work, in the eye. He only exists in the face of another sovereign, not as a single one, ruling over the entire world, a world sovereign. And the individuals who make up his libe, as the first edition of 1651, the so-called head edition, reveals, look up to him so that they are standing with their backs to the viewer, who, if he focuses his gaze alternately on them, is confronted with a picture puzzle of a special kind. From a distance, one sees, as it were, at eye level, a sovereign who by no means looks down on his people. From close up, the field of vision limited, one feels integrated into the mass of people aligned with the ruler. This is how the crucial point is taught, that the subjects only look up to their sovereign because he does not look down on them, but with the sword in his right hand and the crook, which he also holds like a weapon, in his left, looks the enemy in the eye. Hobbes's recognition of the primacy of foreign policy can be seen as the first sign of the open partisanship for Churchill's policy that occurred a little later, although Strauss's main concern here is to emphasize the differences between modern and ancient state theory, and in doing so he again underemphasizes the peculiarity of Hobbes's conception, for example, compared to Spinoza or Kant. Shakespeare belongs to a different era in this respect. In his glorification of Henry V, he presents the primacy of foreign policy as the ideal sovereign, free of all unnatural traits, who successfully wages war against France and thus preserves and strengthens internal unity, while his other historical dramas, which are admittedly much more significant, primarily depict the disintegration under the primacy of domestic policy. Richard III, for example, who is unable to realize unity because of the narrowness of his ambitions, is portrayed as an aberrant monster. However, the essence, or rather the non-essence of the state, is by no means captured even by such a cleverly conceived image. The hostility of the states turns out to be the other side of the real-world sovereign, who is completely unarmed and for whom Hobbes can have no concepts whatsoever, capital. This is precisely where the truth of those archaic metaphors lies, which the English philosopher, who is considered a rationalist, feels compelled to use, not least that of the biblical monster itself, which gave the famous work of state theory its name. The primacy of foreign policy prevents the state from being idealized. It always remains under the perspective of the monster. To put it more respectfully, Hobbes does indeed describe the state as a mortal god, which still sounds problematic enough for Christianity, but he chose the title of Leviathan for his great work. This was what ultimately repelled Carl Schmitt about Hobbes. For every good Christian, it must have been a terrifying idea to see a great beast set against the corpus mysticum of the God-man, the great Christ. For centuries, the image of Leviathan, as interpreted by rabbis and Kabbalists, had strengthened the Jews in their sense of superiority over the heathen peoples and the bestial idols of their will to power. End of quote. However, when Schmitt wrote this, he was already able to conjure up the counter-sovereign Manfred Dahlmann in the corpus mysticum of the Führer, who was to put an end to this sense of superiority. It is no coincidence that those who see Schmitt as a theorist of democracy also tend to repress Hobbes' fixation on the monster. But it is part of German ideology to perfect the anti-Semitic enemy image with the dark side of the Leviathan, which only does justice to the truth about bourgeois society. When Hitler, in Mein Kampf, wants to illustrate that the Jews' sense of sacrifice is only an apparent one, or that their will to sacrifice does not go beyond the naked instinct for self-preservation of the individual, he describes their behavior in the same way as Hobbes describes the natural state of man. Quote, "The same pack of wolves that has just attacked its prey together breaks up into individual animals when its hunger subsides. The Jew is only united when a common danger forces him to be so or when a common prey lures him. If both reasons are removed, the characteristics of the crassest egoism come into their own." End of quote. Otto Weininger, whom Schmitt and Hitler, as Jewish anti-Semites, held in typical admiration for non-Jewish anti-Semites, already used Hobbes and Spinoza as prime examples of the similarity between the Englishman and the Jew. Weininger was clearly opposed to the claim that Hobbes, who was so spiritually akin to Spinoza, believed that the war of all against all was the original state of humanity. But while Schmitt saw Spinoza as the representative of modern individualism, through which the individual reservation of inner, private freedom of thought and belief had become the germ of death of the concept of the state and the root of liberalism in Hobbes, Weininger sees the Jewish in Spinoza in exactly the opposite way, in that in his philosophy the individuals are only accidents, not substances, only non-real modes of an infinitely real substance that is alien to all individuation. End of quote. The Hobbesian primacy of foreign policy, to which metaphors such as Leviathan and Behemoth owe their existence, evaporates again in Spinoza. Characteristically, it is still present when the relationship between the Jewish people and other peoples is defined in the theologico-political treatise, although here it is no longer a foreign policy issue after the destruction of the Jewish empire. But even when Spinoza distinguishes between the treaties between states and those between citizens, and explicitly emphasizes that no holder of state power can keep the promises made in these treaties to the detriment of his own state, he is still clearly following the Hobbesian view, and it is precisely in these passages that Marx, as the early excerpts show, probably first received Hobbes through Spinoza. But in the geometry of his argumentation, this question is pushed to the margins. Only after Spinoza has developed the origin of the state and its continued existence from its inner moments in the 16th chapter of the treatise does he even begin to address it. In doing so, he almost approaches the theorists of the pre-modern state, the classics of antiquity. In this respect, Plato argued most consequentially, and Aristotle criticized him for it, but did not deviate from him in the decisive points. The state is not determined in its genesis or essence in connection with the violence that threatens it from the outside as much as it exercises it internally, but rather the threat from the outside and violence from the inside merely come about after the state is already present and determined in all its characteristics. Only in those forms of classical ancient thought in which it was not a matter of conceptualizing the state per se, in the Homeric epic, in Greek tragedy, or in historical or strategically oriented writings, such as those of Thucydides in particular, is war still understood, in the words of the famous pre-Socratic thinker, as the father of all things of the state. However, when the polis threatened to disintegrate, there was an obvious need for a theory of the state that would save it as a primordial unity and thus define the essence of the polis as a unity that had come about through coercion and violence, when this coercion and violence were no longer sufficient to maintain it. On the other hand, neither in the past great age of the Greek polis nor later at the height of the Roman Empire did force and violence serve to establish sovereignty in the eminent modern sense and to create a recognized monopoly of force that would have limited the powers of the paterfamilias, for example, and truly dissolved the unity of the clan. The primacy of war in determining the state, which actually emerged much more clearly than in the modern era, lacked something within the ancient forms of society, to speak with Spinoza, the substance money as a general equivalent and meaningless identity. Although money in the form of coins had existed since the 7th century BC, it could not function independently of the material of gold or silver and backed solely by the authority of the state. There was no real state currency sovereignty, only a temporary cover, for example, by military commanders who had to pay wages in copper coins and could only personally guarantee that they could be exchanged for other goods thanks to their authority, which was based on personal obedience. It was only Machiavelli and Hobbes who broke with the Platonic and Aristotelian concept of the state as an isolated entity, based on an internal division of labor and an external co-settlement, and who first thought in terms of the primacy of foreign policy in war. Both valued Thucydides' Peloponnesian War. Hobbes had once translated the text into English, but studiously ignored or decisively rejected the writings of the ancient philosophers on politics and the state, even perharassing them as a seduction to civil war. It should be noted that Spinoza does not dispute any of what Machiavelli and Hobbes say about the relations between states. In this sense, he is not a predecessor of those who want to see something in international law that would counter the law of the strongest. But he shifts the focus of the argument from foreign policy to the interior of the state, without reflecting on this shift, without realizing how the general and the particular, the sovereign and the world of states, could be thought together. The importance of this break in understanding the modern relations between states is shown ex negativo by Hugo Grotius' famous treatise De Jure Belli ac Pace from 1625, in which the praise of ancient virtue theories distorts the questions of violence. In a certain sense, feudal coercion is still glorified here, for example in the concluding eulogy of loyalty, in which Grotius approvingly quotes Aristotle, "If loyalty ceases, human intercourse ceases," and adds, "If loyalty ceases, the ladders of human society resemble wild animals, whose violence is nevertheless abhorred by all. The more reason for kings to preserve it, partly for their own tranquility, partly for the honor of those on whom the force of law depends." End of quote. Thus, the force of law was not primarily based on the monopoly of force. The proximity to the old scholastic view, which is evident in this argument as well as in the assumption of a natural human drive for sociability, is at the same time an anticipation of the displacement of violence, which, according to Hobbes, was to become decisive for modern political philosophy. Likewise, in the preface, any notion that the contract could be artificial is rejected. It is only in accordance with the law of nature that contracts are kept. A more natural way of committing oneself cannot be found. From this natural source, civil law has arisen. End of quote. For the young Marx, who speaks of the law of gravity of the state, on the other hand, the realization of this law is inextricably linked to a certain relationship between states. He writes that the gravity of the state was found in itself, but that from Machiavelli to Hegel this was only possible because people began to look at the state from a human perspective and to develop its natural laws from reason and experience, and to do so in the same way that the various European governments sought to apply this result in the system of the balance of power. Spinoza's experience included the immediate way in which the government of the United Netherlands applied this law of gravitation, insofar as it did not succeed here in consolidating sovereignty to the extent that it could permanently defy the two neighboring great powers of England and France. However economically superior the Netherlands were, however developed the conditions of commodity exchange, in the question of sovereignty they were inferior, and that also contains something economic. The Netherlands lacked the decisive conditions that make capitalist accumulation in the sense of the development of industrial capital possible in the first place, which also include a strong state and a relatively large country whose inhabitants, who were once the owners of the means of production, can then be available as a labor force. Amsterdam, on the other hand, according to Fernand Braudel, should rather be described as a city-state, and indeed as the last city-state, the last polis in history. The wealth of the Netherlands generated surpluses that, paradoxical as it may sound, almost embarrassed the country. So large were the surpluses that even the credit granted to European trade was unable to absorb them, which is why the Dutch offered them to the modern states, which have a very special gift for consuming capital, if not for repaying it on time. In other words, the profit made in trade could not be invested in production, and the unique boom in painting in Holland at that time was probably also due to this investment barrier. At the height of the Golden Age around 1650, there were around 700 painters working in the Netherlands, producing around 70,000 paintings a year. Such an output of paintings is unparalleled in the history of art. Neither the Italian Renaissance nor France at the time of Impressionism saw anything like it. The history of the decline of Holland as a ruling trading nation is the history of the subordination of trading capital to industrial capital. Karl Marx, MEW 25, page 346. When Hobbes polemicized against rich merchants in his late work Behemoth, who would promote civil war by disobeying their legitimate sovereign, he was probably also thinking of the developments in the Netherlands. Politically, this decline led to the catastrophe of 1672. The council pensionary Johann de Witt, one of the first non-monarchs to rule in Europe and in some respects the addressee and hope of the political engagement expressed by Spinoza in his treatise, was not only deprived of power by the appointment of William III as stadtholder, a position that had been vacant for 2 decades, but the worst of the barbarians suddenly ruled. De Witt and his brother Cornelis, who had also been a member of the government, were exposed to the fury of the mob, which was stirred up by the Orangists. The Hague's Riflemen, a guild like the one in Amsterdam that Rembrandt had depicted 30 years earlier in his famous painting of the Night Watch, was apparently also part of this mob. When Johann de Witt visited Cornelis in prison, he had been arrested on suspicion of plotting an assassination and was now to be banished. As nothing could be proved against him, both were dragged outside by members of the shooting guild and cruelly mutilated and lynched by the fanatical mob. Their naked corpses were hung on the scaffold, and many of their body parts were sold as trophies. To this day, a finger and a tongue are said to be on display in the Historical Museum in The Hague. As Leibniz reports, Spinoza wanted to attach a poster to the scene of the crime with the inscription, Ultimae Barbarorum. There is a painting, attributed to Jan de Bane, that highlights the corpses of the de Witt brothers, de Lichken van de Gebroeders de Witt, in a way that seems to capture the horror threatening the state forever. With its light-dark contrasts, it is reminiscent of Rembrandt's Other Night Watch. The same painter, who was apparently highly esteemed by the monarchs as a portraitist, also created several pictures of the de Witt brothers from an earlier period, including portraits showing them in office and dignity, but also an apotheosis of Cornelis de Witt, commissioned by him in 1667 as commander of the Dutch armed forces. He is standing on the ramparts of a military fortress, surrounded by angels, with a cornucopia of fruit and money beside him. In the background of this painting, the landscape and city, the sea and ships are as far away from the viewer as the ground on the title page of Hobbes's Leviathan, but it is clear that a battle is taking place there, the Battle of Chatham in 1667, in which the Dutch were able to defeat the English once more, for the last time. In view of the lynching of the de Witt brothers, a passage in the early Tractatus, which Spinoza was working on when that battle took place and the glorification was painted, seems like a warning. Quote, "For never have people so abandoned their rights and transferred their power to another that they would not have been feared by those who took their rights and power, and that the government would not have been threatened by the citizens who were robbed of their rights more than by the enemies." End of quote. Nevertheless, even in this premonition of disaster, something of its cause is still suppressed, namely that the defense against these enemies and the rule over the citizens are two sides of the same coin, that both issues are of equal importance, a knowledge that Hobbes, the theorist of the English sovereign, still considered self-evident. Spinoza's later, unfinished political treatise reflects the experiences of the catastrophic year, Rampjar, the liberalism of the country which had neither witch trials nor pogroms against Jews, and to which Descartes had been attracted and which Spinoza owed the possibility of publishing his heretical theologico-political treatise, albeit anonymously, proved to be a sign not of constitutional strength but of inner weakness. Fritz Mothner indirectly points this out when he writes that the content of the free-thinking books and the persecution to which they and their authors were subjected clearly show that in the Netherlands, too, the victory in the struggle for independence had not simply broken the power of the clergy. But earlier than in England, France, and Germany, some freedom was granted here and there, sometimes in one city, sometimes in another, to scholars and printers. The unsettled lifestyle of Descartes in Holland, who moved from one city to another, may also be explained by this. This liberalism came to an end when the United Netherlands came under extreme pressure from the attack of France and the break with England. The wealth of the trading capital, which had been concentrated here in a unique way, was obviously lacking a corresponding state that could withstand the larger powers in the long term. The diplomacy on which Johann de Witt had relied, the attempt by this lawyer de Witt to play the arbitrator of Europe, as Louis XIV is said to have disparagingly expressed it, ultimately did nothing to prevent the campaign that France had opened. Accompanied by the anger of certain sections of the population, which was directed against de Witt and his brother, the new stadtholder finally restored the sovereignty of the country, both internally and externally, albeit in a makeshift manner. However, neither the inferiority to France and England could be permanently eliminated, nor the course set for a truly absolutist state. Under William III of Orange, the theologico-political treatise was banned along with Hobbes's Leviathan, as if to ensure that no reference could be made to the state's inner weakness, which in reality continued. But if this weakness of sovereignty had involuntarily emerged in the old Tractatus, Spinoza's experiences in 1672 caused him to return to Hobbes in a decisive point. Those who believe, according to the new tract, that a crowd of people or those who are at odds with each other in public affairs could be brought to live according to a mere dictate of reason are dreaming of the golden age of poets or of a fairy tale. Whereas the theologico-political treatise had merely stated that the purpose of the Republic, residential publica, was freedom, finus ergo rea publici revera libertas est. The new treatise now added that the purpose of the status civilis was nothing other than peace and security of life. The freedom of the intellectual attitude was a private virtue. The virtue of the state, imperii virtus, on the other hand, was security. Here too, however, the essence of the state is defined in isolation, that is, before anything is said about the relationship between states. The primacy of foreign policy is even more clearly refuted than in the first treatise. The treatment of the law of the highest powers in relation to other states, as an addendum to the right of the highest powers over the citizens and the duty of the subjects, in section 11 of the third chapter, impairs the recognition of the essence of such powers, whereas in the first Tractatus Spinoza had elaborated the situation of the contract, which necessitates the monopoly of force so that it could still be understood in a certain sense as a break in history and the end of the state of nature. He now completely bridges the discontinuous and projects the state into the state of nature. As little as the crowd, according to Spinoza, lives according to the dictates of reason, so much does he think of it as always being in the form of the state, or rather of civil society, civitas. The state of nature is no longer, as with Hobbes, a manifest or potential war of individuals that can only be ended by the contract to found a state, but the state of nature itself tends, of its own accord, towards the state. In contrast to Hobbes, who, with his assumption of a state of nature, projects a scenario to illustrate the lack of mediation in the conditions before the founding of the state and to stipulate the contract as the epitome of mediation, Spinoza is able to draw attention to the early social forms with a concept such as civitas, which the state of nature suppresses, but social mediation, which would first have to be established, becomes for him the always already existing nature of human being. Because, after all people, whether they are educated or uneducated, everywhere associate with one another and always create some kind of civil state, statum alicum civilum. The causes and natural foundations of the sovereign state, imperii causae et fundamenta naturalia, cannot be derived from the tenets of reason. Rather, they are to be derived from the common nature or constitution of human beings. End of quote. Spinoza's thinking is apparently guided more than ever by the need for the state to appear anything but artificial, as if artificiality were a weakness that would encourage civil war. The postulation of the state's naturalness, on the other hand, could guarantee its unity. The element of violence, which in the construction of the contract as presented in Spinoza's first political writing still emerged in certain places, as with Hobbes as something inherent in the state, has now assumed something coincidental in this sense, historical. If a free multitude happens to found a state, then this foundation is possible without violence and can be distinguished from an unnatural one that occurs by force, which should not exist at all. What a free multitude would be, however, remains undefined, and thus the evaluative juxtaposition of free and unfree multitude simultaneously obscures the fact that even the free can only establish a state if it is simultaneously able to make another population unfree, to expel it by martial law, or to keep it in check, at least to threaten it with war. It is noteworthy at this point that Spinoza prefers to speak of the state in general and to distinguish between free and unfree crowds in particular, rather than to speak of violence. When Spinoza writes, on the one hand, that there is no essential difference between a state that is created by a free multitude and one that is acquired by martial law, if one only pays attention to the law in general, but on the other hand maintains that they nevertheless have a completely different purpose and also different means that they must use for their own self-preservation. Then, without him explicitly saying so, this divergence seems to dissolve again in the mere quantity of power, which is different in particular and by which the free population differs from the subjugated population. This separates him from Hobbes, who merely wants to see Leviathan and Behemoth, the state and the non-state, set apart from each other, but in the case of Leviathan, like Machiavelli, he fluctuates between the sovereignty of the absolute monarch and that of a republic, depending on the historical situation in his partisanship. In fact, the theory of Leviathan does not offer any concepts that adequately justify the rule of law, but only the condition of its possibility. Hobbes simply could not see how a subject who is bound by the laws can have more freedom in one form of government than in another. It was only Spinoza who, with certainty and largely without wavering, differentiated between the individual forms of government within the state. What such differentiation presupposes becomes clear when Spinoza, in contrast to Machiavelli and Hobbes, usually distinguishes terminologically between imperium, by which he usually means the power of government as such and the unity of a particular territory, status civilis for the particular constitution of a state, which raises the question of whether there can be a civitas that knows no constitution or form of government, and residentia publica for the affairs of state, which are subject to the leadership of the one who has the power, which also applies independently of the respective constitution, and according to which residentia publica does not mean republic. It is no coincidence that Spinoza's term for sovereignty with regard to the subjects is summa potestates, so that the power of the power holder can always also appear as the mere sum that results from the power of the added subjects. The fact that he speaks of summa potestas in the plural rather than in the singular here in his treatise also shows a tendency to underestimate the question of the unity of this power. It is part of the dialectic of the Enlightenment in the political sphere that, to the same extent as there is a reasonable differentiation, which always also contains a precisely articulable judgment, as is not possible with Hobbes, about the respective status civilis and thus about the state of the residentia publica and the process of political will formation, a primacy of domestic politics is also asserted, which at the same time means blindness as far as the relationship between states is concerned. Although Spinoza's late treatise reflects the experiences of the crisis year, he does not escape this dialectic. Although he emphasizes here perhaps even more strongly that two states, imperia, are enemies by nature, chapter 3, section 13, and that each state has the full right to dissolve the alliance with another as it pleases, and therefore cannot be accused of malicious or disloyal behavior. But it is precisely in the more concrete remarks on how enmity and alliance are to be thought that it becomes clear that the states are already seen in their relationship to one another as citizens within a state. Thus, when considering the possibility of peace, Spinoza assumes that the states are equal in terms of power and military strength, and can therefore write, the more states, civitates, agree on peace at the same time, the less they need to fear the individual state. In other words, the less power the individual state has to start a war. On the contrary, it must observe the conditions of peace even more carefully, and consequently it is all the less entitled to act on its own behalf and all the more obliged to submit to the common will of the confederates, Communi Confederatarum Voluntari. Section 16. The Dutch provinces that had joined together to form the state whose severe crisis Spinoza had to experience were also called confederati. As if the republic of these 7 provinces had anticipated the constitution of the European Union, Spinoza's blurring of the differences between sovereign power and a confederation of states is apparently very similar to that of today's ideologues of European unity. If, however, one were to assume, on the basis of his definitions, that all states agreed on peace, then each of them would have to be described as less autonomous in the sense of its own right or its own power or authority, and the common will of the confederates would then truly resemble the will of a sovereign in its relationship to the citizen. In this sense, Spinoza already provides the conditions for deducing the ideology of the world sovereign from the law of civil society. Of course, Spinoza does not go so far as to consider that all states could actually agree on peace, and is thus even more cautious than Kant in his writing on eternal peace. But in his argumentation, the legal question appears as a common denominator with which the power relations are to be made calculable. He concludes from the equality of the holders of rights, from which a numerical majority of states can result, to a power relationship that no longer has to be considered from the point of view of military power, as in democracy. The mere majority of the treaty participants then also means a de facto superiority among the states. The fact that he disregards the issue of military strength and size of a state at these crucial points can only be understood as a form of repression in view of the overwhelming power of France and England, which has just been demonstrated to the Netherlands with catastrophic consequences. This creates a blind spot in political thinking. When the Tractatus Theologico-Politica states, Finus ergo rea publici revera libertas est. Incidentally, the young Marx highlighted this passage in his excerpts. The question remains as to whether residentia publica refers to the state or not, or whether it could also refer to something that goes beyond it. It remains unanswered because no distinction is made between state and republic, imperium and respublica, that is, in the concept of what is called status civilis with regard to organized coercive power. In the late tract, which no longer contains the sentence but remained unfinished, however, that blind spot is shown to have become larger precisely in that the contract to found the state loses its meaning, and thus also the break with the state of nature. In the elements of law, natural and politic, Hobbes had also agreed with Aristotle's view that the goal of a democracy was freedom, but in De Civ he turned against it. Those who believe that there is greater freedom in democracies are misled by the fact that people participate in the government under such circumstances. But those who argue that this gives them more freedom are making the gross mistake of calling what is actually sovereignty freedom. For Hobbes, freedom is the natural, original freedom that is taken from the individual by the sovereign to the extent that he finds his freedom of movement restricted in the state by the threat of punishment, so that he remains free only in one area, as it were, of inner movement and internal area of thought, of conscience. However, it is the many individuals themselves who, thanks to the originally given freedom, have decided to create the sovereign by contract in order to keep everyone in their place. They did so out of insight into the state of nature, out of the knowledge that this was the best way to counter the fear of violent death that this state of nature entails. Thus, in Hobbes's view, people reckon with the factor of fear and terror almost like a mathematician with a number, and in doing so they follow the causality of cause and effect, themselves being only links in the chain of causes. In this respect, Hobbes teaches little more than any halfway conventional crime series or thriller plot. The genre of the crime story is, in a sense, only the cultural industrial form in which his Leviathan has come to the masses of consumers. Since every citizen, regardless of origin, class, or gender, is capable of killing another, there is a need for a common authority that, should the case arise, will take up the prosecution and thus instill in the citizens in advance the fear that should prevent them from doing it in the first place. It is not just a matter of protecting property, even though the whole of society is based on it. The matrix is the Hobbesian state of nature, the ability of the individual to kill the other. You don't have to be a connoisseur of the genre to know that crime thrillers cannot do without murder. A property crime is not enough, although the pursuit of a thief can be made sufficiently thrilling in itself, but of course the shivers only come here if at least the possibility that someone will die remains present. If Hobbes provides the matrix for the tension that the crime plot needs, then Spinoza provides the philosophy for the relaxation that the audience seeks. Spinoza's ethics and Kant's morality. Like Hobbes, Spinoza defends the freedom of thought of the individual. The citizen is not granted the freedom to act politically as he wishes in the state, but the freedom to think, and not only that, but also to speak. This establishes the civil public sphere. Spinoza has expanded Hobbes' internal sphere to include freedom of opinion. On this basis, and on the assumption that the state in general is the reasonable thing, because its purpose is freedom, Spinoza also wants to distinguish between states in particular. The state understood as a respublica, that is, in terms of the affairs of government, is the freest whose laws are based on sound reason. For in it everyone can be free if he wants to, that is, live with his whole heart according to the guidance of reason. But at the same time, in every state, understood as a status civilis, that is, in terms of the Constitution, man can be free. For man is certainly free to the extent that he allows himself to be guided by reason. He is only not free when he allows himself to be guided by effects rather than by reason. This means that to the extent that reason is conceived as the opposite of affects, which include fear and terror, it also appears unimportant in which state one lives. The restriction that it must remain with the mere expression of opinion corresponds to Spinoza's theory of the state, and is, to a certain extent, the concession to Hobbes that he continues to make. For the foundation of a state consists, after all, in the fact that all commit themselves to acting according to a common decision, even if they may not judge and think accordingly. Seen in this way, the act of foundation is not a historical datum, but is immanent in everything that happens. Here, the citizen appears before the sovereign as the philosopher before the substance. Sub specie eternitatis, freedom only exists as a rational insight into this necessity of foundation, whereby necessity itself is not yet thought of as a process, as it is later in Hegel insight into nature or into God or into the substance. Everything else is mere deception. Now imagine, please, that the stone thinks, in that it continues to move, and that it knows that it strives to remain in motion as far as possible. This stone will certainly, since it is only aware of its striving and is by no means indifferent, think that it is completely free and remains in its motion only because it wants to. And that is the human freedom that everyone is so proud of possessing, and which consists only in the fact that people are aware of their desires, but do not know the causes that determine them. In a certain sense, Kant developed his entire moral philosophy against this sentence, starting from a concept of freedom that must be presupposed in the moral law, from the fact that, although the unconditional necessity of the imperative cannot be understood, its incomprehensibility can. In order to explode Spinoza's system of fatality, the fatalism of expediency, which regards freedom as an insight into the law of gravity, this moral philosophy posits the imperative, which cannot be a synthetic judgment, which does not belong to natural causality, although it requires both to be implemented, and in this one point Kant follows Spinoza, which does not recognize the affects of fear and terror. Freedom, as an idea, is removed from natural causality and only reveals itself through the moral law. It cannot be established speculatively, i.e. by means of synthetic judgments, but only through the practical use of reason, and the moral law on which this use can in turn be based alone, is simply there without any experience of the senses, without anything empirical. Thus, freedom no longer coincides with reason in the simple way it did for Spinoza, although Kant's philosophy also requires reason so that individuals can make use of their freedom at all. But the nature of this knowledge is different from that of nature. It is a question of how imperatives, not synthetic judgments, a priori or a posteriori, are possible, and yet presupposes the transcendental subject of synthetic judgments. The fact that, for Kant, every individual as a subject possesses time as an inner sense in itself, that it is capable of synthesis by virtue of the categories of pure reason, enables it to recognize things, and at the same time it is thought of as being completely independent of them. It is precisely here that the antinomy of freedom and natural law arises. In its ability to form synthetic judgments, the subject guarantees, as it were, sufficient objectivity to be able to perceive the eternal law in its own breast. This insight is not based on the immediate experience of the senses and their processing in synthetic judgments a posteriori, but on the moral law which is already present without experience and judgment, but which must use them and therefore requires the power of judgment. To put it differently, with reference to Spinoza, Kant, following Hume, who understood substance as a mere fiction of the imagination, criticizes Spinoza's ontological concept of substance and the old metaphysics, which is presented in his Ethics in the style of geometry, Ordine Geometrico Demonstrata, as hypostatization with the greatest, almost bureaucratic effort of systematization and meticulousness, and sees nothing but a category of pure understanding in substance. Spinoza's ontological concept of substance and that of the old metaphysics, which is presented in his Ethics in the form of geometry, Ordine Geometrico Demonstrata, as hypostatization and sees substance as nothing more than a category of pure understanding, namely that of placing persistence in relation to the accidental. In other words, a function of thought that has no objective meaning in itself, if it is not based on a view whose diversity it can be applied to as a function of synthetic unity. But it is precisely in this that it is more and something other than a mere fiction, as Hume would have it. It is also no longer possible to pin down freedom to insight into substance, as it were. And it is no longer possible to maintain the system of fatality as Spinoza established it. Freedom can only be defined as insight into the fact that nothing, absolutely nothing, follows from categories of pure understanding, such as substance, just as nothing follows from sensuality and the affects, which could constitute causality out of freedom. For Spinoza, however, time, like the individual, is only a mode, namely that of mere imagining, modus imaginandi, but not of recognizing. It is the imagination of the individual which forms an image of the eternal and infinite substance, which, however, cannot be recognized in this way, but can only be imagined. The temporally determined disappears together with the individual in the concept of the mode. Under the concept of duration, we can only explain the existence of modes, but the substance can only be explained under the concept of eternity, etc., of the infinite participation of existence, or, despite the Latin, of being essendi. Ultimately, however, this also obscures the question that is essential to the concept of the state, to which Hobbes also found no consistent answer, whether an individual must be willing to sacrifice himself for the common good, as embodied by the sovereign. Kant should also recoil from this, insofar as the natural law of the state contains and conceals the question of fear at the same time. If the individual turns against the state, he should contradict the moral law, and he must also come to terms with the fear of the organized violence of this state. It is thus evident that Kant needs the existence of God, the proof of which he was able to refute with sovereign ease, as a moral postulate of an ultimate purpose, in order to ultimately have a means against this fear in his hands. This postulate is closely linked to the devaluation of the body and the internal problem of the concept of duty. However, it was precisely at this point that Spinoza explicitly distanced himself from Hobbes and eliminated any possible contradiction in the concept of reason. But, mind you, differently according to Hobbes, reason advises peace. However, this can only be maintained if the common rights of the state remain inviolate. The more a person is guided by reason, i.e. the freer he is, the more he will respect the rights of the state and obey the commands of the supreme power to which he is subject. In truth, even for Hobbes, reason advises peace and not war, but he does not identify reason and freedom. For him, too, freedom coincides with necessity. In this he is no different from Spinoza, but the person who is guided by reason is not the freer person in Hobbes' view. For him, reason is determined first and foremost by self-preservation in the most immediate sense. If a person does everything he can to protect his own body and limbs from death and pain, this cannot be irrational, and this behavior does not contradict the passions. On this basis, Hobbes even formulates a right to resist the state, as Franz Neumann recognized as early as 1937. Although, according to Hobbes, law is pure voluntas, although the law and measures of the sovereign are identical in every way, although a law should not exist outside the state, he nevertheless imposes strong restrictions on his monistic theory by basing the state, and thus the law, itself on a natural law, which is not only voluntas but also ratio, since it has the preservation and defense of human life as its content. In the event of a conflict between the sovereign's measures and the ratio of the natural law, he clearly gives precedence to the natural law. Contracts that forbid the defense of one's own body are null and void. No one is obliged to confess a crime, no one to kill themselves or a fellow human being. Universal conscription is contrary to natural law. He formulates it as follows, although his usual clarity leaves him: natural law always obliges before conscience, in foro interno, but not always in foro externo. When the duty of obedience ends and the right to refuse obedience, which is granted only individually, begins, is again formulated very ambiguously. If the sovereign orders a person who has been lawfully sentenced to kill, wound, or maim himself, or to abstain from food, air, medicine, or other things without which he cannot live, then that person has the freedom to disobey. The ambivalent attitude of Hobbes becomes clear here. The emphasis is on sovereignty, as required by the times, on lawless violence, on the demand for a state authority independent of the fighting groups. But freedom, albeit weak, is emphasized. Hobbes goes so far as to say that a lawfully convicted criminal retains the right to kill his guard and anyone else who prevents him from escaping in order to defend his life. In this way, Hobbes can hardly conceal the fact that there is an insoluble conflict between the government's right to preserve the state and the individual's right to self-preservation. This conflict can be resolved, as far as the death penalty is concerned, in the spirit of the later Enlightenment by abolishing this form of punishment. Hobbes himself suggests a pardon. But in the case of military service it is practically irreconcilable. However, as far as Hobbes emphasizes the primacy of the individual's self-preservation here too, and defends or at least tolerates the refusal to obey and the running away of soldiers out of mere fear as not unjust, justice is defined by the fact that the individual has the right to defend his life under all circumstances. Although, on the other hand, everyone has committed themselves to defending the state and is obliged to do so, his concept of the state itself is in danger. Leo Strauss pointed out that the only solution to this difficulty would be the outlawing of war or the establishment of a world state. Hobbes does indeed think from the perspective of the individual, attempting to derive all unity from the self-preservation of this individual, and can therefore still retain the negative, the horror, the monstrous of the sovereign in his affirmation, so that freedom and necessity can only ever be united in a bizarre way against this background, as in the title engraving of Leviathan, because this derivation is always doomed to failure. In Hobbes's case, the state is not yet internalized, as it were. In Kant's, a reservation is formulated in the internalization itself, but only under the condition that the individual's fear of pain and death is simultaneously concealed in the concept of duty, a prerequisite for his rabid polemic against the abolition of the death penalty, and in the postulate of God's existence. Whereas Spinoza sees the unity of freedom and necessity as embodied quite harmoniously and without reservation in the state, and therefore thinks of everything in terms of a sovereign in whose name the individual only comes into consideration at all. It is the identification with the state that is thought of as the freedom of the individual. But not everyone is capable of being so free, of course. Not everyone can resist their affects. Hobbes, on the other hand, always argues from the common sense of fear, does not distinguish between the wise and the masses, but is also not a democrat like Spinoza. The security of the individual is everything to him, while Spinoza, as much as he sees the crowd as limited by the affects in being rational, is nevertheless striving to work towards codetermination in the state, as far as it is possible to bring the masses to reason. From here, the young Leo Strauss then attempts to reintegrate religions into Spinoza's thought, as those institutions that can mediate between the limited reason of the masses and the state. When Spinoza postulates how useless and harmful it is to restrict the freedom of judgment and thought of the individual citizen, he does so on the basis that no one can give up the freedom to judge and think as they wish, but rather that everyone is the master of their thoughts according to the highest law of nature. This would in itself be a concept that in a certain sense goes beyond German idealism. To think freedom without thinking it through the moral law, without thinking it by means of an imperative, without a should. The question remains, however, what is understood as the object of those thoughts, which everyone is said to be the master of? In other words, how is it determined that no one can give up the freedom to judge and think about it? For whether something is being judged and thought here that is accessible to an existential judgment at all, whether the thoughts can also be true, which everyone can claim to be the master of, what a true thought would be at all this must remain open as long as freedom is considered at the level of the mode in which the political treatise moves and not in terms of the substance that forms the object of Spinoza's ethics. Where, then, can this question be decided? What, finally, is to be thought of the judgment of individuals if, for each of them, time and thus causality are only modes of imagination, but not means of cognition, so that the substance cannot be the object of their judgment at all? In Kant, who subjected this concept of substance to criticism and applied the existential judgment to God, the moral law takes its place as the formal rational condition of the use of freedom. Its concept is thus not extended from judging thought to action, but rather determined by this action, by the imperative that has it as its object. For the freedom of judging thought would be regarded, without the action that must follow from it in the sense of the imperative, in a thoroughly false agreement with the laws of nature, one that could justify any crime. Whether the thought becomes an act, whether the body acts it out, that is chance, says Robespierre in Buchner's drama, and instead of chance he could just as well say natural causality. The separation between natural causality and causality from freedom, which Kant secures with the imperative, i.e. the famous third antinomy of transcendental dialectics, requires, as already indicated, a kind of moral postulate of God instead of the ontological proof of God in order to still create a unity, true harmony. The existence of God as a postulate of practical reason. If the highest good is that the supreme good, morality, can still be harmoniously reconciled with the highest physical good, bliss, and indeed that they can be thought of together at all, then only by assuming an end purpose in which they can be imagined as united. This end is, on the one hand, the heavenly hypostasized state and, on the other hand, the distance to the really existing. Thus, in Kant's case, the consciousness of freedom is at the same time identification with the sovereign and autonomy in relation to the coercion organized in its institutions. The difference to Spinoza is that, according to Kant's moral philosophy, the freedom of the judging mind can only become conscious if it is also based on the actions that, if it judges according to the moral law, have to result dutifully from it. In this way, however, the individual is in principle able to come into conflict with any state, even one that grants freedom of thought and expression. Whereas in Hobbes's case, the individual can come into conflict with the state through the mere fact of using reason to preserve itself as a creature, a conflict that is impossible to resolve for the theory of the state. In Kant's case, such a contradiction arises exclusively through the use of reason in accordance with the moral imperative, whereby the imperative, in the form of its justification, precisely disregards the affects of self-preservation. It is obviously the concept of substance, developed in his ethics, that allows Spinoza to take back artificiality and violence, and thus fear and terror, as the sine qua non of the state, as Hobbes knew how to expose them at the same time and against them through the theory of the contract. It is the Hegelian world spirit in statu nascendi, but it is a status in the proper sense. The substance is not thought of as a process. It is not developed in contradictions but in modes, that is to say, it is not developed but defined, Substance is that which is in itself and is understood from itself, whose concept does not require the concept of another thing in order to be formed from it. While the real world spirit, in the terms of the critique of political economy, reproduces and develops through individuals, insofar as they are owners of labor power and must produce surplus value. In this respect, the substance of which Spinoza speaks appears like an infinite wealth that is everywhere present from the outset and is presupposed by the owners of commodities, and through which they are able to maintain themselves as exchangers. Yes, substance could almost be called the attempt to bring to the philosophical concept what constitutes a money as such, which for its part can be neither clearly fixed in time nor in space and therefore cannot be considered by anyone as his property, as soon as it is to be understood as circulating in the infinite cycle, that is, one that knows neither beginning nor end. Property, and thus also the labor of the individual, appears, if at all, as a mode of this substance. Each mode, in turn, has its own essence. If substance aims at what is common to all beings, the concept of essence holds fast to what distinguishes them from one another. The essence of the citizen is his property, but his substance is money. In this sense, it was only logical that George Simmel deduced his philosophy of money from Spinoza's ethics. In a monism like Spinoza's, all the contents of the worldview have become relativities. The comprehensive substance, the only absolute that remains, can now be set aside without altering the content of the realities, and what remains is the relativistic dissolution of things into relationships and processes. George Simmel, Philosophy of Money, 1900, page 120. But the point is not to transpose philosophical concepts into those of political economy, but rather to ask how it is possible for society without religious transcendence, without the idea of a heavenly life after death, to become the object of a judgment at all. In other words, how an existential judgment is supposed to be conceivable without God. When Spinoza speaks of substance, he does not mean money, but rather the affirmative unity, just as Hegel, with the spirit as that which is mediated by itself and with itself, does not see capital as the whole, but rather the whole as the true, and yet it is necessarily contained in their concepts. It is only for this reason that Spinoza could write, for example, at the end of the chapter on human bondage, about money, that it has become the compendium of all things, verum omnium rerum compendium punia accelit, whereby compendium must be understood literally, the combined weight from which the savings arise. For it is only by affirming unity and totality in this way that we are able to expose it in money and capital as something that is produced by mere coercion, in servitude, and is therefore fundamentally untrue. In a conversation with Ernst Bloch, Adorno refers in this sense to a moment of truth in the ontological proof of God's existence. I would actually think that if there were not some trace of truth in the ontological proof of God's existence, i.e. that the moment of its reality is already involved in the power of the concept itself, not only could there be no utopia, but then there could be no thinking. Something is missing on the contradictions of utopian longing. In Ernst Bloch, Many Chambers in the World House, page 701f. However, the way in which this possibility is rejected in the concept of substance or spirit itself can perhaps be seen most clearly in the confrontation with Hobbes's Leviathan. The assumption that Spinoza, without knowing or wanting to, substantializes the circulation of money, explains why, in his view, the self-preservation of individuals, which in Hobbes's view is conditional on the constant increase of power, is possible quite independently of this condition. This also brings the natural state and the political state closer together, and in the description of one and the other, a harmonizing trait is unmistakable in relation to the Leviathan. Both states are equally an expression of human power, which is expressed differently in each. And it is also to this that the concept of law, which is central to the theory of the state, is linked. Power is an individual because it is a mode of the divine substance. The substance is, so to speak, the original power, from which all power in individuals, in the multitude, in the collective, and in the state is derived. Since it is the supreme law of nature that everything, as far as it is able, strives to persist in its state, without taking anything other than itself into account, every individual, and in particular man, has the right to preserve itself without regard to others. Spinoza does not derive the natural right of man from the immediate situation of man, from the necessities of man as man, but from God. Hobbes, on the other hand, as Leo Strauss continues, understood his natural right as unassailable from the situation of man, from the elementary necessities of man. For Spinoza, this possibility does not exist. for he determines the natural right from God, from the order and the laws of the whole of nature. All disharmonies in the human realm, all that is ridiculous, absurd, or bad, dissolve in the harmony of the universe. Thus Spinoza's doctrine of natural law is free of any consideration of the human. It is exclusively oriented towards the cosmic. But conversely, without consideration of the human, no concept of nature is conceivable. This is why Ernst Cassirer, for example, spoke out against seeing Spinoza as an atheist. He does not actually deny the reality of God, but the reality of the world. The reality of nature, so to speak, evaporates in Spinoza's thinking. Nature no longer has any independent significance. It is absorbed by the abstract unity of God, by the Spinozist substance, which is in itself and must be grasped by itself. Hobbes did not yet think in terms of such a concept of substance, which puts everything into one and abolishes subject and object. In his case, the need to derive the self-preservation and the striving for power of the individual from a higher concept is hardly pronounced. He expresses them and shies away from ultimate derivations from a higher, more general level. They always seem to stem from a mere feeling of fear and personal experience of violence, and not to be deduced from a concept of substance. That is why, despite the far greater degree of subjugation of the citizen to the sovereign than is demanded by Spinoza, he insists on the inalienable right to self-defense in the event of danger to body and life, which Spinoza hardly seems to consider worth mentioning. This also distinguishes Hobbes from Machiavelli, who, for his part, did not think in terms of the self-preservation of the individual, but rather of that of the state, without, like Spinoza, having a concept of substance from which both result. In contrast, the mighty Leviathan remains in Hobbes's mind a means of self-preservation for the individual, not an end in itself. The difference between the political theories of Machiavelli and Hobbes can be summarized in a pointed way in this different order of state and citizen, in the different assignment of ends and means. For Machiavelli, the state and its self-preservation were the ultimate goal to which everything else had to be subordinated, whereas for Hobbes the highest priority was to ensure the survival of the individual, to which even the mighty Leviathan had to bow. However, it is precisely the metaphor of the biblical monster that expresses the insoluble problem in Hobbes's work, that the sovereign must become an end in itself in order to fulfill the purpose of securing the lives of individuals. At first glance, Hobbes deals with the problem of ultimate unity, which Spinoza solves with the concept of substance, in a merely dilatory manner and in reliance on the views he shares with Francis Bacon. According to Bacon, the metaphysical claim to knowledge of nature could be realized step by step with physical means on the a priori basis of mathematics and geometry. And in the same way, the will in the individual could be traced back to passions, which in turn could be derived from the effects of the outside world. It seems that Hobbes is so easily able to ignore the problems that Aristotle, for example, wanted to express by saying that there is a final cause and a form cause. Every desire of the individual, every process that can be observed in things, naturally arises from a particular cause and this from another cause in a continuous chain, whose first link lies in the hand of God as the first of all causes. The actual origin is pushed so far away by Hobbes that he was and is often referred to as an atheist. There is not much more to be said about it. However, Leo Strauss has pointed out that, unlike Bacon, he does not see a continuous transition from physics to metaphysics. When he says that God, who is the cause of everything, can only be honored by not being declared identical with the world and the world being declared eternal, Hobbes insists on the separation of God and the world. The incomprehensibility of God, however, in one respect reflects back on the world created by him and not by man. Inasmuch as the ultimate cause remains incomprehensible, we could only feel God like a blind man feels the flame that warms him in the last instance, so too do its effects in the form of the causal processes of nature and, at least from this point of view, even of society, which is nevertheless made by man. It is only in this way that Hobbes, when he writes about the chain of causes, is able to reconcile freedom and necessity. We only understand what we make. Since we do not make natural beings, they are, strictly speaking, incomprehensible. According to Hobbes, this fact is perfectly compatible with the possibility of the natural sciences. However, it leads to the conclusion that the natural sciences are and will always remain fundamentally hypothetical. But that is all we need to make ourselves masters and owners of nature. And yet, however successful man may be in conquering nature, he will never be able to understand nature. The universe will always remain completely mysterious. According to this interpretation by Leo Strauss, this is also the prerequisite for Hobbes's ability to understand and affirm the state as something completely artificial. Man can only be sovereign because his humanity does not have its support in the cosmos. He can only be sovereign because he is absolutely foreign to the world. In doing so, Hobbes' political philosophy also dispensed with the general idea that physics could seamlessly merge into metaphysics, an idea that became dominant after the end of scholasticism and with the rise of the natural sciences. Karl-Heinz Haag has placed it at the center of his critique. If inductive philosophy were to ascend in this way, gradually and step by step, to ever more general laws of ever greater power over the forces of nature, it would ultimately lead to the law of the genesis of the world itself. From such a law, the unity of nature in its various manifestations could be understood. Physics would merge with metaphysics. The cognizing subject would no longer possess only shadow images of things. They would have given way to the recognized ideas of the divine spirit. What is hidden is that physics, like all scientific knowledge, can only ever deal with finite, artificially limited areas, no matter what the scientists themselves may philosophize about infinity. The recognized law is always one of sectors of nature, that of a particular context of individual natural phenomena. The question of where and how the transition from the finite to the infinite should be possible remains as unreflected in the new metaphysics or rationalism since Descartes as the infinite is now being presented as a substantial perfection, while Aristotle had still defined it as that to which there is always an exterior and which must therefore be considered necessarily imperfect. It is precisely in this respect that thinking threatens to fall behind certain traditions of Judaism, to use Max Horkheimer's words, behind the refusal to make the finite into the infinite in the sense of perfection, a refusal in which the entire disrespect of Judaism for an existing being that wants to spread itself out into a God is to be found. The metaphysical infinite, which is said to contain absolutely everything, then opens up from the sheer mass of laws, which can each be brought under a more general law, from the mere length of the chain of causes that each condition one another. This picture puzzle of the finite and the infinite, as it emerges here, does indeed represent a regression of the philosophical explanation of nature to the position of ancient atomism, Hog mechanics as prima philosophia. Geometry and mathematics, which represent the infinite inasmuch as their judgments refer to a pure intuition that can itself only be a condition of the experience of objects, which thus provide the means to divide nature into finite sectors and experimental arrangements, not only because, as Hobbes emphasized, we owe all the technical inventions of modern times to them, but also because they were able to conceal the modern dishonesty in the transition from the physical to the metaphysical. In contrast to mechanics as the prima philosophia, however, there is a cogito that always doubts everything in Descartes, for example, that I am here now, sitting by the fire, wearing a winter coat, touching this paper with my hands. After all of this could be a dream. How often in my sleep am I convinced of precisely such everyday things, such as that I am here, wearing a coat, sitting by the fire, while I am lying in bed, undressed. Thanks to such analogies, the self can doubt everything except one thing, that there is this self that doubts. It can only assure itself of its own existence in negation, and thus finds truth only in the fact that it knows it can doubt all explanations of nature. To save the explanation of nature, a proof of God is ultimately necessary, which Descartes attempts to produce through a peculiar procedure, a kind of sifting of what he calls certain basic concepts and various proofs. If the mind, which doubts all things, weighs these different ideas that it has in itself against each other, it will find the idea of a perfectly insightful, almighty and supremely perfect being, as if God were the lost golden ring in the sand that nominalism has left behind and that is to be sifted through. This idea is the most excellent of all, for the mind recognizes in it existence, and not only possible and contingent existence, as in the ideas of all other things that it clearly grasps, but rather absolutely necessary and everlasting existence. For example, he is convinced that the triangle has 3 angles that are equal to 2 right angles because he recognizes that it is necessarily contained in the idea of the triangle that its angles correspond to 2 right angles. In the same way, it is forced to conclude that a most perfect being exists because it recognizes the necessary and eternal existence as contained in the idea of the most perfect being. From the fact that the necessary existence is contained in our concept of God, it can be rightly concluded that God exists. Just as it would be contrary to the perfection of God to want to deceive man, and for this very reason everything that can be recognized clearly and distinctly clair et distinct is also true. The absoluteness and perfection of God prove to be a necessary counterweight to the cogito, with whose help everything corporeal has been abstracted. Nominalism presupposes things that can be compared, that is, things that contain individual identical and non-identical moments and can therefore be distinguished by name, but it is not prepared to grant objective reality to precisely that which the concept fixes and generalizes about them. However, Hobbes stops the doubt of the cogito at a certain point, so that it does not even come to the point of having to reverse it by means of a proof of God's existence. He replaces the proof of God's existence with the conclusion from the observable physical effects to their ultimate cause, which in itself is to be regarded as fundamentally incomprehensible. However, in contrast to Descartes, he also maintains that the possibility of God's deception cannot be ruled out in principle. Cf. Leo Strauss. The point is that the ego that thinks cannot doubt its fear of violent death, the vulnerability of its body. And therein lies the real reason why Hobbes is able to develop his philosophy of the state beyond the proof of God's existence. Descartes, on the other hand, only finds certainty through the proof of God that his own body cannot be a chimera, but rather that nature teaches through the sensations of pain, hunger, thirst, etc., that I am not merely added to my body, as a sailor is added to a ship, but I am intimately connected with it and, in a sense, merged with it so that I am composed with it into a single entity. The fact that this corporeality can only become philosophically relevant by way of the proof of God's existence was to take its revenge in the work on the passions of the soul, in that Descartes was ultimately no longer satisfied with the sensations of pain, hunger, thirst, etc. to show how closely the self is connected to the body. And he came up with the famous pineal gland, claiming that this small gland is the main seat of the soul, and that its mere localization between the brain chambers was sufficient to justify the claim that it can be moved by the vital spirits in accordance with the various movements that occur in the sensory perception of objects, but that it can also be moved in various ways by the soul. With a certain justification, one could say that Descartes, by way of the proof of God, through which the ego as a precondition of the proof is initially freed from all fear and all corporeality, also avoided the necessity of a state philosophy and, in this context, did not have to address the problem of freedom and violence. Accordingly, he then dealt with fear and terror in his treatise on the passions of the soul, which presents the pineal gland as the solution. As for fear or terror, I do not see that they can ever be praiseworthy or useful. Nor is it properly a passion, but only an extreme of letting oneself go, of astonishment and timidity, which is always wholly vicious, just as boldness is an extreme of courage, which is always good, provided that the purpose one sets oneself is good. In his versified autobiography, Hobbes, on the other hand, erects a monument to this fear, so despised by Descartes, together with himself, beginning with the war between England and Spain. For fame had rumored that a fleet at sea, / would cause our nation's catastrophe, / and hereupon it was my mother dear / did bring forth twins at once, both me and fear. For Hobbes, the dual existence of the self with the fear that is directed at the vulnerability of the living libe no longer raises the question of the unity of soul and libe. He simply always understands it in the sign of fear and, unlike Descartes, does not need a separate organ for the unity, to which mediation is reified. Spinoza, on the other hand, abandons mediation itself and ends the dispute over universals with a coup, executed on both sides so that both sides merge into one another. There is only one universal, but it contains absolutely everything. Substance means complete immanence, the impossibility of a transcendental. On the one hand, Spinoza, under the concept of substance and no longer, so to speak, essentially separated into extended and thinking, attributes to everything or individual the universal reality of a general, which, however, thereby lacks any further definition and becomes completely empty. On the other hand, he completes the nominalistic way of thinking, since, assuming that substance, no other concept, whatever its determination or reference to the thing or the individual, in which its essence would consist, can have any reality in the sense of substance. In this respect, the coup de grace had already been attempted centuries earlier, in the midst of early scholasticism, at least if we follow the Historia Calamitatum of Abelard, who parried the blow. According to Wilhelm von Champeau, a thing that is essentially identical, i.e. the same general concept, exists in its entirety in all individual things, and that the individual things differ not in essence but only in the multitude of accidents, ut iandum essentialiter rem totem simul singulis sui ines astrueret individuus, quorum cadem nulla esset in essentia diversitas, sed sola multitudine accidentium varietas. A Baylard's Historia Calamitatum. This dispute appears in an astonishing way as the primal scene for the later development of bourgeois society and its philosophy. The concept of substance is handled in the same sense, the same method of proof, in which Descartes uses the concept of God, when it is said that a substance cannot be brought forth, but that it lies in its essence to exist. Thus doubt, through which the subject can think itself, disappears entirely in the proof of God's existence. The potential for critique that is inherent in it and that would later be developed by Kant to the same extent as a critique of knowledge, when the possibility of a proof of God's existence is found to be refuted, is thus withdrawn and the possibility of a philosophy of pure affirmation created. Doubt disappears in the certainty of not yet having recognized something, and in this not yet lies, first of all, an enlightening potential, which Marx also emphasizes in his Spinoza excerpts. It is certain that we do not recognize the power of God to the extent that we do not know the natural causes. It is therefore foolish to resort to precisely this power of God as long as we do not know the natural reason for a thing, i.e. precisely the power of God. In this way, Spinoza can defend himself against the accusation of atheism. Oh, whoa! It has come to such a pass that people who openly admit that they have no concept of God and only recognize him through created things, whose causes they do not know, are not ashamed to accuse philosophers of atheism. End of quote. But Spinoza turns the proof of God against the mere possibility of doubt. For since God's essence excludes all imperfection and includes absolute perfection in itself, it thereby removes all cause for doubting his existence and gives the highest certainty of it. This existence is, however, at the same time the substance of all being. By God I understand the absolutely infinite being, i.e. the substance that consists of infinite attributes, each of which expresses an eternal and infinite being. An attribute, however, is that which the mind recognizes as constituting the essence of the substance. And this opens up the possibility for Spinoza, on the one hand, to recognize that things can only be called beautiful or ugly, ordered or disordered in terms of our imagination. For an attribute is only the form in which the substance reveals itself to the mind. On the other hand, this definition of an attribute seems to rule out doubt in the sense of Descartes. Only because there are attributes that humans, as Spinoza stipulates, cannot recognize, does the knowledge of the whole of nature remain closed to them. This seems to be a certain contradiction in the argument. An attribute is that which the mind recognizes as constituting the essence of the substance. But there are attributes that humans cannot recognize. This is resolved by the fact that for Spinoza the human mind itself is merely a part of the infinite mind. However, Hegel is not the only one to interpret Spinoza differently. In his opinion, Spinoza's philosophy only recognizes the attributes of extension and thought, which are infinite in themselves, but not an infinite number of attributes. The difficulty returns in the question of the singular or plural of substance. On the one hand, Spinoza speaks of the one single substance, equating it with God, and on the other hand, he also explicitly speaks of substance in the plural, in a way anticipating Leibniz's monad concept, for example, when he says, two substances that have different attributes have nothing in common. Or, every substance is necessarily infinite. Here too, the contradiction is resolved in that Spinoza does not explicitly write that there is only one substance, but that it follows from his definition of what substances are to each other that there can only be one, at least for the human mind. But the substance itself forbids us to express this, since it must remain completely undetermined, apart from self-preservation. Such a double, seemingly contradictory determination, which ultimately always resolves itself in God as the unity of thinking and nature, always points to the fact that the I with which Spinoza speaks so emphatically in the Ethics and which exercises the power of definition so sovereignly. On the one hand, it knows that it belongs to the human mind, but on the other hand it also claims to be able to speak the truth with equal certainty about the infinite mind, of which it is only a part, by exercising this infinite mind in God. Thus, with some inevitability, the impression arises for the ego that it is itself God. However it is expressed in the plural or in the singular, substance takes on the meaning of a content that has become independent of all form, which Spinoza once places under the attribute of thinking, and at other times under that of extension. Each attribute is totality, the whole content of the substance, but only in one form at a time. This question of form, however, becomes meaningless in contrast to Descartes, who was still looking for a mediation of both, just as it is also introduced as an attribute only from the outside to the substance in order to characterize it, but without grasping it as such. The one cannot intervene in the other at all, because each already constitutes the whole world in itself and in its own way. Both attributes express the same essence of God. The order of natural things, ordo rerum, is the same as the order of thoughts, idearum. And they are infinite, they do not determine each other. Neither the physical the thoughts, nor vice versa. Thus, the mode appears basically like the rest that remains from the thought of form, as the form of a certain content. However, it could just as well be said that substance is the form detached from all content, so that in this case the modes represent the content that has become arbitrary in terms of form. Their definition, insofar as it is not the definition of substance itself, cannot imply any existence in itself. Therefore, even if they exist, we can think of them as not existing. Against this background, an intriguing constellation emerges. Spinoza was apparently able to absorb certain Kabbalistic traditions, with which he had come into contact in his youth, and to implement them in an ontology. In fact, 100 years before him, Moses Cordovero, according to Gershom Scholem, the most profound theorist of Jewish mysticism, wrote that God is everything real, but not everything real is God. En Sof, as the infinite is called here, can itself be called thinking, insofar as everything that exists is contained in his substance. It encompasses everything that exists, but not in the way that it exists separately below, but rather in the existence of the unified substance. For it and the existing things are one, neither separate nor manifold, nor outwardly manifest. This infinite of Moses Cordovero as the unconditional cause of itself is to a certain extent the Kabbalistic expression of self-preservation, the conatus to think. In drawing from these sources, which must be recognized not least as an attempt to react to the many persecutions and expulsions to which Judaism is exposed, Spinoza sees the causa sui, the unity without opposition, as the most important definition of substance, so important that the separation into thinking and extension loses its significance and merely characterizes two different attributes of substance among others. This is also connected to the fact that he was able to extend his ontology to the state without difficulty, even in the transition from ethics to the theological political treatise. For with it, not only has Descartes' methodological doubt disappeared, but on the other hand, what motivated Hobbes to his state philosophy has been recognized: the fear of violent death. However, it is precisely this fear that is turned into a positive force, and thus made invisible, in the principle of conatus, according to which the substance that is the cause of itself merely expresses itself in the mode. Self-preservation as a principle is always thought of as abstracted from the individual's libe. The abstraction begins in the short treatise on God, Man and His Happiness, with Spinoza's statement that there is nothing that by its own nature seeks its own destruction. This nothing is the negative of the concept of substance, which, through abstraction from all differences, assumes a mystical meaning. It is a peculiar doubling of the idea of self-preservation. On the one hand, from the point of view of eternity of the narcissistically conceived deity, on the other, from that of servitude of the mode. From both points of view, self-preservation is affirmed. The first and most important thing in the striving of our spirit is to affirm the existence of the body. No virtue can be thought before the virtue of this striving for self-preservation. The free man therefore thinks of nothing less than death, and his wisdom is therefore not a contemplation of death, but of life. But these doctrines from the part about the origin and the nature are again cancelled out in the part about the power of understanding and human freedom by the doctrines formulated sub specie eternitatis. What the mind recognizes under the form of eternity, it does not recognize from the fact that it comprehends the present real existence of the body, but from the fact that it comprehends the essence of the body under the form of eternity. The more he thinks of it under this form, the less man suffers from bad affects, and the less he fears death. Thus ethics ends, as if it could still return to the wisdom of the ancient philosophers, with the celebration of true peace of mind, conscious of itself, of God and of things with a certain eternal necessity. Those who have this true peace of mind, vera animi acquiescentia, can settle anywhere, even in a world in which the striving of our spirit to affirm the existence of the body no longer finds any foothold, but the fear of a violent death does. However, It is nothing other than the immediate psychological expression of the concept of substance as formulated by Spinoza. This is where the sharpest difference to the Jewish tradition opened up, which reserved such peace of mind for God alone, who, however, can also show his anger in the Bible, so as not to give in to the temptation to delude oneself about the constant unrest of persecution and to neglect the precautionary measures. In Spinoza's view, this philosophical tranquility, which he distinguishes from the animi tranquillitatis, attested to in the biblical Judaism, is more related to the state of a nation. At the end of his Ethics, he describes the love of the Spirit for God as a part of the infinite love with which God loves himself. In this context, but in a different place, Spinoza himself may be alluding to the Kabbalah when he says of the infinite mind as the essence of substance. Some Hebrews seem to have seen this through the mist, as they assume that God's mind and the things understood by him are one and the same. The Creator is the knowledge itself, the knower and the known, whereas for humans all three fall apart. It is obvious that the philosopher breaks out of rabbinical Judaism precisely in this, its conception of God, gathered in the Tetragrammaton JHWH, which is unpronounceable and defies any pictorial representation, embodies the totality of all narcissistic occupations. It is the completely other which cannot be grasped conceptually, not even as existence in the usual sense of the term. The essential thing about this conception of God for Judaism is that any identification or fusion with it is impossible. The narcissism of the Jew must be directed exclusively towards God, this one and transcendent God, from whom he is eternally separated and who is the bearer of his omnipotence, with regard to which he never has the ambition to regain it through any kind of communion. Spinoza's proximity to the Kabbalah lies in his striving to overcome this separation and unite with God. But the Kabbalists remain so deeply rooted in Jewish traditions that their teachings, even in the most remote mystical ideas, always remain related to the situation of the Jews and were therefore able to develop more and more messianic elements, especially after the expulsion from Spain, in which they reacted immediately to the persecution. The Zohar states that fear also leads to piety. Do not therefore believe that a service rendered out of fear is not meritorious. There is only one step that is more sublime than fear, and that is love. Spinoza seems to have developed a Kabbalah that is beyond fear and terror and without messianic traits. In this respect, it is no coincidence that Hegel saw in his philosophy the Oriental view of absolute identity, that is, an echo of the Orient in the Occident. Largely unfamiliar with the Kabbalistic traditions, Hegel cannot recognize the way in which such a sound was produced. Spinoza had arrived at the concept of absolute identity and had thus indirectly approached the Islamic concept of God, insofar as he removed the non-identical from the Kabbalistic traditions, which they developed as a reaction to the situation of persecution. Only without these overtones, which are decisive for the tone colors, did the impression of that reverberation arise. Descartes defined substance as something that is capable of existing by itself, whether it be a thing of extension such as a stone or a thinking thing such as the self. Unlike Spinoza, however, he emphasizes precisely this difference. For if I think that the stone is a substance, that is, that the stone is a thing capable of existing by itself, and I think that I myself am a substance, then I understand that I am a thinking and not an extended thing, but that the stone is an extended thing, and that there is therefore a difference between the two concepts. Nevertheless, however, both seem to agree in the respect that they are substances. In Spinoza's case, however, this difference can no longer be reflected by this aspect, by the determination as a substance. The stones begin to think, and the thinker should be able to think of himself as a stone. This is also the break with the philosophy of Aristotle, who still thought of the substantial as a form, thus as a general that not only makes distinctions between individual things possible, but requires them for its own determination. Form, read Aristotle with Descartes, would thus be the question of how, in what way, with what means a thing or individual or state manages its self-preservation. The scholastic tradition of philosophy had held on to this concept of form. It had to, in order to be able to mediate the transcendence of divine power with earthly conditions, the theocracy with the world state, civitas Dei with civitas terrena. For the theocracy, according to Augustine, never wanders alone in this world, and the concept of form was the link between civitas Dei and civitas terrena for scholasticism. In this respect, Spinoza's concept of substance most accurately marks the point at which the two worlds merge into one, so that mediation and form no longer seem to be necessary. Spinoza takes over from Descartes the proposition that necessary existence is part of the nature of God, and makes this single, remaining universal reality the substance of all reality, while on the other hand he thinks nominalism through to its conclusion, for example by saying that there is no such thing as a human being, but only a certain finite number of human beings, for whom the nominal abstraction of the human being stands. The reason and cause of the existence of an individual human being could not be contained in the nature of the human being itself, because the definition of the human being does not include a specific number of people. Therefore, the cause of the existence of these people and, consequently, of each individual must be outside of them. Everything that is understood to exist in multiple numbers is necessarily produced by external causes, but not by the power of its own nature. Spinoza thus concludes that there can only be one being that is brought forth and exists by the power of its own nature. However, the problem of nominalism catches up with him again as soon as he deviates from Descartes' concept of substance. The highest being must be simple, not composed of parts. For these parts that compose it must, according to nature and knowledge, be earlier than that which is composed of them. This means that Spinoza does not understand the parts under the concept of substance as parts, i.e. in their context, but rather, like atomism, as individual isolated units that are composed according to the laws of causality, without, however, losing their character as isolated details that can each be subsumed under nominal abstractions. In order to jump from this to an ontology, it is consequently necessary to take the claim of doing geometry seriously. Everything should initially be thought from the perspective of eternity. From this perspective, there are no causes and no effects, but only the eternal substance and its finite modes. In this way, Spinoza attempts to combine ancient ideas and atomism with modern scientific knowledge. The latter deals with finite modes, while philosophy deals with eternal substance. In this way, Spinoza is probably the only one to have drawn the consequences from the continuous transition from physics to metaphysics, which he accomplished as subreption, and to have summarily set both the finite and the infinite into one, which is called God or substance. There is the view of the pantheistic interpreters that the term deus did not even occur in the original text of Spinoza's Ethics. On the other hand, Mothner would have to be given the last word, who stated that there are passages in the first and especially in the fifth book where Spinoza could not possibly be talking about nature alone. We would have to change all our ideas about him if we were to believe that he was talking about an amor naturae there. The modest restriction, without the return of nature's love, would only have opened the door. I therefore believe that the famous phrase deus sive natura comes from Spinoza himself. He took the word deus from the vernacular, not from theology, in order to be able to express his story of the all-one at all. He was not a theoretical atheist. But he carried out such a fundamental change in the meaning of the old word that the God of popular belief could no longer be recognized in his deista. End of quote. He criticizes Descartes for the rest of transcendence, for example, in that Descartes can only derive the diversity of things from the extended substance with the help of the assumption that a movement caused by God has brought about this effect in the extension. Spinoza, on the other hand, equates the substance itself with God and thus gets rid of such transcendence. Causality, for example, means that the soul is determined to want this or that by a cause that is also determined by another, and this in turn by another, and so on to infinity, which, considered as such as the substance, of course cancels causality again. God no longer stands at the end of the infinite causal chains as a personal concept of the absolute, but is dissolved into a substantializing concept of infinity. In this way, however, Spinoza relinquishes the instance that still allows Descartes and Hobbes to see subject and object, thinking and object, as a unity as well as a separation that must be mediated in itself by the thinking spirit, which knows how to relate to God and thereby experiences itself as a subject. In this way, he gets rid of the third that enables mediation, through which synthesis is only possible instead of being thought of a priori in the concept, in the analytical judgment as already contained. That is why the criticism that Moses Mendelssohn formulated was also a sign of a return to the personal conception of God, in which, on the one hand, the Kantian transcendental subject emerges, but which, on the other hand, still follows Descartes' proof of God. This totality, this gathering together, many things in one, this concept, as Spinoza offers it, presupposes a thinking being that comprehends, collects, and connects in its imagination. Without this unifying subject, the parts remain isolated and unconnected, still many things, and only through the comprehensive thoughts are they united. If, then, according to Spinoza, the universe or the true substance consists in the concept of all material and thinking beings, this concept presupposes the existence of an encompassing subject. This subject will have to embrace all sides, connect all concepts of finite beings in their infinite diversity, and think of them all with the most perfect clarity. If Spinoza had recognized this, we could embrace him and continue to walk together for a long way. On the other hand, one of Spinoza's contemporary critics and pen friends was already able to object that, as long as one remained with the method of definition, one could not get any further than replacing the proof of God with the proof of substance. How else could several properties be derived from the given definition of a thing? This seems impossible to me if I do not relate the defined thing to something else, and this has the further consequence that I cannot see in what way the diversity of bodies can arise from an attribute considered in itself, e.g. from infinite extension. To the same extent, Spinoza makes matter as such divine, by defining the things that consist of it as finite and isolated in themselves. In fact, his philosophy still lacks the dynamization of the concept, which Hegel achieves by transforming every analytical judgment into a real synthesis, thus being able to deduce reality as a historical process from the concept. This Hegelian process can no longer be defined anywhere. Rather, it is everywhere shown to be incomplete. In this way, Hegel can break out of the lack of mediation of negation and speaks of the negation of negation. But in his system, this happens at the cost of an untenable idealism, according to which reality, nature itself, is produced by the concept, so that the concept itself is God, whereas for Kant, reality can only be thought through the categories if something is already there from the outset. Only then are synthetic judgments a posteriori possible. Their synthetic nature consists precisely in the unity of concept and sensual empirical experience. Although Kant also places sensuousness under the unity of self-consciousness, although the conditions of the possibility of experience are at the same time the conditions of the possibility of the objects of experience, sensuousness and experience remain dependent on that which is given in an indispensable way. The simple realization to which Schelling ultimately returned in his later work, that the idea in itself does not produce its object in terms of its existence, but must allow itself to be given by the world, whatever laws synthesis may then recognize in this object, while in Hegel's case, the idea of total production is grasped as the production of thought and declared to be real creation through the concept as the true God, so that everything, to speak with Schelling or Marx, can become a mere thought process or thought thing. This means that for Hegel, thinking is not merely the projection of the possible, since for him there is basically no longer any distinction between the real and the possible. He restores the proof of God's existence by stating that the content of logic is the representation of God as he is in his eternal essence before the creation of nature and a finite spirit. This already rules out the possibility that the thinking mind can understand itself as a form of nature, that man can understand himself as a natural being, and that in this being, this form, nature could attain consciousness of itself. However, in order to withdraw this surreptitious overcoming of Kant's critique, Schelling again starts from a reality that is truly given, and that has no basis in any potentiality that is thought of prior to this given. Absolute reality, prior to all possibility, reality that is not preceded by any possibility, that precedes all possibility, a reality that therefore cannot be made comprehensible from a possibility that precedes it, and thus from mere thinking. Spinoza was not yet faced with this dilemma between the hypertrophy of thought production and the stipulation of absolute reality, because, to use Hegel's words, he thinks the result without its becoming, which is why the relationship between reality and possibility does not even become a problem for him, or, with a dig at Hegel, because his metaphysical definition is always already where the idealistic thought wants to go. For Spinoza, God is the principle, the beginning, says Schelling in his later lectures. For identity philosophy, however, as he himself once inaugurated it and thus completed Hegel, God is merely the end. For Spinoza, things are logical emanations of the divine nature. For identity philosophy, the idea of God is this highest emanation of the merely logical process. This philosophy can therefore be seen as the completion of Spinozism. The monstrous combination of a purely logical consequence with a presupposition of existence is, however, also the force that Spinoza gained over many who lost all freedom of spirit in the face of this system. Substance is conceived as the general of specific substances, as an abstraction of everything that constitutes them as particular and, in this respect, as their negation. The unity thus conceptually gained is understood by him at the same time as a real unity. Thought can only grasp reality by equating that which is not like it with itself. This is what constitutes its idealistic moment, which is owed to the domination of nature. Although it was Hegel himself who critically emphasized this absolute identity of thinking and being in Spinoza, the entire problematic of his own philosophy is already contained here in nous. Nothing outside remains, nothing that is different from the self-referential concept and its identity. The world is frozen in pure immanence, in the return of the same, in which nothing else is conceivable, no progress can be formulated. Or, which is the same, in which only progress as one of the mind can be formulated. This is the conclusion that Hegel drew. Hobbes' term for extended substance is the body, and he begins his philosophy by defining it. In De Corpore, the first part of his Elements of Philosophy, he speaks of it in some places in exactly the same way as Spinoza speaks of substance, as if, according to this, corpus were really nothing other than his concept of substance. There are fundamentally no immaterial substances, and nothing exists outside and independently of individual bodies. Hobbes thus polemicizes against any assumption of separate essences. Even spirits, if they exist and are not mere figments of the brain, cannot exist in isolation from bodies. They only have special, fine bodies. Whatever such a spirit with a body may be, it cannot, in any case, take possession of any other body, and thus of any human being, in an immediate way, without the latter's own will, without a contract, unless by physical force. By starting from the body, Hobbes also refuses to distinguish between mode and substance. What constitutes the body should never be thought of independently of the respective body, which is possible with Spinoza, as long as he is not thought of under the attribute of extended substance. Hobbes formulated this denial, of course, in opposition to Aristotle and his concept of form, but sometimes it almost seems as if he had already known Spinoza's philosophy and had fought against his concept of substance when he criticized Aristotle and wanted to see in him the source of countless absurdities, especially the hypostatization of the copula est. Aristotle had made a thing out of the word being, as if being existed in nature. In this sense, Hobbes resists the idea of attributing to bodies a common property of matter, which would then become this concept of being or substance. Matter is the generally conceived body, i.e., an abstraction of the thinking subject. It is therefore itself an accident, which is how Hobbes describes the way the body is conceived, defined as an attribute by Spinoza. For Hobbes, the constant, the persisting in all change, is not matter, but the body, which only changes its accidents, i.e., is conceived by us as one thing one moment and another the next. However, this changing perception is based on something real, namely the movement of the parts of the body. If we could speak of a concept of substance in the sense of Spinoza, it would be this movement, except that it is not thought of without its opposite, the persistence of the body, and this in turn has its reason in the fact that the body itself wants to be understood in principle in the plural or as a body among other bodies. By turning away from Aristotle, Hobbes is able, when he moves from the inanimate body to the human body and finally to the human being and citizen, to take a sharper approach than Bacon to the delusional ideas of his time, not least to the then widespread notions that the mentally disturbed, for example, should be regarded as possessed by demons or the devil. His Leviathan rejects any kind of persecution or punishment based on the idea that someone has at some point been possessed by a different physical spirit than the one that naturally moves his body. In this way, Hobbes, in the midst of his authoritarian invocation of authority and constant admonitions to obedience, defines the freedom and maturity of every human being. The concept of the body, as he understands it, is formally defined by the fact that there are no separate spiritual substances, abstract essences or substantial forms that any man's body is possessed or inhabited by. Thus, Hobbes is also consequent in his opposition to any form of inquisition in matters of faith, to extend the validity of the law, which is merely the rule for actions, even to thoughts and consciences, even if their speech is consistent with their actions. Through this, people are either punished for confessing their true thoughts, or forced to say an untruth out of fear of punishment. To force a man to reveal his opinions when his actions are not forbidden by law is contrary to the law of nature, and those who teach that a man is damned to eternal and most grievous torments if he dies with a false opinion of any article of the Christian faith are especially guilty of this. For what man, knowing the great danger of error, is not moved by the natural concern for his own person to trust his soul, on the off chance, to his own judgment rather than to that of another man, whose damnation is no concern of his. What Hobbes says in his polemic against the belief in demons and devils, and thus against the persecution of witches and sorcerers, also applies to good possession, for the belief in the true. The maturity of each individual is established ex negativo. For who will endeavor to obey the laws if he waits for obedience to be poured or blown into him? But this also means that the materialistic argument can no longer be separated from the physical situation of each individual. Hobbes succinctly says that if he wants to recognize the essence of all false philosophies, they claim that the shape, color, and taste of a piece of bread has a being where there is no bread. It also sounds different from Spinoza when Hobbes sees fit to question the freedom of the will. Although he does something similar to Spinoza in the controversy with Bishop Bramhall, at first glance, his parable offers a different perspective. A wooden top that is whipped by a boy and runs back and forth, now against one wall, now against the other, now spinning, now hitting people in the shins, would, if it were aware of its own movement, think that it was caused by its own will unless it felt what was whipping it. And is a man any wiser when he runs to one place for a favor, to another for a good bargain, and disturbs the world with writing errors and demanding answers, thinking he does it without any cause other than his own will, because he does not see what whips it is that move his will as causes. End of quote. The difference is not only that Hobbes initially leaves open whether the will of the individual is one of the causes, but also considers the possibility that the man could decide for himself to see which whips move his will as causes, that is, decide to think. The causes themselves, which Spinoza's thinking stone could also come across if it were to think like the philosopher sub specie eternitatis, Hobbes, however, refuses to recognize as a substance as the epitome of unity, just as he thought to honor the incomprehensible God, who is the cause of everything, by declaring him to be precisely not identical with the world and the world to be eternal. Incidentally, Ferdinand Tönnies does not notice the difference between the two passages from Spinoza and Hobbes, so intent is he on bringing the two thinkers closer together. However, when he again denounces Aristotle as the originator of such views, it becomes clear how little he is willing to engage with his philosophy at all. It is as if he repeatedly sets him up as a bogeyman in order to use him to fight the current opponents of nominalism. The philosophy of the body, which is directed against the Aristotelian view of form, enables Hobbes to always start from the individual when determining the form of the state, as with any other relationship between people, and not to abstract self-preservation as the epitome of reason from it as a mere principle. Rather, he materializes it in the individual's fear of violent death and injury to his own body, which cannot be detached from him, and moves it to the center of the political. The fashionable postmodern Hobbes interpretation by Simon Schaeffer and Stephen Shapin, which once caused a great stir, simply excludes this philosophical context and draws an immediate conclusion from Hobbes' political theory to his scientific views. In doing so, nothing more is done than to take the journalistic phrase of the power vacuum literally. It is claimed that Hobbes' fear of civil war led him to deny the existence of empty space in physics, as if Hobbes had ever assumed the possibility of a void in the political realm. In reality, when the Leviathan dissolves, there is no vacuum in his work, but rather another monster, Behemoth. In Spinoza's terms, Hobbes avoids the concept of substance when he philosophizes about bodies, precisely in order to assert fear as an attribute of the true substance, the body in the political sphere. It is therefore with some necessity that Hobbes returns to the question of the body at the very end of his Leviathan and once again fortifies the front line against Aristotle. For this view of bodies, no other unity is needed outside the political sphere than that of mechanics and geometry. In his radical nominalism, Hobbes wants to understand thinking as a calculation with word signs, whereby he distinguishes between sciences that, like mathematics, allow for unambiguous proof and those that, like physics and political science, are also concerned with the smallest and therefore imperceptible inner movements of bodies, and therefore have to be content with insights that at least cannot refute any of the really secure experiences and from which, through correct reasoning, at least nothing absurd can be concluded. For him, as for Spinoza, space and time are phantasms in that they are purely internal products of the imagination. Space is the appearance of an existing thing, insofar as it exists. The appearance of the moving body is thus time, which is also not to be found in things themselves, but in the thinking of our mind. On the basis of these definitions of space and time, Hobbes is even able to criticize the way in which Descartes contrives to make the infinite, who straightaway concludes that the world is infinite, since he himself considers space to be the extension of bodies, and one can understand extension as extending further and further. However much Hobbes may claim to give his argument in the political sphere, as far as the necessity of the state is concerned, the character of a geometrical operation, as is possible for physical processes, and thus to reckon with the individual's fear of violent death almost as with a number, it remains evident at every step of his argumentation, right down to the individual formulation, that this fear, which the individual feels, and which he can only feel as an individual, and which does not apply to any collective, must not lose any of the specific experiential content that underlies it. When he condemns the Inquisition as nonsensical using philosophical arguments, he also addresses the fear of the interrogated and tormented in the same breath, while Spinoza, as the author of political tracts, who probably agrees with Hobbes on this point, speaks only very indirectly about such inquisitorial practices of the authorities, which directly affected his Spanish ancestors. In the fear as understood by Hobbes, a different concept of time would therefore be discovered. One could also say, in allusion to Kant, in its form, time refers to something transcendent to time. Of course, nothing follows from fear itself as an effect, no concept of the state and no theory of contract. The question arises, then, in what way Hobbes still adheres to the Augustinian doctrine of two worlds, except that for him the civitas, which has been pushed so far into the background that God himself must be considered incomprehensible in a new sense, is the only one that is still recognizable. If the political philosopher does not deny the resurrection after death, and even sees people enjoying eternal life on earth and no longer in heaven, and thus considers fear to be conquerable in principle, it may not be just a tactical concession to protect himself from the certainly dangerous accusation of atheism, because then he could just as well continue to locate life after death in heaven. A connection between this biblical exegesis and the core of his thinking cannot simply be dismissed here. By developing a concept, based on the biblical prophets and the New Testament revelation, which he explains in the third, mostly unread part of Leviathan, that unity and mediation are possible without fear of death. Conversely, fear in the case of finite life, where it is not, could take on a central role in his philosophy and thus justify its ability to think from the perspective of the individual. A notion that can also be gained from certain traits of rabbinic Judaism, which Hobbes, incidentally, is only able to reject with very weak arguments. Unlike in Kant's moral philosophy, the moment of reward, which is supposed to console the individual over fear and suffering, does not seem to be of importance here. This moment must rather be weakened as much as possible. Only then does the fear of a violent death receive the status it deserves, when the question of reward or punishment after death remains completely uncertain. In a sense, it is about the mere possibility of imagining a life free from fear and suffering, which gives Hobbes the strength to admit to fear and to formulate the judgment that human life is solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. It is no coincidence that this sentence from Leviathan sounds as if it were taken from a play by Shakespeare. There is much to suggest that Hobbes draws on the Holy Scripture for the same reason that some passages in the tragedies of Elizabethan theater or paintings of the Italian Renaissance draw on the Christian-Jewish motifs of immortality and resurrection, to depict the opposite of fear, the longing for bliss. Leo Strauss, however, wanted to categorically exclude such associations. For him, there is no doubt that Hobbes simply rejected the resurrection of the Leib, since he himself wanted to show that a reconciliation or mediation between revealed faith and political philosophy was no longer possible in the modern age. Ultimately, this also causes the question of fear to recede from view in his interpretation of Hobbes, and the difference between him and Machiavelli on the one hand and Spinoza on the other becomes unclear, as the preface to his 1964 essay on Hobbes's political science from 1935 demonstrates. Of course, Strauss is also right on one point here. Hobbes' famous clarity is limited to his conclusions. His premises are shrouded in darkness. The basis on which the practical conclusions of common sense function remains beyond the reach of the Enlightenment. However, if Hobbes had not accepted fear as the twin of his own being, born with him, then his philosophy of the body would probably have been nothing more than a cheap apology for homo homini lupus. Incidentally, one might also ask whether it did not simply provide the philosophical preconditions that only emerged from the theory of the state. In fact, Hobbes wrote De Corpore, after the elements of law, natural and politic, in which the form of the contract in the sense of Leviathan had already been developed. From these preconditions, it is also possible to recognize how fear disappears in Spinoza. What is in the background in Hobbes as transcendence and ultimately incomprehensibility in order to unfold its effect as the last of all causes, moves to the foreground as total immanence and as something comprehensible through attributes. Spinoza's substance is the bare thought of unity sub specie eternitatis, abstracted from everything, including all questions of form, and the solitary, wretched, disgusting, animalistic and short life acquires a new meaning as its mode. Ultimately, this is also the reason why Hobbes, when he entrusts himself to nominalism, according to which there are only individual things and individuals, but no existing generality, only names for respective commonalities and quantities of individuals and individual things, does not have to deny violence, and why, in his case, nominalism manifests itself as a philosophy in the sign of fear and, at the same time, as common sense. This is precisely what also prevents him from really abandoning the concept of form, and makes him willy-nilly look back to Aristotle and the Via Antiqua on this issue at least, for it is, in a sense, the fear of the complete lack of form and mediation in violent relationships, always held out by nominalism as the Via Moderna and realized by civil war, that causes him to make the form of the contract for the creation of a sovereign the absolutely artificial form of a universal, the political, body and mortal God, truly existing, but consisting of many individuals and individual things, to be the actual subject of his considerations, and only thanks to the primacy of foreign policy can Hobbes at the same time avoid leaving nominalism behind. For, given this primacy, the state itself appears to be merely a single thing and is to be understood as a single state among many other single states. In Spinoza, however, the social process, which tends to dissolve all person-bound rule into contractual relationships, obviously pushes towards the formulation of a new metaphysics, which on the one hand corresponds more precisely to this process than the Hobbesian nominalist common sense, and on the other hand, insofar as it is ontology, loses sight of the power relationships that lie behind the contracts and which Hobbes does not want to disregard. But one could also say that it is only because Spinoza represses certain experiences that he is able to make the leap into ontology. In this respect, he also appears to be the more modern thinker, or, to use Hegel's words, the deeper thinker. Hegel, who owes a great deal to the political theorist Hobbes, considered the views of the philosopher Hobbes to be shallow and empirical. It was therefore easy for Spinoza to ridicule Descartes' inadequate attempt to establish an unbreakable unity between the soul and the body of the individual by means of the pineal gland, an attempt that Hobbes might have understood. The essence of man, unlike that of all other earthly beings, consists in the intimate union of the two heterogeneous substances, the spirit and the body, and this wonderful, metaphysically incomprehensible union is what God wanted, so that in this one case the spiritual and spatial substance can interact. In animals, which can only be considered as bodies, sensations are only nerve impulses, whereas in the human body the spiritual substance is present at the same time. As a result of this coexistence, the storm of the esprit's animo qua pineal gland causes a disturbance in the spiritual substance, which manifests itself in consciousness as an unclear and indistinct idea, as an effect or as a passion. The consequence of this, however, is similar to Spinoza's. For Descartes, freedom of the mind also means freedom from effects and passions. Instead, Spinoza gives a first concept of what synthesis as totality would be, which in his case is called substance. Everything that is in God, and nothing can be or be understood without God. Except for God, there is no substance and none can be understood. The substance is not only identical with mind and thought, it is also extension. The separation between body and mind is abolished under the concept of substance, beyond the individual. In it, the general idea of quantity as such becomes independent with the conatus, as opposed to a specific quantity as a magnitude to be quantified, i.e. a quantum. Quote, "If someone asks why we are so inclined by nature to divide quantity, I reply that quantity is understood by us in two ways, namely, first, abstractly, that is, superficially, as we usually imagine it, and second, as substance which is achieved by the intellect alone, without the help of the imagination. If we therefore consider quantity as it is in mere representation, which often happens and is easier for us, then it will be experienced as finite, divisible, and composed of parts. But if we consider it as it is in the mind, and if we understand it in so far as it is substance, which is very difficult, then it will be experienced as infinite, unified, and indivisible." End of quote. This twofold conception of quantity, whose antinomic character recurs in Kant, appears as a mimicry of a society in which goods and money are no longer only exchanged ephemerally and intermittently on the fringes of feudal production relations, But this exchange as a cycle of circulation has really closed itself, from which nothing must remain excluded. Bourgeois society is rather the immense power that usurps man, demands that he work for it and that he be everything through it and do everything by means of it, in which the ability to work becomes a commodity and at the same time no individual can reproduce himself independently of circulation in the long term. That is, a society in which circulation necessarily appears as an infinite movement. In this society, money detaches itself from the material of the coin and credit itself can function like money. Something emerges in money that has taken on a life of its own. It is money, according to Hegel, in which the abstract value of all commodities is real, a substance that is not a specific substance, but rather unity as such, a mere determination of relationship, unity without content. Identity without the non-identical, which ultimately only exists because it is anchored in the thinking of all individuals, but which in turn can only survive to the extent that they make this unity an a priori, always presupposed in all their thoughts, because otherwise they would not be able to procure the means for their reproduction on the markets, because they no longer have any other means. On the basis of this pure unity, modern natural sciences develop, a completely new quantitative physics emerges, which openly breaks with the ancient and medieval physics of qualities. Only then can the need for new measuring methods and the corresponding instruments arise, which, when applied, then post festum confirm that a priori again and with ever new precision. In precisely this situation, Spinoza's substantialization of pure quantity appears as a formulation of the concept of value that, precisely because it does not shy away from the difficult and paradoxical, hits the truth that only the critique of political economy was to redeem. For value no longer consists substantially in a certain quantity of gold or silver, for example, yet its quantity is not arbitrary, just as it could never be said how much of it there can be. A certain quantity of a certain currency can only be calculated as a quantity of value, which, as the one and only substance that can appear in both goods and money, has become the ultimate measure as a pure unit. Seen in this way, Spinoza would truly be the first thinker in whom functional abstraction, and that means the synthesis of money, is completely elevated to the form of the world. But if we are not simply talking about the reproduction of this synthesis, but about mimicry, then the philosophical work of critique begins. Böckelmann's account of Spinoza cannot be considered a critique in this sense. This is also connected to the fact that he views the concept of value completely detached from all determinations of abstract labor, as Marx gave it, from the question of the socially necessary time for the production of a particular commodity. He does not say a word about what Marx discovered behind the ideology of primitive accumulation, the violent separation of producers from the means of production. No consideration is given to their possible reunification by contract in the form of the commodity labor power and ownership of the means of production. Thus he also does not perceive that the separation of mode and substance is the crucial point in Spinoza's thinking, through which Spinoza can go beyond Descartes and Hobbes. He ignores the questions of freedom and the individual, which for Spinoza are already posed differently as a result, and overlooks the fact that, conversely, the doubling of the subject as attribute, the thinking substance, and as mode, the individual, dissolves the subject-object relationship in the substance. By contrast, in thinking that Spinoza's positing of the subject-object relationship is even more explicit than Descartes, Böckelmann only shows that he himself can no longer reflect on this relationship and thus on the whole Enlightenment way of thinking, which struggles to criticize the synthesis of money at all and to think of its abolition. In the words of Marx, Böckelmann sees himself as a being that sits outside the world, one that believes it can mock Descartes, Spinoza, Leibniz, and Kant, who live in the world. It is not surprising, at least in this respect, that his contributions are now being published in the journals of Crisis and Exit, although they have nothing to do with the melting away of the substance of labor that is fantasized about here. It follows from Spinoza's definition of substance as the being of quantity that there can be no freedom for the mode, understood as the mode of substance as well as the mode in its relation to other modes. On the one hand, everything is determined by the necessity of divine nature, not only to exist, but also to exist and act in a certain mode, ad certo modo, and there is nothing accidental. However, the way in which the mode is determined cannot be derived from the substance itself. For although substance can only be thought of as necessity, it can paradoxically be thought of as necessity from the perspective of eternity, the suspension of time and causality. God does not cause something out of the freedom of his will, unless the will itself is the very necessity. With the strict, unbridgeable distinction between substance and modes, natura naturans and natura naturata, which are not to be understood as mediated by the attribute in itself, but on the contrary as not thinkable through mediation. The Kantian antinomy between causality from freedom and natural causality is both anticipated and already resolved. It allows us to define man in two completely separate ways, as a mode of substance and as a mode in relation to other modes. Regarding the latter, Spinoza says, "It is not part of man's essence to be a substance," or, "Substance does not constitute the form of man." How could that be possible if time and causality are suspended from its point of view? The being of substance includes necessary existence, but the existence of substance does not necessarily imply the existence of man. In this way, Spinoza can think of the world before the emergence of man without having to resort to the biblical Genesis and the personal creator God. And he can think that humans are modifications of something that does not constitute their essence, their being. Since several people can exist, what constitutes the form of a human being is not the existence of substance, because substance is by nature infinite, unchangeable, indivisible, etc. It follows that certain modifications of the attributes of God constitute the essence or nature of a human being. But if we ask what these modifications are and what the essence of man consists of, if it cannot be substance in its form as an individual, then the possibility of determining mediations actually opens up. But this possibility is rejected, insofar as the idea of unity belongs only to substance and plays no role at all in the question of modes. It is as if Spinoza had set himself the task of thinking of mediations without unity and unity without mediations. Descartes also spoke of substances, attributes, and modes, but in his case these concepts are given a reflection on content and form in that he essentially thinks of substance as a unity in a single opposition, as spatial and mental substance, residential extensa, and res cogitans. In other words, for him, substance can be defined by the attribute, in that this attribute is characterized by it through a fundamental property, either spatiality or consciousness. And everything else that can be found in it can therefore be seen as a modification of its respective attribute. The properties and states of the body are modes of its extension, those of the mind are modes of consciousness. Bodies are therefore understood as limitations of space, limitations of general spatiality or extension, just as squares are limitations of general area. Spinoza adopted this terminology, but he no longer understands substance in principle as the separation of that which the concept aims at. Extended and thinking substance are merely two attributes among others, but what the others are is never even hinted at by Spinoza. It seems as if he only claims that these other attributes exist in order to decisively weaken the opposition of the attributes of the extended and the thinking substance and at the same time to open up the possibility of mystical speculation. For example, when he says that a being has the more reality or being, the more attributes are attributed to it. Omnis determinatio est negatio is Spinoza's famous formulation. Something is determined and can only be determined by the statement of what it is not. This is a true definition of knowledge, but at the same time it abstracts from its precondition, the cognitive subject that performs the negation. For the relationship between substance and mode, to disregard this precondition means the impossibility of synthesis. A connection could only be established by means of a geometrical method. For example, a surface is defined by the fact that it is not a line, but a line can only lie on a surface. The negation of the unconditioned, which is the substance, is the conditioned, which is only negated. The mode can only be determined from the substance by means of this simple negation. Thus, there is actually no transition from the substance to the mode. What constitutes its positive essence, on the other hand, lies in the respective other mode, so that it can only be understood through it but without negation. If we therefore assume the substance to be an infinite plane, as Erdmann has demonstrated in his interpretation of Spinoza, then the essence, the form of the individual, would be understood as the form of the geometric figures through which this plane is divided. The essence, the form of one of the squares drawn on this surface, is therefore not the surface itself, but the form of the other, surrounding squares, rectangles, or triangles. Or, translated from geometry into the realm of political economy. If the substance is money, then the essence of the person who owns it is not the money itself, but the other owners, just as the essence of the wage earner is the entrepreneur and vice versa. Therefore, for Spinoza, no finite thing as such, although God is its substance, follows from God or has him as its cause, But each is again conditioned by finite things and these in turn by other finite things, so that the finite only follows from the finite, at least insofar as it cannot be determined by the substance either. On the other hand, however, every individual, because it is completely determined by the other individuals, is nevertheless constrained, determined in the fullest sense, and not free. It is thus understandable that Spinoza can answer the question of whether the individual can be free in a particular state in the affirmative as well as in the negative. Indeed, that this question ultimately becomes irrelevant sub specie eternitatis. For Spinoza, freedom is either the best state modality for exercising the constraint of the finite, or the expression of the fact that, as a philosophically thinking person, one can always devote oneself to the infinite while remaining in the midst of the finite. In any case, it is only the deceptive imagination, the ideology, so to speak, that makes independent individuals out of dependent modalities. The conatus, the striving for self-preservation, which is inherent in the individual qua substance, cannot change the dependence that characterizes it as a mode. In this way, Spinoza defines the human individual, the unity of human mind and body. The object of the idea that constitutes the human mind is the body, i.e., a certain mode of extension that actually exists and nothing else. The human mind cannot think of substance in an immediate way, but only through the object of the idea that constitutes it, the body. This shows Spinoza's proximity to Hobbes, the potential for materialist criticism that his philosophy contains, not least in relation to Descartes. But the problem with it is that the individual itself, its essence, necessarily becomes completely indifferent in his thinking. Humans, animals and things differ only as squares, triangles and circles, or entrepreneurs, wage laborers and slaves. For what we have shown so far is quite general and applies to humans no more than to other individuals, who are all, albeit to varying degrees, animated. According to Spinoza, the body of the human individual is not to be thought of as a libe. It cannot, to use Manfred Dahlmann's term, be substantiated. The unity of mind and body is indistinguishably in God. It is not determined by the opposition of mind and body itself. Descartes, on the other hand, still clings to the transcendence of a divine being, in that he, in contrast to it, cannot conceive of substance as anything other than separate in extension and thought, just as, on the other hand, in the individual the correlate of that divine being takes the comical form of the pineal gland. Thus, although the human mind perceives an external body as really existing in the individual through the ideas of the affections of its own body, it is not able to perceive its unity with its own body. In other words, in Spinoza's view of reason, there is no fear of injury to the body. For him, fear, like hope, is on the one hand an effect that indicates a lack of knowledge and an inability of the mind, a sign of the impotent soul that is not able to control fate as much as it can, and to organize our actions according to the certain counsel of reason. On the other hand, it is the mere result of an opinion that is subject to error and thus opposed to reason. Although man, like every other thing, strives to remain in his being, fear has nothing to do with it. As far as the endeavor of his self-preservation, the conatus, is concerned, man is in principle indistinguishable from every other thing. Hobbes, who divides his elements of philosophy into treatises of body, of man and of the citizen in contrast to Spinoza, makes a strict distinction between the inanimate body and the human libe, although in defining the latter, unlike Descartes, he does not want to distinguish between animals and humans. The fact that he is unable to make this distinction is at the heart of what could be discovered as true humanism in this gloomy philosophy. He refuses from the outset to deny the natural traits of man in the name of rationalism. The question of substance, as posed by Spinoza, disappears for him behind that of the body, in that he does not think of it sub specie eternitatis, but always only from the point of view of cause and effect. Hobbes himself also assumes that time is not to be found in things but in the thinking of our mind. But what is important to him here is that it also functions as a function of the mind, so that it affects something real. Everything else is God's business. This God remains incomprehensible. Hobbes leaves the origin of the world and the human race, the ultimate reason for all movement, to that biblical revelation that also enables him to think of an existence in which there is no need to fear, so that in the second point of his philosophy of man he can move on to the questions of nutrition, metabolism and blood circulation, to the questions of the self-preservation of the living individual. The unity of the individual, like that of his connection with the world, is not in God, at least not as long as Christ does not return. It is negative, given by the other individual in each case, by the ability of individuals to kill each other. So it is a generality that exists, but only in this negativity, negative in the sense of the commandment. Thou shalt not kill. For the human mind, unity with one's own body is established in this respect, in that the individual has the greatest fear of this. Individuals do not collide like squares. They collide as potential murderers and as those threatened by murder. The difference between humans and animals is that there seems to be no limit to the former, because in the animal kingdom only certain animals can kill certain others, whereas among humans there is radical equality. The consideration of defense is the most radical, truly appropriate consideration for the human situation. It is the source of the distinction between morally good and morally bad. The fear of death, as the fear of being killed, is the source of all law, the first basis of natural law. The pursuit of recognition and the pursuit of power do not withstand the most radical consideration. Both of these strive for inequality, domination over others or standing out from others. But in the end it turns out that all people are equal to one another, for all can do the greatest harm to each other, each to every other. The structure of the human body is so fragile that even the weakest can easily kill the strongest. Therefore there is no reason for one to believe, trusting in his own strength, that he is naturally superior to others. This belief is based on empty glory-seeking and a false estimation of one's own strength. The will to allow others to do the same as oneself, based on a proper assessment of one's own strength, is reasonable and appropriate to the human condition, and it is the recognition of equality. End of quote. In contrast to Spinoza, Hobbes appears to be a rather simple nominalist. There are only individuals. The general exists as a calculation and idea in people's minds, and outside of that only in the form of God as revealed in the Bible. But it is only because he is rooted in nominalism, or rather because he leaves the unresolved questions of nominalism open and presupposes God as the incomprehensible, that the state can ultimately appear, on the one hand, as a comprehensible, that is to say, mortal God, and, on the other hand, against the background of the immortal God, as monstrous. This is already prepared in that radical concept of equality from the point of view of the ability to kill. In Machiavelli, this ground of nominalism is still quite harmless. The sovereign, whether prince or parliamentary assembly, retains his human nature. A prince, for example, if he wants to assert himself, only has to learn the ability not to be good, and to apply or not apply it, depending on the dictates of necessity. In Hobbes, this very necessity takes the form of a body beyond the natural body. With this necessary artificiality, he formulates the only state theory that fully takes into account the political truth of nominalism, which manifests itself in the liberation from person-bound dependence, in the liberation from the ancient slave-owning society and feudal coercion, in that it exchanges a monster for it, albeit a particularly useful one. Nominalism has succeeded in emancipating the individual from the bad general public, but not in creating a good general public. At first, everything seems to be going according to plan, that is, by means of a contract. Hobbes criticizes Aristotle for defining an ant or a bee as a zoon politikon, whereas for him humans differ from animals in that they can enter into contracts and submit to a government. The agreement of irrational animals is therefore a natural one. But that of humans is based only on contract, i.e., it is an artificial one. However, mere agreement by contract is not enough. Something else must be added, the establishment of a common power. By conceiving of this power as the object of a contract, Hobbes attempts to preserve the rationality of the process. Since, with regard to the means necessary for peace and self-defense, a will must exist in all, the individuals must subject their will to the will of an individual, i.e., a person or an assembly, in such a way that this will applies to the will of all individuals. Only in this way does the person to whom one submits acquire such great power that he can, through the terror of it, determine the wills of the individuals to unity and agreement. The state should therefore be defined as a person which, however, is already to be understood in the sense of the legal term legal person, regardless of whether it is actually an individual or a group, a corporation. And the will of this person is considered to be the will of all of them by virtue of the contract between several people. But that means that the sovereign is a person or an assembly and at the same time something else, but as this other, the state is not the sum of its citizens, but the willingness of each individual to cede freedom as his will to the sovereign, to shift it to an instance beyond that for which each individual is immediately responsible. But because Hobbes does not deny the uncanny that arises from the rational contract, what Adorno and Horkheimer appreciated in those dark writers of the early bourgeois era applies to him even more than to Machiavelli. that they recognized society as a destructive principle, denounced harmony before this harmony was elevated to official doctrine by the enlightened, the classics. But it is part of the paradox of Hobbes' thinking that the last vestige of transcendence that it apparently retains, the belief in a personal yet incomprehensible God, as well as in the return of Christ expressed in biblical revelation, which it requires at least to illustrate the incomprehensible, actually enables him to present the entire organized violence of modernity. In other words, the refusal to think of God as a relationship, as a contractual relationship, ultimately a capital relationship, is the precondition for openly expressing the violence inherent in this relationship. That is why the recourse to the names of biblical monsters makes perfect sense for the state. Spinoza could not possibly have thought of using mythical figures from biblical revelation, such as Behemoth or Leviathan, for the modern form of the sovereign, because they still presuppose a personal God, which for him had long since been absorbed into the substance. Significantly, Hobbes only resorts to the names of these monsters after the English Civil War, after the execution of the English king. It may be that he simply decided to give his doctrine a more popular form in order to more effectively express his warning against civil war, although it seems to have become rather indifferent to him whether the Leviathan appears as an absolutist ruler, a parliamentary government, or a lord protector, as long as it fully fulfills the function of the sovereign. In more recent times, Quentin Skinner has emphasized, following Ferdinand Tönnies, that the Leviathan can also be read as a de facto legitimation of the English Republic. In fact, Hobbes, who had fled to Paris before the outbreak of the Civil War, he had to reckon with repression by the forces of Parliament, although he never really agreed with the Royalists either, due to his criticism of ecclesiastical power, returned to England in the year of the publication of Leviathan, where Cromwell and initially also Parliament were now in power. The reason was apparently that he was now isolated at the Parisian court of exile, where he was suspected of being an atheist and a traitor. As early as 1646, in the preface to De Cive, he protested against the idea that, according to his theory, an aristocratic or democratic state should be owed less obedience than a monarchical one, and asserted that one must attribute the highest and equal state power to every state. Tönnies emphasizes that he enjoyed the favor of the Lord Protector during the short period of the English Republic, and that his works were appreciated by Cromwell's supporters in the press. However, the later work Behemoth or The Long Parliament again shows stronger anti-republican traits, which are certainly not only due to the need to adapt to the restored royal power. It was of little use, as the work could not be published in England at the time. Tönnies camouflages these traits in order to be able to present Hobbes as the founder of liberalism throughout. In Behemoth, Hobbes leaves no doubt that for subjects, even if they are members of the higher nobility, the freedom of a state is not a liberation from the laws of their own country, whether these are made by an assembly or a monarch, but a liberation from the coercion and insolence of their neighbors. However, he emphasizes the unlawfulness of the rule of the Long Parliament as well as that of Cromwell, who eventually became a dictator. The only difference is that he gives preference to Cromwell because all armed forces obeyed him, and he thus had the power to maintain the security of the population. Hobbes describes the rule established by the Lord Protector as extremely despotic, and when he describes the reaction of the citizens to the new little parliament, one can hear something of his own change of opinion. This parliament had enacted such ridiculous and unpopular laws that one believed Cromwell had only assembled it in order to bring all ruling parliaments into contempt and to restore the monarchy to honor. What he feared more than ever, that the state becoming popular. Julius Lipps translated the passage significantly. If the state became a people's state, then the citizens would lack the knowledge of the reasons and causes why one person has the right to rule and the others the obligation to obey. These reasons must absolutely be taught to the people, who cannot live together in peace for long without them. Reading this passage from the first German translation of Behemoth, published in 1927, it is easy to understand why Franz Neumann chose Hobbes' title for his study of National Socialism. Lipps was the only non-Jewish ethnologist in Germany who did not join the National Socialists in 1933 and fled Germany. The famous copperplate engraving on the frontispiece, however, does not show what the title of the Leviathan promises, the biblical monster, but the mortal god, as if to demonstrate that the point at issue is not biblical tradition but nominalism. The landscape in the famous picture is, in a sense, the landscape of a nominalism that still trusts that its names and signs correspond to individual things in such a way that the world can appear to be rationally organized. That with the forms of thought of space and time, The things in the world can be handled rationally as individual entities. Here, the proportions of the representation correspond to the proportions of the represented, regardless of whether it is a specific hill or a city, as they are concretely depicted here. However, not only does a huge figure rise above this landscape of nominalism, as in the usual glorification of rulers, which is no longer in proportion to the hill and the city, but its lib reveals itself to be a body composed of many small, roughly equal individuals. The enormous head, however, that sits on this torso is not such a picture puzzle. It is by no means composed of individual beings. This head forms a unit in itself that completely stands out, or rather jumps out, from the unity of city, country, and people. The horror emanates from it and, in particular, from the gaze of its eyes. The real existing universal in the landscape of nominalism, that is the actual monster. Spinoza, on the other hand, describes the sovereign in relation to his subjects, as already quoted, as an instance of summa potestatis, so that the power of the powerholder can always appear as the mere sum that results from the power of the added subjects. Spinoza's sovereign lacks the head from which the horror emanates in Hobbes. The Leviathan needs this head, because only through it does the giant have eyes that can be directed at the observer. The observer looks at it as if he himself were another sovereign, another mortal god, or another artificial animal or biblical monster, or however Hobbes apostrophizes the state. States face each other eye to eye, and it is only through this that they grow to their full size, and it is only through this that their power over city and country results. Hobbes places the primacy of enmity between states, and it is only from this that peace as the most important requirement follows. It is through this enmity that the state can claim sovereignty within its borders, just as in the case of rebellion and civil war. The decisive question is which side the institution takes, which is supposedly, according to the contract, created to defeat the external enemy, and which must therefore expect that it will be used internally, the military. When Hobbes wants to explain the emergence of the state, he first tries to quantify the qualitative. The number that is sufficient for reliable security, i.e. for a stable state, does not result from a specific number but from a comparison with the feared enemy. And it is sufficient when the enemy's superiority is not so obvious and decisive that the outcome of the war is a foregone conclusion and therefore encourages it to be attempted. But the author of Leviathan also knows that ultimately it cannot be a matter of quantity. For however large a multitude may be, if the actions of the individuals are guided by their particular judgments and inclinations, they can expect neither defense nor protection from them against a common enemy, nor against the encroachments that they inflict on each other. That is why individuals conclude the contract from which Leviathan emerges. That is why they defer their will, and thus make it an entity that has become independent of them, whose threats in the form of the monopoly on violence they then have to endure. In Hobbes' view, they always conclude the contract in the knowledge that they will have to defend themselves against violence in whatever form it takes, that they live in a world in which they can be killed by others at any time. What Hobbes describes in retrospect, Machiavelli still understood as a practical task. He literally puts himself in the role of what Hobbes already depicts as something monstrous, takes it upon himself, at least for posterity, to appear as a monstrous villain, a fate that Hobbes himself was not spared, of course, as he was demonized as the monster of Malmesbury. The central question that occupies him in everything he writes is whether the prince is powerful enough to maintain himself in the event of an attack. Everything else is secondary, including God and transcendence. The unity of the state is itself divine. But as such, it is not an ugly monster, but a beautiful Renaissance human being. The comparison with the dreaded enemy is so prominent that the inner unity that results from it cannot yet be thought of as a contract. The point is to demonstrate the constant necessity of comparison between concrete powers. United, the people are courageous, in the individual weak. Therefore, if an angry crowd wants to escape the dangers, it must immediately choose a leader from among its own ranks who will lead it, hold it together, and provide for its defense. End of quote. State philosophy in the scuffle. However much Machiavelli dwells on the differences between republic and tyranny, he is always concerned only with the phase of state formation, in which there is no question of treaties and laws, but only of rackets and the relationship between the masses and their leaders. He therefore never has to leave the ground of nominalism. A portrait of a prince, a statue of a condottiere, or a battle painting would suffice to illustrate his political philosophy. The uncanny and so irritating for posterity is that the other pole of nominalism, the concept of God, is made to function as a nominalizable relationship. Spinoza's political views, on the other hand, should be seen as an attempt to return to the ancient philosophy of the state, according to which the unity of the political could be determined independently of war. In Plato's view, the state came into being because the individual is not enough for himself, but needs many helpers. In Greek philosophy, the state is not initially understood as organized violence, but as a mere grouping together. War, on the other hand, only appears as a problem in the growth of the state, which is also understood as the actual source of disaster. The guardians of the community therefore declare that the containment of this growth is their central task. The best way to determine the limits is to ensure that development and expansion are still compatible with unity, as long as they can increase it, but no further. Aristotle declares the state to be a natural entity. Such a political community can only be said to exist when the community of several settlements has reached the limit of perfect self-sufficiency. But those who are greedy for war live by nature outside the state and are unconnected. Aristotle, unlike Plato, for whom the state still appears to be something artificial, derives the primacy of the whole from the definition of autarky. It is clear, then, that the state is natural and more original than the individual. If the individual is not able to live independently, he will behave like a part of a whole. But if someone cannot live in a community or does not need it in his autarky, he is not part of the state, but a wild animal or a god. End of quote. In the light of his heightened awareness that unity can be jeopardized by the independence of its parts, Aristotle criticizes Plato and Socrates for overemphasizing unity and thus endangering it. What matters, he says, is to understand the state as a multitude that becomes a unity solely through its self-sufficiency. Spinoza takes up this ancient concept in a certain way, only that he initially formulates it as a philosophy of substance and from it determines the concept of the political, thus going beyond Hobbes. However, this has serious consequences for the definition of political violence. In the Leviathan, protection against a common enemy cannot be separated from protection against the encroachments of individuals on each other, internal security, to such an extent that Hobbes almost always mentions them in the same breath. In Spinoza's work, however, war between states and the relationship between citizens within a state are viewed as something that is defined separately and is no longer related to the other. In this way, the state grows without having to be considered in relation to other states, and the right to property does not appear as something made possible by the monopoly on the use of force, but rather as a majority relationship. If two people come together at once and combine their forces, then together they are able to do more and consequently have more right to the things of nature than each of them alone. And the more allies have joined forces in this way, the more rights they will all have together. End of quote. If the state arises in this way from coming together, it is also not ruled out that it can grow into a world state. In such a universal structure, all forces would ultimately be joined together and the right to the things of nature would be greatest. This is a perspective that did not arise for Plato and Aristotle, in that for them there always had to be something outside the state in the form of war, which limited the growth of the state. However, at this point Spinoza himself formulates a seemingly Hobbesian restriction on such an all-encompassing union. Because people are subject to certain affects, they are also enemies by nature. However, unlike in Hobbes's work, these effects come to the fore precisely in their capacity as ontological opponents of reason, which may well prevent the great union. It is they who must actually be fought. It is for their sake alone that the monopoly on the use of force is still necessary and that wars are unavoidable. But their different status in the community is also what determines their respective value. The more virtuous, i.e. reasonable, i.e. spiritual, i.e. free the citizens, the more peaceful the state. Peace is not the absence of war, but a virtue that arises from a strength of character. Here, too, something of the ancient conception of the state returns. After all, pedagogy, not legal doctrine, is the main theme of Plato's ideal state doctrine. In this way, Spinoza is able to equate obedience with freedom, as the constant will to carry out what should happen by virtue of a common decision of the community. Moreover, a community in which peace depends on the timidity of the subjects, who are led like a herd in order to train them merely as slaves, can be more appropriately called a wasteland than a community. End of quote. It is no coincidence that it is precisely in this context that the clear devaluation of the body occurs, which can also be interpreted as a veiled polemic against Hobbes' materialism. Quote, "When we say, then that the best state is that in which people live their lives in harmony. I understand by human life something that is not defined merely by the circulation of blood and other physiological functions common to all living beings, but primarily by reason, which is a virtue of the mind and constitutes true human life. End of quote. Kant's moral and legal philosophy did not arise from a sense of unease at this devaluation of the body. Rather, this devaluation already prepared the ground, in terms of moral philosophy, for the antinomy of practical reason, the antinomy of freedom and natural law, to be resolved. That is, that the law of natural necessity does not affect freedom, so that both can take place independently of each other and undisturbed by each other. Kant is rather opposed to the fact that with Spinoza's equation of God and nature, no clarity is possible about this very relationship between life as the epitome of physiological functions and that defined by reason. And his solution was to separate God and nature again, as it were, to contrast the intelligible and sensible world with each other, just as in the critique of pure reason nominalism, the reduction of universal reality to subjective concepts becomes self-reflexive in order to keep subject and object, the general and the particular, apart, whereby their union in the process of knowledge itself must remain enigmatic and mysterious. From Kant's perspective, Spinoza's philosophy has the problem of making a constitutive use of the absolute instead of understanding it as a regulative principle that can only be given validity by thinking and acting as if it were valid. And yet Kant is again confronted with Spinoza's problem where one would least expect it, namely in the question of the natural state between states. By regarding states or peoples as individuals, Kant is basically following Spinoza's assessment that peace is not the absence of war but a virtue, and also in the fact that the more virtuous, that is to say, the more reasonable the citizens are, the more peaceful the state will be. Not only are states and peoples attributed with inclinations and a certain will, as if they were individuals, but the categorical imperative, as formulated by Kant for individuals, also applies to them. The content of this would not in itself be a contradiction to the Hobbesian view of the state of nature, because Hobbes also emphasizes that it is better in this state to maintain peace. The formulation that the problem of establishing a state, however harsh it may sound, can be solved even by a nation of devils if they have reason, is also reminiscent of Hobbes. The problem, however, is that Kant, guided by the construction of the regulative principle, ultimately understands the state of nature between states itself as being abolishable, for example when he assumes the possibility of a just war, which is covered by international law. On the one hand, Section 60 of the Metaphysics of Morals is still largely in line with Hobbes and Spinoza in that it states that in international law, as in the state of nature in general, each state is its own judge. On the other hand, however, a state is an enemy against whom a just war can be waged if its publicly expressed will betrays its maxim, according to which, if it were made the general rule, no state of peace among nations would be possible, but the state of nature would have to be perpetuated. The regulative principle of eternal peace leads Kant at this point to deny that the state of nature itself is constitutive of the relations between states. In this way, he also falls behind Spinoza. This regression can also be observed in the neoconservative minds of the present day. The just war against rogue states, which can indeed prevent the worst, is transfigured into a war for a just world in which there would only be democratic states and thus eternal peace and the end of history. With his concept of substance, John Locke formulated a remarkable contradiction to the solution offered by Spinoza in his Ethics. Substance is initially defined as one of those complex ideas that form a kind of synthesis of simple ideas of perception, color, sound, etc., and reflection, thinking, willing, duration, spatial expansion. Unlike the modes and the relationships, the concept of substance expresses that it is not just an abstraction of thought in the coming together of many qualities, but that for some reason its context itself must be given a basis, of which we, although neither external nor internal experience gives us a concept, we therefore also do not know what we have in it, must nevertheless say that it is something real. The idea of substance is therefore, although complex, real, but not adequate like the extension, because we do not know what that is which corresponds to that idea, we are only sure that such a thing exists. End of quote. When we speak or think of a particular kind of physical substance, for example, of a horse, stone, etc., our idea of each of them is only a summary or combination of the various simple ideas of sensually perceptible qualities that we are accustomed to finding united in the thing designated as a horse or stone. But because we cannot imagine how they should exist independently or one in the other, we suppose that they exist in a common object and are carried by it. We call this support substance, although we clearly have no clear or distinct idea of the thing we think of as a carrier. End of quote. Substance is what causes the whole to exist in itself, but Locke denies that it is as such comprehensible and easily recognizable as geometric or mechanical laws, which can only be based on the artificial delimitation and isolation of natural phenomena. Locke distinguishes three types of substance: God, finite rational beings, and bodies. In this way, he revokes Spinoza's concept of substance, which abolishes such a separation, and yet he does not simply return to Descartes, does not simply restore his opposition of thinking and extended substance, but seeks its unity in the individual more intensively than the French philosopher and without recourse to the pineal gland. For the substances that are capable of thought are not, as the Cartesian philosophers claim, to be described simply as immaterial. Just as the idea of a thinking or rational being alone does not constitute the idea of a human being, but rather the idea of a body of a certain shape that is necessarily connected to it. The same body, which does not change all at once, belongs just as much to the identity of a human being as the same immaterial spirit. Locke, who also explicitly points out the legal meaning of the word, describes the identity of a person as a thinking, rational being that can regard itself as itself. That is, it grasps itself as the same thing that thinks at different times and in different places. End of quote. It is impossible for someone to perceive without perceiving that he is doing so. Now, for everyone, the limbs of his body are a part of his self. He feels with them and takes care of them. But if a hand is cut off and thus detached from the consciousness that he had of its warmth, coldness, and other conditions, then it is no longer a part of his self, and no more so than the most remote material part. We can see, then, that the substance of which the personal self consisted at one moment can change at another without affecting the identity of the person. End of quote. For Locke, the self is the consciously thinking being, which is sensitive to joy and pain and is aware of it, which is receptive to happiness and unhappiness and therefore cares about itself as far as that consciousness extends. So everyone can see that his little finger, as long as it is grasped by this consciousness, is just as much a part of his self as what belongs to it in the very first place. End of quote. The Cartesian claim that thinking constitutes the essence of that mental substance is just as incorrect, because then they would have to think all the time. According to Locke, thinking as an isolable property can also be attributed to a physical being without logical contradiction. In this way, he preempts idealism, which hypostatizes it, leaving Descartes' pineal gland to one side. Locke is able to do this because, and here we see his proximity to Hobbes and his increasing distance from Descartes, he always tries to start from individuals and not from a general concept that is assumed to exist prior to the individuals, without, however, seeing the solution in nominalism. Whereas Descartes emphasizes the general concept of substance, Hobbes and Locke focus on what Descartes does not emphasize, that the cogito presupposes something that doubt also leaves behind, the body of the doubter. But the body is not understood as a body, that is, as an object of scientific knowledge, but as an object of care and fear. From this follows what neither Hobbes nor Locke have expressed. Only when the cogito ergo sum also admits the certainty that I think, therefore I can destroy my life so that I can no longer think, is there no longer any need for a proof of God in order to be certain that there is a nature beyond doubt. Using the concepts of Marx's critique of political economy, it could be said that Locke attempts to think of substance in terms of the idea of simple commodity production. The commodity is the unspoken model. Thinking and life are related to each other like exchange value and use value, hence Locke's uncertainty as to whether the self could not also carry out the operations of thinking and remembering outside of a body, whether there was a transmigration of souls, etc. These speculations about transmigration of souls probably stem from the importance Locke, in contrast to Spinoza, ascribes to the work of the individual. However, he still wants to see the whole thing determined by the individual owner of the commodity, as if the feelings and will of the person who has to sell his labor power should play some kind of role. This is Locke's strength, but also his weakness. His strength, because he is not willing to blindly follow the independence of the general in relation to the particular, of society in relation to the individual. His weakness, because he is still deluded about the fact that there is something in thinking itself that always necessitates this independence of the general. Spinoza lets it dissolve into substance. Kant should ultimately bring it to the concept of the transcendental subject. Locke himself is content to speak of consciousness, which always accompanies thinking. which can regard itself as itself, perceives that it perceives. However, it is precisely this independence of the general that Locke has to pay tribute to in his political theories, in which the maturity of the individual in the state remains bound to property, as its prerequisite, and at the same time a democracy of simple commodity production is constructed. If property is distributed evenly enough, then it is not necessary for the state to be a monster. Then the powers can be divided and the individual owner can have a say. The dirty main and state action that Marx was to speak of in the chapter on so-called primitive accumulation is almost completely forgotten in Locke. Similarly to Spinoza, the state of nature and the state of society move closer together. The original state that this legal theorist envisages seems remarkably peaceful, so that one does not really understand why people leave it at all and thus see themselves forced to live in states, why they change from the natural state to the state of war. The agreement on which the state, like money, is based in Locke's work is largely motivated by nonviolent means, ultimately, and in contrast to Spinoza, by a new concept of labor. This concept plays a decisive role in the justification of property and the necessity of contracts. The violent separation of producers from the means of production is understood through peaceful thoughts about the origin of property. Quote, "Although the earth and all lower forms of life belong to all people, each person has ownership of his own person. No one has a right to this except himself. The work of his body and the work of his hands are, we may say, in the true sense his property. Whatever he removes from the state in which nature has left it, he has mixed with his labor and added something of his own. He has thus made it his own. Since he has removed it from the common state in which nature has placed it, something has been added to it through his labor, which excludes the common right of other people. For since this work is the indisputable property of the worker, no one but he can have a right to something that is once associated with his work." End of quote. Locke does not distinguish between labor and work. He denies the mute compulsion that lies in the fact that the person must sell his labor power after he has been driven from the land and robbed of his immediate means of production, a prerequisite for another person to be able to come into possession of the person, but not of his labor power by contract. In Locke's view, the worker becomes an owner through work. The producer turns the thing into a commodity solely through the power of his labor, which he can then sell and receive the proportional part that he has added to the thing. This is the first part of the legend of primitive accumulation that is repeated again and again in later political economy. Through particular zeal for work, a few people came to own the wealth that then, second part, enabled them to buy the labor of others. This is how Locke can talk about property and labor while remaining silent about violence and coercion. For those who are made identical as owners only have to come to an agreement among themselves, and the state is done, good government is made. An agreement, for example, that a small piece of yellow metal, which neither wears off, wears out, or spoils, should have the same value as a large piece of meat or a whole heap of grain, but that every person had the right to appropriate as much of nature's bounty as he could use through his labor. End of quote. With this ideology of peaceful, simple commodity production, which has rid itself of the dark truth of Hobbes's anthropology of the market and now characterizes the concept of the state of nature as well as the state of the state, the question of violence becomes a question of variable form, the respective form of government. It seems to dissolve completely in legislation. Since the social contract that constitutes the state no longer arises from violence, it also automatically produces a government determined by reason, in which violence as a political force always represents only a kind of regulatory measure. But bad government, despotic government, which knows nothing of reason and nature, is not based on a contract either, since the purpose and measure of this power, when it is in the hands of everyone in the state of nature, is the preservation of all in his society. It can also, when it is in the hands of the authorities, have no other purpose and no other measure than to preserve the life, freedom, and property of the members of that society. Consequently, it cannot be an absolute and arbitrary power over their lives and property, because both are to be preserved as far as possible. Rather, it is a power to make laws and, at the same time, to establish such punishments by means of these laws that they can contribute to the preservation of the whole by excluding those parts, and only those parts that are so corrupt that they threaten the good and healthy, for only then is severity justified. And this power has its origin solely in contract and agreement, and in the mutual consent of those who form the community. End of quote. In Locke's writings, the state of nature is approximated to the state of contract with the claim that in both, man is actually equally free. The concept of natural law then codifies the construction of such a continuum of freedom, which in reality projects the idealized exchange of goods onto earlier forms of society. As Franz Neumann noted, Locke believed that people are good in the natural state, and the natural state is a paradise that should not disappear even after the founding of the state, but should be preserved to a large extent. Although only laws, which he calls standing laws, prevail, the essential content of which is itself removed from the disposal of democratic powers, the affirmation of lawless power is by no means absent. He just doesn't call it sovereignty. The word has had a bad connotation in England since the candidness of Hobbes and absolutism, but rather prerogative. By this he means the power to act at one's own discretion, without or even against the law. End of quote. According to Locke, prerogative is nothing other than the power in the hands of the prince to provide for the public good in cases that depend on unforeseen and uncertain events and therefore cannot be safely regulated by fixed and independent laws. However, where such cases are the rule rather than the exception, Locke has already clarified this in the preceding paragraphs. In the relationship of the state to other states. However, he only speaks of it there because he is not so precise with the terms as federative power, which is to be situated alongside the legislature and the executive. It was so often inexplicable to Locke's interpreters because it seems to contradict everything else he says about the powers. It is the power over war and peace, over alliances and all the agreements with all persons and communities outside the state, and one can, if one wants, speak of a federal power. If one only understands the right thing by it, the name is completely indifferent to me. And it is precisely on the question of the laws that Locke differentiates between it and the executive, which are almost always united. Quote, and although it is of great importance to the state whether this federal power is well or badly exercised, it is nevertheless far more difficult to guide it by previously conceived, standing, positive laws than the executive. It must therefore necessarily be left to the prudence and wisdom of those in whose hands it lies to use it for the public good. For the laws that govern the mutual relations of subjects and are intended to guide their actions can indeed be a good guide for them, but how one should behave towards strangers depends to a large extent on their actions and on the diversity of their intentions and interests. Therefore, it is also largely left to the discretion of those to whom this power has been entrusted to use it to the best of their ability for the good of the state. End of quote. However, since for him the state of nature between people appears idealized as paradise, Locke can no longer grasp the purpose of the state as protection of the individual from the war of all against all. As Hobbes did, this protection is no longer necessary if people get along well anyway. On the other hand, unlike Hobbes, he is unable to grasp the irrationality of relations with foreigners. And here he means the other states, their actions and the diversity of their interests and nothing else. This irrationality, which Hobbes addresses from the very first page, is added by Locke in the 13th and 14th chapters of the second treatise. In doing so, he indirectly indicates the connection that the actions of the subjects can only be controlled and the executive is therefore easier to manage than the foreign policy power because these foreigners exist. Their actions and the diversity of their intentions are what create the necessary pressure that drives the subjects to obey the laws of their own state, and the unity of federal and executive power actually consists in the mediation of this pressure from the outside to the inside. In the same way that Locke, on the one hand, uses his concept of substance to capture in philosophical terms that the mind, the thinking, can, as an isolable property, be attributed to a physical being without logical contradiction, and that the unity that corresponds to the opposition of mind and body lies in the bodily sensation, warmth, cold, other states of the body. On the other hand, he is ultimately able to recognize in the political realm that the state cannot be completely absorbed in the laws, that there is an indivisible power in the form of the prerogative, which aims directly at the libe of the individual without any law. In this context, Locke's plea for the natural value of precious metals also takes on a peculiar irony. He was polemicizing against the claim, which had been common since the scholastics, that a coin could retain its value even if its actual silver content was reduced by debasement. According to Locke, this was as shameless and ridiculous a deception as the claim that a foot could be lengthened by dividing it into 15 parts instead of 12, which one would continue to call an inch. By referring to the physical substance of the measure, Locke wanted to express his view that the value of silver or gold cannot be determined by the sovereign independently of the natural properties of the material. If he did so, it would probably be due to machinations of the city, i.e. the financial actors, who wanted to gain personal advantage. In fact, however, the sovereign was able to determine the value, i.e. how much money of its own currency corresponds to a certain amount of silver or gold, less and less independently of the other sovereigns the more trade was conducted with their countries. What Locke would like to see as a natural property of the precious metal is nothing other than the natural property of the state, which lies in its relationship to other states. In the first place, Locke probably attributed a natural value to precious metals in order not to disavow his concept of labor. Such a natural value was the condition for the assumption that a fair wage in silver or gold could always be determined in advance for any kind of labor, independently of the sovereign power. His view of the natural value of precious metals did not, however, really prevail in the form of the gold standard for this reason, nor because it was ideologically better suited to the fight against absolutist state power. This is the view of Felix Martin, who, in his History of Money and the Gold Standard, largely neglects the relationship between states. Rather, in the natural state that exists between states, a natural value was also needed as the third factor by which the relationship between currencies could be immediately represented, at least as long as and to the extent that it was not revised and redefined by force of arms and could thus be represented by its mere potential. The gold standard was always a sign of the latency of the general state of war in which states necessarily find themselves. Thus, gold and silver constantly move back and forth between the various national spheres of circulation, a movement that follows the incessant oscillations of the exchange rate. However, while the concept of substance as modified by Locke was immediately expelled from empiricism by Hume, the knowledge of political power, which Locke consciously retained in his concept of prerogative and unconsciously in his plea for the natural value of precious metals, was ultimately eliminated by legal positivism. Kantian philosophy, in which the entire epistemological problem culminates in the transcendental subject, still contains the idea that every mental activity is only ever the property of the individual consciousness of a single physical being, but it forbids ascribing any significance to this being in terms of bodily sensations such as pain or fear, as Locke so inconsistently did. This becomes flagrant in moral philosophy. The moral laws by which the individual is to act must fundamentally abstract from the libe, which is attributed to the realm of determination. Those bodily sensations from which Locke could not escape must be ignored by the individual from the outset when it comes to satisfying the imperative. They do not actually exist, as far as they are one's own, in the realm of freedom, as the concept of the intelligible suggests. It is therefore impossible for the moral philosopher to conceive of the subject of judgment as one in which the individual's own libe, as that which is without mediation, that which enters, can no longer be denied and yet does not form any basis for choice. The dilemma of a moral philosophy that can only speak of freedom from the perspective of the moral law is repeated in political theory, which only speaks of sovereign power when it can simultaneously prescribe a law for it, and thus necessarily fails to recognize its lawless nature. The whole complexity into which Kant thereby falls is revealed when it comes to the process that will bring eternal peace to humanity, in the analogy between nations and individuals, states and citizens. Kant constantly tends to transfer the hope that he places solely on individuals, when he speaks in his definition of enlightenment of the exit from self-inflicted immaturity and takes the self-thinking of each individual as the starting point, ultimately to the states, and imagines the continuously free association as one of states or peoples. The knowledge that a legal state outside of the states cannot be based on coercive laws is declared to be a positive maxim for the states, which should themselves become humane in their behavior towards one another, and thus they become folkish. Yet Kant knew that the idea of international law presupposes the separation of many neighboring states that are independent of one another, and although such a state is in itself a state of war, if a federal union does not prevent the outbreak of hostilities. Thus, even this is better, according to the idea of reason, than the amalgamation of the same by a power that overgrows the others and passes into a universal monarchy, because the laws, with the increased extent of the government, lose more and more of their force, and a soulless despotism, after it has eradicated the seeds of good, finally degenerates into anarchy. Meanwhile, this is the desire of every state or its head, to place itself in a state of permanent peace by ruling over the whole world, if possible. End of quote. However, Kant counters this threatening merger of states, in which the laws lose more and more of their force, with the nature of the individual peoples, which should be preserved through religion and language. Quote, "But nature wants it differently. It uses two means to keep peoples from mixing and to keep them separate: the diversity of languages and religions, which admittedly leads to a tendency towards mutual hatred and a pretext for war, but which, with increasing culture and the gradual rapprochement of people, leads to greater agreement in principles and to agreement in peace. This is not brought about and secured by weakening all forces, as in despotism in the graveyard of freedom, but rather by balancing them in the most lively competition with one another. End of quote. When Kant speaks of people, he is, of course, like Locke, concerned with people as owners of goods. No one can transcend this horizon. This becomes clear when we read the following passage about the competition of forces. Quote, "It is the spirit of trade that cannot coexist with war and that sooner or later takes hold of every nation. Because of the fact that, among all the powers means subordinate to state power, the power of money would like to be the most reliable, states see themselves, admittedly not exactly through the driving force of morality, compelled to promote the noble peace and, wherever war threatens to break out in the world, to avert it through mediation, as if they were in constant alliance for this reason." End of quote. Unlike Locke, Kant here relinquishes the ability to see people as individuals at all times. However, the spirit of trade only ever takes hold of the people as a constraint that is exerted on the individual, who sees himself forced to produce and sell goods, including his own labor, under the threat of ruin. This peaceful trade between citizens is merely the other side of the warlike state between states, which has produced the monopoly of force that guarantees the citizens' contracts in these states. Locke at least indirectly draws attention to this in the concept of prerogative. The widespread notion that the promotion of trade ensures peace is merely a continuation of the fairy tale of primitive accumulation. It camouflages the fact that war, which is possible at any time, is the condition of the possibility of engaging in trade. The freedom that no one can give up, the freedom to judge and think as one pleases, so that everyone is master of his thoughts according to the highest law of nature, can only become freedom in the absolute sense for Spinoza to the extent that the telos of self-preservation, the fundamental purpose of reason, is abstracted from the individual and substantialized separately from him. Whereas for Hobbes, it remains inextricably linked to the individual solely through the body and pain, the fear of violent death. In Spinoza's view, self-preservation exists, as it were, independently of the causa sui, at the same time outside the concrete individual, as reason realized from time immemorial and forever secured in the substance, just as the individual is only a mode of this substance, only an absolutely established lack of its realization, which, in relation to the individual, means self-preservation as the absolute and thus the abolition of time, eternity. On the one hand, Spinoza, like Hobbes, starts from individual things and individuals, is a radical nominalist, denies the existence of a free will as a general entity. On the other hand, everything is to be considered from the point of view of eternity, from the point of view of a unity that he calls God as well as nature. In a certain sense, he only takes Hobbes and nominalism to their logical conclusion, but this is precisely where the problem lies, as well as anticipating the concepts of critique. By speaking of substance and modes, the particular and the general are related to one another in such a way that, starting from a particular, no transition, no mediation to the substance is necessary, since it is itself the mode of this substance. That is why the paradoxical fact that in the developing nominalist philosophy everything particular becomes void is nowhere so radically and at the same time precisely formulated as in Spinoza's discussion of perfection. There it says that a mutilated or crippled body is by no means imperfect, because in its own way as a crippled body, it is perfectly complete. The only mistake is that the wrong concept is applied. This is what happens when the concept is reduced to the mere duplication of the hic et nunc. End of quote. On the one hand, it is possible to affirm that the libe of an individual is mutilated by work, for example. For everything that is perfect in its own way and nothing is imperfect, as long as it is not considered as a mode, so that everything that exists can also be completely affirmed. On the other hand, the person who is damaged, however that may be, from birth or through life circumstances, can only claim the same right to self-preservation as the person who has been spared this fate, from the point of view of Spinoza's substance. The latter is anticipated by the modern cripple movement, which appeals solely to the particularity of crippling, to the equality of all modes, so to speak, in order to contradict the universals of selection. In this way, it is possible to deny the sovereign power over the particular that lurks in humanism, a power to which, according to Hobbes, it remains absolutely exposed, because his theory ultimately leaves it to the state to decide whether a being is a human being or not. Quote, if, for example, a woman has given birth to a child of unusual appearance and the law forbids the killing of a human being, the question arises as to whether this child is a human being, and thus the further question arises as to what a human being is. Here, no one will doubt that the decision is up to the state, without being able to take into account Aristotle's definition, according to which a human being is a rational creature. End of quote. For in order to establish the state in its modern form, religion must be shown its place, it loses its power of definition. Quote, of all these subjects, namely law, politics, and natural science, Christ declared that it was not part of his office to make rules and doctrines about them, except for the one that the individual citizens had to obey the laws and judgments of their state in all disputes about them. End of quote. From the outset, it was the dynamism of nominalism. The more one doubts the real existence of universals, the more one must hold on to the reality of a single one, God. His ontological proof as a syllogistic conclusion is the last bastion that Descartes wanted to fortify against the campaign of nominal abstractions. In Hobbes, this dynamic of nominalism is already halted at the point of the Leviathan. As soon as he thinks of a single real universal, it is already a monster or a mortal god, although its origin is thought of quite rationally as a contract between nothing but individuals. Even the fact that Hobbes vacillates between calling the sovereign a god and a Leviathan reveals an unreflected contradiction that is due to the immobilized nominalism, the unresolved problem in the relationship between the general and the particular. A god demands sacrifices, a monster takes them. It is a fundamental contradiction that emerges here in the concept of the state of Leviathan at a crucial point. Complete submission to the sovereign is demanded, yet the subject's duty to sacrifice himself for him is denied. Spinoza, on the other hand, does not accept this peculiar adherence to the dynamics of nominalism, so characteristic of Hobbes, however much he may want to agree with the concept of the state of Leviathan, which contains it. He goes beyond it and comes straight to God, or rather, begins with God, by placing the equal sign between nature and God in advance, thereby also crossing out the Christian Trinity. When he describes the natura naturata as a son, work, or product of God, as in the short treatise on God, man, and his happiness, then it is by no means a matter of the Trinity because a third element is missing, be it the Holy Spirit or humanity to which that Son descends, it is itself the Son. Although Spinoza refers to Jesus in his polemic against the Jews being chosen and takes Paul's point of view, on the other hand he brings Judaism back into Christianity and speaks of God in ethics without even mentioning his incarnation. In a letter to Oldenburg, he writes, a passage that Marx also excerpted, that it is not at all necessary to know Christ in the flesh, but that the eternal Son of God, that is, God's eternal wisdom which has manifested itself in all things, most of all in the human spirit and most of all in Jesus Christ, is to be judged quite differently. When some churches added that God had taken on human nature, Spinoza said that he did not know what they were saying. They seemed to me to be talking no less nonsensically than if someone were to assure me that a circle had taken on the nature of a square. End of quote. The peculiar quantitative determination that the wisdom of God has merely most revealed itself through Christ is characteristic of Spinoza's abolition of mediation in the conception of quantity as substance, and also characteristic in that it formulates an enlightened reservation in relation to the idea that Christ sacrificed himself and that we should emulate him. The individual must indeed take on the role of mediator, sacrificing himself at least in this respect, being a slave of God, but precisely in that he preserves himself, does not literally sacrifice himself, as Spinoza makes clear in the short treatise on God, man and his happiness. Wherever his property may come from, whatever place in society fate has put him, with or without the means of production, by participating in the general exchange, he ensures his self-preservation. There is nothing more to be said about the task and position of the individual from the substance point of view. That is to say, work and its ethos are not an issue. In fact, Spinoza constructs a new Christianity relatively independently of Protestantism and its work ethic, but above all directed against Luther and his antisemitism. A Christianity without a Redeemer and without a sacrifice, and thus without the possibility of accusing the Jews of murdering God. Instead, it merely laments that they continue to form a state within a state due to their ceremonial laws, and that they must continue to do so due to the hatred that is directed at them. It is therefore a synthesis of Judaism and Christianity, an ideal civil society. This was the reason why Spinoza was ultimately able to become the hero of liberal Jews who were willing to assimilate. When the failure of the synthesis became apparent, a new criticism of Spinoza emerged from the ranks of Judaism, which, in the case of Hermann Cohen, has its problematic aspects in that it attacks Spinoza all the more fiercely because it does not want to admit the general failure of assimilation. In Cohen's case, this leads to a fetishization of German culture. A real critique of Spinoza's philosophy would ultimately only have been possible from the perspective of Marx's critique of political economy. Adorno and Horkheimer ultimately created the decisive conditions for this in the dialectic of enlightenment, from which point antisemitism could finally be examined. However, the focus of the criticism is initially on how Spinoza conceives of self-preservation as the epitome of reason, whereby the individual is only considered to be a mode of a whole, of the absolute substance as the unconditional, self-preserving general. In this way, it is possible to disregard the very desires that constitute the condition of self-preservation in the name of self-preservation. The Enlightenment remains focused on an abstract self, in which self-preservation ultimately leads ad absurdum. For this self is nothing more than a geometric point. Quote, Spinoza's statement, Conatus sici conservandi primum et unicum virtutis est fundamentum, contains the true maxim of all Western civilization, in which the religious and philosophical differences of the bourgeoisie come to rest. The self, which, after the methodical eradication of all natural traces, was no longer to be a mythological body, blood, soul, or even natural ego, formed the point of reference for reason, the legislative authority of action, sublimated into a transcendental or logical subject. According to the judgment of the Enlightenment and Protestantism, anyone who abandons themselves to life without a rational relationship to self-preservation falls back into prehistory. The drive as such is mythical, like superstition. Serving a god that the self does not postulate is as insane as drunkenness. Progress has brought both of them the same fate: worship and sinking into immediate natural being. It has cursed the self-forgetful of thought as well as the self-forgetful of pleasure. The social labor of each individual in the bourgeois economy is mediated by the principle of the self. It is intended to return to the one the increased capital, to the other the strength for surplus work. End of quote. The fact that the religious and philosophical differences of the bourgeoisie are brought to rest in Spinoza's Conatus is to be taken literally. Spinoza is the metaphysical philosopher of money, but metaphysical in the sense that he thinks of unity not as a process but as a standstill. Not as a mediation in the process, as is the case with money that is actually in circulation, but as an immediate being in which, as it were, the moment of exchange, the pure act of exchange, is fixed and eternalized. This is precisely what Hegel's criticism of Spinoza was about. If one begins to philosophize, one must first of all be a Spinozist. The soul must bathe in this ether of the one substance, in which everything that one has held to be true has perished. It is this negation of everything particular that every philosopher must have come to. Soul and Leib, thinking and being, cease to be particular things, each being a thing in itself. The dualism that exists in the Cartesian system was completely abolished by Benedict Spinoza as a Jew. End of quote. Hegel does not forget to point out that the negation of all that is particular, which was necessary for philosophy as a starting point but which seemed to have been overcome for religion by the incarnation of God and the Trinity, required renewed contact with Judaism and with the Orient, as it presents itself in Spinoza's thinking. The philosophical need, he says, is to grasp the unity of differences, so that the difference is not left out, but can eternally emerge from the substance, but not petrified into dualism as in Descartes. Spinoza is superior to this dualism. The whole contains all differences, and therefore the proposition applies that all determination is a negation. But because only God is the positive, everything else is only a mode or modification, not being in and of itself. God alone is the substance. However, Hegel objects that, in this way, the determination cannot yet think the contradiction as such, only the negation but not the negation of the negation. The latter is the only thing that goes beyond mere understanding, is the truly reasonable and signifies self-awareness. This point is missing in Spinoza, and that is his shortcoming. If one were to stop at the point that every determination is negation, then only the nonspecific, the general, would be truly real, substantial. The soul and the mind, however, would then be a single thing, limited as such. They would not have true reality. Self-preservation without self-awareness would therefore be the construction principle of Spinoza's ethics. The principle of subjectivity, individuality, personality is not found in this philosophy because it can only understand negation in a one-sided, rational way, as a determination but not as a contradiction. The absolute substance is the truth, but it is not yet the whole truth. It must also be thought of as active in itself, alive, and precisely through this it defines itself as spirit. If we stop at this substance, there will be no development, no spirituality, no activity. Spinoza's philosophy is only rigid substance, not yet spirit. One is not with oneself. However, there is something magnificent in this way of thinking, in being able to renounce everything specific and particular and only relate to the one, only be able to pay attention to this. End of quote. At the same time, Hegel says the idea of the freedom of the subject is revolted by this. For the fact that I am a subject, a spirit, etc., according to Spinoza, this specific is just a modification. This is outrageous because man has the consciousness of freedom of the spiritual, which is the negative of the corporeal, and that he is only in the opposite of the corporeal, which he truly is. The negative is understood as a moment that disappears, not in itself, but only as individual self-consciousness. Spinoza also speaks of freedom, which cannot be taken from the individual and which must therefore be granted to him by the state. But in Hegel's eyes, this is only the freedom of a modification, a freedom that cannot become conscious of itself, because otherwise it would not limit itself to being inactive, merely judging without acting, as Spinoza envisages. Freedom, as Hegel understands it, has to be more than mere freedom of opinion and has to permeate the state itself. But that is the idea of Hegel's synthesis, that a state is possible in which the freedom of the individual becomes active as self-consciousness, in which the individual and the whole can merge into one another, without the individual being merely a mode of the whole, but being able to claim the same independence for itself as the whole. Now, to claim that Hegel simply expresses the more developed form of bourgeois society and the modern state, a form in which the individual has more freedom, that he can therefore bring Spinoza's concept of democracy to himself is only true insofar as the German philosopher at the same time sacrifices the promise of reason to power, subjects it to it, by claiming that reason, which Spinoza could not yet have, is to be realized in the state. Such a unity of the individual and the whole, in which the individual is more than a mere mode, is Hegel's own projection. Now it could be objected, Hegel may be talking about the state, but he is already referring to a reconciled society, and it would be wrong to get hung up on the mere word, on the name. But the falsity of his philosophy becomes unavoidable as soon as he sees the individual as called upon to sacrifice himself for the whole. In Hegel's philosophy, too, the primacy is not the self-preservation of each individual, but that of the whole, only that, unlike Spinoza, he demands that the individual must become aware of this, indeed that he only gains his self-awareness in it. This generality, which the individual as such attains, is pure being death. Death is the completion and highest labor that the individual as such assumes for the moral community and for the state. From this, from the necessity of sacrifice which the individual must feel, Hegel derives the relationship of states to one another. In order to subject individuals to the whole, the government has to shake them from time to time from within through wars, to violate and confuse their self-made order and right of independence, but to make the individuals who, in becoming engrossed in it, break away from the whole and strive for the inviolable self-sufficiency and security of the person, feel their master, death, in the work imposed on them. End of quote. Hegel thus expresses a realization about the state that Hobbes had to shy away from, because his Leviathan is projected from the survival of the individual. However, to the same extent, Hegel's formulation of this realization takes into account the German ideology, which assumes and terminates in giving individuals the feeling of death as their master. While Spinoza holds the relationship between the individual and the whole in bourgeois society, as it were, in a state of stasis and represses the question of sacrifice, Hegel recognizes the processual nature of this relationship and thus provides the immediate prerequisites for a critique of political economy, but he can only do so by ultimately dishing up a greater lie than Spinoza. In the phenomenology of spirit, the spirit itself, which Spinoza's substance does not yet have, results from the willingness to die. Only when it does not fear death is consciousness first purely for itself. It does not help either if the servant then laboriously works out this being for itself and thus brings forth a wealth of mediations, ultimately the entire bourgeois society, whose wealth arises from misery. In the end, a forced unity is needed again, which allows everything individual to figure only as a modification, the citizen as a citizen, the highest power is needed. But if, as Hegel claims, the individual is to be more than merely the mode of the whole, then the philosopher must make this supreme power appear as reconciliation. But that is only possible if he first makes it appear as absolute spirit. The state is divine will, spirit unfolding itself into the real world, complete realization of the spirit in existence. For this, as it turns out, Hegel's logic is made to measure. In it, the world arises from the self-negation of the negative and is to be dissolved into it again. According to Karl-Heinz Haag, Hegel's intended solution to all problems of the philosophy of origin aims at dialectics as a closed system, the seamless derivation of all non-identical from the identity of the spirit. The underlying principle of Hegel's dialectic is that pure thinking, by virtue of its indeterminacy, repels itself and generates matter in the form of its negation. The idealization of nature, its dissolution into spatio-temporal projections of pure activity, which Fichte had only intended, in Hegel's dialectic takes hold of the world principle, of the I. Negativity refers only to itself, and is thereby posited as the absolute. Because all isolated concepts represent the synthesis with their negation in themselves a priori, and not through a third party, not a posteriori. Therefore, for Hegel, everything that can be grasped conceptually, all reality, dissolves into synthetic judgments a priori. End of quote. His deduction of reality from the concept essentially consists in the fact that the concept in its formal abstraction shows itself to be incomplete, and through the dialectic founded in itself passes over to reality in such a way that it generates it out of itself. This dialectic actually replaces the being nature with a subjective scheme, Haag through the movement from nothing to nothing. It explains, contrary to traditional logic, that the contradiction for the deeper and more essential should be taken in relation to identity, because identity in relation to it is only the determination of the simple immediate of dead being, whereas it is the root of all movement and liveliness. But movement itself becomes a completely arbitrary reflection of interchangeable determinations, because the difference in the representation of the contradiction has to disappear in it. What is evil, misfortune, etc. in appearing existence is good and a happiness in and of itself, just as the North Pole is the South Pole in the appearing world and vice versa. The non-being of the finite is the being of the absolute. Thus the contradiction becomes the agent of death. It becomes it, and in this Hegel completes the dialectic of enlightenment, for the sole purpose of finally triumphing over nature. Hegel's dialectic thus spends in a grandiose self-deception for its setting what only crystallizes out in the knowledge of nature, the general and the particular. Quote, it elevates negation, with the help of which human thought defines itself and nature, to the principium naturae. While traditional idealism attempted to reduce the general, the ideas, to pure identity, Hegel's idealistic dialectic becomes a quasi-universal system of deduction. It defines everything that is not identical, both matter and forms, as the self-dissolution of pure identity and draws it into itself. The one-dimensionality of nature, which was burst open by cognitive thinking, is transformed into the one-dimensionality of an absolute spirit. Everything in the cosmic historical process, which also includes human thinking, is its positing, the condition of its manifestation generated by it. End of quote. When Hegel says that the content of philosophy and science is God and nothing but God and the explication of God, he still proves himself to be the most loyal Spinozist. God, who is conceived as a function, the mediation of the world, is unable to fulfill this function. Karl-Heinz Haag therefore sees in his philosophy ultimately the false overcoming of the substantively conceived first principle of the via antiqua on the one hand, and the nominalistic rejection of metaphysical substances on the other. For instead of developing a metaphysics that does not stop holding on to the unresolved contradiction of the absolute spirit in physical phenomena, in the inner and outer nature of man, which is where the whole critical potential of Hegel's dialectic lies. The negative determination of the absolute, which stops there, comes to its completion, in the sense of Spinoza's total immanence, but as if this completion had always been presupposed by the contradiction. Thus a complete metaphysics arises that no longer needs categorical imperatives, because it elevates the negative as such to the essentia divina. The world as it appears becomes the only reality that exists. All that is transcendent is extinguished. In the famous words of legal philosophy, what is rational is real, and what is real is rational. This potential, which Hobbes certainly underestimates, is evident in Hegel's late treatment of the first part of the science of logic. Quote, "If, on the other hand, reality is taken in its determinacy, then, since it essentially contains the moment of the negative, the epitome of all realities becomes just as much an epitome of all negations, the epitome of all contradictions, initially, for example, of absolute power, in which all that is determined is absorbed. But since it is only itself, insofar as it still has something not yet absorbed by it, it becomes, by being thought of as expanded into an executed, boundless power, an abstract nothing." End of quote. At this point, a discussion of Spinoza follows, in which the determination is the negation set as affirmative. The infinity of something is its affirmation. At this level of the metaphysics of being, the determination tears the individual into the same negative movement of understanding, which makes everything disappear into the abstract unity, the substance. If everything non-identical is seamlessly derived from the identity of the spirit, there is no longer any concept of nature, and it thus becomes impossible to understand the state as the epitome of the artificial, as Hobbes still did. It is precisely in this sense that Hegel is a philosopher of the state in the most eminent sense, so that his logic is also conceived from the perspective of the sovereign, who sets the non-identical of civil society out of itself in order to make it identical again and take it back into itself. What appears to the citizen as a sacrifice is for the sovereign only a movement from nothing to nothing, the non-being of the finite as the being of the absolute, the misfortune of the individual as the happiness of the state. In this way, as individuals die, the void negates itself and, through its demise, proves the idea to be its truth. The highest that humans can achieve is identity with the universal essence of all being, the negation of the negation. They begin to exist in the form of the concept itself, completely imbued with the realization of the general and necessary." End of quote. In this way, Hegel completely repels what Hobbes was just able to bring to consciousness with the metaphor of the monster and what Spinoza had already disappeared behind the purpose of the state as freedom. That the state is essentially based on violence, that its power lies in the terror it spreads. All this is forgotten when Hegel speaks of the state as the present God, thus camouflaging the monstrous. Although the state can come into being through violence, it is not based on it. In its creation, violence has only brought into existence something that is justified in and of itself, the laws, the constitution. In the state, the spirit of the people, the customs, the law are the ruling factors. There, man is recognized and treated as a rational being, as free as a person. And the individual, for his part, makes himself worthy of this recognition by overcoming the naturalness of his self-consciousness and obeying a general will, the law which is in and of itself, thus behaving towards others in a universally valid way, recognizing them as what he himself wants to be recognized as free as a person. End of quote. It is symptomatic here that Hegel names the spirit of the people before that of the law, that it requires the people, as neither Hobbes nor Spinoza recognized it as a unity, in order to think of the individual from the state and of the state from the individual. In this, the falsity of this reconciliation of the individual and the state emerges quite openly. The so-called oldest system fragment of German idealism, whether originally from Hegel or from Schelling, had still grasped the core of Hobbes's Leviathan and was therefore able to see in the state itself something mechanical that could not be the object of freedom, according to which the state, if this freedom is realized, is to be abolished. Hegel ultimately bestowed the higher idealistic blessing of being the realization of freedom on this machine by banishing the mechanical as empirical from the realm of ideas altogether. Quote, "But what the historical origin of the state in general, or rather of every particular state, its rights and regulations, is or was, whether it first arose from patriarchal conditions, from fear or trust, from the corporation, and how that on which such rights are based has been conceived and established in consciousness as divine, positive law or contract, custom, and so on, the idea of the state itself does not concern." End of quote. Hegel is well aware, however, that he must pay tribute to these things, which led Spinoza to see the individual as merely a mode of the whole. That is why he needs the spirit of the people, because otherwise he could not explain why, if the state is not based on force according to the idea, the relations between states are based only on force, as he concedes in full accordance with Hobbes and Spinoza. Thus the people, to whom Spinoza could not attribute any substance, becomes the spirit in its substantial rationality and immediate reality, the absolute power on earth, because only from it can it be concluded that a state must exist against the other in sovereign independence, and as such to be for the other, i.e. to be recognized by it, is its first absolute justification. This would also define the true bravery of educated peoples as the willingness to sacrifice oneself in the service of the state, so that the individual is only one among many. Not personal courage, but integration into the general is the most important thing here. However much Spinoza may have devalued the body, there is no mention of a willingness to sacrifice one's body for the state, nor of a concept of the people as a political entity that would be imposed on the mere multitude. One may criticize it as a suppression of the sacrifice that is inextricably linked with the sovereign, but there is also something liberating in this very different idealization of the state, which from the outset turns against the ideology of the willingness to sacrifice, to die and to kill, which Hegel was then to affirm so openly, almost ecstatically, at some points. This liberating aspect still characterizes the style of Spinoza's prose, which strives for extreme sobriety. Quote, "A free man thinks of nothing less than death, and his wisdom is a reflection on life, not on death. The proof, a free man, i.e. one who lives solely according to the dictates of reason, is not guided by fear of death, but desires the good immediately, i.e. he desires to act, to live and to maintain his existence on the basis of seeking his own advantage. Consequently, he thinks of nothing less than death. His wisdom is rather a reflection on life." End of quote. From Spinoza's ethical principles, Schelling was apparently able to develop a position that was diametrically opposed to Hegel's philosophy of the state. It begins with the fact that this philosopher, inspired by the experience of art and having passed through natural philosophy, thus dissociating himself from the delusional consequence of Fichte's ego, virtually accentuates the corporeal, even hinting at something like a new Copernican revolution in philosophy. For all of the new European philosophy since its beginning with Descartes has this common flaw that nature is not present for it and that it lacks a living foundation. Spinoza's realism is therefore as abstract as Leibniz's idealism. Idealism is the soul of philosophy. Realism is its Leib. Only the two together make up a living whole. The latter can never be the principle, but it must be the basis and means in which the former is realized, takes on flesh and blood. If a philosophy lacks this living foundation, which is usually a sign that the ideal principle in it was originally only weakly effective, it loses itself in those systems whose abstract concepts of aseity, modifications, etc. are in the sharpest contrast to the vitality and fullness of reality. But where the idealistic principle is really strong, but cannot find a reconciling and mediating basis, it produces a murky and wild enthusiasm that breaks out in self-destruction or, as with the priests of the Phrygian goddess, in self-emasculation, which in philosophy is accomplished by abandoning reason and science. End of quote. If Schelling had focused on the political here, he would have realized the significance of this self-emasculation in the place that courage and heroism occupy in the idea of the state. However, he avoids the political, and this was probably what Marx was ultimately aiming at with his statement that Schelling's sincere youthful thought would have to become truth in the first place. It can be assumed that Marx was not familiar with the oldest system fragment, so he was either thinking of the natural philosophy or the investigations into the nature of human freedom. He initially expected this truth from Feuerbach, since Schelling himself had no stuff for this realization other than imagination, no energy other than vanity, no driver other than opium, no organ other than the irritability of a female capacity for reception. But the problem of the state did not only return in a hidden form in Schelling. What he criticized in Spinoza, initially in a way very similar to Hegel, is that in his ethics the mind and the subject are missing, that everything becomes a thing, therefore his arguments against freedom are completely deterministic. He also treats the will as a thing and then proves very naturally that it must be determined by another thing in every case of action, which in turn is determined by another, and so on to infinity. Hence the lifelessness of his system, the lack of feeling in the form, the poverty of the concepts and expressions, the relentlessly harsh nature of the definitions, which is perfectly compatible with the abstract approach. Hence also, quite logically, his mechanical view of nature. End of quote. Hegel and Schelling agreed that Spinoza's doctrine of the concept of all things in God had to be first enlivened and rescued from abstraction. But Schelling had a different concept of freedom. He criticized Hegel's system for remaining trapped in Spinoza's abstraction on this point, Freedom can only be thought of as a logical emanation, analogous to the analytical implication of the associated laws in the concept of a triangle. Like Hegel, Schelling seeks the mediation, the middle term that arises from the relationship of the whole to the individual, the unity to multiplicity, or however one wants to express it. The positive is always the whole or the unity, the opposite of which is the separation of the whole, disharmony, ataxia of the forces. But the leitmotif of his philosophy is that unity should not be achieved at the expense of the individual. For it is not the separation of the forces in itself that is disharmony, but the false unity of the same. True unity would be one that could give nature and libe their due weight, one that does not suppress them in the name of the spirit. And here Schelling's concept of freedom also turns against Kant. He denies that freedom consists in the mere domination of the intelligent principle over the sensual desires and inclinations. In his view, these desires and inclinations are neither good nor bad in themselves. What can make them a factor of evil as a necessary particular is their isolation from the universal, the disintegration of multiplicity and unity, ultimately elevating the particular above the universal. In this way, Schelling remains true to the oldest system fragment. The mechanical, which constitutes the state, lies precisely in the fact that multiplicity and unity, the particular and the universal, fall apart and ultimately the former triumphs over the latter, whereas, conversely, in Hegel's state, the latter triumphs over the former, and in this way the mechanical is presented as reconciliation. But, according to Schelling, vitality is only possible if neither of the two triumphs. In a fragment from 1807, the year in which Hegel's Phenomenology of the Spirit was published, Schelling already understood the state as a natural unity, but in the sense of a second nature and at the same time in the sense of the state of nature according to Hobbes. He obviously assumed that the first nature in itself has no unity, and that only man creates this unity, the unity of nature, this second nature above the first, to which man is forced to take his unity, is the state. And the state is therefore, to put it bluntly, a consequence of the curse resting on humanity. Since man cannot have God as his unity, he must submit to a physical unity. With this, Schelling turns against a concept of the state in which the spirit could realize itself. The state, rather, has a contradiction in itself that cannot be resolved. It is a natural unity, i.e. a unity that can only function through physical means. Schelling is therefore not prepared to displace force as a prerequisite for state unity. However, he does not see this unity as total. The state, even if it is governed with some reason, knows well that it cannot achieve anything with purely physical means, that it must appeal to higher and spiritual motives. But it cannot command these, they lie beyond its power, and yet it boasts of being able to bring about a moral state. For free spirits, no natural unity is enough. A higher talisman is needed, and therefore any unity that arises in a state is always only precarious and temporary. From this counterposition in German idealism, the mechanical aspect of Spinoza's thinking could be recognized by the fact that in his construction, the individual and the whole cannot yet fall apart, and thus no doubt or criticism of the existence of the state as a natural unit can arise from the outset. Only for this reason is it possible for Spinoza to seamlessly add an ethics to rationalism, to pursue philosophy as ethics at all. But this had changed, especially since the French Revolution, and Schelling noted in retrospect, with reference to the Kantian concepts, how much effort had been made since then to show a possibility of how unity is compatible with the existence of free beings, that is, how a state is possible that is actually only the condition of the highest possible freedom of the individual. But this is impossible. It is therefore natural that now, at the end of this period, when nothing but freedom was discussed, the most consistent minds, when pursuing the idea of a perfect state, end up with the theory of the worst despotism. End of quote. And at this point Schelling explicitly refers to Fichte's work Der Geschlossene Handelsstaat, the closed commercial state, from 1800. According to Schelling, the state as such cannot find true and absolute unity, insofar as all states are only attempts to become organic wholes, without ever really being able to do so. This is most clearly demonstrated by the collision of states with each other. The highest phenomenon of the unity that has not been found and cannot be found is war, which is as necessary as the struggle of the elements in nature. Here, people enter into the relationship of natural beings to one another. End of quote. In German idealism, it was not Hegel but Schelling who, because he denied the possibility of the state being a unifying force, took up the legacy of Hobbes, directed against Spinoza. But he could only do so by opposing the false unity of the state with a true one, the credibility of which had suffered greatly since those classical metaphysicians, the unity of God. So if he understood the collision of states with each other as the essence of the state, he had to save the idea of unity, which had itself become problematic, and so his philosophy borrowed from the opium of the people. But here we should take a closer look. The real opposition in Schelling's investigations into the nature of human freedom is not between the individual and the state, but between the individual and God, between the particular and the universal. In the particular, which has its meaning in the self-preservation of the individual by virtue of his drives and passions, but which, unlike Spinoza, no longer coincides with the self-preservation of the whole, Schelling sees a will of its own at work. The will of the reason, which, although it can be understood in its opposition to the universal, must not be fetishized for that very reason. God's will is to universalize everything, but the will of the reason is to particularize everything and make it creaturely. In this will of the reason, Schelling sees the dark reason, on which, as he says, all personality rests, but it does not in principle exclude harmony with the light, with the true general. The dark of Schelling's own philosophy, on the other hand, appears to be the price he pays for refusing to really recognize the sovereign as meaning and unity. In order to be able to think the opposition of the particular and the universal without immediately affirming the state as its suspension, he must posit something that is presupposed by this opposition, that does not contain this opposition and yet is not nothing, nor a mere figure of logic, a determination of reflection as in Hegel, the Urgrund or rather Ungrund. It cannot be designated as identity, it can only be designated as absolute indifference. While Schelling anticipates Heidegger's being on the one hand, he refuses on the other to mystify this Ungrund and starting point as an endpoint and as the whole. He resists the need to return to it in any way and to long for the time that preceded that separation in any way. Karl Lowith therefore wrote that the problem of being had, in the countermovement to Hegel, already reached that point in Schelling where it was taken up again by Heidegger.
Karl Löwith, von Hegel zu Nietzsche. Der revolutionäre Bruch im Denken des 19. Jahrhunderts, p. 137.
Martin Blumentritt points out that the prefix un denotes negation, and that in Ungrund, it thus nuances the aspect of that which should not be, similar to the expressions misdeed, accident, etc. Heidegger's interpretations of Schelling, however, avoid precisely this core point that Schelling himself emphasized.
Blumentritt, Begriff und Metaphorik des Lebendigen, p. 342.
In fact, Heidegger replaces Ungrund with "you are sane" in his lecture on Schelling. However, when he encounters the fact that Ungrund is presupposed in Schelling's distinction between Grund and existence, Heidegger criticizes that "you are sane" and the distinction between Grund and existence are only side by side, in which they are themselves without truth and without the actual difference and therefore ontotheological. Schelling is to appear alongside Hegel as the completion of Western metaphysics, so that Heidegger's ontology can distinguish itself as the overcoming of both in the name of the "you are sane" and the actual difference between sane and Seiendem. On the other hand, Heidegger also repeatedly emphasizes that Hegel and Schelling, at this pinnacle of metaphysics, and therein lies the German, had already begun to question metaphysics itself, just as Schelling's will of the reason was already the predecessor of Nietzsche's will to power, in which, however, there is a grain of truth in the midst of Heidegger's delusional construction. In fact, the will of reason, which Schopenhauer already knew how to align against the general, which in turn dissolves into mere representation, should be glorified in the form of the superhuman, as that irrationality in which all universality, truth, and reconciliation comes to naught. On the contrary, he is concerned, and in this the late philosophy of revelation again anticipates much of Sartre, with the potentia potentiae, by choosing a possibility of seeing himself set in freedom against his unthinkable being. By transforming unthinkable being, making it into an accidental one for himself, making it into potency, and thus removing it from himself. For the first unthinkable existence is not merely being, but a being wrapped up. Pure being through the negation that it has experienced, a being that is for itself independent now necessarily excludes that which was in this being as a being, likewise setting it for itself separate but freed from being as a being. End of quote. A being, however, that must persist in its original being, in which it is by itself, can only be rigid and immobile, dead and unfree. Even man must tear himself away from his being in order to begin a free being. The higher the power of this self-disengagement and externalization, objectification of involuntary being, the more productive, independent, and divine man appears. To free oneself from oneself is the task of all education. Those who cannot free themselves remain incapable. End of quote. The transcript of these late lectures on the philosophy of revelation was published by an old enemy of Schelling's, the Protestant theologian and anti-Semite Heg Paulus, who was obviously intent on harming him, and so it remains an open question whether the text that has come down to us does particular justice to the lecture or distorts it. In any case, Schelling went much further in this than in his early investigations into the nature of human freedom, where he had drawn the conclusion from the realization of the ungrund or absolute indifference that preceded everything that it was only love that was not before, but still above the mind, and the opposite, the general, equal to everything and yet not grasped by anything, not the identity of opposites but also no longer indifference, that is everything in everything, or, in other words, the pure Christian mystification. Schelling could not hold on to the early system fragment without becoming Christian, without seeking the state in religion, which is none, for which the individual no longer has to sacrifice himself. This search can be traced in the original version of the philosophy of revelation from the early 1830s. In it, sacrifice is seen as the principle that must be broken through in order for inner enlightenment to become possible. But Schelling almost only speaks of states here in the negative sense, in that they open the door and gate for crimes that no creature can foresee. End of quote. Of course, Schelling can only do this because he thinks of man as a kind of world sovereign. Each realm of creation is placed under the rule of a sovereign, but this sovereign was destined to be subject to the general sovereign, man. But if this general and supreme ruler is deprived of his power, and the fall of man is nothing other than the loss of this rule, then all those subordinate powers or spirits can rise up and man falls into their power. End of quote. It is all the more paradoxical, but also characteristic of his philosophy, that he, who was considered a Christian thinker and opponent of Hegel, was called to Berlin by the particularly romantically minded Friedrich Wilhelm IV to eradicate Hegelian thought and save the Prussian state from the revolutionary ambitions of the young Hegelians. But then he lectured to an audience that included Bakunin and Kierkegaard, and his lectures, without naming the state, of course, came very close to the oldest system fragment again. It may therefore be no coincidence that George Lukács, when writing The Destruction of Reason, wanted to fix the starting point of irrationalism that led to Hitler and Schelling, and in this way at the end of the path from Hegel to Stalin sealed the, as Adorno already wrote, destruction of his own reason. What he presents here as the philosophy of mythology reveals precisely this principle of sacrifice and anticipates the conceptual preconditions of a critique that would soon denounce the fetish of commodities. For example, when he says that the entire mythological process, although in itself a real one, i.e. one independent of the freedom and thinking of man, in this respect objective, yet only in consciousness, not outside it, thus only through the generation of ideas. Only when the figures of the mythological process are broken through as the products of a false life process of consciousness, and traces of transcendental revelation are discovered in it, does consciousness go beyond Hegel. Just as Marx went beyond the commodity fetish and yet, speculating on the role of the labor leader, repeatedly veered into a conception of history according to which humanity only sets itself tasks that it can also solve, Schelling saw himself as being visibly compelled to tie those traces of transcendental revelation back to Christian faith. If God cannot be the transcending being that he is in Schelling's philosophy without the preceding blind being, and if he can rightly be deciphered as a cipher for the rational organization of humanity, then for Schelling, who at the same time wants to assert himself as the German master of philosophy, this is only a thought of the moment, a precondition of the matter, not of time, in the next sentence. From eternity, namely, only God sees himself as the Lord to suspend his unremembered being. Mika Brumlik was amazed, however, when he realized in his study of the relationship between philosophical idealism and Judaism that Schelling was the exception to the rule that German idealism always felt called upon to make concessions to antisemitism. Whether it was late Kant or early Fichte and Hegel or even young Marx. Not only did Schelling, like Hegel in his later work on legal philosophy, advocate emancipation and the granting of full civil rights to Jews, but in his philosophy of history he also attempted to think of Christianity in terms of the conceptual tools of Jewish mysticism and conversely, to understand Judaism itself as the cosmic shell of the future. According to Schelling, it still has a connection with the true historical process. For, in absolute terms, that is to say negatively, in terms of the state, the Jewish people became the bearers of divine history because they were least able to found states in the service of the world spirit. Brumlick rightly refers to a remark about mediating peoples from the 1848 diary in this context. They carry what is above the peoples, more vividly than others, and among them, different nationalities can also feel elevated to humanity, united and happy. Those who know the significance of the metaphor of the living, for Schelling, can all the more exclude the possibility that the philosopher, like Nietzsche later, meant by this mediation the identification of the Jews with money, which is what moves the anti-Semites in their innermost being. But the fact that the Jews were not spared the task of founding their own state against the world spirit is beyond the hostility and friendship of German idealism towards the Jews. It was precisely the fact that, unlike Hobbes, Spinoza was not concerned with a theory of the state that was guided by the exclusive consideration of the preservation of bare life, that initially fascinated the young Leo Strauss about Spinoza. It is as if he wanted to use this philosopher to provide Zionism with a metaphysical basis, because the appeal to Hobbes was not enough. The polemic that the anti-Zionist Hermann Cohen had opened against Spinoza provided a welcome opportunity for this. For Spinoza, the state was not a demand as it was for Hobbes, but a condition of being that is always fulfilled, albeit to varying degrees. Strauss defended Spinoza's philosophy against the neo-Kantian attack with Hegel. The dedication of the Spinoza essay to Franz Rosenzweig should also be seen in this context. Only the rational state has endurance. Only the rational state is truly real in the long term, is how he interprets Spinoza. At the same time, however, Strauss recognizes something of the problematic nature of Hegel's concept of the people. What was still a metaphysical unity for Hegel falls apart again, as with Spinoza, into the multitude and the wise. The unity that the rational state requires cannot therefore do without religion. Spinoza, because he asserts the unbridgeable gulf between the wise and the multitude, must ascribe a function and a meaning to religion in its difference from superstition, as Plato once did in the Nomoi. He must ask, how can the crowd, which is addicted to the imaginative effect of life, be persuaded to behave in a way that is not guided by reason, but is at least somewhat in line with reason, socially beneficial, and not just any state but a free state? How can the imaginative effect of life be protected from the danger of falling prey to superstition? And the answer, he says, is to recognize religion as a special norm for the crowd of average people, indeed to demand it, since it cannot achieve the perfect state of the wise. But for Spinoza, superstition was the great danger for this state. Superstition is always and everywhere a force of hatred and division. Religion, on the other hand, is called for as a force of love and peace. End of quote. The synthesis that Spinoza offered lost some of its power of persuasion. However, when Strauss read Heidegger and Carl Schmitt, who to a certain extent created a new basis for superstition, they discovered a meaning in hatred and division that promised to reestablish the unity of the state and finally to eliminate the gulf between the wise and the multitude. Strauss initially saw in Heidegger something like the completion of the wise man in the sense of Spinoza, the completion of atheism at any rate. But while Spinoza said that a free man thinks of nothing less than death, and that his wisdom is a reflection on life, not on death, the sage from Meskirch proclaimed that freedom itself consists only in being free for death, and that only this freedom gives existence the ultimate goal, and in this, there can no longer be any difference between religion and superstition, the wise and the multitude. As soon as Heidegger approaches the political, even if only a little, existence appears as a people in which, by virtue of being free for death, there is no longer any break between the wise and the multitude. The people is fate. Like the crisis from utilization, Heidegger draws the consequences from Hegel's philosophy of identity by eliminating its mediations, and for this elimination he uses everything that the abandonment of religion has left behind: fear, anxiety, guilt, abandonment. With Carl Schmitt's concept of the political, this freedom for death in the people receives its theological political treatise. Since Strauss is currently dealing with it intensively, he is thrown back on Hobbes, and has to recognize that he has thought and formulated the things that matter in the confrontation with Heidegger and Schmitt more radically than Spinoza. For Schmitt, it is part of the nature of the political association that it can demand willingness to die from members of its own people. It is no coincidence that Hobbes at least limits this entitlement. For example, anyone who leaves the ranks in battle out of fear for his life, according to Hobbes, only acts dishonorably but not unjustly, and we know how little importance Hobbes attaches to honor. The state can justifiably demand only conditional obedience from the individual, namely obedience that does not conflict with the preservation or conservation of the life of this individual. For the safeguarding of life is the ultimate reason for the state. Therefore, although a person is otherwise obliged to unconditional obedience, he is not obliged to risk his life. After all, death is the greatest evil. Hobbes does not shy away from the consequence of explicitly denying the virtue of courage. For Strauss, Hobbes is thus the founder of liberalism, differing from him only in that he knows and sees what the liberal, civilizing ideal must fight against, namely the natural wickedness of man. In an illiberal world, he establishes the foundations of liberalism against the, if I may so express it, illiberal nature of man. While those who came later, ignorant of their premises and goals, trusted in the original goodness of human nature, grounded in God's creation and providence, or, on the basis of scientific neutrality, cherished hopes for an improvement of nature, to which the experience of man about himself gives no right. End of quote. Strauss now seems to include Spinoza among these latter, but in truth he remains true to Spinoza. While he can see in Schmidt's concept of the political only a liberalism with the opposite sign, whereby the sign is precisely the idolatry of the willingness to die, he would first like to gain a horizon beyond liberalism. To this end, he, like Spinoza, weakens the primacy of foreign policy perceived in Hobbes, which is, however, the actual condition for Hobbes being able to establish liberalism in an illiberal world, anthropologizing the primacy as the illiberal nature of man. Like Spinoza, Strauss seeks a substance of order, which he initially finds in Spinoza's immediate sources, the Jewish-Arab Middle Ages, and from there going further back to where the ancient idea of the concrete nomos was still alive in antiquity itself, namely in Plato. His letter to Carl Schmitt from September 1932 makes clear how he does this. He believes that the common basis of his theory and that of Schmitt can be seen in what he calls the last foundation of the right, the principle of the natural wickedness of man taken as decisive for Hobbes. Because man is evil by nature, therefore he needs rule. But rule can only be established, i.e. people can only unite in a single entity against other people. Any union of people is necessarily a union against other people. The tendency to close ranks, and thus the friendfoe grouping of humanity, is inherent in human nature. It is, in that sense, fate. End of quote. But now he comes to the central difference, that which separates him from his teacher and which ultimately should also make it possible for Schmitt to openly support National Socialism, as Strauss may have feared at this point. But the political understood in this way is not the constitutive principle of the state, of the order, but only the condition of the state. However, this hierarchical relationship between the political and the state is not sufficiently emphasized in your writing, as I believe. End of quote. However, this was not Hobbes' view, as Strauss insinuates here. Hobbes rather denied that those who are evil are so by nature. For the passions that come from the animal nature are not evil in themselves, but only the actions that arise from them are sometimes evil, namely when they are harmful and at the same time violate duty. Children who are not given everything they desire cry and get angry, even hitting their parents. This behavior is in their nature. Nevertheless, they are blameless and not evil. End of quote. However, they apparently only avoid becoming evil as adults if they conclude the treaty to found the state, submit to the sovereign thus created, and abide by the laws that have become universally valid in this way. For Strauss, the primacy of foreign policy is only a function of the fact that people need to be ruled, if the evil that he ascribes to man in an anthropologizing way is not to triumph completely. But there is good order and bad order. Both have exclusion and friendfoe relations between states as a condition. But something else is constitutive must be constitutive if evil is not to triumph in the order itself in such a way that exclusion itself, the friend-foe relationship, in other words, the mere unity of a people already constitutes the state and can even take the place of the state and the order, as National Socialism as a barbaric multitude, Adorno, actually set about doing. Strauss hopes to find this other, which can be the good order, in ancient philosophy, where the good of the state and pedagogy as the theory of the state were at issue, without having to speak of the friend-enemy relationship between states as a precondition of the state itself. For Hobbes, this good, which is to be considered in isolation, was precisely the point at which he contradicted ancient philosophy. For him, there is no finus ultimus, i.e. ultimate goal, or summum bonum, i.e. highest good, of which the writings of the ancient moral philosophers speak and from which they wanted to derive the state as a pedagogical superinstitution, whether in the state of nature or in the state of the state. If there is such a thing as bliss, then it is not a state of bliss but a constant progression of desire from one object to another. To always conquer one's neighbor is happiness, and to give up the race is to die, and for the rest, human life is solitary, poor, disgusting, animal, and short. It seems as if Strauss believed he recognized in this dark anthropological assessment what connects the concept of the political with Leviathan and misunderstood it as a central point. Although he knew that Schmitt, unlike Hobbes, also in the definition of the state of nature, the war of all against all, did not start from individuals but from groups, or rather, from the people. And that Schmitt was prepared to sacrifice the Hobbesian concept of the state to this people as a community, as was soon to be seen. The significance that Strauss attributed to Plato's state as the basis of good order, as opposed to Leviathan, in order to distance himself from Carl Schmitt, was gained on the other hand by revelation religion for the avoidance of Heidegger. In the preface to the American reprint of the Spinoza essay, Strauss writes that every claim to an absolute experience, that says that what is experienced is not the experiencer, that it is not flesh and blood but something completely different, death or nothingness, is merely an image or interpretation. And the fact that some interpretation is simply the true interpretation is not known, but merely believed. Strauss sees Heidegger's attempt to complete atheism on a Christian basis as a failure, Heidegger's understanding of man, which he contrasts with the Greek understanding of man as a rational being, is primarily the biblical understanding of man as created in the image of God. Accordingly, he interprets human life in the light of being toward death, fear, conscience, and guilt. In this most important respect, he is much more Christian than Nietzsche. The efforts of the new thinking to escape the evidence of the biblical understanding of man, that is, biblical morality, have failed. And as we have learned from Nietzsche, biblical morality demands the biblical God. End of quote. That is why Strauss ultimately believes that the Platonic concept of the state alone offers the possibility of accepting the concrete order of revelation, so that Spinoza's solution could apply again under different conditions. The atheistic sage and the believing multitude form a unity that is not a leviathan, not a monster. A unity that ultimately consists in the question of the truly good order, of the truly good life, of the perfect community, not, as with Hobbes, from the point of view of the least evil. As much as this question, which seems like a political reformulation of Spinoza's concept of substance, contains a promise of happiness that Hobbes denies, as much as it shifts the focus to collective order itself through its recourse to antiquity, instead of the individual, which was at the center of Hobbes's thinking. The last word and the ultimate justification of Spinoza's critique is atheism out of intellectual honesty, which radically overcomes orthodoxy by radically understanding it. End of quote. But this is not possible under the conditions of modernity. However eloquent this claim may be, it cannot hide the fact that its basis is an act of will, of faith, and that being based on faith is fatal for any philosophy. End of quote. It is obvious that Strauss wants to restore the transcendence, the unity without separation, that Spinoza postulated, to take it back into separation, in order to escape the net of immanence that science has drawn over the world. For he recognizes that from the standpoint of science there can only be determination and derivation. There is no place in this thinking for the non-causal and freedom. Because it must still fail at an infinite and because there is always a moment when it must exclude itself from its own experimental setup, Strauss attempts to return to revelation. Only it can make the unexpected, the humanly unforeseeable, the subject. But Strauss, who was basically an atheist, also despaired of the separation of knowledge and revelation, of Athens and Jerusalem, because he was far too honest to deny, as so many religiously inclined scientists do, that the one could by no means complement the other, that rather philosophy and religion would forever question each other. For someone like Gershom Scholem, this hopelessness meant that Strauss was, in a sense, indeed, mad. He had seriously grappled with the fact that the world collapses when you reveal to it the secret that there is no God. End of quote. Even if the secret is not revealed, the victory of religion over the self-destruction of rational philosophy, which becomes flagrant in Heidegger, is by no means an unmitigated blessing for Strauss. And here we see once again the keen sense of the thinker who came from a Jewish background for the situation of Jews in the Christian and Muslim world. For it was a victory not only of Jewish orthodoxy, but of every orthodoxy, and Jewish orthodoxy based its claim to superiority over other religions from the very beginning on its superior rationality. End of quote. However, the epilogue to the American New Edition of the Spinoza text breaks off here. Returning to Plato's Republic, Machiavelli or Hobbes can be criticized, but in fact nothing can be said about what is fatal about equating religions. How, for example, the balance of modern Zionism and Jewish orthodoxy in Israel differs from the interweaving of secular state and Sharia in the countries around Israel. It is characteristic of the left's reception of Strauss that they do not even perceive this criticism and accuse him of the same instrumental approach to religion that he saw in Machiavelli, Hobbes, and Spinoza. Quote, "Religion is understood by Strauss as a factor of social integration and as a resource through which a containment of politics is possible." Harold Bloom, The Order of Order. The Political Philosophy of Leo Strauss, page 188. Stefan Steiner argues along similar lines, without even bothering to study Strauss's writings on Hobbes and Spinoza. What these leftists and liberals see as the fundamental flaw in his thinking is actually to be found in his approach to dialectics, a concept of reason which is one and unchangeable or it is not. Leo Strauss, German Nihilism, 1941, which enables him to simultaneously adhere to the separation of reason and revelation. This impossibility of recognizing anything about the situation of the Jews after Auschwitz, about Israel, from the concept of the state in ancient philosophy is the real crux of the neoconservative positions not only of Strauss but also of Vogelin and Arendt. This legacy is still being labored over by American neoconservatives, who have been able to gain a certain amount of political influence since Ronald Reagan's term of office and some of whom emerged directly or indirectly from the school of Leo Strauss. Thus, Francis Fukuyama's end of history was nothing other than the end of neoconservative reflection, which Leo Strauss and even Alan Bloom always knew how to relate to both Athens and Jerusalem, while today's vulgar neoconservatives, especially those based in Europe, invoke Athens and demonize Jewish monotheism, as the German ancient historian Egon Flage does in his book Gegen den Strom, Against the Current. Whereas Fukuyama was once at least able to suggest that history could be set in motion again, even in a bad sense, because its end was a very sad time. He has now become a self-confessed Europhile. He not only condemns the policies of the Bush administration as naive and too idealistic, but also puts himself in the shoes of a Muslim brother and sees the invisible hand turning everything to good account. Quote, "If you are a Muslim brother today and look at these two models of Islamic states, Iran and Turkey, which of the two would you rather be? Turkey is rich, its economy is growing, it is successful, it is stable. Iran is poor and under a regime of sanctions. If I were a member of the Muslim Brotherhood, I would choose the Turkish model, Die Welt, for 2011. Where Turkey is heading in its overall stability, what role it might play in the international advancement of the Muslim Brotherhood and the increase in power of the Islamic Republic of Iran, that we are dealing with processes here and not with a choice between two states. The common sense that is able to put itself in everyone else's shoes, but not out of itself, can understand as much of this as Karl Popper understood of negative dialectics. These arguments, however, are just as convincing in today's public as the intention to arrange them in such a way that Israel no longer needs to be discussed. During the administration of George W. Bush, the Deputy Defense Minister Paul Wolfowitz, who had studied under the eminent Strauss disciple Alan Bloom and had even attended Strauss's seminars, was depicted as a self-ironic caricature on a Straussian website. Dressed in a toga and wearing a laurel wreath, while anti-Semitic and anti-American opponents never tire of depicting him, above all, as a bloodthirsty Jew with a Star of David in their caricatures and conspiracy theories, whereby Leo Strauss is not infrequently conjured up as a demon in the background. The left liberal public in the USA has also contributed its share to this. In this context, Benjamin Lazier recalled the play embedded by the well-known Hollywood actor Tim Robbins, and anyone who reads this will hardly be surprised by the development of U.S. politics under Obama. The play is strange, but nowhere more so than in one infamous scene. A black mass in honor of the deceased political philosopher Leo Strauss, conducted by candlelight by advisors to President Bush in the run-up to the Frag War. Characters who are transparent representations of Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, Richard Pearl, Paul Wolfowitz, and Condoleezza Rice masturbate with abandon, all the while yelping "Hail Leo Strauss!" beneath an outsized portrait of his face. The scene reaches a climax with this verbal ejaculation from Wolfowitz, "I'm hard. I'm rock hard." Benjamin Lazier, Natural Right and Liberalism, Leo Strauss in Our Time. In Modern Intellectual History, June 2009, page 171. Stefan Steiner, who distances himself from such tastelessness, is basically just practicing a somewhat more refined form of the anti-Strauss masquerade. If Strauss succeeded in making something of the dialectic of enlightenment visible in the political Steiner, who wants nothing to do with this dialectic, but does point out the proximity of Strauss's thinking to Adorno and Horkheimer, sees it as a morally reprehensible staging. Quote, "The fact that he declares the victims of National Socialism to be responsible for the National Socialist seizure of power and the failure of Weimar democracy is the real scandal of his political philosophy. But without the perspective of German prehistory, his book Nadirekt und die Geschichte could become a classic and stage the liberal ideas of historicism as an enemy and destroyer of a liberal democratic order. In this way, specific discourses of liberalism criticism of the conservative revolution successfully reached the USA at the end of the Second World War." End of quote. That Strauss ultimately sided with Churchill even before the USA entered the war seems to Steiner to be quite arbitrary, prompted solely by the famous speech in which Churchill spoke of blood, sweat, and tears. Steiner only wants to see insincerity when Strauss, in his speech on German nihilism, suddenly equates the defense of modern civilization, which had previously been so harshly condemned over 40 pages, with the defense of the eternal principles of civilization in general, because in this way he can pretend to have always been on their side. The fact that this transition to the defense of civilization could already have something to do with certain Jewish traditions in his earlier criticism of modernity is a question that Steiner is not even willing to raise. Just as he is unable to grasp the philosophical difference between Heidegger and Strauss, he necessarily plays down Schmitt, Heidegger, and National Socialism as a whole, believing that he is thereby also giving the best of selected irony. Quote, "Fortunately, Churchill came along as a new Caesar, which was at least a somewhat happier choice than Schmitt's and Heidegger's option for Hitler." End of quote. What Steiner glosses over in passing, however, perhaps best demonstrates the infamy of his entire presentation. Namely that in the case of Churchill, who, like Franklin D. Roosevelt, incidentally continued to praise Mussolini as a great statesman and lawmaker until 1935 and initially wavered in his judgment of Hitler, a very similar development in the assessment of Germany can be observed as in the case of Strauss. In the Toga, one can see no wonder, given such enemies, what Strauss himself, and in direct reference to Hermann Cohen, perceived in Spinoza, that his motivation was fear. Even though he may have been under immediate threat from religious fanatics in the Jewish community of Amsterdam, the fear had its actual object in Christian society, and so Spinoza appealed to the Christian prejudices that include anti-Jewish prejudices. In Conatus, that fear, detached from the individual, is both repressed and preserved. For it is from it that, unlike Descartes, who seems to ignore fear, like the political, perhaps a sign of his noble origins and military career, the mode of the state in general is also determined, so that in particular it still enables the one who can protect the Jews from the hatred of other peoples. The non-Jewish and bourgeois Englishman Hobbes, on the other hand, found himself in the privileged position of almost always having a protector who could protect him, despite his flight, exile, remigration, and constant threat due to his writings. In the midst of the civil wars, he was thus able to speak openly about fear and, in contrast to the prevailing prejudices, to derive the concept of the state from it. Even the turn that Locke was able to give to the concept of substance cannot be seen independently of such privileges. Hobbes' writings, therefore, had something going for them. 3 years after his death, the University of Oxford issued a decree against certain pernicious books and condemnable teachings that must have a destructive effect on the sacred persons of princes, their governments and states, and on all human society. In particular, the doctrine that self-preservation is the fundamental law of nature, which precedes the obligation of all others, is condemned. Hobbes's De Civ and Leviathan are mentioned in this context. A few days later, a large book burning took place, which was attended by a large crowd and accompanied by jubilant cheering. The students danced around the pyre. Neoconservatism has an important history, which is mainly associated with Irving Kristol. Kristol is still a defining figure of neoconservatism today. Many years before the emergence of the neoconservative movement, he took a similar step to that taken by other intellectuals in a different situation. He breaks with the left in a certain way which he had belonged to until then, and from then on acts as an unorganized and largely uncommitted intellectual. But precisely because he does it at a different time and against a different historical background, the step is similar to that of the later neoconservatives, but in the end leads to relevant differences between Kristol and many of his successors. In his early days as a Trotskyist, he was still busy trying to get beyond the existing system, looking to the Soviet Union with revolutionary intent and hope. The elite was us, the happy few, who had been chosen by history to guide our fellow creatures toward a secular redemption. With these words, he himself describes his radical or revolutionary phase in a retrospective look back at the late 1930s and early 1940s. However, it was not long before Kristol, recognizing the failure of Trotskyism, switched sides and joined the United States as a critical companion in the so-called liberal consensus. This consensus is expressed in the idea of the United States as the vital center of liberalism. After the defeat of National Socialism, the totalitarian and anti-liberal threat had not disappeared from the world, but continued to be present in the form of the Stalinist Soviet Union. The USA in particular was seen as the guarantor of liberalism in the world, above all against the Soviet Union and the communist threat. Gillian Peele also attributes a history to neoconservatism that is closely linked to Kristol. However, she extends this history to the early 1930s and the debates about communism among American intellectuals, that is, beyond the biographies of the actual neoconservatives. To me, this seems to be too far-reaching. On the other hand, she also treats the 1950s as an important phase for the coming neoconservatism, but what is most important to her is the internal liberal debate. However, Irving Kristol was hardly involved in this anymore. This is made very clear, for example, in a quote from Kristol that Peele himself cites, in which Kristol comments on the debate surrounding Senator McCarthy and his anti-communist campaign. There is one thing that the American people know about Senator McCarthy. He, like them, is unequivocally anti-communist. About the spokesman for American liberalism, they feel they know no such thing. End of quote. Another indication of how far Kristol had already distanced himself from the debate within liberal intellectual circles is his nonchalant treatment of accusations that both the Congress for Cultural Freedom, an open community of mostly left-leaning, anti-communist intellectuals who opposed totalitarianism without waving national or narrowly ideological flags, and its journal Encounter, of which Kristol was co-editor from 1953 to 1958, had been financed by the CIA. Had I known that both the Congress and Encounter were subsidized by the CIA, I would not have taken the job. Not because I disapproved of the CIA or even of secret subsidies. Aside from the fact that the CIA, as a secret agency, seems to be staffed to an extraordinary extent by incorrigible blabbermouths, I have no more reason to despise it than, say, the post office. Both are indispensable. Both are exasperatingly inept. End of quote. In her description of the debates of the 1950s and 1960s that preceded neoconservatism as essentially liberal, Peele also ignores a very clear retrospective judgment on liberalism, here not understood as a political system in the USA and in contrast to totalitarianism, but as a political force by Kristol himself. Liberals went wrong, liberals are wrong, because they are liberals. What is wrong with liberalism is liberalism, a metaphysics and a mythology that is woefully blind to human and political reality. End of quote. Thus, Kristol's move should not be understood as a simple change of sides. Rather, he also changed his view of the world as a whole in a remarkable way. As a young Trotskyist in my college days, I had studied Marx and Lenin and Trotsky to the point of disillusionment. LT was a useful inoculation that rendered me, not only immune, but positively indifferent to the ideological chatter around me. He describes this turning point in his biography. He transformed himself from a radical utopian into an active anti-utopian who no longer expected the USA and liberalism to bring salvation to the world, but at best to prevent the greatest possible disaster. In view of the threats he perceived worldwide, he endeavored from then on to spread the idea in a very sober or disillusioned way that, in some respects, this world we live in is, in fact, a hell, and that a somewhat stoical temper towards the evil of the world was necessary to avoid a millenarian temper, as he wrote in 1979. All tendencies that actively contradict this fact, and especially all left-wing attempts to bring about paradise on earth, are a danger that must be held in check. In this respect, he has always felt himself to be a very minor representative, even in the USA, at least within the intellectual scene. This intention is expressed very clearly in his essay Utopianism and American Politics from 1971. He sees the USA at that time as characterized by a public insistence on a utopian vision of man, history, and society. Our public life is shot through with a permanent streak of hysteria. End of quote. The intellectual background against which Irving Kristol has developed his views since the late 1940s is described by Ted McAllister in his book Revolt Against Modernity, especially in the section Liberal America and Its Discontents. Like Kristol, a whole series of intellectuals, philosophers, and social scientists felt compelled to examine the liberal, democratic America in which they lived through eyes that had witnessed 2 world wars and visions of genocide. These events led some thinkers to reevaluate their most basic assumptions about the directions of modern society and question the future of civilization. They saw a series of catastrophes: World War I, World War II, National Socialism, Stalinism, the Holocaust, as undeniable modern events, as events of modernity. This is why, in the face of acute threats such as those posed by the Soviet Union, they were defenders of U.S. American liberalism or of bourgeois society, but they also retained a great deal of skepticism regarding its potential and suspected that modernity had a self-destructive tendency. For example, Lionel Trilling, who was a great influence on Kristol, saw a disastrous lack of the liberal imagination in the age of mass society and a conformist culture, which in turn could destroy liberalism itself. He perceived post-war culture in the USA as increasingly intellectually impoverished and saw the citizens, in the face of the success of liberal principles in the USA, as contenting themselves with complacency and hedonistic consumption. The danger that Trilling saw was that these were precisely the conditions that would make the masses susceptible to totalitarian temptations. To counter this risk, he proposed to revitalize liberalism from within by confronting it with ideals and values that were mostly classically bourgeois, and thus to strengthen it again. Kristol took up such critiques of modernity and regarded them as a contradictory project that was always in danger of tipping over into systems or societies that were contrary to liberalism and bourgeois individuality. This approach, which was characteristic of neoconservatism, led to Kristol's differing from the later neoconservatives in some respects, even though he is considered to be their first. First of all, he was spared the awakening experience of the later neoconservatives, which occurred with the collapse of the liberal consensus in the USA in the late 1960s. He had already experienced a comparable disillusionment long before that, and to a greater extent. Kristol did not join this liberal consensus in an effusive, but rather in a critical manner, and since the late 1940s he has always been concerned with finding ways and means to compensate for the deficits of modernity and liberalism. As early as 1949, he began to explore the possibility and necessity of combining enlightenment with religion, or perhaps better with spirituality, as a representative of pure reason in his studies of Freud and Einstein. This theme has accompanied him over the decades, up to his current criticism of secular humanism. And so, in his texts, he was repeatedly occupied with fundamental considerations and criticism of the constitution of bourgeois capitalist society, though no longer for the purpose of mobilizing people to abolish the system, but rather out of concern for its necessary preservation. As mentioned, this is now expressed in his criticism of secular humanism, which he says determines modern culture but has an imminently nihilistic tendency in that no values can be upheld in the light of reason, thus creating a moral void after the delegitimization of religions in Western societies. His responses to this crisis for the existence of civil society are thoroughly conservative topics such as the strengthening of religion and family, but in his neoconservative manner, he does not suggest this for primarily moral or religious reasons, but rather for functional ones. Family and religion are the means that, on the one hand, reduce the instability of individuals and, on the other hand, can thereby also prevent the disintegration of society. This attempt to counter the self-destructive tendencies of modernity, which he perceives in order to keep society on the path of enlightenment and citizenship, is no longer one in which Kristol fully wants to realize bourgeois ideals in reality, but rather a fundamentally anti-utopian projection that forbids emancipatory action beyond the existing order. Instead, he wants to preserve this order in all its fragility. This lack of illusions was already very clear in Kristol's 1968 text Memoirs of a Cold Warrior. After seeing the totalitarian threat from the Soviet Union as averted in the post-Stalin era, communism has spent most of its ideological force. He succinctly declares, "My Cold War is largely over. But he goes even further than the other neoconservatives would be willing to go. At that time, he was already looking beyond the bloc confrontation and saw himself in agreement with communist intellectuals from the real socialist states that both blocs were now together in a new and different kind of Cold War against the new breed of radicals who have sprouted up all over the world, and we would surely agree that they represent a threat to our civilization, even perhaps to our way of life. End of quote. And this in 1968, at a time when many others were in the process of becoming neoconservatives, or not least because they feared that with the emergence of this new breed of radicals and in view of the social reaction to it, awareness of the danger posed by the Soviet Union and the USA had dangerously waned, as will be shown later. It can therefore be said that Irving Kristol actually combines in his person various seemingly contradictory traits that characterize neoconservatism, which repeatedly come to light within the framework of neoconservatism as a whole, although usually distributed among various neoconservative intellectuals, and which are presumably also a reason for its continued, ever-renewed vitality. On the one hand, he is an implacable opponent when he sees a fundamental threat to the preservation of the free world, which also makes him willing to participate in anti-totalitarian campaigns even on behalf of the CIA. On the other hand, however, there is also the awareness that, although the USA, as the country in which liberalism is most firmly rooted, must be defended at all costs, it is also part of the hell and would ultimately overreach itself if it were to pursue the program of turning the whole world to good and wanting to start a campaign to transform the world into an American image. For all the shrillness and ideological fervor of individual texts by neoconservatives, they are still accompanied by a realistic component, which was represented early on by Kristol and which is aware of the minority of neoconservative ambitions and that there are points at which the ambitious and large-scale efforts of the neoconservatives cannot be successfully implemented. Points at which one has to admit failure. This alternation between an excessive, idealistic moment and the withdrawal of ambitions has been a permanent feature of neoconservatism over the years, but at times it has also been a source of tension that has led to conflicts within neoconservatism. Precisely because the aforementioned contradictions within neoconservatism and the debates associated with them should not be overlooked, one mistake must not be made. Despite the importance of Irving Kristol for neoconservatism and the insights that can be gained from studying him in particular with regard to neoconservatism, it is nevertheless a fatal mistake to try to understand the phenomenon of neoconservatism exclusively on the basis of Irving Kristol. This is a mistake that Shadia B. Drury makes in her book Leo Strauss and the American Right, which will now be discussed briefly, because she ventures furthest in the projection of a neoconservative threat and is often cited by critics and opponents of neoconservatism. After Drury has made Leo Strauss the sole philosophical source and ideologist of neoconservatism, she goes a step further and, as if in a monograph, deals only with Irving Kristol in her final chapter, Neoconservatism, a Straussian Legacy, in order to present neoconservatism. This method is somewhat transparent and its limitations are quickly recognizable. Of course, connections to and influences from Leo Strauss can be shown in Kristol's work. This is no great feat, since Kristol himself has explained this several times. But these are not the only influences he refers to. Furthermore, although he is not alone in admitting Straussian influences within the neoconservatives, the vast majority of neoconservatives do not actually have this Strauss connection. Incidentally, it should be noted that the first major study of the neoconservatives, the comprehensive book by Steinfels, The Neoconservatives, The Men Who Are Changing America's Politics, makes no mention of Leo Strauss. On the other hand, it makes a difference whether one recognizes a crisis of liberalism and modernity in the world and in the USA as early as the 1950s and assesses it as a great danger, or whether this happens in the course of the 1960s and, moreover, in connection with domestic American social issues, as will be shown in the next point for the emergence of neoconservatism. And the 1960s did not form the decisive context for Kristol's development. Rather, his claim, even in his Trotskyist phase, was a comprehensive one that perceived the USA from the outset in a globally crisis-ridden situation that included the USA itself. In any case, it is not wrong to say that neoconservatism emerged largely independently of Irving Kristol and, above all, Leo Strauss in the face of real developments in politics, culture and society that shocked a number of intellectuals and gradually led to the situation in which, as Drury puts it, their mission is nothing short of the salvation of America, in fact, of Western civilization itself. The fact that she does not see such a threat to Western civilization after Nazism and Stalinism, except perhaps in the neoconservatives themselves, is a general shortcoming of Drury's treatment of neoconservatism. This is why she can write, without reference to other threats that are indispensable for understanding neoconservatism, that the neoconservative ideology threatens to remake America in its own image, thereby emphatically rejecting the understanding of neoconservatism not as a reactive phenomenon to perceived fundamental threats to America, as in this study, but as a positive ideology with which the neoconservatives wanted to reshape the world according to their own liking. Drury's second mistake is her unclear use of the term liberalism. She accuses the neoconservatives of being a thoroughly anti-liberal force, without sufficiently taking into account that political liberalism itself has undergone extensive changes, especially since the 1960s. And it was precisely this change in liberalism that the neoconservatives found alarming and disturbing. That is why they tried to defend old liberalism against the new contemporary liberalism, to a certain extent making themselves the custodians of this traditional liberalism. The same applies to the concept of modernity. Here, too, the neoconservatives are not simply anti-modern, as Drury suggests, but on the one hand recognize a serious crisis of modernity, but defend it against the solutions that, in turn, in the eyes of the neoconservatives, threaten modernity in an emphatically intended sense, in an understanding that must be defended. So here, too, the neoconservatives, in the course of history as they perceive it, take the side of an object of their own criticism, because in this case they do not want to abolish or negate modernity, but rather to connect to it. I am citing Drury here because she is an almost ideal example of the misunderstandings of neoconservatism that can arise or be brought about when it is largely treated out of context. I will quote from just one of Drury's many trenchant judgments on neoconservatism. There is nothing conservative about America's Strauss-inspired neoconservatism. On the contrary, it is radical and reactionary. Its political aspirations are nothing short of the radical reversal of the American liberal tradition. Neoconservatism destabilizes American politics. Neoconservatism is the classic and most powerful expression of the American right. Far from being moderate or conservative, it bristles with a sense of urgency and crisis that is the hallmark of radicalism. End of quote. What Drury almost completely disregards in her judgments is the fundamental confrontation of neoconservatism with the declared radicalism of the 1960s, which is to be discussed in the next section. The threat of the neoconservatives, as Drury describes it, is hardly confirmed by this. The beginning of a continuous story of failure on an ever-expanding scale, as one could summarize the development of neoconservatism presented below, the actual beginning of neoconservatism as a school of thought or movement can be marked in the 1960s, when a whole series of intellectuals suddenly found themselves in a common line with Irving Kristol in their activities. Significantly, however, this did not happen, as with Kristol's turn to his form of neoconservatism in the field of major world politics, but initially took place in the domestic political arena of the United States. The event that shook the world at that time can be briefly described as the aforementioned shattering of the liberal consensus, which, as their transformation into neoconservatives showed, had been tacitly assumed by the intellectuals in question, despite all the criticism they had expressed in their publications about the existing society. After this shock to the liberal consensus, the neoconservatives, as one might say, inherited it in order to reestablish it as a minority. But it is important to understand that at that time, the primary concern was not the liberal consensus regarding the foreign policy of the United States in relation to the Soviet Union. Rather, the decisive moment was changes and tendencies with regard to the internal constitution of the USA. Two events in particular should be mentioned here. First, the grand ambition of a great society, begun under the presidency of Lyndon B. Johnson. This was intended as a continuation of the Rooseveltian New Deal. However, due to its scale and methods, it did not represent a welcome continuation and improvement of the existing system for the neoconservatives, but rather signified a qualitative change in U.S. society. The second decisive event was the emergence of a large protest movement in the 1960s, which included the various phenomena of the New Left and counterculture, and which, for the budding neoconservatives, pointed to a dramatic change in the political and cultural mentality of the U.S. intellectual elite in particular, which they from then on almost literally declared war on. This is where a distinction can be seen that would prove to be significant in the worldview of the neoconservatives and which we will return to later. The distinction between the elite and public opinion, with the neoconservatives increasingly aligning themselves with public opinion and relying more and more on the common sense of the average American. One step in this direction was the gradual dissolution of their ties to the Democratic Party, which took place primarily in the context of the debate over new politics. In this new politics, they saw the troubled 1960s with their worrying developments. The earlier phenomenon of the two discussed here was Lyndon B. Johnson's Great Society government program from 1964. In order to accompany this constructively at first, then critically, and gradually to fight it more and more clearly, the neoconservatives made their first organizational effort. The founding of the magazine The Public Interest in 1965, initiated by Irving Kristol, with Daniel Bell as co-editor and authors such as Nathan Glazer and Seymour Martin Lipset. It is important to emphasize that none of them wanted to criticize the Great Society from a standpoint that might be called neoliberal today. All of them had accepted the previously prevailing New Deal and considered it a reasonable and necessary measure within the framework of capitalism to compensate for the social distortions and tensions arising from this economic system. The nascent neoconservatives were opponents of the ideas of the free market and of the complete non-intervention of the state in economic matters. Thus, Kristol and Bell, as the editors, initially conceived of Public Interest as a magazine that, in the face of increasingly ideologized debates on social policy, wanted to contribute when we discuss issues of public policy, to know a little better what we are talking about, and preferably in time to make such knowledge effective. This was programmatically clearly related to Daniel Bell's most famous publication to date, The End of Ideology, which also fits with Bell and Kristol's reference to a definition attributed to Walter Lippmann to explain the magazine's title. The public interest may be presumed to be what men would choose if they saw clearly, thought rationally, acted disinterestedly and benevolently. However, they soon no longer wanted to maintain this self-declared freedom from ideology and objectivity when, after the Johnson administration took office, they felt that the end of ideology had obviously not yet been fully realized and that they had been mugged by reality. Their main points of attack were the two wars declared by Johnson: the war on poverty and the war on inequality. Its criticism of the Great Society legislation and practice gradually earned Public Interest the reputation of being destructively negative. However, the magazine was by no means opposed to all social policy. Its criticism was based on other, fundamental considerations and fears. In their eyes, a program like the one Johnson was pursuing would fundamentally change the relationship between the state and its citizens and vice versa, and would turn the United States into a state within a liberal social structure, in which the evils of society such as poverty and racial inequality were to be addressed and radically eliminated with a high degree of technocratic and bureaucratic effort, controlled from above, as it were. The impression of the neoconservatives was, as Aaron Wildavsky put it, that the welfare state laws of the Johnson administration wiped out the New Deal and destroyed both the historical coalition and the universe of common assumptions on the basis of which American citizens and political activists alike had long understood what was happening in the national life. Moreover, they believed that, apart from the changes in the political character of society, such programs were not in principle capable of remedying the grievances, but would instead prolong and consolidate them. This is also where the change in liberalism in the USA, as perceived by the neoconservatives, begins, which should lead them to an ever more pronounced distinction between a traditional liberalism worth defending and a progressive liberalism to be fought against. When both Steinfels and Harrington try to show the neoconservatives that their criticism of the Great Society programs was exaggerated, they may well be right in terms of the numbers and statistics, but they fail to address the point that was important to the neoconservatives. They believed they were noticing a shift in American political culture and a change in the ideology that was having a public impact, which could have serious consequences. Steinfels comes very close to the crucial point when he admits, with regard to the Johnson administration's announcement that the war on poverty would completely eradicate poverty in the USA, that the Great Society's inflated rhetoric made a later sense of failure inevitable. "We stand at the edge of the greatest era in the life of any nation," Lyndon Johnson declared in June 1964. End of quote. Even though neoconservative social scientists such as Nathan Glazer or Daniel Patrick Moynihan were very much concerned with the effects of the social programs of the 1960s, and made very meticulous efforts to show that these programs did not have the desired results and also had undesirable consequences. On the whole, this was not much more than the academic underpinning for the neoconservatives' attempt to slow down an ideological change in the USA. Therefore, it was not very difficult for Peter Steinfels in 1979 to find statements by neoconservatives that, in retrospect, judged the material effects of the reforms of the late 1960s to be far less clear and also far less negative. The same applies to two basic tenets that are repeatedly, and even today still associated with the neoconservatives as central characteristics, and that were introduced into the political debate by them in the context of the Great Society. Here, too, it is apparent that the central lines of argumentation that the neoconservatives used in day-to-day politics are now treated by them with less conclusiveness and importance. The first of these is almost self-explanatory in terms of its banality or generalization, which explains the obviously low viability of the theorem to identify neoconservatism as an ideology. To make this clear, however, James Q. Wilson, as he expresses himself in the foreword to the Essential Neoconservative Reader, if there is any article of faith common to almost every adherent of neoconservatism, it is the law of unintended consequences. Things never work out quite as you hope. In particular, government programs often do not achieve their objectives, or do achieve them, but with high or unexpected costs. End of quote. Instead of making it easier to understand neoconservatism as a coherent phenomenon, Wilson's statement tends to emphasize the very diffuse and fleeting character of neoconservatism if it is to be understood as an ideology or program. This approach does not seem to get us very far in understanding neoconservatism. It is better to take the very weighty formulation of the law of unintended consequences, without this law ever having been incorporated into a scientific system by the neoconservatives, as an indication of how much the neoconservatives define themselves in their confrontation with their opponents. In this case, they tried to counteract the overly effusive political concepts and large-scale reform projects that were emerging during the Great Society by insisting on this legality in their publications. Nor can the neoconservatives be grasped at their core by analyzing the second central characteristic that has repeatedly been attributed to them, as has often been attempted. This second characteristic is the concept of the new class, which has been discussed in connection with neoconservatism since the early 1970s and continues to be discussed today. And indeed, the neoconservatives used this concept in many places in their publications. For example, Irving Kristol wrote in 1976 with great certainty, "This new that consists of scientists, lawyers, city planners, social workers, educators, criminologists, sociologists, public health doctors, and so forth, a substantial number of whom find their careers in the expanding public sector rather than the private. The public sector, indeed, is where they prefer to be. They are, as one says, idealistic, that is, far less interested in individual rewards than in the corporate power of their class. Though they continue to speak the language of progressive reform, in actuality they are acting upon a hidden agenda to propel the nation from the modified version of capitalism we call the welfare state toward an economic system so stringently regulated in detail as to fulfill many of the traditional anti-capitalist aspirations of the left." End of quote. Just a few years later, Daniel Bell wrote a very contrasting judgment on this convincing description of the dangers that this new class posed to society. However, it does allow us to make important statements about the way in which neoconservatism works. Bell can be considered quite competent in this regard, as he was one of those who had projected the concept of the new class. In 1979, Bell simply titled one of his articles, "The New Class, a Muddled Concept." Another example that illustrates the admittedly only relative validity of the concept of the new class among neoconservatives is provided by Midge Decter, who wrote in 1975, "We are members of a common group social critics have taken to calling us, usefully if not precisely, the new class, whereby she includes herself in the group that is the target of hostility and at the same time points to the primarily instrumental usefulness of the concept." Irving Kristol provided an insight into this method of neoconservatism in 1987. In War of the Words, he attributed utmost political significance to the use of language and terms in political disputes. Liberals and socialists had succeeded in ensuring that various crucial terms were only used in their sense, so that, for example, the word capitalism had acquired an exclusively negative connotation. This had to be countered, for example, with a class theory of one's own. It would be wrong to judge this as a superficiality of the neoconservatives, since they were not concerned with actually offering comprehensive social analyses in current debates, but rather wanted to put a stop to developments whose consequences were less worrying from an economic point of view or in a narrow social or sociological perspective, but because they were fleeing the fact that the character of society was changing, with the political discourse being shifted, even independently of the government programs of individual presidents. Both the law of unintended consequences and the concept of the new class were tools in their often polemical debate with their opponents and were intended to permanently dampen the confidence placed, for example, in the Great Society programs, the belief that deficits such as poverty or inequality can be permanently and fundamentally eliminated within the existing social order. Such promises, as for example the War on Poverty of Johnson contained, could not be successful in the eyes of the neoconservatives. Instead, they would cause broad frustration, undermine the legitimacy of the U.S. social order, and weaken the strength of the United States as a vital center of liberalism in domestic and foreign policy. To a limited extent, the neoconservatives were able to view this concept as successful, since after a few years the large-scale reform programs disappeared from U.S. government policy. The neoconservatives recognized this fact a few years later and were therefore able to view the reforms of the 1960s in a more sober light. But they were not really reassured by this because by then they had already seen the old opponents, the same anti-liberal tendencies, reappear in a different guise. Even more important to neoconservatism than the conflict with the Great Society was a second development of the 1960s that did not affect official government policy but the country's political culture. The emergence and, above all, the rapid development of a large protest movement that had already become increasingly noticeable before the Vietnam War, but in the context of which it became ever stronger, more thematically extensive, and also more militant. On the one hand, this brought neoconservatism into contact with completely new partners, the most important of whom was Norman Podhoretz, who had been actively involved in this protest movement for many years and who at that time wanted to see a comprehensive emancipatory change in U.S. society. On the other hand, however, because this protest movement made it more than clear to the budding neoconservatives that the liberal consensus was not only in danger, for example, through such extensive structural programs as the Great Society, but that it had actually already been shaken, and that from the inside of society, by the emerging future intellectuals and elites. This harsh judgment needs to be explained. The first thing that, despite sympathies for the content of the criticism expressed in the protests, led the neoconservatives to decisively reject the movement was, in their view, its undifferentiated anti-bourgeois attitude, its vehement rejection of all the values that the American middle class represented at that time. Initially, this only affected the academic sphere, where they considered the forms of protest used by the activists to be anti-enlightenment in both effect and goal. Thus, they saw pure authoritarianism hidden behind the declared anti-authoritarianism due to its nature, which was so fundamentally represented. A central text on this aspect of the protest movement as it manifested itself in the universities was written by Nathan Glazer in 1969, who attempts to demonstrate precisely this development towards authoritarianism using the example of the university unrest in Berkeley in December 1964. He himself summarizes his view of the unrest of the 1960s succinctly. We took a position of defense of institutions that we thought worked well enough, which could be changed, and which in the face of radical attack could and would crumble, to be replaced with something worse, even if, in view of the deficits of U.S. society and the war in Vietnam, he takes this attitude with some discomfort. He summarizes the real alternative that he saw represented by the radical students as follows. The despairing view that we have solved no problems, that selfish and overwhelming powerful forces prevent us from solving any, that the society and its institutions respond only to disruption and violence. End of quote. The tone of Glazer's text is also interesting. Written in 1969, it looks back on about 5 years of protest that had started at universities. Glazer is surprised to see how activists, including himself, who initially fought together for changes and liberalizations of university structures, are now on opposite sides of the conflict. In his analysis of the protests and with regard to his own motivation to distance himself from them and ultimately to oppose them, the main line of argument is that the protests had only a tactical relationship to all the issues and practical steps they demanded, and that the increasingly radicalization had become the real purpose, even an end in itself. For example, the aim was not to reform the university, but to confront it permanently as an institution, which was to be extended to confront all institutions in the USA in order to bring about a radical social change. The example of Glazer shows that the neoconservatives saw nihilistic or destructive traits in the protests as becoming increasingly important. They had the impression that the students' protests did not represent a kind of practical critique of ideology, which sought to attack the abuses of the bourgeoisie in order to fulfill the ideals of freedom and equality that they represented. This should not have been at all unsympathetic to the neoconservatives, who often saw themselves as critical intellectuals. However, their perception of the student or protest movement was that it rejected the bourgeois ideals wholesale or did not criticize them, but attacked precisely these ideals themselves, and was therefore an opponent of freedom and equality. And the perception of this attack then also leads Glaser to very fundamental statements. I have made some commitments that an orderly democracy is better than government by the expressive and violent outburst of the most committed, that the university embodies values that transcend the given characteristics of a society or the specific disasters of an administration, that the faults of our society, grave as they are, do not require, indeed, would in no way be advanced by the destruction of those fragile institutions that have been developed over centuries to preserve and expand knowledge. These are strongly held commitments, so strongly that my first reaction to student disruption, and it is not only an emotional one, is to consider how the disruptors can be isolated and weakened, how their influence, which is now enormous among students, can be reduced, how dissension among them can be encouraged, and how they can be finally removed from a community they wish to destroy. Glaser was quoted at such length because his sentences contain essential elements that provided decisive impulses for the emergence of neoconservatism. A thoroughly critical attitude towards the existing conditions in U.S. society, but then a shock at the new forms of protest against these conditions, a defense of the basic elements of this social order set in relation to these protests, and finally a reactive but decisive turn against the perceived threat, whose fight is formulated as a central future task. However, in order to grasp the full spectrum of the trends in U.S. society that have been worrying the neoconservatives since the 1960s, Glaser's view, which concentrated mainly on the political wing of the student movement, with another aspect that is expressed in the most general form in the term counterculture, as distinct from the term New Left, which characterized the political organizations and ideologies of that time. What is meant is the emergence of new ways of life, a new morality, a new relationship to parents, society, culture, and the state since the 1960s. Although the political and cultural aspects of the movements of the 1960s often merged or both occurred together, it is still possible to make a distinction between the two sides. Midge Decter addressed this cultural aspect from a neoconservative perspective in a 1975 text that is not only relevant in terms of content, but also because of the tone that Decter chooses. But first, the content. The subject of her text is America's professional or enlightened, liberal middle class, and the form in which this class has manifested itself in connection with the counterculture, a liberal culture, of which the youth revolution had become a cornerstone. End of quote. She describes the prevailing mentality in this youth revolution in their rebellion against the evil of a rampant, heedless materialism, using three characteristics. Firstly, these young people were incapable of facing, tolerating, or withstanding difficulty of any kind. Secondly, they were far more self-regarding than usual and caught up in endless discourses upon yourselves, in their search for attention. And thirdly, they were dependent, more than usually lacking in the capacity to stand your ground without reference, whether positive or negative, to your parents. However, at the time this mentality had emerged, it had been viewed by the parent generation with completely different eyes. We permitted ourselves to be soothed and distracted by the idea that we were in the presence of a revolution, that you were not, as you might have seemed, displaying an incapacity to get on with your lives in an orderly fashion, but rather that you were creating a new kind of order, alien to and superseding our own. Decter also subsumes your professors under a similar perception. Decter's article ends with a kind of retrospective indictment of the enlightened liberal community, regardless of which generation. We proclaimed you sound when you were foolish in order to avoid taking part in the long, slow, slogging effort that is the only route to genuine maturity of mind and feeling. This is, as far as the neoconservatives are concerned, the supplement to Glaser's analysis of the political side of the 1960s. The realization that there is hardly anything left of the self-awareness, self-reflection, and resilience of the supporting layer of American liberalism against tendencies that attack the very foundations of this liberalism, even on a social and cultural level. This is another part of the reality that was meant by the crystal definition of liberals mugged by reality. Another point that makes Midge Decter's text interesting when considering neoconservatism is, as mentioned, the tone in which the article is written. Decter is writing in 1975, and she is writing from a perspective that is retrospective and has already discovered a new mood, our own new mood. In other words, Decter is taking stock of a past era that has left its mark on U.S. society, but which has ceased to represent a permanent and ongoing challenge to the liberal Constitution of the United States. These challenges had shifted in the meantime, and the neoconservatives were already finding them in other places at that time, as will be shown. First within the Democratic Party, and then more and more at the international level. These observations and assessments, this dismay at the development of the intellectual class in the USA, which have been presented here using the examples of Glaser and Decter, were now shared at that time by a growing number of intellectuals. They were so shocked by what they saw as dangerous developments for American liberalism and the lack of reaction to them on the part of American society that they began to devote a considerable part of their publishing activities to pushing back these developments. And they did so increasingly from a position in which they felt themselves to be a minority within the intellectual class of the USA, and gradually showed an ever stronger inclination to provide bourgeois culture and the values of ordinary Americans with intellectual support in a wholly affirmative manner in order to help preserve them. In the words of Irving Kristol, neoconservatism aims to infuse American bourgeois orthodoxy with a new self-conscious intellectual vigor. LT is the self-imposed assignment of neoconservatism to explain to the American people why they are right, and to the intellectuals why they are wrong. End of quote. And since these individual intellectuals regularly and almost synchronously followed this self-chosen vocation, at that time without any significant organizational ties to each other, at the times they chose, that is, when they perceived a new threat to liberalism, it was not long before Michael Harrington was able to give this phenomenon a name, neoconservatism. As with the first wave of neoconservatism with the magazine The Public Interest, a magazine also played a special catalytic role at the end of the 1960s. The now beginning fundamentally critical and often polemical attack on the adversary culture took place in its most coordinated form in the magazine Commentary, which thus took on the function of bringing together the various intellectuals who were soon to be categorized under the term neoconservatism. The editor of Commentary between February 1960 and May 1995, Norman Podhoretz, initially tried to give the magazine a left-wing and avowedly radical orientation and, according to his own assessment, played a not insignificant role in the emergence of unrest in the 1960s. He welcomed these developments as a new kind of radicalism, a radicalism that did not depend on Marx and had no illusions about the Soviet Union. He saw his work at Commentary as a continuation of his engagement in the civil rights movement, which he wanted to advance in a radical liberal sense. In a retrospective, albeit before he turned against the left, he describes the task, the ideological strategy, that he set himself in the first years of his editorship at Commentary, as follows: to turn Commentary, as I myself had been turning, in the same leftward direction that I was confident the best energies of the 60s were also preparing to move. He wanted to see a revival of the long-dormant tradition of American social criticism, in contrast to hard anti-communism and to celebrations, however quiet, of American virtue. But the course that the protest movement took during the 1960s revealed characteristics in Podhoretz's eyes that ultimately led him to see the time as having come, with the June 1970 issue, to declare full-scale war, to join forces in the campaign against the movement. And he now explicitly abolished any distinction between a confrontation with a political protest movement on the one hand and a counterculture on the other. Podhoretz's opponent was the Cultural Revolution, which was expressed equally in both phenomena and now had to be pushed back. With this intention, Podhoretz gathered a whole range of very different writers, whose connection he himself describes as follows. What brought all these writers together into an identifiable group was not a positive political perspective. Ideologically, indeed, they were very diverse. What did unite them all, however, was the view that the single greatest threat to their own political values now came from the movement and its ideas. End of quote. But what was the reason for this development from supporter of the movement to its determined opponent, as it took place, for example, with Norman Podhoretz? And what brought these ideologically diverse intellectuals together in this opposition? On the one hand, it was the movement itself as it presented itself to Podhoretz. In a retrospective of the 1960s, Podhoretz describes his work in the movement and his experiences in it. Various aspects can be gleaned from this that unsettled and disturbed him. In connection with the student unrest in Berkeley in 1964, he writes about his serious recensions about the new radicalism. There was very little actual violence at Berkeley, but there was a great deal of rhetorical violence. Everything was simplified into slogans fit for shouting and chanting, Rational argument was replaced by direct action. I had been trained to regard such contempt as an expression of hatred for intellectual values and for the pursuit of truth. Berkeley thus resolved itself into a conflict of loyalties, loyalty to radicalism as against loyalty to intellectual standards. End of quote. He considers the type of thinking that he suspects behind this variant of radicalism to be inherently authoritarian. There was a very stringent limit on criticism of the radical line. He also noted a decisive change in the protest movement's attitude towards violence at the end of the 1960s. It had become an advocate of violent revolution as the only road to social change. Over the years, Podhoretz also found more and more elements that gradually alienated him from the movement. But this is not enough to explain his big step, from 1970 onwards, to see his main task as fighting the movement and its ideas. To do this, something must first be said about the importance that Podhoretz attached to these radical tendencies in a social context. Podhoretz himself made somewhat contradictory statements about what the radicals represented for him. On the one hand, he said that almost all of them were children of communist families and their fellow travelers from the McCarthy era, who now wanted to take revenge on their parents. Then again, he says that they are the shock troops of a cultural revolution, whose real beneficiaries, however, can be found in the liberal elite, in the new class, maneuvering for control of the Democratic Party. However, one gets on a better path if one does not follow Podhoretz in such short-winded and personalizing assessments, but where he becomes more fundamental. First of all, he makes it clear that he never believed in the success of the movement, which was increasingly striving for a revolution in the sense of a declared change of system in the USA. The radical protests of that time remained questionable, but he nevertheless considered them to be an expression of a shift that affected the whole of U.S. society. In the 1960s, Podhoretz did not see a generational problem, as it was often portrayed, but rather a political and cultural phenomenon that had gripped society across all age groups and social classes. This also explains his connection between the movement and its ideas in the above quote. What was happening very spectacularly in the streets and at the universities could find its counterpart and complement in the political establishment of the USA through the ideas. And even if the most radical statements and the shrillest demands were toned down there, it still posed a danger to the USA as a whole. Liberal opinion was becoming radicalized. This can be explained by looking at a key point in Norman Podhoretz's development. Podhoretz was an opponent of U.S. intervention in Vietnam from the outset. He initiated and participated in organizations and campaigns of the anti-war movement. The motivation for his protest was very concrete. He stated that the Vietnam War was a disastrous mistake of U.S. policy, a piece of arrogant stupidity, that it would cause terrible devastation in Southeast Asia and also cause immense damage and costs to the USA in terms of people, material, and money, and that, in addition, it would fail to achieve the goal of containing the advance of communism, which Podhoretz supported in principle. However, when the tone of the anti-war movement changed and the view that the war in Vietnam was not a mistake but a crime became more and more prevalent, and the comparison between the USA and Nazi Germany became a commonplace of radical talk, Podhoretz perceived this as an anti-American instrumentalization of the protest and withdrew from it. Not only did I reject the view that the United States was as evil in its way as Nazi Germany had been, I even objected to the idea that it was evil in any degree, that there were many things wrong with the country I had been saying for a long time now. But evil, beyond redemption, in need of deserving to be overthrown by force and violence. At the same time, however, he realized that, in the combination of the movement and its ideas, the protest thus changed was increasingly gaining political influence, recognition, and, above all, was being absorbed by the Democratic Party, as it were. In the process, the verbal radicalism and militancy of the movement were lost, but this symbiosis between the Democrats and the radicals began, in Podhoretz's eyes, to change the Democratic Party in such a way that the actual results of the Democrats' policies then ended up weakening and endangering a liberal, anti-communist America. A process that led to the election campaign slogan of the Democratic candidate George McGovern in 1972, "Come Home, America," which Podhoretz and the other neoconservatives understood as the worrying expression of a new isolationism that resulted from the Democrats' perception of the current shape of the USA as the only major aberration. In Podhoretz's eyes, this did not fulfill the fondest wish of all movement radicals to turn the United States around altogether from a counter-revolutionary power into an active sponsor of revolution, but it was the next best thing. the neutralization of the United States in world politics as a democratic program. Ehrman misses the point here by misusing the Podhoretz quote and distorting its meaning, thereby conveying to the reader that the radicals' greatest wishes were fulfilled with McGovern. Podhoretz does not mean that, but he does consider this weakened form of the adoption of radical demands in the Democratic Party to be the fatal thing about this time at the beginning of the 1970s. But the budding neoconservatives were not only, and not primarily, concerned about the foreign policy implications of McGovern's slogan. They understood the integration of the 1960s movement into the system as a comprehensive development that could have a disastrous influence not only on U.S. foreign policy, but also on the inward-looking self-image of the United States. What they now wanted to fight were the phenomena that were summarized in the early 1970s in connection with the Democratic Party under the name New Politics. These new politics had various effects on the structure and functioning of the Democratic Party, which will be discussed in a moment. But above all, they also influenced the programmatic policies advocated by the Democrats. And one area that gradually gained in importance was affirmative action. What is interesting here is that this topic reveals a similarity to the relationship between Norman Podhoretz and the anti-Vietnam War movement. From a position in which they shared the protest movement's criticism of a social state or were even directly involved in it, the neoconservatives, in view of the shifts in the movement and on the left with regard to the respective issue, turned into opponents of those who stood for a change in U.S.-American conditions by the beginning of the 1970s. To be more precise, this means that the later neoconservatives were all vehement defenders and supporters of the concerns of the civil rights movement. For them, too, the inequality between blacks and whites was a problem that had to be counted among the major deficits of the USA. Furthermore, they did not see the various changes in the law in the 1960s as a long-term solution to the problem. But what happened with the beginning of the new politics in the question of inequality between black and white people, that is, at the point when the demands of the protest movement were adopted in a modified form by the Democrats, was for the neoconservatives, as with the Great Society, a break with the social system of the USA, and so they resolved to push back the new politics on this issue as well. And one important point of attack in these disputes was the concept of affirmative action. There were also attempts at affirmative action under John F. Kennedy in the early 1960s, without this causing outrage among the later neoconservatives. Kennedy's approach could still be summarized under the goal of equality of opportunity. That is, the aim was to gradually compensate for the disadvantage of blacks in terms of qualifications through targeted educational measures, coupled with incentives for employers to hire more qualified blacks. In addition, employers were threatened with penalties if it could be proven that they had not hired an applicant for racist reasons. However, the affirmative action concepts lost this rather cautious character at the end of the 1960s and, in the opinion of the neoconservatives, were transformed into concepts that aimed to achieve equality of outcome. This alone was a much too far-reaching goal for them to be able to achieve it systematically through state policy. Even more so, however, they rejected the methods by which this was to be achieved. Central to this debate were the quotas that were to be used to force state and non-state organizations and institutions to hire a certain percentage of black people. The burden of proof was reversed. Now employers had to prove that they had not met the quotas for racist reasons. These quota regulations were later introduced for other population groups, such as Hispanics or women. Using a well-known phrase coined by Nathan Glazer, the neoconservatives called this approach affirmative discrimination and saw it as a radical break with the intention of the civil rights movement, which had aimed to make U.S. society colorblind and to treat every individual equally. However, the quotas would achieve the exact opposite. Individuals would no longer be considered as individuals, but nolens volens as members of a population group, and with a moral value added. Some would be stigmatized as members of a victim group, victimization, while others would be collectively assigned to a ruling class with the victims, being forced into a relationship of dependence on the dominant group and deprived of the opportunity to assert themselves individually. This is a breach of the first principle of a liberal society, namely that politics must be based on individual rights and not on group affiliations. What has been briefly shown here, using the example of the development of the protest against the Vietnam War and against the inequality between blacks and whites, happened in the eyes of the neoconservatives in numerous areas of society and politics. In many respects, they saw the protest movement initially developing in an anti-liberal direction and ultimately this anti-liberalism entering the politics of the Democrats in a modified form, but not one that was really stripped of its anti-liberal potency. But, and this is important to note, the consequence of their retreat from the radical movement or from the turn against the changing left was not the development of a new ideology, but an intentional retreat from ideology altogether. Or, as Podhoretz puts it, what then was the alternative? A skeptical attitude toward the power of any political program, including my own, to solve most of the problems of the human condition. With this narrow but unifying anti-program, the neoconservatives embarked on a path that led them to encounter ever new opponents who, instead of the skepticism, had a comprehensive program. The new left and counterculture initially merged into one for the neoconservatives, becoming a phenomenon that was to be fought as a cohesive whole, and which was, above all, fought on the pages of commentary. But as the unrest and militancy of the 1960s gradually lost relevance and intensity, the neoconservatives began to examine the development that they perceived as the direct successor to the spectacular movement events and the lasting influence of their ideas, the new politics of the Democrats. As we have seen, they did this on a substantive level but also on an organizational level, initially within the Democratic Party. With this turn against the left, as it has been shown here, especially by the example of Norman Podhoretz, but as it has also occurred with numerous other neoconservatives, these intellectuals had to discover that with their principally liberal attitude, which, while it may have even overcome the existing order in the case of some individuals, never wanted to fall back behind it into illiberal conditions, had become a minority in their traditional political home. They interpreted this as a serious crisis in which liberalism, as the fundamental political culture in the USA, had been plunged. From the beginning of the 1970s, they were initially mainly concerned with opposing the new forces, especially within the Democratic Party, and trying to avoid what they saw as an anti-liberal change of direction or, depending on their assessment, to bring about a new change of direction that would be in their favor. It should be explicitly noted at this point that the field of political engagement or struggle of the neoconservatives was within the Democrats or, more generally, within the political left. The various neoconservatives participated in this attempt for different lengths of time, and even today some are still involved in the Democratic Party. But in the main, they saw their attempt to prevent the new tendencies that were pushing into the Democratic Party from gaining the upper hand as having failed with the nomination of the new left George McGovern as the Democratic presidential candidate against Nixon in 1972. Many neoconservatives saw in McGovern everything they rejected about the new left and the new politics. Not only did they interpret McGovern's aforementioned slogan "Come Home, America" as isolationist and defeatist, but they also saw the greatest danger as lying not yet in the foreign policy of the USA, but in the interior of U.S. society. McGovern thus stood for them at least as much for defeatism in the face of the counterculture, for giving in to its intention of bringing about a different America at the social and cultural level, which would then certainly intensify the threat from abroad for the neoconservatives in the second instance that in 1972. After McGovern had suffered a clear defeat at the polls against Nixon, a number of neoconservatives founded the Coalition for a Democratic Majority, CDM. This coalition was an attempt to push back the influence of the representatives of the new politics within the Democratic Party and to reverse the internal changes that had come to be known as the McGovern reforms. But this was already a defensive move and was soon regarded by those involved as a failed undertaking, at the latest when the numerous reforms in party program and structure, i.e. the new politics, were explicitly confirmed again in 1974. The neoconservatives had reached a dead end. Hardly had they appeared as a recognizable group in political life. In their estimation, the United States had changed dramatically by the mid-1970s, and the counterculture had been able to assert itself as the new establishment. The liberal consensus in U.S. society, which had seemed so firmly anchored, had loosened its grip, and neither the Republicans, who at that time were still far removed from the neoconservatives, nor the Democrats seemed able or willing to revive it. The Democratic Party underwent extensive structural reform from 1968, when Hubert Humphrey lost the presidential election to Richard Nixon. The party was to be modernized by focusing more on political activism, de-hierarchization, and expanding opportunities for participation, as well as by recruiting and accepting members and activists from the protest movement. For the neoconservatives, however, these changes were more a worrying ideologization of the party, exactly in the sense of the radical left of the 1960s. In this situation, in which the neoconservatives felt politically uncommitted or isolated and considered a return to the pre-McGovern Democratic Party to be out of the question, they reacted pragmatically and were increasingly willing to work with and in the Republican Party in a prominent position. The outstanding example of such engagement was provided by Daniel Patrick Moynihan, who in 1975 accepted the post of United States Ambassador to the United Nations under Nixon's post-Watergate successor Gerald Ford. This happened in the immediate context of the publication of an essay by Moynihan in Commentary, The United States in Opposition, which will be discussed later in terms of its significance for neoconservatism. Suffice it to say that, as a result of their failure in their efforts first against the New Left and then against the New Politics, the neoconservatives had now been pushed onto the field of international politics, where they continued to pursue their concern defend the liberal potential against its threats, in a similar way in Constellation. Here, too, they had to admit defeat and failure again and again according to their own standards and remained in a minority position in their own perception. In essence, they still cannot be easily categorized in the scheme or system of the existing political camps, but rather form a group that is highly independent of them. Although they seem to have an increasingly greater inclination to engage with the Republicans, they are by no means to be equated with this party. On the one hand, the neoconservatives are still controversial within the Republican Party and are also partly hostile. On the other hand, a significant number of neoconservatives are still not actively involved in the party. This will be discussed in more detail later. In summary, the following can be said about the emergence of neoconservatism between the mid-1960s and the early 1970s. Neoconservatism was triggered by various changes in the political culture of the United States. On the one hand, it was a comprehensive redefinition of the state and its tasks, as it had been expressed above all in the Great Society, with its wars on poverty and inequality. In the eyes of the neoconservatives, these measures amounted to a rejection of the liberal relationship between the state and the individual, or more precisely, a shift in the balance of power towards the state, which would not leave individuals and their self-perception as citizens unaffected. The U.S. society could be on the verge of losing its existence as the vital center of liberalism. This was the fear of the budding neoconservatives. The second significant change, which also fell within the realm of political culture, found its strongest expression in the protest movement that characterized the 1960s. For the neoconservatives, this increasingly developed into a direct challenge to the America that had existed until then, to its international role, to the moral values it embodied, and to the bourgeois norms that the neoconservatives considered indispensable for holding the U.S. society together. Both changes merged in the early 1970s in the Democratic Party under the name New Politics, making it the party of progressive liberalism. A few years earlier, at the time of the still intact liberal consensus in the USA, this represented an unexpected collectivist and potentially authoritarian or totalitarian threat, in that it inherently rejected or at least contained a fatal relativism towards previously valid values, principles, and academic standards. At least that was how the neoconservatives saw it, and they found themselves in a changed political reality. A cultural revolution, as the period in which neoconservatism emerged is still characterized today, made them a kind of splitting-off product, and they now found themselves in a new intellectual role as the remaining defenders of a traditional liberalism and a bourgeois culture as a necessary companion for a liberal society. This defense of the central elements of the previous social order against current attacks and threats became a defining characteristic of neoconservatism, which was to take precedence over other objectives. This is clearly expressed in a kind of summary of this intention of neoconservatism in 1970 by Nathan Glazer. Radicalism is so beset with error and confusion that our main task, if we are ever to mount a successful assault on our problems, must be to argue with it and to strip it ultimately of the pretension that it understands the causes of our ills and how to set them right. End of quote. However, this determination in the debate with radicalism and the solutions it offers to our ills is accompanied by a continuation of the original critical attitude of the later neoconservatives towards the existing social order, which makes neoconservatism appear to be a divided matter. Above all, Irving Kristol and his criticism of secular humanism, but also, for example, Daniel Bell in his examination of the cultural contradictions of capitalism, have themselves pointed out the internal contradictions of modernity and the resulting fundamental fragility or weakness of today's society, which creates its own threats and counter-movements from within itself. A concise example of this strand of neoconservative thought, which must be seen alongside the neoconservatives' attacks on the New Left for its anti-bourgeois stance, is provided by Irving Kristol, who refers to the anti-bourgeois nature of the system itself. The kind of person I am describing may be called the bourgeois citizen. He used to exist in large numbers, but now is on the verge of becoming an extinct species. He has been killed off by bourgeois prosperity, which has corrupted his character from that of a citizen to that of a consumer. End of quote. Based on this split between a critique of modern society for the self-destructive tendencies inherent in it and the fight against its declared enemies, it was not long before the neoconservatives shifted the focus and framework of their work and looked beyond the USA and its society to discover equally serious threats to a liberal order, albeit in a different form. In their efforts to preserve the U.S. society within its borders, the neoconservatives were soon pushed beyond the national or internal borders of the U.S., so to speak. However, the aforementioned step in the approach and topics of the neoconservatives from the Cultural Revolution of the 1960s and 1970s to the outside, beyond the borders of the U.S., was already indicated during this period. Some of the characteristics of the protest movement that were relevant to the neoconservatives were already outside the areas that only concerned the internal political culture of the United States. And these were characteristics that would have been enough in themselves to cause the neoconservatives to increasingly reject this movement. They only came to full fruition in the neoconservative agenda over the years, but today they occupy a central place there. I am referring to the positions of the protest movement, or at least parts of it, towards the United States, Israel, and the Jews, as well as the issues of anti-Americanism, anti-Zionism, and anti-Semitism. In these issues, the budding neoconservatives were shaken or mugged by reality in a similar way to the events and developments of the 1960s and early 1970s as a whole. Fundamental certainties that they had previously believed to be almost unshakable were lost to them. Views that they would never have believed to be relevant in the political spectrum of the USA at that time, especially not from the left and the liberal side, gradually began to gain in importance. As briefly shown in the section on Podhoretz's about-face against the left at commentary, the neoconservatives were shocked to realize that the USA was no longer regarded as just a nation that could commit mistakes or even crimes, which the neoconservatives could certainly concede or even see as the case, for example, in the question of the Vietnam War. The decisive change for the neoconservatives was rather that the USA was no longer regarded, even in terms of its potential, as a liberal and democratic force, but as a nation that was a crime as a whole, racist internally and murderous externally. But in the eyes of the neoconservatives, this was also linked to a gradually changing view of central events in modern history. The Soviet Union, which for the neoconservatives was a totalitarian state beyond any positive reference, was increasingly portrayed in a favorable light compared to the USA. And in the protests against the Vietnam War, they also increasingly discovered not only accusations directed at the USA, but also statements that took the side of the Viet Cong, ideologically as well as otherwise, which for the neoconservatives did not see this as a further development of the protests against the USA and the criticism of them, in which they themselves had participated, but rather as a complete rejection of liberalism as the unquestioned basis of the movement. Since they also perceived the gradual infiltration of such views with only minor modifications into the Democratic Party, the neoconservatives increasingly saw themselves as veterans of the vital center in foreign policy as well, who now no longer had to represent the positive tendencies and possibilities of the USA from the left, but against it. The neoconservatives were just as shocked by the increasingly positive assessment of the Soviet Union or the real socialist bloc as they were by a historical analogy that was used in the protest movement. The equating of the USA with Nazi Germany, as it appeared, for example, in the German spelling of America, or as Norman Podhoretz discovered in Noam Chomsky when he spoke of the final solution, in relation to the Vietnam War. The comparison between Nazi Germany and the USA became, as Podhoretz put it, the already mentioned commonplace of radical talk. Equally unthinkable for the neoconservatives, who saw themselves as a political force emerging from the left, was an attitude towards Israel that they saw becoming increasingly prevalent in the protest movement. The claim that Israel was not a state like any other, with faults or even crimes, but that, as with the USA, the state itself was the crime. Ehrman presents this innovation in the context of the events surrounding the occupation of Columbia University in New York in 1968 by left-wing students and black militants. Not only anti-Semitic or anti-Jewish statements directed at the situation within the USA were heard there and at other events, but also, and this was a decisive step towards international politics that mobilized the neoconservatives, the State of Israel was also attacked. This was particularly the case in the aftermath of the Six-Day War of 1967, when Israel was attacked as an aggressor, oppressor, and illegal state, and its right to exist was denied. Such views, which had not yet played a central role in the disputes with the new left in the USA, became an increasingly important point of attack and mobilization for the neoconservatives in the next steps. what they had already established for the protest movement at that time. By 1970, almost everyone knew that the radical left was antagonistic to Israel. The anti-Zionism of the radical left was becoming increasingly difficult to distinguish from anti-Semitism. They soon discovered at the global level as well. In their view, anti-Zionism, as it was to be seen in the UN in the 1970s, for example, was a new internationalized version of anti-Semitism, to which the neoconservatives reacted by shifting or internationalizing their own priorities in the context of new global developments. After they had transformed themselves from critics into vehement defenders of the U.S. social system through the development of the protest movement and the changes in the Democrats' program, a second decisive stage in the development of the neoconservatives was still to come. Inspired by various events in international politics, especially since the beginning of the 1970s, they discovered that the shocks and threats to liberalism that they perceived were not a phenomenon limited to the United States, but seemed to be affecting large parts of the non-American world as well. And so the study of international politics became increasingly important to them, although their work until 1970 did not always mean taking an active role as a foreign policy intellectual. The Soviet Union did not play the sole leading role. The neoconservatives had a largely fixed and almost complete view of it, which led some of them to make misjudgments at the time of the collapse of the real socialist bloc. They had always seen the Soviet Union as a resolutely anti-liberal opponent, and the Cold War was a system competition for them. It should be noted here that the term anti-communism is too narrow to describe the neoconservatives' attitude. Instead, it makes more sense to talk about anti-totalitarianism, since they recognized other threats to liberalism besides the Soviet Union. Often with reference to and in the style of Hannah Arendt, for example, they related totalitarianism to National Socialism, and even, as will be shown in the post-communist state world, they still discover similarly serious opponents and dangers with at least totalitarian tendencies, as they had already identified in National Socialism and Real Socialism. The example of the Soviet Union also showed early on that the labeling of the enemy as a principle did not necessarily bring with it a unified attitude among neoconservatives on questions of political practice. From support for containment policy to calls for a rollback, an active pushback against Soviet influence in the world, the neoconservatives took a variety of positions, which also led Gillian Peele to describe the overall picture of the various neoconservative positions as rather confusingly in 1984. Nevertheless, all positions shared the common ground that the Soviet Empire was the enemy of the USA and should be eliminated in the long term. It was clear to all neoconservatives that the Cold War was a struggle between two irreconcilable ideologies. And it was precisely this basic attitude towards U.S. policy, which was also the actual determining factor in its post-war policy, that they now saw crumbling. This weakening of the USA's ideological position seemed all the more dangerous to the neoconservatives in the face of new types of opponents, which they increasingly found in the UN, in the post-colonial states, and in the non-aligned nations movement during the 1970s. Initially, the neoconservatives were concerned with further changes in U.S. foreign policy. When, under the impression of the difficulties the USA was experiencing in the Vietnam War, which made the possibility of failure in this war increasingly likely under Presidents Nixon and Ford, and with Secretary of State Kissinger, the gradual withdrawal of troops from Vietnam was initiated on the one hand, and, on the other, détente between the blocs became the concept of the USA and an explicitly Republican policy in dealing with the real socialist states, and the Soviet Union was no longer the decisive, even ideological opponent for the official policy of the USA. The neoconservatives, who had only just been alienated from the liberals, were additionally alarmed. They saw the conservatives as being affected by the ideology of the counterculture, according to which the USA had shown in the Vietnam War that it was a power that could not influence the world for the better. Podhoretz summarized the significance of this development for the neoconservatives. The centers of Republican conservatism now governing the country were no more immune from the failure of nerve than their counterparts in the old liberal establishment. As a result, the neoconservatives saw a culture of appeasement that could only end with a dangerous weakening of the United States against expansive threats such as those posed by the Soviet Union, and ultimately even bring with it the danger of the Finlandization of the United States. In other words, they would not become a satellite state of the Soviet Union, but they would only be able to retain their level of freedom on condition that they largely conformed to the Soviet will in world politics. A development, incidentally, that they saw as already very advanced in Europe. But here too, they were not only afraid of the threat facing the USA from outside, but also worried, especially in light of the experiences of the 1960s, about the internal consequences and repercussions of such an appeasement policy, since they continued to regard intellectuals in particular, who were increasingly rejecting the American liberal model, were susceptible to the utopian content of communist ideas, because these offered a possible alternative that remained within the framework of progressive modernist thinking, even claiming to be its ultimate fulfillment. The utopian cast of mind is quite rational, only it has ceased to be reasonable. And this divorce between rationality and reasonableness, which is so characteristic of so many forms of madness, is also a crucial feature of modern utopianism. Irving Kristol described the state of the intellectual class in the USA in 1973, also making the distance of the neoconservatives to this quite clear. From then on, their connections began to close in on each other in order to strengthen the American will to resist what they saw as a totalitarian threat. Gradually, new magazines, newspapers, and organizations emerged from the ranks of the neoconservatives, outside of the clearly identifiable party politics, with which they tried to save what could still be saved from the liberal world order in a kind of informal concerted action. In the process, the neoconservatives' focus had already shifted noticeably from domestic to foreign policy, and remarkably enough, this shift also occurred during the Republican administrations of Richard Nixon and his successor Gerald Ford. The neoconservatives saw the danger of a virulent weakness in the USA as being spread throughout society, so that their opponents at that time were no longer just the left in the USA, but they also directed their attacks, for example, against American corporations and their supporters on the political right, whom they accused of putting their anti-communism behind the expectation of profits. They were criticized as representatives of a new de-ideologization that, instead of restraining or pushing back the Soviet Union, preferred to see it as a lucrative business partner. Alongside this tendency towards détente, which was expressed in the course of the Vietnam War, which was going from bad to worse for the USA, the neoconservatives discovered the revival of another position, which seemed to be gaining more and more weight due to the defeat in Southeast Asia and which they fought just as stubbornly. Isolationism, the view that the USA should interfere as little as possible in events outside its borders. In order to overcome this adverse legacy of the Vietnam War, this combination of pacifism, anti-Americanism, and isolationism, which they saw as having dominated the 1970s, the neoconservatives propagated quite different consequences of the Vietnam disaster. Not abstinence from military intervention in world politics, but rather the retention of the USA's internationalist claim, albeit without disregarding its own liberal foundations as in Vietnam with an interventionist approach. Instead, the liberal social model for which the USA stood was to be spread throughout the world with conviction and self-confidence. Following Ehrman, it can be seen that the neoconservatives had developed key points in their attitude to foreign policy issues by this time, i.e. by the end of the 1970s, which still play an important role for them today. In his discussion with neoconservative intellectuals such as Irving Kristol, Walter Laqueur, and Robert W. Tucker, Ehrman refers in particular to the explicit link between foreign and domestic politics. The neoconservatives would see leftist attacks on American foreign policy as part of the assault on democracy at home. Thereafter, the battle against the new left would take place on both fronts. In doing so, they propagated elements of a foreign policy that was also intended to lead to conflicts with the right. In particular, the anti-isolationist view that the USA, in order to continue to exist as a democracy, must give its policy a global claim that includes the willingness to intervene. The USA should not renounce the use of military force or violence, as many intellectuals demanded, who instead wanted to limit themselves to civil, i.e. mainly economic, means. This can be seen as an early and decisive turn against the so-called world order or interdependence theories, according to which world politics could no longer be shaped by the major powers, or at least should not be. In the eyes of the neoconservatives, it was a great delusion of the world order theories that world politics was no longer an ideological conflict represented by two blocs, but that global redistribution and the North-South divide had overtaken the East-West conflict in importance. In the course of the 1970s, such considerations also gained in importance in U.S. politics, and the presidency of Jimmy Carter in particular, which the neoconservatives viewed negatively, was oriented towards such attempts to spread power and responsibilities for international politics more widely or to democratize them. What surprised the neoconservatives was that the system they were defending, liberal bourgeois capitalism led by the USA, seemed to have lost its self-confidence and conviction that it represented the better alternative compared to its ideological and geopolitical opponent, and that U.S. policy was either oriented towards withdrawal from world politics in the sense of isolationism, or, in the opinion of the neoconservatives, It wanted to follow the unrealistic guidelines of the policy of détente with an unwillingness to accept and adjust to the real world, whose reality did not conform to such wishful thinking. As Robert W. Tucker warned in 1968, with this view, alongside Irving Kristol, one of the first neoconservatives, of what he considered to be dangerously utopian views regarding the peacefulness or lack of tension in the world situation. The reason why such early warnings were pushed more and more to the fore among the neoconservatives was not least the changed background of international politics, in which new types of opponents for the USA emerged, who represented a qualitatively different danger from the Soviet Union, even though they often cooperated with it in the relevant organizations, such as the United Nations. In the neoconservative view, this development can be briefly described as the emergence of anti-imperialism as a state doctrine, which for them also meant anti-Americanism in practice. As the neoconservatives saw it, authoritarian and totalitarian regimes emerged in many countries around the world, particularly in the wake of decolonization and the rise and success of national liberation movements. These regimes joined forces, among other things, in the non-aligned movement in order to form a third force beyond the blocs of the USA and the Soviet Union, and found a central point in the argument that they, the states of the Third World, were victims of the two superpowers in their development from which they were dominated and exploited. They interpreted the poor state of the world as the result of a deliberate policy on the part of the USA in particular to suppress and exploit these very countries, which were now organizing themselves to use their combined forces to get back what had allegedly been stolen from them. A central forum for this coalition of nations that did not want to be fully integrated into the two blocs of the Cold War was the United Nations, and there especially the General Assembly. This anti-imperialist movement of states also had numerous connections and overlaps with a second trend that was gaining power: the fight against Israel in the form of anti-Zionism. Especially after the Six-Day War in 1967, the perception of Israel as an imperialist bridgehead of the United States, which in turn, like the United States throughout the world, systematically oppresses and exploits the Arab countries, gained in importance. A high point of this development was the so-called Zionism equals racism resolution in November 1975 at the United Nations, represented by Idi Amin, then the dictator of Uganda, who in his speech portrayed the United States as a nation colonized by Zionists and called for the annihilation of Israel as a state. The resolution, which condemned Zionism as a form of racism, was adopted by a large majority of the UN General Assembly. This event, at the latest, prompted the neoconservatives to react and to resolutely oppose representatives of such views in international bodies and contexts. Daniel Patrick Moynihan, in particular, should be mentioned in connection with the international discussion of anti-Zionism. He was the first successful neoconservative politician under Ford, serving as U.S. ambassador to the United Nations for 8 months. In this capacity, he delivered a speech at the General Assembly, co-authored with Norman Podhoretz, that was uncompromising in its tone. I am here making one point and one point only, which is that whatever else Zionism may be, it is not and cannot be a form of racism. Above all, he made it clear that the intention behind this Zionism equals racism resolution was of conquest and exploitation, which ultimately aimed not only to harm small states, but ultimately also to torpedo the freedom of the individual vis-a-vis the state. The resolution, according to Moynihan, was a general assault by the majority of the nations in the world on the principles of liberal democracy. The title of a sensational article that Moynihan published in Commentary in March 1975, "The United States in Opposition," already made clear how Moynihan assessed the situation in which one should oppose the aforementioned tendencies if one wanted to prevent the general wreckage of the world system embodied now in the United Nations. After its publication, U.S. President Gerald Ford also became aware of Moynihan and chose him as the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. This text, widely recognized as one of the central documents for understanding neoconservatism, actually displays some of the characteristics of this tendency. First of all, Moynihan's starting point should be mentioned here, which could be described as a double minority. On the one hand, as the title makes clear and as will be explained below, he sees the USA and the form of liberalism that it represents as being in a minority position in the world. On the other hand, however, he subjects the foreign policy of the USA to a very fundamental criticism, in which it becomes clear that Moynihan does not see his own position as having been relevantly represented in reality up to that point. Instead, he sees patterns of appeasement prevailing in the USA. The next remarkable point about Moynihan is that he looks beyond the confrontation of the Cold War. He even says, "We have learned to deal with communism," and sees a new totalitarian danger for liberalism, the emergence of a world order dominated arithmetically by the countries of the Third World. He comes to this conclusion against the background of the fact that, for example at UN plenary sessions, but also in other international bodies, the USA has increasingly been outvoted by overwhelming majorities, mainly due to the closed voting behavior of the non-aligned nations. But this new danger is not just an arithmetic majority, but, and this is crucial, it has a distinctive ideology, suffused with a neo-totalitarian anti-American bias. Moynihan explains the central points of this ideology. The post-colonial states had defined themselves in a particular new way, above all through their master concept, the right to independence. Central to this are two fundamental convictions on which the states in question base their self-image. They have been subject to economic exploitation, and they have been subject to ethnic discrimination. Based on these convictions, the politics of these states are fatalistically oriented towards the past and, in addition, motivated by a highly moral creed, in that they pursue a program of reparations internally and internationally. A specifically anti-capitalist feature of this third world ideology, which in his view seriously hinders the economic development of these countries, is the idea that poverty is not a question of the mode of production, but only results from the unjust distribution of the goods produced. This distinctive radicalization began in what might as well be termed world social policy. It should be noted here that Moynihan, in explaining these anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist ideologies, places great emphasis on describing them as the last stage of colonialism, as an imported condition that was brought to the countries in question by the European colonial powers. For Moynihan, the former colonial countries have yet to undergo an independent development. It will only be achieved when these countries have overcome the legacy of the British Socialist Revolution of the first quarter of the 20th century. This is remarkable because it again reveals continuities of neoconservatism. In the summer of 2003, James W. Caesar published the essay A Genealogy of Anti-Americanism in the Public Interest, in which he also traces the worldwide increase in anti-Americanism, which he considers a threat to democracy and civilization, back to European origins. Although not in essence based on British socialism, as Moynihan put it, anti-Americanism is a construct of European thought, Caesar explains right at the beginning of his essay. What becomes clear is a certain image of Europe and European ideologies as at least potentially opposed to liberalism, which can be found early on in the neoconservatives and has been maintained and developed to this day. This Eurosceptic tendency, which we also encountered in Podhoretz's warnings against the Finlandization of the Western world, was also evident in the writings of other neoconservatives in the mid-1970s, and these writings are still relevant today. For example, in an essay also published in 1975, Walter Laqueur noted that numerous hopes and expectations widely voiced in recent years were much less firmly rooted in reality than appeared at the time. One of these dashed expectations, in addition to the expectation of a confrontation between the USA and the Soviet Union, was also the expectation of European unity, because only as a united Europe could it participate in the USA's fight against totalitarian threats. Instead of unity, however, Laqueur sees in an article for Commentary Europe as incapable of mustering sufficient strength to overcome national particularism, and as being further dependent on the USA for its continued existence as part of the free world. Now, after this digression, back to Moynihan's text and his criticism of the USA's previous policy. The mistake of U.S. foreign policy in relation to the ideology just outlined, which had spread in the third world countries, was first of all that the USA had not yet even noticed this ideology. Instead, the USA had uncritically participated in the relevant committees and even actively participated in preparing this sustained assault on American institutions. The failed response of the USA to these attacks by American diplomacy and politics was to apologize for an imperfect democracy and supersensitivity about the feelings of new nations, which only contributed to harming international liberalism, after American liberalism had already experienced this deprecation in the 1960s. The USA, as an important representative of international liberalism, was thus, as already mentioned, placed in the position of a minority. In this new international reality, the USA must now launch a systematic attack, which could also be described as a re-ideologization of U.S. foreign policy, in order to push back the dangerous ideologization of the Third World states. Moynihan names three main elements for this change in course in U.S. policy towards the world community, which he considers necessary. Firstly, the uncompromising assertion that international liberalism and its processes have enormous recent achievements to their credit. Secondly, the correction of the current views of the majority of states. Economic growth is governed not by Western or American conspiracies, but by its own laws, which is why inequalities in the world may be not so much a matter of condition as of performance, namely by disregarding economic laws. And thirdly, an unequivocal stance by the USA with regard to political and civil liberty. The point is to differentiate and to turn their own standards against regimes for the moment too occupied with causing difficulties for others, mainly the United States. With this text by Moynihan and his appearance at the United Nations, the arrival of the neoconservatives in the field of foreign policy was clearly marked. They now sought to defend liberalism on an international scale against new, hostile tendencies and ideologies. The shift that took place can also be seen in the person of Moynihan himself, who until the end of the 1960s had been mainly concerned with social and political issues, but who had now become a prominent spokesman on foreign policy. But Moynihan's biography also shows the characteristic of the neoconservatives when it comes to the question of the failure of neoconservative ideas. Although he gained a great deal of popularity and approval with his work as the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, his term of office there lasted only 8 months. He came into conflict with the then Secretary of State and realist Henry Kissinger over issues concerning the foreign policy of the United States in international bodies, lost the ensuing power struggle and subsequently left his post. By the mid-1970s, the neoconservatives had established themselves both domestically and internationally, although, at least in their own perception, not as a group that could exert a decisive influence on U.S. policy, but rather as one that was accustomed to criticizing it and denouncing the opponents and developments that, in their understanding, threatened the existence of a liberal America as the vital center of global liberalism. In doing so, they had clearly distanced themselves from their ties to the left or the Democrats and at the same time had not yet found a consistent connection on the right with the Republican Party in order to try to assert their ideas there. The characteristics of their position, as shown here primarily on the basis of Moynihan's central text, The United States in Opposition, can be summarized as follows. The USA continues to be in a situation that constantly threatens its existence, and no longer only from the usual ideological opponent, the Soviet Union or real socialism, but also from new anti-American and anti-liberal ideologies, as they had developed in numerous states of the non-aligned world. However, U.S. policy does not perceive these dangers accordingly and is afraid to take action against them. Instead, it is trying to strike a balance and respond to the attacks with restraint or accommodation, after having failed in Vietnam with an active, offensive approach. If this defensive course is not reversed and the USA does not dare to act confidently in its own interests, this would have serious consequences for a liberal America, which would not only negatively affect the USA, but also the entire world order. The USA itself is in a minority situation and would have to rely on itself. Europe in its current state is also not to be relied upon. This is the foundation on which the further development of neoconservatism should be built. And it is such foreign policy issues that should also determine the coming high phases of neoconservatism. As Moynihan did, those neoconservatives who were active in politics and worked in various administrations should in future be active almost exclusively in the field of foreign policy. The next prominent example of this was Jean J. Kirkpatrick. She was appointed by Ronald Reagan to the same post that Moynihan had held for a short time, Ambassador of the United States to the United Nations. And as with Moynihan, this happened after she had published an essay in Commentary that was significant for neoconservatism, Dictatorships and Double Standards, in November 1979. This text, too, published towards the end of Jimmy Carter's term of office, was triggered by events that, in the eyes of the neoconservatives, pointed to new international developments that were dangerous for the USA and liberalism. The Islamic Revolution in Iran following the overthrow of the Shah of Persia and the overthrow of General Somoza in Nicaragua by the Sandinistas. In 1980, Irving Kristol described the looming dangers. There were forces increasing in number who are hostile in principle to the very idea of liberal constitutionalism. The communist regimes are of this type, and so, of course, is the present Islamic Marxist regime in Iran. These regimes, in fact, should not be classified as authoritarian at all, but can fairly be described as totalitarian, since they represent a principled antithesis to constitutional democracy. For the neoconservatives, these totalitarian developments were to be expected in view of U.S. foreign policy, which had followed the culture of appeasement, and they saw themselves confirmed in their analyses and warnings. Kirkpatrick's text merits a careful and thorough reading, as Howard J. Wearda recommends. If you do not follow this advice, you are likely to come to erroneous conclusions, such as John Ehrman, who believes he can recognize how conservative neoconservatism has become in this text. Rather, dictatorships and double standards represents an important further step in the development of neoconservatism to its present form, which, however, still clearly distinguishes it from conservatism. In her essay, Kirkpatrick reflects on the possibilities for spreading democracy. Her central point is to distinguish between democratic and totalitarian agents of change. Kirkpatrick accuses the Carter administration of failing to make this distinction. Instead, in Iran and Nicaragua, for example, Carter followed the flawed belief that change per se in such autocracies is inevitable, desirable, and in the American interest, and thus actively collaborated in the replacement of moderate autocrats friendly to American interests with less friendly autocrats of extremist persuasion, by pushing the Shah and Somoza to liberalize and democratize in the face of internal opposition in which the representatives of the extremist persuasion were in the majority. With such a policy, Carter had paved the way for the replacement of the previous authoritarian regimes by reactionary totalitarian theocracies, totalitarian Soviet client states, or worst of all, by murderous fanatics of the Pol Pot variety. Kirkpatrick's concern is precisely to avoid the success of this threatening totalitarian alternative to authoritarian systems. Ehrman's misinterpretation lies in his belief that Kirkpatrick adopted an amoral or neutral position towards rulers such as the Shah or Anastasio Somoza, based on a narrow definition of the national interest of the USA, according to which it is only about preventing any changes. However, this is not the case. It is about systemic differences between traditional and revolutionary autocracies that have a predictable effect on their degree of repressiveness. Generally speaking, traditional autocrats tolerate social inequities, brutality, and poverty, while revolutionary autocracies create them. And, although there is no instance of a revolutionary, socialist, or communist society being democratized, right-wing autocracies do sometimes evolve into democracies. These important distinctions are not taken into account in U.S. policy. The architects of contemporary American foreign policy have little idea of how to go about encouraging the liberalization of an autocracy. She therefore advocates democratization of authoritarian regimes in principle. It is not impossible that U.S. policy could effectively encourage this process of liberalization and demoralization, provided that the effort is not made at a time when the incumbent government is fighting for its life against violent adversaries, and that proposed reforms are aimed at producing gradual change rather than perfect democracy overnight. End of quote. This view of things is alien to politicians like Carter, says Kirkpatrick, because Carter is, par excellence, the kind of liberal most likely to confound revolution with idealism, change with progress, optimism with virtue, an example of progressive liberalism that the neoconservatives have been fighting in various guises since the 1960s. Kirkpatrick counters this position with her own, which clearly expresses the neoconservative attitude towards the enemies of liberalism in the USA and, to a certain extent, makes clear the boundaries that neoconservatism wants to see drawn in international politics. If revolutionary leaders describe the United States as the scourge of the 20th century, the enemy of freedom-loving people, the perpetrator of imperialism, racism, colonialism, genocide, war, then they are not authentic Democrats. Or, to put it mildly, friends, groups which define themselves as enemies should be treated as enemies. The United States is not a racist colonial power, it does not practice genocide, it does not threaten the peace with expansionist activities. For these reasons and more, a posture of continuous self-abasement and apology vis-a-vis the Third World is neither morally necessary nor politically appropriate. It is no longer necessary or appropriate to support vocal enemies of the United States because they invoke the rhetoric of popular liberation. It is not even necessary or appropriate for our leaders to renounce the use of military force. Liberal idealism need not be identical with masochism, and need not be incompatible with the defense of freedom and national interest. End of quote. These remarks should make it clear that Kirkpatrick's ideas cannot be easily described as conservative, and that even at the end of the 1970s, neoconservative positions were still very poorly suited to the realism represented by Henry Kissinger or to the restriction of national interests to pure power politics. This becomes even clearer in the further development of such liberal idealism in the following years among the neoconservatives. In a brief preview, this is shown by an example. In 1986, Joshua Muravchik, a younger neoconservative, further developed Kirkpatrick's approach in direct reference to her. He asks, "Is it morally wrong to intervene in the affairs of other nations in order to encourage respect for human rights? Only if the nation, rather than the individual, is regarded as the ultimate moral unit. But precisely this view is prohibited by the concept of human rights, and so Muravchik believes, intervention on behalf of human rights is permissible. Furthermore, the enforcement of human rights is in the national interest of the USA. The advancement of human rights almost always serves concrete American interests, both because it is a victory for our system of values and because every country in the world where human rights flourish is friendly, some of course more than others, to the United States. In this propagation of the value system for which America stands, one should not be deterred by charges of ethnocentrism. If this form of universalism, as advocated by Muravchik, is reminiscent of current debates, his text also has two other aspects that are interesting from today's perspective. On the one hand, there is his selection of regimes to be democratized. Not only does he state that the Pinochet government is the more abhorrent for Chile's democratic history, and that it is there that he wants to aim for change. No, he also cites Saudi Arabia as a litmus test for U.S. foreign policy in the following words. The more important test is whether we are willing to apply our human rights policy to powerful countries resistant to human rights, whether or not they are friendly. And the next currently important aspect is his assessment of the United Nations with regard to the promotion of democracy and human rights, which is even more pronounced than Moynihan's in 1975. The UN and its treaties should not be a focus of major attention in U.S. human rights policy. The UN isn't made up merely of governments, it is made up primarily of dictatorships. Virtually every violator of human rights in the world has a vote in the UN, but none of their victims does. He calls human rights treaties adopted under UN auspices elaborate monuments of hypocrisy. End of quote. During Jimmy Carter's term in office, the neoconservatives also put an end to their separation from the Democratic Party. Even more than Nixon in his policy of détente, Jimmy Carter, with his foreign policy advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski and his theory of the technotronic age, focused on a balance between the major powers and on a multilateral foreign policy that sought to address the North-South conflict as a central world problem, and indeed, as the neoconservatives saw it, by adopting the argumentation of the anti-imperialist states, as represented in the extreme by Idi Amin. For the neoconservatives, this was a retreat and a caving in to dangerous anti-liberal and totalitarian tendencies in the world. Jimmy Carter's Middle East policy also contributed to this. This is otherwise often considered one of the great achievements of this president's term of office. However, the neoconservatives ultimately saw Carter's course as putting the existence of Israel at risk. Various events during Carter's term in office played a role in this assessment. In 1977, the U.S. included the Soviet Union in peace talks on the Middle East for the first time. In 1978, the government proposed balancing a sale of weapons to Israel with a sale of weapons to Egypt and Saudi Arabia. And on March 1, 1980, the United States finally agreed to a UN Security Council resolution condemning Israel for its settlements in East Jerusalem and the occupied Arab territories. Such events led the neoconservatives to conclude that the United States under Carter was no longer a decisive and unconditional supporter and defender of Israel. But the disillusionment of the neoconservatives went even further and included not only the Carter administration but also the Democratic Party as a whole. Here, too, the Carter administration's relationship with Israel played an important role. Andrew Young, Carter's ambassador to the UN, met with representatives of the PLO on a kind of private mission and was then not willing to provide comprehensive information about the content of his discussions. This led to his resignation not too long afterwards, but it was followed by accusations, especially from various black organizations, that Young had to resign because of excessive Jewish influence on U.S. policy. The course of this public debate was summarized by Carl Gershman from the neoconservative side. The Young affair was actually about democracy and its enemies. This was also the assessment with which Commentary invited people to a symposium on the topic of liberalism and the Jews at the end of 1979. Most of the contributions to the debate were published in the November 1979 issue of Commentary and were in line with Gershman's statement. The liberalism now represented by the Democratic Party was a danger to democracy. Furthermore, the situation for Jews, both in the USA and in Israel, had worsened with the policies of the Carter administration. These anti-Semitic tendencies were always closely linked to anti-democratic and anti-liberal dangers. The fact that the neoconservatives were able to come to such drastic conclusions was of course not only due to the relationship between the USA and Israel during the Carter administration. Rather, their criticism was comprehensive, especially in terms of foreign policy. And they did not limit their criticism to the government alone, but by 1980, the end of Carter's term of office, they had come to the conclusion that the Democrats could no longer be their political home. They now saw the party as having completely gone over to the forces that they had been trying to fight since the late 1960s. John Ehrman summarizes their view of the Democratic Party in 1980. Its foreign policies were firmly in the hands of the left, and the party no longer opposed anti-Semitism or totalitarian thinking. Indeed, they believed that these tendencies were now in the party's mainstream. A central text on this change was written by Jean Kirkpatrick in 1979, Politics and the New Class. She discusses the reforms within the Democratic Party in the 1970s and sees the result as being that, in terms of power relations and structures within the Democrats, the party must be considered to have been lost to anti-liberal forces. She saw the disastrous belief that the state could transform the world and individuals as a utopian approach that dominated the Reformed Party in the late 1970s. This was tantamount to the totalitarian temptation for them. The political temptation of the new class lies in believing that their intelligent and exemplary motives equip them to reorder the institutions, the lives, and even the characters of almost everyone. This is the totalitarian temptation. End of quote. It was almost inevitable that the Democrats under Carter would also be subjected to harsh criticism in their foreign policy approaches. At the end of the 1970s, the neoconservatives lacked any will to resist the dangers to the liberal parts of the world, both in terms of domestic and foreign policy. This picture was swept away by the world order approaches that were the defining moment of Carter's foreign policy. The Cold War was over, the superpowers should come to an agreement. The world had other problems than ideological ones. On the contrary, the great states of the world had to act together to improve the North-South relationship, to fight against poverty and ecological threats, or to find a solution regarding the nuclear weapons arsenals on both sides of the bloc confrontation. This is a rough summary of what the neoconservatives saw as a totalitarian threat, in which the USA was gradually giving ground to the Soviet Union in the illusion that the latter had lost its expansionist character and otherwise represented a regime that was not worse, and in fact tended to be more progressive than the right-wing authoritarian states on Earth. This was an important point of criticism that Kirkpatrick also held against Carter and the Democrats in Dictatorship and Double Standards. They were people who want badly to be on the progressive side in conflicts between rightist autocracy and leftist challenges, and to prefer the latter almost regardless of the probable consequences. Their main political criterion, on the other hand, was not orientation towards such a right-left scheme, but the decisive defense against totalitarian dangers. Thus, the neoconservatives had now reached a point where they could join Republican campaigns in large numbers, provided the candidate fulfilled this main criterion of anti-totalitarianism in their eyes, as happened after the Carter disappointment with the presidency of Ronald Reagan from 1980. The development of neoconservatism up to 1980 can now be summarized on the basis of two characteristics. On the one hand, the attitude of the neoconservatives towards the opponents of liberalism has become more entrenched and expanded. From the struggles against the counterculture in the 1960s, they moved on to confront political ideologies at the global level, which they attributed the same anti-liberal content. They countered these dangers with an increasingly clear defense of liberal America, which should stand up to the forces in question with self-confidence and resolve. The other side of the development of neoconservatism, however, was that, as they became increasingly convinced of what they represented, they found themselves becoming increasingly isolated in U.S. society. They had broken with the left and the Democrats in a profound way, and they had not yet been able to make an impact on the Republicans either. In addition, they had discovered a culture of appeasement on the right that they could only consider fatal. Around 1980, however, this second aspect seemed to change, and the neoconservatives were able to believe that their position had gained relevance in American society. Podhoretz gave the following assessment in 1980. While the soporific forces among us remain considerable, there is also a countervailing tendency, a very strong one, that has developed in the United States alongside the culture of appeasement. It is a tendency toward what one might call a new nationalism. It contains the most important hope we have left to save us from the alternative of war or Finlandization, which an uninhibited culture of appeasement would ultimately certainly bring with it. End of quote. And he saw this tendency in politics as well. For him, Reagan was the candidate of the new nationalism, on whose success or failure much depended. for nothing less than the survival of freedom throughout the world is now at stake. End of quote. Ronald Reagan then did a lot to create the impression that he was the ideal candidate for the neoconservatives and that they, in turn, could actually be the men who are changing America's politics, as Peter Steinfels called them in the subtitle of his study on neoconservatism. On the one hand, Reagan brought a whole series of advisors, such as Gene J. Kirkpatrick and Elliott Abrams, into his administration, almost exclusively in the area of foreign policy, who were considered to be neoconservatives. In addition, the neoconservatives were attracted by Ronald Reagan's evil empire rhetoric towards the Soviet Union. The neoconservatives wanted to take advantage of this new situation, in which they felt that their concerns were finally being taken up by the broader political public. On the one hand, they founded the Committee for the Free World, led by Midge Decter, with which they wanted to have a targeted impact on the intellectual world of the USA in order to reverse the cultural revolution that had been taking place since the 1960s. On the other hand, they intensified their attacks on their opponents in the hope of support from the Reagan administration. Norman Podhoretz in particular tried to give the new nationalism a firmer footing by launching an anti-communist crusade with the declared aim of a breakup of the Soviet Empire. The purpose of this escalation was to counter the danger that the new American majority, which had been discovered by the neoconservatives with the election of Reagan as their candidate, could prove to be of only limited durability if it were not driven forward by the neoconservative intellectuals. However, the Reagan administration did not live up to the high expectations of the neoconservatives, and soon this president too was subjected to harsh criticism from the neoconservatives. Podhoretz accused Reagan's policy of appeasement as early as 1983 and of shying away from the attacks of the Soviet Union. Irving Kristol in 1981 described Reagan's foreign policy as muddle because of its approach in El Salvador, where, in his opinion, it was insufficiently combating the left-wing rebels, and also because of the sale of weapons to Pakistan and Saudi Arabia, which would pose a threat to Israel. And Walter Laqueur assessed the first year of the Reagan administration as a failure with the remarkable justification that it had relied too heavily on a purely military approach to the Soviet Union. A single-minded concentration on the military aspects of containment leads nowhere. Containment is the political struggle for the minds of men at home and abroad. The neoconservatives' hopes that the Republican Party would change under Reagan in such a way that Kirkpatrick's liberal idealism would become the dominant ideology and the neoconservatives would thus find a new party political home were also dashed. There are, it turns out, two Ronald Reagans. The presidential Ronald Reagan is quite different from the campaigning Ronald Reagan. Irving Kristol wrote soberly in 1983. It was also during this period that the first conflicts arose between the neoconservatives and established or traditional conservatives, or paleoconservatives, as they are also called to distinguish them from the neoconservatives. Nigel Ashford writes about this bitter struggle. The Paleos blamed the perceived demise of conservatism on its takeover by the neoconservatives. They accused neoconservatives of wanting a welfare-warfare state, a corrected capitalism, democratic capitalism, which accepts the welfare state, an interventionist foreign policy based on spreading global democracy, a culture of liberal cosmopolitanism and internationalism which fails to respect local and national differences, and a belief in a strong federal government built around the president and managed by themselves. End of quote. Patrick Buchanan and others go even further in their accusations against the neoconservatives, accusing them of having brought the Conservative Party and American politics under their control in order to serve primarily the interests of Israel. In any case, even in the face of their disagreements with the traditional conservatives and their disappointment with Ronald Reagan's policies, the neoconservatives did not share the assessments that were circulating at the time, similar to those today, that a neoconservative era had dawned. From the neoconservatives' point of view, nothing fundamental had changed in the basic constellation in which they saw the world trapped, even under President Reagan. They still saw the free world as being in permanent danger and realized that this danger was not being perceived, or only to a very small extent, both worldwide and within the USA. Furthermore, they saw their task as neoconservatives as being to get involved in the political field of the USA, to exert pressure in order to spread the attitude that the original national interest of a liberal America was the offensive representation of its liberalism on a thoroughly global scale against its declared opponents and enemies. However, a trend emerged towards the end of the 1980s that would become even more pronounced in the 1990s following the collapse of real socialism. Neoconservatism gradually lost more and more of its already rather loose coherence, and a certain disorientation spread among neoconservatives. Although their impulse to fight anti-liberal movements and developments remained unchanged, the direction they were to take became increasingly uncertain. People like Norman Podhoretz and Walter Laqueur intensified their attacks on the Soviet Union and, above all, on politicians and intellectuals who sought to reconcile with it, especially in the period of the Soviet Union's dissolution since Mikhail Gorbachev came to power in 1985, as they saw the USA as the certain loser in these rapprochements with the Soviet Union. If there has been a certain relaxation of domestic pressure in the Eastern Bloc, this is a consequence of the triumph rather than the failure of totalitarianism, said Laqueur in 1985. Others, on the other hand, were already intensifying their efforts against new opponents. For example, Daniel Patrick Moynihan in 1984 no longer considered the continuation of the Cold War policy to be the priority in U.S. politics. We must be less obsessed with the Soviets. Instead, he began to focus on the disintegration tendencies in the international community, which could prove to be much more threatening to the U.S. than the Soviet Union. He warned of a tribalism challenging the traditions of modernity. At the end of the 1980s, some neoconservatives, such as Seymour Martin Lipset, even believed that the phase of neoconservatism had come to an end, partly because of the tendency towards détente in the confrontation between the blocs. Neoconservatism has ceased to exist. They were more optimistic about the post-Cold War era, seeing liberalism, in whatever form, as having been placed on a relatively stable footing and the threat of totalitarianism largely averted. And therefore, in any case, the concept of neoconservatism is irrelevant to further developments within American politics. Even Peter Steinfels wrote in 1988, barely 10 years after his study of the neoconservatives, of the short happy life of neoconservatism and ventured the prediction. In the post-Reagan era, neoconservatism is unlikely to play a crucial role on either the left or the right. In the face of this rather diffuse situation, Irving Kristol had the idea as early as 1985 to found a new magazine called The National Interest, with the explicit aim of developing a new, more consistent neoconservative concept, particularly with regard to the foreign policy of the USA, and to lead the debate in line with the emerging new realities of a world beyond the Cold War. However, it was precisely this neoconservative perception that the world had not improved at all, not even in the 1980s, that the USA was still too timid, had become too bogged down in the progressive liberal dilemma, and was therefore in a precarious position vis-a-vis the other superpower, may have contributed to the fact that in the 1990s it became clearer than ever that neoconservatism is a rather fragile construct as long as it lacks an opponent or a clearly recognizable challenge. The end of real existing socialism, which had been a fixed and unchanging threat in their worldview, also came as a surprise to them, despite the tendency of some neoconservatives to recognize dangers beyond the bloc confrontation at an early stage. It is sufficient to point out that at the center of Jean J. Kirkpatrick's argumentation in Dictatorships and Double Standards with regard to totalitarian states, which she included under real socialism, was the assertion that, in contrast to authoritarian states, they could not develop imminently in the direction of democracy. However, this very impossibility seemed to be happening with Gorbachev's reforms, and this presented neoconservatism with a problem, because its view of the world had been defined by what it opposed more than by what it favored, as Ehrman correctly assesses the development and shape of neoconservatism in its first 2 decades. After this uncertainty caused by the historical events at the end of the 1980s, it was to take several years before neoconservative intellectuals came together again with a common agenda and achieved new and intense public visibility. Initially, many neoconservatives held back in the political debates, appearing to confirm Lipset's assumption that neoconservatism was a thing of the past, although not all of them shared his view that the liberal world had now returned to a stable and secure phase. Only a few, but especially the members of the youngest generation of neoconservatives, had already laid the groundwork in the early 1990s, which the others, including the older neoconservatives such as Podhoretz, would later follow with renewed determination. A key event in this regard was the war under George Bush Sr. against Saddam Hussein's Iraq after its invasion of Kuwait in 1990-91. On the one hand, publicists such as Charles Krauthammer were able to state at that time that the world was still far from being in order, but rather, in Moynihan's words, a dangerous place where there was no peace dividend to be won after the Cold War. Instead, Krauthammer warned that relatively small, peripheral, and backward states are emerging rapidly as threats not only to regional but to world security. The USA must be prepared to act alone, backed by as many of its allies as will join, Krauthammer predicted as early as 1991, anticipating much of the neoconservative program of today. And on the other hand, they saw that precisely this had not yet sufficiently filtered through to public opinion due to the policies of the conservative Bush Sr. administration, not among the Democrats but also not among the Republicans. This perception came to a head when the American troops withdrew from Baghdad and the decision was taken not only not to disarm Saddam Hussein, but rather to give him the opportunity to use force against the rebellion in Iraq, which had been made possible by the U.S. invasion. In addition to criticizing the immediate humanitarian disaster that it made possible, the neoconservatives also considered Bush Sr.'s timidity to be a missed opportunity in the longer strategic view. Even then, there were debates about whether an attempt should be made possibly with the use of military force to trigger a wave of democratization in the Middle East, which would bring three major advances. Firstly, directly for the inhabitants of the Arab states, who could be freed from their authoritarian and dictatorial regimes. On the other hand, it would also benefit the State of Israel, which could only profit from such a development and would experience a noticeable easing of the threat. And thirdly, it would benefit the USA itself because, according to the neoconservatives' thesis, which continues to be upheld, the USA's declared enemies are, as experience has shown, states organized along totalitarian lines, while democracies either remain neutral or can be won over as friends of the USA. Here, the neoconservatives are once again pursuing a line that had already become characteristic of them in the 1970s. The differences between them and realists like Kissinger, which had already become clear in Moynihan, Muravchik, and Kirkpatrick, could now, precisely because of the end of the Cold War, really come to the fore. Their liberal idealism has always been characterized by the fact that they do not just leave it at military or tactical alliances with authoritarian states, but also push them towards democracy if possible. Therefore, the number of neoconservative voices that the USA should strive for the democratization of authoritarian states with which the USA cooperates, such as Saudi Arabia, for example, has increased. This is perhaps where we can formulate a kind of core statement of today's neoconservatism. The liberal system of the USA can only endure in the world if it embraces a liberal internationalism that does not shy away from changing or even overturning circumstances when stability represents the greater danger. Or, to put it another way, the stability and security of the USA can only be secured in a world that has been thrown off balance by the end of the Cold War, if there is a willingness to strive for instability, upheaval, and change elsewhere. Either the USA decides to influence the fate of the world in every way possible, or the situation will turn against the United States. Charles Krauthammer, in particular, strongly advocated such a line of argument in the early 1990s, with texts such as The Unipolar Moment, in which he states, "A new international order is not an imperial dream or a Wilsonian fantasy, but a matter of the sheerest prudence. And it is the task of the USA to bring about this new international order, because the United Nations is guarantor of nothing. Except in a formal sense, it can hardly be said to exist. Collective security? In the Gulf, without the United States, no one would have stirred." He characterizes the situation in which the USA would have to act without being able to rely on other nations. Because there is a sharp distinction to be drawn between real and apparent multilateralism. True multilateralism involves a genuine coalition of co-equal partners of comparable strength and stature. What we have today is pseudo-multilateralism. Krauthammer describes the historical background from which the USA must also proceed in the post-Cold War world as follows. Some threats to the peace of the 21st century are as invisible today as was, say, Nazism in 1920. They will make themselves known soon enough. Only a hopeless utopian can believe otherwise. It is sentences like these that the neoconservatives today invoke when they point out that they warned early enough of events like those of September 11, 2001. These thoughts of Krauthammer have been further developed to this day. It is important to note that Krauthammer deliberately leaves open the question of which means should be used for the stated purposes. Neoconservatism is still about keeping the so-called military option open, not about using it permanently. But at the beginning of the 1990s, not all neoconservatives had such a clear view of the New World situation and the role of the USA in it as Krauthammer. In the debates conducted in the national interest at that time, for example, they were largely in agreement that the world continued to harbor dangers for the USA, and many also shared Krauthammer's view that the end of the Soviet Union had brought the United States not only the opportunity, but even the necessity to recognize that the United States was the only superpower in a world order that had been thrown off balance by the disappearance of the Soviet Union as a force for order, and that the US should actively take the reins as such. Otherwise, the world would develop on its own, to the detriment of the interests of the USA as the last powerful bastion of liberalism. But at that time, the danger they feared did not seem to be very tangible. However, it soon became clear that the USA had a new, anti-liberal opponent, which made it easy for the neoconservatives to speak of a danger to the free world and to demand that the USA behave accordingly. The rise and growth of militant Islamism, which had chosen the USA and Israel, the big and the little Satan, as its main opponents in an expanded dimension. The fact that this very enemy made the new birth of neoconservatism possible also made it clear once again that the neoconservatives' anti-communism was not a conservative or reactionary attitude towards modernity, but a decidedly liberal anti-totalitarian impulse, which, despite all the criticism of modernity, feels called upon to defend it vehemently against its enemies, who are not only communist, and in doing so wants to urge U.S. society to define itself in opposition to such anti-liberalism. The neoconservatives were quick to recognize the non-communist threat to liberalism, also in the form of the phenomenon of Islamism. In 1984, for example, Ronald N. Nettler wrote in commentary about militant Islamism as a fundamentally anti-liberal force that was striving for a total transformation of Arab societies. And in the same year, Arch Puddington criticized the tendency for many in the democratic world to identify the totalitarian phenomenon exclusively with its most dramatic and brutal manifestations: Nazi Germany, the Soviet Union under Stalin, and called for attention to be paid to the pat tem of totalitarian development in radical Third World regimes. In the early 1990s, however, as we have seen, the neoconservatives were still uncertain. This even led some of them to move closer to the Democrats again after their disappointment with the Bush administration. In the person of Bill Clinton in particular, they thought they had discovered a candidate who shared their vision of a self-confident U.S. that should not shy away from intervening in international politics and promoting democracy. Some, such as Joshua Muravchik, even declared their willingness to work in the Clinton administration. However, despite initial overtures from Clinton, he did not include a single neoconservative in his administration. This, in turn, made it easier for the neoconservatives to regroup without having to take into account the need to apply their ideas in practical politics, in a comprehensive and growing criticism of the Clinton administration, after they had also realized with him after a relatively short time that he had a tendency to wishful thinking that was too strong for their liking, which led to a multilateralism that did not want to recognize the necessities and possibilities of world politics. A key event in this regard was Clinton's policy on Yugoslavia and the inconsistency of his approach to the conflict in Bosnia-Herzegovina, which was too focused on attempts to pacify the situation through negotiations and the balancing of the various interests involved, including those of Europe, instead of following the impulse to actively and decisively tackle the disordered situation or to take matters into their own hands. The neoconservatives also criticized Clinton for mistakes in relation to the interventions in Somalia and Haiti and the relationship with North Korea, which were due to wishful thinking or an over-reliance on diplomatic means on the one hand, and a lack of decisiveness on the other. Muravchik himself placed the criticism of Clinton in the well-known neoconservative historical context. Clinton's inner compass was forged in the McGovern campaign and pulls him to the left. Even during Clinton's term of office, and perhaps even more so in retrospect, the 1990s, from Bush Sr. to Clinton and even to the early days of Bush Jr., are seen by the neoconservatives as a wasted time full of missed opportunities from the perspective of a liberal-minded USA, which took its revenge on the nation at the latest with 9/11. What also became clear, however, was that John Ehrman, with his prognosis about the future of neoconservatism, was not completely wrong, but he was off by a decisive nuance. He announced that there will be a renewal of neoconservative foreign policy thinking in the mid-1990s on the basis of their strengthening commitment to realism and a narrowed view of American vital interests. Ehrman came to this conclusion, among other things, because of neoconservative statements that, after the experiences of the Clinton years in Bosnia-Herzegovina, Haiti, or Somalia, one ought to be skeptical of UN-led multilateralism. To put it somewhat more succinctly, Ehrman overlooked the restriction of skepticism to UN-led missions. The unipolar moment that Krauthammer discovered, in which the USA should confidently set about organizing the world, went beyond the realism meant by Ehrman and already included the suggestion that the USA should use this historic moment outside the existing international institutions, but in a thoroughly multilateral way. The democratic globalism advocated by Krauthammer today has reinforced and even taken this position further. In his article A Tragedy of Errors for the left-liberal magazine The Nation, Michael Lind lists a number of slogans that he uses to demarcate the neoconservative agenda: the world's only superpower, the new class, the China threat, decadent Europe, apince the UN, the adversary culture, the global democratic revolution. Down with the appeasers, be firm like Churchill. The Palestinian people do not exist. Nowadays it would be no Palestinian state or all Palestinians are terrorists. End of quote. In terms of the topics, Lind is actually not entirely wrong with this list. It shows the continuity of the topics of neoconservatism since the late 1960s. However, what Lind does not do is to concede to the neoconservatives that their range of topics has certainly emerged in the context of the world situation and has been and is connected with some reflections. Instead, he speaks of clichés of neoconservative discourse and describes, for example, the book by David Frum and Richard Pearl, for him a neoconservative manifesto, An End to Evil, as more a collection of talking points than a coherent argument. But above all, he also fails to make a distinction that is important when considering the neoconservatives, and which John Ehrman maintains in his book about the neoconservatives. On the one hand, there are the intellectuals who, for example in journals such as Commentary, The Public Interest, or The National Interest, deal with the phenomena in the world in articles, essays, or books, and in doing so also explain why they believe it is necessary to maintain a strict opposition to certain tendencies. On the other hand, there are the politicians of the neoconservatives who often use a very agitative and pointed style to push through these oppositions in everyday political business, including, for example, the Weekly Standard, published by William Crystal, and the Project for a New American Century. The latter two, which were founded in the 1990s and are important forums for neoconservatism, are indeed often characterized by a simple and often populist style. However, William Crystal and some of his colleagues also publish longer essays that show far less inclination towards agitation, instead taking on an almost thoughtful tone and casting a critical eye on modernity, which is part of neoconservatism. Lind makes another mistake in his article, not only in his list, but in his whole article, which follows from his simplistic view. He tries to create the impression that neoconservatism is a highly identitarian, seamless unity and wants to put a very strict program into practice. However, there are always debates within the neoconservatives, especially when it comes to the practical implementation of neoconservative policies. And often enough, the debates revolve around the question of how far neoconservative ideas can actually be implemented or whether they would themselves fall into the utopianism they otherwise criticize. Lind thus forgets another aspect of the neoconservatives, in addition to the idealistic aspect which is also inherent in them, the realistic aspect. Adam Wolfson recently described these differences for the 1990s. After pointing out the differences between the neoconservatives and other conservative movements in the USA, he identifies two directions within the neoconservatives that responded to the foreign policy challenges of the 1990s in different ways. One direction is represented by Robert Kagan and William Crystal, and to some extent one could say they are democratic evangelists. He locates the other direction mainly with Charles Krauthammer, whom he presents as the more realistic variant of neoconservatism, since it is in favor of an active foreign policy motivated by the idea of spreading democracy, but still wants to examine the individual case for such a request. The most recent expression of this debate about the role of the USA in the world can be found in the confrontation between a democratic globalism proposed by Charles Krauthammer, statements by Francis Fukuyama, which are a more defensive deviation from it, and a very offensive variant by Norman Podhoretz, who now sees the USA in World War IV and strongly supports the so-called Bush Doctrine. Rudolf Merisch, for example, calls this debate a dispute over future strategy, in which Fukuyama has put a powerful spoke in Krauthammer's wheel. The fact that there are differences between the various neoconservatives is one side of the coin, which must be emphasized above all against people like Lind. The other side, however, is that there are some fundamental similarities among the neoconservatives, which underlie all their different current, and also different contributions and which make the neoconservatives distinguishable from other political tendencies. This can be seen in Wolfson's discussion with Crystal and Kagan on the one hand and Krauthammer on the other, as well as in a current, close examination of the positions of Fukuyama, Krauthammer, and Podhoretz. The differences lie in the individual case and in practical politics, but not in the underlying worldview. Fukuyama himself makes it clear in his text on Krauthammer that the position he has developed is a neoconservative one and that this kind of recalibration of American foreign policy still qualifies as falling in Krauthammer's democratic globalism basket, being neither isolationist, liberal idealist, nor realist. The first shared conviction is that the USA must actively intervene in world affairs, for better or for worse, and that it is in an isolated position in world politics. This is made particularly clear by the neoconservative statements on the UN and Europe, which, as already mentioned, can be seen as a continuation and updating of views that emerged in the 1970s. Although it is possible to work together with Europe or the UN, provided that the other side is willing, one should never be under any illusions that they are reliable partners for the USA. For these reasons, The USA must ensure that it keeps the reins of its own policy in its own hands and does not allow itself to be dominated by others. The second current commonality is the perception of the opponents of the USA and of liberalism. From Fukuyama to Podhoretz, there is a great awareness that there has been a huge surge of anti-Americanism since the 1990s, which the neoconservatives have also known about since the 1960s. This is linked to the perception of the danger of anti-Semitism. The neoconservatives take an uncompromising approach to both phenomena. They argue that anti-American or anti-Semitic statements or actions should be taken very seriously in principle. If someone declares themselves to be the enemy of America or Israel, they should be treated as such. But there is another level to the way the neoconservatives treat these opponents. Anti-Semites and anti-Americans are united by a fundamental rejection of modernity, which is why it is impossible to counter them with other behaviors or improvements to U.S. policy. They want to destroy what the U.S. and Israel are or represent: democracy, liberalism, citizenship. This also plays a major role in the neoconservatives' assessment of the so-called Middle East conflict. Of course, as a consequence of the Holocaust, they are also concerned with preserving the State of Israel as a Jewish state. But the main motivation, as Podhoretz never tires of emphasizing, is to support Israel because this country is also in conflict with a very fundamental threat to the possibility of liberalism. Which brings us to the next common ground, what Podhoretz identifies and describes as enemies in his statements on World War IV. These are the forces that are coalescing, primarily but not exclusively in militant Islamism, which have launched a general attack on the Western world in order to impose a new edition of totalitarianism in its place. They see this as the decisive characteristic of these enemies and reject all explanations that seek to explain these tendencies by economic hardship or oppression by the First World or imperialism. Ruth R. Wiss expresses this attitude very precisely. As the Jews were the practice range for anti-democratic and anti-liberal forces in pre-Hitler Europe, so in the second half of the 20th century, the State of Israel took the brunt of the Arab/Muslim war against Western democracy. End of quote. It is not surprising that the neoconservatives are also very harsh critics of what has become known as the anti-globalization movement and overlaps with the peace movement. They see very similar traits in this movement that also appeared in the protest movement of the 1960s and that led the future neoconservatives to oppose it with all their intellectual means. In a nutshell, they see the anti-globalists less as a political movement than as a state of mind that can have dire political consequences. On the one hand, they take seriously the tendency in these movements to find the main or sole culprit for the miserable state of the world in the USA. On the other hand, they are very vigilant about the anti-Semitic tendencies of the movement. This is evident, on the one hand, in the extensive discussion of the Middle East conflict, with the blame being placed on Israel, and on the other hand, in the assessment of the attacks on the USA on September 11, 2001 as a legitimate punishment for the USA for its misdeeds, rather than as anti-American and anti-Semitic terrorist attacks which were expressly directed against the big and the small Satan. This leads to a third point as to why they are not prepared to regard the anti-globalization movement as a well-meaning or emancipatory matter, but as a problem. The overlaps in terms of subject matter, argumentation, and also the cooperation with explicitly Islamic groups. In this respect, the no-globals are, for the neoconservatives, one of the forces that the USA has to fight at all levels in the Fourth World War, because they represent a renewed general attack on liberalism and the middle classes. The neoconservative view of the world after the end of the Cold War, when the totalitarian threat led by the Soviet Union in the eyes of the neoconservatives had disappeared, is very clearly expressed in the aforementioned text by James W. Caesar on the emergence of anti-Americanism. The collapse of communism, he writes, has served to reveal the true depth and strength of anti-Americanism, uncoupled from communism, which gave it a certain strength but also placed limits on its appeal. Anti-Americanism has worked its way more than ever before into the mainstream of European thought. And this anti-Americanism, which is only now reaching its full strength, threatens the idea of the West itself, says Caesar, after he has tried to show how this anti-Americanism itself emerged from a crisis of the West or of modernity. It is clear, then, that certain characteristics of neoconservatism have been lost to it to this day, above all, the perception of the Western, or rather the liberal world, with the USA at its center, as being on the defensive or under threat from anti-liberal forces. But as the treatment of neoconservatism since the 1960s should have shown, it has nevertheless undergone a development that was in touch with what was happening in the world. Thus, one can say that neoconservatism in its present form, especially after the Cold War, is pushing more than ever for active intervention in world politics by the USA. But what could be understood as a turn of neoconservatism towards the positive, towards shaping the world, and thus as a break in its history, which was dominated by a development that was called reactive here, is still inextricably linked to such perceptions and warnings as those just mentioned by Caesar. In other words, neoconservatism is still determined by the opponents and dangers it has discovered, albeit in a modified form. The aforementioned text by Podhoretz on World War IV is particularly suitable for examining the most pointed and also quite detailed description of neoconservatism in its current form against the background developed here. And this for various reasons, as will be shown. Firstly, because it was written by Podhoretz, a kind of doyen of neoconservatism, who in this text seems to have rediscovered a clarity and relevance that John Ehrman, for example, missed in him at the end of the 1980s, and is once again acting as a kind of pacemaker for neoconservatism. This commentary article from September 2004 could, and this does not seem to me to be an exaggerated assumption, play a similarly central role for neoconservatism as the United States in opposition by Moynihan or Dictatorships and Double Standards by Kirkpatrick did in the 1970s. Secondly, as the term World War IV undoubtedly suggests, Podhoretz is attempting to achieve something big with his long essay. As he makes clear in the last section of his work, it is about nothing less than history's call and the safety and security of the United States, which he sees as perhaps more at risk than it was from the Soviet Union during the Cold War, which he, in agreement with Elliot A. Cohen, calls World War III. Furthermore, he considers this Fourth World War in a comprehensive historical perspective and relates it to the wars of the USA against Nazi Germany and against the threat of communism. The enemy today is militant Islam or Islamic terrorism and its secular allies, which for Podhoretz represent a clearly totalitarian threat. For him, the conflict is a fundamentally ideological one, just like the one against the Nazis and communists. In addition, the text actually covers almost all the topics that have defined the neoconservative debate since the 1960s and brings them up to date. He discusses the post-war order and the institutions that belong to it, such as the UN and the World Bank, but also NATO, and describes them as obsolete for meeting the challenges facing the USA in the 21st century. This also leads him to a discussion with Robert Kagan. He agrees with Kagan's assessment of the relationship between Europe and the USA, but disagrees with his interpretation. While Kagan still holds the view that Europe is already moving in a post-national world and is, to a certain extent, ahead of its time, Podhoretz strongly disagrees. Podhoretz tries to make it clear that it is not Europe, which is still stuck in the post-war order that has become unsuitable, but the USA with the so-called Bush Doctrine that has recognized the signs of the times and is trying to take great strides to create a policy and institutions that do justice to today's world in order to secure the existence of the Western model against its opponents. To make his point that the Bush policy is indeed something qualitatively new, as the Truman Doctrine was for the post-war period, he embeds his thesis in a second historical context. He looks back to the early 1970s and critically examines the various policies of the administrations of Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush Sr., Clinton, and also the early days of Bush Jr., in the light of assassinations, attacks, murders, and hostage-takings against the USA and its citizens. None of the presidents adequately confronted the growing danger, and the USA usually behaved in such a way that bin Laden's statement that they were only a paper tiger and cowards did not seem unjustified. It was only with the attacks of September 11th, 2001 that George Bush Jr. woke up, and then very quickly found a completely new approach to the threat, correctly grasping the role of America and the future order of the world. He was seized by the vision thing, an allusion to the term used to describe George Bush Sr.'s term in office, during which Podhoretz had missed precisely this vision thing, which is why he had also failed in the first Iraq War. In his essay, Podhoretz presents a very structured account of what the Bush Doctrine means in his view, and in doing so he discovers 4 pillars on which it is based. The first pillar is the repudiation of moral relativism and an entirely unapologetic assertion of the need for and the possibility of moral judgment in the realm of world affairs, which follows Fukuyama's The End of History thesis, according to which the bourgeois democratic order has proven to be the best human and therefore globally applicable social order after the decline of real socialism. And, in addition, this pillar of the Bush Doctrine is a sharp rejection of the Huntington thesis of the clash of civilizations. The second pillar is the new conception of terrorism. This is no longer treated as a primarily criminal phenomenon, the existence of which can be explained by economic factors. Instead, the Bush Doctrine regards terrorism as the product of politically repressive regimes and terrorists as irregular troops of a military alliance at war with the United States, and indeed the civilized world as a whole. War had been declared on the United States, and to war we were going to go, Podhoretz states unequivocally. This war, however, could not be won by military means alone, but, like the Cold War, only through a combination of diplomatic, political, and economic means, but also, and most definitely, military means. The third pillar is the decisive assertion of our right to preempt. We are dealing with opponents who cannot be deterred and who will not be impressed by a containment concept. The USA must therefore be in a position to launch an attack not only in retaliation for but in anticipation of an attack. For Podhoretz, the fourth and final pillar of the Bush Doctrine consists of a new perspective on the region from which, in his view, the main threat of war to the USA emanates. As a result of the Six-Day War in 1967, the view of the conflict surrounding Israel was reversed. Previously, the Arab world was in a declared war against Israel, with the Palestinians being, and still being, only a part of it, even just the pawns in the Middle East conflict. However, after the defeat of the Arab states in this war, Israel was transformed from David, who stood against his overpowering enemies, the Goliath of the United Arab States, into Goliath, who now fights and suppresses the new David, the Palestinian people. The Bush Doctrine finally turns this view around, clearly supporting a Palestinian state, but only on the condition that it is not led by terrorists and does not support any, and calls on the Arab states to end their support for groups that have made the destruction of Israel their cause. And what's more, Podhoretz fully supports George W. Bush's idea that the Middle East can be democratized. In summary, Norman Podhoretz sees the Bush Doctrine and policy as a synthesis of realism and idealism, a case of doing well by doing good, again in comparison with U.S. policy after the Second World War and the Truman administration. Podhoretz's text thus offers a current summary of what he himself, as a founding father of neoconservatism, regards as the policy and role of the USA in world politics after the Cold War. But the really important aspect of Podhoretz's text in the context of this book are the very detailed sections in which he deals with the opponents of the Bush Doctrine and the neoconservatives. Because his background is that, despite all the reactions to September 11th, which he welcomes, especially the Bush Doctrine, he fears a relapse into appeasement, diplomatic evasion, and ineffectual damage control. Here, too, he takes a historical perspective and spans the arc from the 1960s, the birth of neoconservatism, to the present day. It becomes clear that there has been a continuous development of the neoconservative tendency in this respect as well, not only in foreign policy considerations. These passages also revise his own judgment from the 1990s that neoconservatism was dead or had been absorbed into a larger conservative movement. What is important to me in this context is that Podhoretz clearly shows in all the relevant passages how much of a connection there is now between foreign and domestic policy in neoconservatism, how much he hopes that the foreign policy concepts and events will have a backlash in American society in order to reverse the cultural revolution of the 1960s and 1970s, which had mainly affected the elites and intellectuals. In this context, Podhoretz describes the current situation as ambivalent. He does indeed register an upsurge of patriotic sentiment such as younger Americans had never witnessed, which was the response to the attacks of September 11, 2001 in the USA. But he expresses his doubts as to whether this change is permanent. The reason for this is a distinction that he draws, which in his view also played a decisive role in the 1960s, especially in relation to the Vietnam War, the distinction between public opinion and elite opinion. Although public opinion was hardly opposed to the Vietnam War, the radical movement of the 1960s, in his opinion, achieved what nobody had seriously expected at the time. In their fight against the establishment, they blew and blew and blew the house down. And the victory was not limited to foreign policy issues, but extended into the newly antagonistic attitude toward everything America was and represented. And today, too, public opinion is not developing any opposition to the Fourth World War that the USA is absolutely determined to wage, but elite opinion is developing all the more, and under better conditions than in the 1960s, because the successors of the radical movement maintained a tight grip over the institutions. Podhoretz sees the representatives of the new anti-war movement, which he assesses as a new edition of the movement of the 1960s, born by a negative faith in America the ugly, in such good positions at the level of literature, the art world as a whole, universities and television that they have already reached the stage of virulence, although they are a minority in America in terms of numbers. In the 1960s movement, this only happened after several years. The perverted chorus is composed of the whole of the hard left, elements of the soft left, and sectors of the American right. A broader spectrum than in the protests against the Vietnam War, as Podhoretz notes. The strength of this movement can also be explained by another phenomenon: global anti-Americanism. The opposition within the United States followed the lead of European opinion. In Europe, an almost incredible degree of hostility to America broke out after September 11, 2001, most blatantly in France and Germany. The same was true in the Arab/Muslim world. Another furious outburst of anti-Americanism. Podhoretz concludes that the salvation he sees as necessary in this situation will come neither from the Europeans nor from the UN, and he wants to impress this on the Democrats in particular, at a time when John Kerry was still being considered as a possible election winner. However, he does not spare the reader with references to the fact that the Republicans are not a safe bet either. One gets the impression that it is mainly George W. Bush Jr. who stands for the Bush Doctrine and that otherwise it is a matter of permanent agitation and education in the USA in order to counter the dangers of today from another species of totalitarian tyranny and the secular despots and the Islamofascists in the Middle East. This is the strong, clear, uncompromising, and sometimes polemical language that the neoconservatives have been using since they became recognizable as a cohesive phenomenon, which has been criticized by some as a simplification and an unjustified insistence on simplistic worldviews. The other side of neoconservatism, which has also been shown repeatedly, will be discussed in more detail using more recent texts. They remain a specific group to this day, partly because they have not yet been able to completely break away from their left-wing or liberal background, which is skeptical of capitalism and bourgeois society, as Irving Kristol, the godfather of neoconservatism, has pointed out. And in this sense, it is not entirely unjustified that people like Buchanan and other Republicans suspect them of having infiltrated the conservative movement in the U.S. as foreign elements, so to speak. This becomes clear, for example, in a very fundamental debate on capitalism in the public interest. The possibilities and fatalities of capitalism are discussed. The debate was triggered by an essay by David Bosworth, who, in The Spirit of Capitalism, meticulously examines the consequences of the current economically determined social order for the formation of the subject and comes to very sobering conclusions, namely that a lack of maturity or the inability to grow up, adult immaturity, is the dominant social phenomenon in the postmodern, post-industrial, indisputable American age. He sees the reason for this in the prevailing practical philosophy of our day, which is a form of rational materialism largely stripped of Judeo-Christian values. He sees Republican, Democrat, and Independent alike as being determined by this practical philosophy, in a way that is characteristic of this side of neoconservatism. The interesting thing about this debate is that Bosworth, in his rather fatalistic reflections on capitalism, comes up with the same solution as his critics, who also come from the ranks of the neoconservatives. After delivering a description of society and the individual that could almost be called materialistic, the path of his proposals for a remedy is then a somewhat unmotivated separation between economics and culture, whereby the solutions to social problems are to be sought in the realm of culture. And this is precisely what his critics, established neoconservatives such as Michael Novak and James Q. Wilson, are also doing. The first makes the same distinction historically by regarding culture as preceding the economy, and then, however, also thinking about the ultimately good cultural effects of capitalism. The second makes it currently by demanding engagement at the cultural level in order to counteract the socially destructive tendencies of capitalism or to give them a necessary counterweight. This debate is by no means new to neoconservatives, but has its historical predecessors from previous decades, when Daniel Bell, Irving Kristol, and even Michael Novak came to different assessments of the way capitalism works and its antisocial tendencies, but then expected a remedy at the same level, namely that of culture, albeit in their own way. This is where we can locate and examine what repeatedly leads various opponents of the neoconservatives to falsely accuse them of being religious fundamentalists or some other kind of anti-enlightenment group, and of preferring the horrors of religious persecution to the horrors of nihilism. The tracks that are misinterpreted here can always be traced back to the perception of capitalist society as inherently crisis-prone and fragile. And this is also a tendency that can be traced back to the beginnings of the neoconservatives, where people like Podhoretz or Moynihan were concerned with the reestablishment of family structures and similar things, because on the one hand, confirmed in retrospect by historical events, they feared quite violent social conflicts in the USA, which would not lead to an improvement in society but to its deliberalization, and on the other hand also regarded all models from above, i.e. via a state that wants to intervene in the reshaping of society on a large scale, as in the case of the Great Society, not only with skepticism but also rejected them because of the anti-individualistic tendency of such programs. In the neoconservative worldview, capitalism does not function through and by the state, but through a combination of state action and the activity of individuals, which is difficult to bring about in a targeted manner and even difficult to control. It is only against this background that neoconservatives come to the question of religion. They are concerned with the fundamental social service that religion offers in terms of the stability of society and the steadfastness of individuals within it. In the words of Gertrude Himmelfarb, neoconservatism is concerned more with the utility of religion than with its spirituality. This is an approach to the subject of religion that clearly distinguishes neoconservatives from the New Right or the religious right. They did not attempt to make religion a topic for Republican election campaigns in the form of a moral crusade, nor were they out to bring about a religious revival of American politics. Instead, they were and are concerned with a purely social strengthening of religion, much like the way they approach the issue of the family, for example. And in doing so, they have been nonpartisan, if not cross-partisan, in their approach, as they seek to sensitize the broader intellectual debate to such issues as religion and social stability. It should be clear that neoconservatism is indeed the initially so-called reactive phenomenon. Without putting it in relation to its opponents from its beginnings to the present day, it is difficult to understand. Whether it is the large-scale state reform programs and the protest movement of the 1960s, then the fundamental changes in the Democratic Party and the community of states that, in the eyes of the neoconservatives, was forming against the United States in the 1970s, or finally today's developments at the global level, such as Islamism or anti-Americanism. It was always external impulses that gave neoconservatism decisive boosts and impulses, enabling it to define itself in a negative way against them. This is particularly true with regard to the disappearance of one of its central opponents towards the end of the 1980s, when the Soviet Union under Gorbachev entered an ever-worsening process of decay. Here, too, the neoconservatives reacted. They lost their coherence and entered a phase of diffusion that could only be ended gradually in the 1990s, as they adjusted to the new realities of the post-Cold War world. What this list once again shows is a second aspect that is necessary for understanding neoconservatism. Its development from dealing with events within the USA to its strongest manifestation today in texts such as Podhoretz's World War IV or Krauthammer's Unipolar Moment and Unipolar Moment Revisited, which take on as their object of study nothing less than the entire world order. It seems that this development towards global issues is accompanied by a second one that would represent a break in the history of neoconservatism. While the earliest texts of neoconservatism still took a purely defensive and repellent stance, as for example Glaser in On Being Deradicalized, today they are concerned with bringing about a new international order. It is therefore tempting to claim that neoconservatism has changed from a purely negative phenomenon to a positive, constructive one. But let us be clear about this. The background to this development in neoconservatism has remained the same. It has only arrived at this constructive side as a result of its unchanged perception of a liberalism that is existentially threatened by totalitarian tendencies. The often very strident tone of the relevant texts is repeatedly accompanied by references to the fact that the USA's failure to take action in the world only serves to strengthen its anti-liberal opponents. At this point, the other side of neoconservatism, which has also characterized it since its inception, becomes relevant. The skeptical attitude towards the potential of the existing social order, which they claim to defend, that can be found very early on in Irving Kristol, but later also in numerous other neoconservatives. They repeatedly come up with descriptions and analyses that show that the anti-liberal tendencies arise naturally from this social order itself. Even at the beginning of the 1980s, when they wanted to discover a new nationalism and a new majority with the election of Reagan, they did so with a clearly expressed uncertainty as to whether these developments, which they welcomed, would prove to be sustainable, and in this uncertainty they were soon confirmed by reality. And even their enthusiasm for a new liberal patriotism and internationalism that they discern in the population of the USA after September 11, 2001, is repeatedly tempered by doubts as to its anchoring in the American population. Following on from such observations, it can also be asserted here that neoconservatism has not broken away from its origins. The liberal consensus that broke down in the 1960s has not been restored to this day, and the cultural revolution that took place in those years has been able to maintain its formative influence in the USA to this day. For precisely this reason, the neoconservative writings with a global claim also have an appellative character that is directed at American society. They still want to reverse the changes in the political culture and mentality of the U.S. population in the 1960s and 1970s, because these changes kept the totalitarian temptation alive. Above all, the intellectual class and the elites of the USA continue to see themselves as threatened by this, and they also include parts of the right and the established conservatives among those under threat. As we have seen, this side of the political spectrum is also a rather uncomfortable home for them, if at all. At this point, I would like to return to the book by Helmut de Beele, What is Neoconservatism? Because in 1985, he came to conclusions that can be critically linked to here. He says, with regard to neoconservatism, intellectually advanced conservatism has caught up with bourgeois society. It is gradually becoming indistinguishable from liberalism. In doing so, de Beele is expressing something correct in the wrong way. It is true that the neoconservatives have not suddenly become liberal, that was their basis from the outset, but their liberalism has taken on conservative traits by mainly striving to preserve the often broadly so-called bourgeois society. Although de Beele also erroneously treats neoconservatism as a decay product of conservatism in other places, he finds an apt formulation. In neoconservatism, bourgeois modernity itself has become conservative. This is to be agreed with the addition that it seems too far-reaching to speak of neoconservatism as conservatism of modernity. Instead, I suggest that it would be better to refer to them as conservators of modernity. After all that has been worked out here, it seems to me that neoconservatism is not only not a theory in the narrow sense of the word, but also that the formulation that it is a social doctrine oriented towards solving political problems gives me the impression of too much closure, in which the various, sometimes contradictory aspects of neoconservatism are lost. Such considerations also apply to the question of whether the term ideology can be applied to neoconservatism. The underlying concept of ideology is that proposed by Erwin Haeckel, for example, firstly because he explains the concept of ideology in the context of foreign policy issues, and secondly because of his associated considerations on the question of ideology criticism. Haeckel begins his definition as follows. Ideology should be understood as a system of ways of thinking and values that are associated with a particular social, economic, or political interest. This can still be applied to neoconservatism because of its generality and because it is still unclear what is meant by system. It becomes more difficult with Haeckel's next definition. An argument is called ideological in particular when it tries to conceal or obscure the real interests of a group or organization by justifying and legitimizing their actions with an apparently objective or moral ethical necessity. Specific interests are either denied or passed off as overriding general interests. End of quote. We have already encountered similar formulations in relation to neoconservatism in this book, both in Drury and in Halper/Clark. I hope that this study has helped to show, among other things, that the suspicion that he has something to hide or to obscure contributes little to an understanding of neoconservatism. Likewise, the following sentences by Haeckel can only be applied to neoconservatism with difficulty. Ideologies claim universal, unrestricted validity. They convey a worldview or world outlook, i.e. a preconception of real connections that appears to be independent of concrete temporal and social conditions, an access to the knowledge of hidden backgrounds, a consistent overall perspective in the face of inconsistent and confusing phenomena. End of quote. Of course, neoconservatism can sometimes give the impression that it makes such an unrestricted claim to validity. Similarly, another characteristic of ideology according to Haeckel, the fact that neoconservatism sometimes tends to radically simplify complex facts with the help of a closed doctrine, cannot be completely dismissed. Nevertheless, it is not justified to insinuate that this happens independently of concrete temporal and social conditions. Rather, this connection with concrete circumstances is an important characteristic of neoconservatism. Furthermore, the validity of the following statement by Haeckel with regard to neoconservatism should be denied. In ideological thinking, everything is right. End of quote. Neoconservatism has retained a contradictory and incoherent form for such a statement. But here we can move on to Haeckel's discussion of ideology criticism. The concept of ideology itself presupposes, according to Haeckel, that the ideological perspective only perceives a falsified and distorted reality. An ideologically motivated statement is therefore not usually a deliberate lie, but an expression of a false consciousness that is unaware of its own bias. The task of ideology critique is now to detect the discrepancy between apparent and real truth in the analysis of statements or actions that are suspected of being ideologically motivated, to expose the contradiction between words and deeds. End of quote. It should be noted here that such an ideology-critical approach is often inherent in neoconservatism itself. One recalls its criticism of the anti-authoritarianism of the protest movement of the 1960s, behind which the neoconservatives saw naked authoritarianism, or Moynihan's criticism and condemnation of Third World ideologies in the 1970s. Haeckel also recognizes such anti-ideological behavior in foreign policy in his essay. Especially in the Cold War, he attributes such behavior to the two superpowers in their policies. However, the anti-ideological intention has hardened itself into an ideology and thus missed its critical emancipatory purpose. It is appropriate to address another point here, which has to do with this relationship between ideology and anti-ideology. If one tries to apply these characteristics of neoconservatism to it, it seems to me not to be exaggerated to find in it a potential that is ideology critical of itself. But mind you, potential, the so-called other complementary side of neoconservatism, as it were, is a very critical examination of the system that the neoconservatives otherwise defend with such verve. The only problem is that these two elements fall apart in their case. On the one hand, the more programmatic texts, which are written in such a way that some of Haeckel's characteristics of the concept of ideology actually apply to them. On the other hand, however, the considerations on capitalism, modernity, and secular humanism. They run parallel to the other neoconservative writings, although these two elements are often interwoven in a single text. If these two sides did not fall apart or coexist, but the critical part were applied to the positivist, then little would be left of it according to the standards of neoconservatism. Perhaps it is this dilemma that neoconservatism finds itself in that brings a sudden trace of melancholy to light in some places. As, for example, in the closing words of Irving Kristol's essay Christianity, Judaism, and Socialism from 1979. Quote, "Young people especially are looking for religion so desperately that they are inventing new ones. They should not have to invent new ones. The old religions are pretty good. New ones are being invented because the churches capitulated to modernity at the very moment when the rebellious, Gnostic, self-confident spirit of modernity was entering a major crisis and was moving toward its own discreditation. LT is all very sad." End of quote. When ideology-critical discourse speaks of the repression of violence, it does so in reference to psychoanalysis. In this respect, it is a merely metaphorical use of the term. Nevertheless, it is imperative to speak of repression when consciousness stubbornly refuses to recognize what the state actually is. The borrowing from psychoanalytic findings, for its part, points out that ideology can only become effective at all if it is firmly anchored in the constellations between the psychic instances of the individual. No repressions in the political are conceivable without the actual ones that preceded them, through which the relationship between the ego, the ID, and the superego is formed. But in the political sphere, they are a priori an untruth that must then be believed, whereas in the psychological sphere, the distinction between truth and lie seems possible only a posteriori after repression. However, if this essential difference is clarified philosophically, critical theory could then be brought into connection with the activity of the analyst, and at least to that extent the comparison is logical, as the analyst constantly requires self-analysis. Every unresolved repression in the analyst corresponds, according to Freudian self-reflection, to a blind spot in his analytical perception. If we can now speak in a figurative sense of a repression of violence as the core of ideology, then the critical theory of Adorno and Horkheimer is characterized precisely in this case by the fact that it did not allow the blind spot that it itself possessed in the perception of its criticism to rest until it could resolve the repression corresponding to it. This is not least evident in their considerations of Zionism. Certain radical leftists or neoconservatives, however, want to pin them down to the blind spot today, affirmatively or denunciatively, either to take a stand against Israel with critical theory or with Israel against critical theory. Even if Adorno and Horkheimer's engagement with Israel may not have been as pronounced as that of Jean Amory or Claude Lanzmann, no one could seriously doubt that it is not in contradiction to their radical social criticism, but rather that it inevitably follows from it, unless, of course, they were Enzo Traverso or Richard Herzinger. It is one of the most remarkable intellectual experiences of the decades since the end of the Cold War that these considerations, made almost casually, mostly in private letters and notes, have become the linchpin of every critique of the political that takes the categorical imperative after Auschwitz seriously. They necessitate a primacy of foreign policy, Leo Strauss, which has nothing to do with the dominance of the political over the economic, which is characteristic of German and hidden German-European ideology, but everything to do with that imperative. The Institute for Social Research, in its engagement for the U.S.-American sovereign in the Second World War, has long since demonstrated how such a primacy is to be set. But taking sides with Israel also involves something quite different, because it is not a power that, like the USA, can be or become a world hegemon. It is a state that was founded because no hegemonic power among the states can prevent the destruction for its own sake that arises from the crisis of capital and always follows the same projection of a total enemy. As far as political violence is concerned, one could initially speak of a blind spot with regard to the concept of the administered world, which is, on the other hand, so clear-sighted in grasping the immediate post-Nazi result. Among other things, it describes the real appearance of this result as a process of depoliticization, which in fact allowed society to be grasped less than ever in the categories of the sovereign. The fact that the world seemed to be divided into two blocks forever also meant that these categories were supposedly no longer in force. The phenomena of the political were only shown as epiphenomena, because their concepts no longer penetrated the interior of society, distorting its essence rather than expressing it. The concrete political opposition between East and West in the Cold War revealed only the most abstract thing that could be said about this society. The world reproduces itself economically only through the construction of the armaments industry, in East and West, an industry that guarantees prosperity and at the same time devours the national product and threatens people with destruction. The political constellations that Adorno characteristically calls foreign policy immediately conceal what the sovereign actually embodies per se, the capital relation, and thus the state itself seems to dissolve into the superpower. It thus becomes almost impossible to adhere to the Hobbesian primacy of foreign policy, which presupposes the concept of the sovereign. On the other hand, this means that Adorno's reflection on these foreign policy constellations considers the primacy of foreign policy under the conditions of the Cold War. The fundamental antagonisms that can still be found within the social structure, and not within the sphere of so-called politics, they are ideologically shifted onto the foreign policy conflicts between East and West. In view of the undiminished anarchic production and the disproportionalities that it entails, Adorno notes that only through the accumulation of means of destruction can society today, in all countries, maintain its existing forms of life at all, that it can only survive by being ready at any moment to blow itself up. I believe that it is impossible to imagine anything more obvious and drastic as proof that we live in an undiminished antagonistic society. End of quote. It is no longer the individual ideologies, but rather the mere character that they have in common that forms the context of delusion. The political systems of the giant blocks themselves take on the character of ideologies, and it is this character, no longer the specific ideology itself, that prevents people from becoming aware of the very social conditions that underlie them. End of quote. The critique of political economy leads to the judgment that society in its existing forms can only reproduce itself through the accumulation of means of destruction. The question of what conditions would make it possible not to use the means of destruction, or at least not yet, remained unconsidered. What the conditions are for inhibiting the world from blowing itself up, although it is only able to continue to live in this form because it is ready to do so at any moment. The elements of antisemitism, which are so precisely characterized in the dialectic of enlightenment as the epitome of the false whole, suddenly appear interchangeable under such conditions like ideologies and blocks. Tomorrow, another group may be targeted instead of the Jews, such as the elderly, who were just spared in the Third Reich, or the intellectuals, or simply deviant groups. End of quote. This is ultimately also how we can explain why Adorno, in his lecture on negative dialectics, suggests that the repetition of Auschwitz is taking place in a different form in Vietnam, while Amory, mindful of his experiences with the logic of annihilation, was particularly opposed to such an equation in the name of the categorical imperative after Auschwitz, which he did not name. In the case of Vietnam and Israel after the Six-Day War, he then openly spoke of a dilemma of engagement that forced him to resign as a Jewish engage for Vietnam and Greece. The phrase he added, for the time being at least, makes it clear that experience is also important here in another sense. It is a constantly renewed determination of the respective political situation, guided by experience, but now it must follow a primacy. It must be undertaken from the perspective of the situation in Israel. At the same time, however, Adorno speaks of a reviving nationalism, as if to break out of the all-too-obvious idea of the end of all ideologies, and thus of the arbitrariness of enemy images and the ubiquity of barbarism. The remark that this return without question merges with the nationalism of the so-called underdeveloped countries should also be seen in this context. In this way, Adorno is groping for the concreteness that Horkheimer already possessed in his notes when he wrote in 1960 that there was a plan to form a strong third force, powerful in relation to both Russia and America, a fascist bloc that would unite the states of the Old World with the so-called underdeveloped peoples. This is precisely what, as Horkheimer immediately indicates, results in a special situation for Israel. The fact that the Jews are emphasized only means that the Germans still have an old privilege in the house before the slogan of liquidating Israel. And how many movements in other countries would not cheer for the Allies under such signs? So certain is the economic situation, which is often referred to as an economic miracle. However, Horkheimer's insights, which can make the madness of Sartre's engagement with the national liberation movements visible as if through a magnifying glass, contrast with various remarks about the diaspora and the state that claims to be Judaism, remarks that Judith Butler or Alain Badiou, for example, could well invoke in their anti-Zionist zeal today. It is therefore only prudent to mention that Horkheimer did not publish the following note. Judaism was not a state of power, but the hope for justice at the end of the world. They were a people and the opposite, the reproach of all peoples. Now a state claims to speak for Judaism to be Judaism. The Jewish people, who were the target of the injustices of all peoples, the individuals whose words and gestures reflected the negative aspects of the existing order, have now become positive themselves. A nation among nations, soldiers, leaders, money raisers for themselves. As once Christianity in the Catholic Church, only less promising, Judaism in the state of Israel should first see the goal, how it has resigned in the triumph of its temporal success. It pays for its continued existence with the tribute to the law of the world as it is. It has assimilated itself to the state of the world. End of quote. But this is precisely where Horkheimer hesitates. Let he who is free of guilt cast the first stone. But it is a pity that such renunciation leads to the very thing that it was supposed to preserve, just as in the victory of Christianity. The good is good not by virtue of its victory, but by virtue of its resistance to victory. May the national subordination to the law of existence not take such a drastic end as that of the individuals in the Europe of Hitler, Stalin, Franco, and their overdue successors. End of quote. The hypostatization of the diaspora tends to equate Judaism with Christianity, Israel with the other nations, as if the memory of the persecution, which is what Horkheimer is concerned with, were necessarily extinguished by the new state. However, anti-Zionism ensures that this memory lives on in it, and that the messianic idea does not simply disappear. If Horkheimer was hardly able to grasp the situation of Judaism in the age of Zionism as a unity in its contradiction in such notes, as Gershom Scholem was able to do in a unique way, starting from the old speculative forms of Jewish thought, this also had consequences for his assessment of the Eichmann trial. Quote, the attempt to punish Eichmann without cause amounts to doing something to him for the sake of which the dead belong to the love of their people. The philosopher is not a practitioner. He pleads the court's lack of jurisdiction and the return of Eichmann to the country from which he was taken. He believes that nothing good will come of the trial, neither for the security and position of Jews in the world nor for their self-confidence. The trial is a repetition. Eichmann will cause mischief for the second time. End of quote. Adorno now objected to this. The tone of this commentary is too detached. In doing so, he takes a position beyond the matter at hand and beyond the victims that, in my opinion, we cannot take. Just as we are not allowed to judge, who are we to forgive? And is not the shine of humanity that we thereby direct at ourselves stolen from the victims? End of quote. Under the impression of the increasingly threatening anti-Zionism, Horkheimer also comes to a clarification regarding the relationship between Jewish traditions and thought and the existence of the Jewish state. I have had certain difficulties in judging the founding of the Jewish state in Israel instead of in another region. After all, the Bible says that the Messiah will lead the righteous of all nations to Zion. I am still thinking about how the state of Israel, which I support, should interpret this prophecy today. Is Israel the biblical Zion? As things stand, it seems to me that the solution lies in the fact that the persecution of the Jews, and that is part of the prophecy, continues despite the state of Israel. Israel is a country under pressure today, as the Jews have always been. Therefore, one must support Israel. End of quote. And in a letter to Joachim von Zedtwitz dated January 31, 1971, Horkheimer once again addresses the difficult problem of uniting the state of Israel with the Jewish expectation of Messianism. He too knows only one answer, that a practical solution is needed first. A practical solution here, of course, means nothing other than the force of the sovereign. Similarly, although not directly related to Israel, Adorno said in his 1962 speech on combating anti-Semitism today, where people seriously dare to take action against anti-Semitic manifestations, the means of power that are really available means of power must be applied without sentimentality, not out of a desire for punishment or to take revenge on them, but to show them that the only thing that impresses them, namely real social authority, is still standing against them for the time being. End of quote. However, as Adorno explains elsewhere, this means that it must be possible to use violence in a transparent relationship to reasonable purposes of society, where reflection on transparent, humane purposes intervenes so that there is no real identification with the violence. In this conversation, Adorno improvises on what he usually avoids in his writings, a concept of counterviolence. Where violence in a transparent context leads to the creation of more humane conditions, even in very restricted situations, it cannot be condemned out of hand as barbarism. However, reflecting on transparent, humane purposes presupposes an awareness that violence in itself would be perverse as a basis for social relations and as a guarantor of their unity and universality. That people are first of all imbued with a loathing of physical violence. The transparent connection thus seems almost impossible again, since even today, people have not yet awakened to the shame of the brutality that lies in the principle of culture, and that only when we succeed in awakening this shame, so that no one can look at the brutality of others anymore, can anything else be talked about at all. End of quote. With this, Adorno advances to the core area of education. Certain manifestations of authority could take on a different meaning, where they are no longer blind, no longer follow the principle of violence, but are conscious and above all, where they have a moment of transparency for the child itself. If parents slap a child on the hands because it has torn the wings off a fly, this is a moment of authority that contributes to the debarbarization. End of quote. The remembrance of nature in the subject, the reflection on the corporeal and at the same time the unity with all non-human creatures, is necessary to instill shame in the child in the face of violence, shame that the educator awakens in himself when he cannot calmly watch the torment and must react. Adorno has put the whole dialectic of enlightenment into the saying about the pause. The shame, which is initially only developed in sexuality, but which is then to be broken through again in the unleashing of desire, would be more applicable to violence for Bunter. People are to be made so delicate that precisely this shame seizes them. End of quote. Adorno does not apply this definition of violence as one that is transparent in its motivation and can bring about more humane conditions in very restricted situations, to include, for example, the situation in the concentration camp or an assassination attempt like that of George Elser. This may be related to the fact that he also wants to avoid weakening his categorical rejection of political violence, which is clearly aimed at the national liberation movements and their fatal imitators in the metropolises, knowing how people like to invoke resistance to Hitler as a legitimization of violence. What Adorno writes about this in one of his last texts reads like a response to Fanon's apotheosis of violence and to Sartre's apology for it. If violence at the time of the October Revolution might have seemed to justify the all too abstract and illusionary hope of total change for might have seemed justified for a short period of time, it is inextricably entangled in what needs to be changed, in the wake of the experience of Nazi and Stalinist horror and in view of the longevity of totalitarian repression. If the guilt of society, and with it the prospect of catastrophe, has truly become total, and there is no doubt about it, then there is nothing to counter it except what breaks off that context of delusion, instead of participating in it in its own forms. Either humanity renounces the equal to equal of violence, or the supposedly radical political practice renews the old horror. End of quote. If one were to attempt a synthesis of all of Adorno's statements on the question of counterviolence, it could be expressed in a few words, focusing on what is currently threatening so unmistakably, and of which the anti-Zionist students Adorno and Horkheimer already gave a taste. The violence that the Israeli sovereign must use, who per se cannot embody humanity, but is called upon to protect those who are threatened by the delusional actions of this humanity. Or the violence that would be necessary to overthrow the regime of the Islamic Republic of Iran, in whose politics this threat reaches its greatest dimensions under present conditions, cannot be understood as violence directed at real change, that is, as violence capable of terminating the guilt-ridden interconnection of society, to the same extent that it is transparent in its motives and occurs in a transparent context. But it preserves the condition of its possibility. There is, however, no more extreme expression of this condition, precisely because it only appears here in the completely abandoned individual, than the completely hopeless decision to fight back in the camp, which Amory recalls as what Adorno calls the aspect of hopelessness in the qualitative leap in the face of a woman in Auschwitz who snatches the revolver from the Nazi, shoots him down, and is herself shot. Adorno's marginal notes on theory and practice, which decisively reject violence as an alleged force for bringing about the overthrow of the whole, are his last word on the question of engagement. They can be seen as an immediate reaction to the madness of the student movement's engagement, to its fetishization of practice and hostility to theory. Both tended towards the kind of apology for violence that was to triumph in the RAF. With all the experience they had gained since the 1920s about the political rackets of the left, they turned against the primacy of tactics and the mass psychology unleashed by them, which approached that of National Socialism, that is, against the opiate of collectivism. The individual is to cede himself to the collective. As a reward for jumping into the melting pot, he is promised the gracious choice of belonging. The weak and the fearful feel strong when they hold hands and run. This is the real turning point in irrationalism. 100 sophisms are used to defend it. 100 means of moral pressure are used to impress on the adept that by renouncing their own reason and judgment, they will become part of a higher collective reason. Yet, in order to recognize the truth, one would need that indispensable individualized reason, which one is hammered into believing is outdated, and that whatever it has to say has long since been refuted and settled by the always superior wisdom of one's comrades. End of quote. In contrast, Adorno refers to a certain movement towards maturity that critical theory itself has achieved, and that is also a critique of the actionists, in whom the subjective moment, insofar as it comes to light in the opponents, arouses malicious rage. As if it were an antidote to the self-diagnosis of the end of that subjective moment that the administered world is now made up of. What Adorno emphatically demands is, remarkably, a sense of proportion, and not least this formulation should also be understood as a consequence of the fact that the juxtaposition of Kant's moral philosophy and Hegel's philosophy of law cannot be resolved in either direction, at least as long as society is constituted as Marx analyzed it. Part of such a sense of proportion is not refusing to reflect on one's own powerlessness and resisting the appeal to heroism, yet without fetishizing one's own powerlessness or ever suppressing the active, heroic resistance of those who, at the risk of their own lives, undertook and continue to undertake to prevent the worst. Ultimately, the same determination is evident in the relationship between theory and practice as in the question of violence. On the one hand, the theory that is most likely to be realized is the one that is not thought as an instruction for its realization. And Adorno repeatedly refers to the developed critique of political economy by Marx, in which all concrete transitions to the practice that should be its raison d'etre according to the 11th Farbach thesis are missing. On the other hand, Adorno says that the Archimedean point, the point at which a non-repressive practice is possible, the point at which one can steer a course through the alternative of spontaneity and organization, is, if at all, not to be found other than theoretically. Taken together, both sides of this determination form the concept of critique. Insofar as it cannot be formulated as an instruction for its realization, it is the immediate negation of the untrue whole. As long as it does not give up trying to find the point and searches for possibilities of action, in order to, mediated, not blindly trust either spontaneity or organization, it sees itself, according to the state of affairs in the administered world, for the time being, as being referred to the fact that the action itself can only ever postpone the unthinkable, the repetition of what the name Auschwitz stands for, and what the whole strives for on its own. And so, in this negative, it requires the interpretation and application of those categorical imperatives that are appropriate to each concrete situation. Those who take antisemitism seriously and are familiar with its history and thus also its potential were hardly surprised by the massacre of Hamas on October 7, 2023, which was unparalleled in its sadism, when they invaded Israeli territory, slaughtered, tortured, raped and mutilated Israeli civilians and even filmed themselves doing so with pride. 1,200 people were brutally murdered, 4,834 were injured and mutilated, 247 people, mostly Israelis but also foreign nationals who were in Israel, were taken hostage to the Gaza Strip. Since October 7th, Israel has been attacked by Hamas and Islamic Jihad with over 10,000 rockets and from Lebanon, Syria and Yemen with long-range missiles. On October 8th, Israel declared war on Hamas and called up reservists for a ground offensive. The war aims are to crush the Palestinian terrorist organization and free the hostages. Demonstrators worldwide are rallying in solidarity with the Palestinians. Because these rallies openly call for the murder of Jews and support terrorism as a fight for freedom, some city and state governments in Germany have decided to partially ban them. On October 22nd, an open letter from Jewish intellectuals appeared in the left-wing weekly newspaper Taz. In it, the signatories condemn the bans as racism against Palestinians. While the demonstrators call for the murder of Jews with Kabar Yahud and all intifada, the signatories, who, as Sartre would say, deny their reality as Jews, engage in a grotesque trivialization of anti-Semitism. In contrast, the 1967 appeal by French left-wing intellectuals very explicitly pleaded in favor of Israel. In the letter of October 2023, however, it is compulsively emphasized that the criticism of Israel expressed at the rallies is not anti-Semitism. One of the signatories, Deborah Feldman, published an article in the British newspaper The Guardian on November 13 that takes the same line as the open letter. The best-selling author claims that such a policy in Germany would only protect Jews who are loyal to the right-wing nationalist government of Israel. Like Sartre's Inauthentic Jew, she ignores the particularity of the Jewish situation in the name of a universal humanity that is already believed to have been realized. She does not recognize that she, as Amory writes, is tragically deprived of choice, because the world wants it that way. Feldman complains that she is marginalized in Germany because she dares to criticize Israel. While she, who has been invited to German talk shows several times since October 7th, stylizes herself as a brave dissident, in reality she panders to the anti-Semitic majority, perhaps in the unconscious hope, as Orit Arfa suspects, that she will be spared from anti-Semitism by becoming the darling of the activists who abhor the idea that Israel is defending itself. It is as if she were pleading, "I am not one of these blood-sucking occupiers." End of quote. In the Guardian article, Feldman cites no less a figure than Jean Amory as a source for her support of the Palestinian cause. The same Amory who despaired of the fact that his criticism of anti-Zionism fell on deaf ears even during his lifetime. Auschwitz casts a spell over everything, the past, the present, and the future. If the belief in a positive meaning of history, which characterized both the labor movement and liberalism, had already been affected by the First World War, then at the latest since Auschwitz it has been impossible to establish a connection between history and reason. Why National Socialism and Auschwitz should be sad but unavoidable prerequisites for a better society, as could still be claimed with a great deal of goodwill for the terror of the Jacobins or the Revolution of 1848, cannot be explained by rational means, even with the greatest possible effort. According to Moishe Postwan, the Holocaust posed the question of whether and in what way it is still possible to think of a future without betraying the past. Contrary to what is often claimed, the particularity of the Holocaust lies less in the number of those murdered or in the industrial nature of the extermination. The number of non-Jewish Soviet citizens killed far exceeds that of the Jews murdered. The majority of Polish, Baltic, and Soviet Jews were not suffocated by carbon monoxide from gas vans or by Zyklon B, but shot at the edge of pits and trenches. The Holocaust's uniqueness lies in something else. The crimes that had previously preoccupied humanity were all expressions of that instrumental reason that views the world in terms of utility. Even the most bestial massacres of colonial campaigns and the blood pump of the First World War were still in some way connected to the pursuit of power, influence, markets, prestige, or, not to be underestimated, pleasure. The Holocaust was different. The concentration camp system, the procedure at the execution pits, and the ghettoization of the Jews allowed for enormous sadism. However, this immediate pleasure in torture was not the basic principle of the Holocaust. The permission to vent one's physical rage on the Jews could be withdrawn at any time. For example, Raoul Hilberg reports that in the first weeks of the German occupation of Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania, Baltic Highways proceeded so brutally against the local Jews that the German General Staff gave the order to immediately stop the escalating arbitrary arrests and shootings. But the extermination was not only a profitable business in terms of immediate economic expediency, but also in terms of business management. The Aryanization, the robbery, and the slave labor, to which accountants like Gotts Ali so obsessively refer, hardly covered the costs of the camps and the logistical effort involved in carting the Jews from all over Europe to the extermination sites. The majority of those murdered came from the poorest of backgrounds. Only a small proportion of Jews were forced to work. The absolute majority of men, women, and children who were fit for work were not put to work in the factories of IG Farben or the Hermann Göring works, but were killed immediately. The urge to exterminate went so far as to eliminate the perpetrator's own instinct for self-preservation. In countless armaments factories, Jewish experts who were indispensable for the war effort were arrested right off the workbench and taken to the extermination camps. The trains that transported the Jews from the North Cape, Italy, France, Belgium, and the most remote Greek islands to the east were missing from the Wehrmacht's supply lines. In this way, the Germans more than willingly accepted their own downfall. The extermination of the Jews took absolute priority over the profits of war. This also put the victims in a completely hopeless situation. Once they were in the ghetto, death could no longer be averted by any action, no friendly, submissive, or rebellious behavior. Those who decided to rise up against the ghetto signed their own death warrant, just as the Jewish councils did, who hoped to make themselves indispensable through cooperation, and thus became agents of their own destruction. The indiscriminate slaughter of women, men, and children, whether they were unruly or willing to cooperate, able to work or old, important to the war effort or not, in other words, not only denies the idea of economic and psychological rationality that characterized not only the labor movement, but the entire enlightened world. It is an expression of a society that has gone mad with the historical unfolding of its contradictions. At the same time, Auschwitz shattered a certainty that, while always as precarious as it was ideological, nonetheless belonged to the basic anthropological endowment of human beings since they climbed down from the trees. Even though one could expect almost anything from one's fellow species, it was still possible to believe, until the Holocaust, that if they were not in a state of delusion or intoxication, they would at least obey their own instinct for self-preservation. Since the Germans strictly refused to stop the transports to the extermination camps and to use the logistical resources needed for this to fight the Allies, or to repatriate the Jews and to recruit them into the Wehrmacht, as was done with some of the German Sinti, this assumption has no longer been possible since Auschwitz. Some of these thoughts can already be found in one form or another in Jean Amery's book Jenseitswahn Should You and Die Son? Beyond Guilt and Atonement. In the first essay in the volume And den Grenzen des Geists, which was written for the Süddeutscher Rundfunk radio station in early 1964, Amery writes of the logic of annihilation, which functioned just as logically as the logic of self-preservation outside the camps. Unlike the frontline soldiers, who were exposed to the threat of death but whose task was to kill and survive, for the prisoners in Auschwitz, death took the form of a mathematically predetermined solution. As a result, dying also lost its specific form at the individual level. The prisoners were accordingly less concerned with whether and that they would die than with how it would happen. Thus, they took with them from Auschwitz the irrevocable certainty that the mind is, to a large extent, a ludus, and that we are nothing, or rather, before entering the camp, we were nothing but homines ludentes. Amery was not the first to speak in this sense of the logic of annihilation, which made any anticipatory behavior impossible. Shortly after the rumors of the extermination of European Jews had become a certainty, some emigrated intellectuals came to astonishing insights about the character and significance of the mass murder. While the general public was barely aware of the event due to the other news of the war, the incredible losses of the Red Army, the already unimaginable actions in the conventional concentration camps, the massacres of Serbs, Poles, Greeks, the writer Docio Koffler, a confidant of Robert van Sittert, was already in 1943, in the face of reports of the murder of Jews, trying to answer Richard Wagner's question, "What is German?" To be German means to do something for its own sake. Hannah Arendt wrote in 1944, while in exile in New York, that the systematic mass murder not only bursts the bounds of human imagination, but also the framework and categories in which political thought and action take place. 20 years later, when Amery wrote the texts that were eventually collected in Jenseitswahn Should You and Die Son, hardly anything remained of all these insights, neither in Germany nor in the rest of the world. With the beginning of the Cold War, the brief realization that had flashed up during the years of exile and in the immediate post-war period had evaporated. The East-West conflict was so overpowering that the memory of the Holocaust was neutralized before the event even had a name. The limits that thinking about Auschwitz pushes itself to, and the interested silence of the average Joe, did the rest. Above all, the threat of humanity being wiped out by a nuclear war between the superpowers, which, unlike the period of German nuclear paranoia during the Korean War or the Cuban Missile Crisis in the early 1980s, was a real threat, pushed the Holocaust into the background. If you don't believe you have a tomorrow, you don't deal with the past, but at most with the present. Even and especially the left, to which Amery felt closely connected, was no exception here. If at all, Auschwitz was mentioned either in connection with Hiroshima, as a metaphor for the destructive potential of the triad of modernity, technology, and progress, or it had to serve as a symbol of the dirty tricks that bosses and their henchmen are capable of if they are not hanged from the lamppost by the workers and farmers as soon as possible. The best example of this is Peter Weiss's oratorio The Investigation. The play, which premiered in October 1965 in a series of performances at 15 theaters in East and West Germany, helped to bring Auschwitz back into the public eye after years of silence. However, the price for this was that neither the term Jew nor antisemitism was mentioned. In the Ermittlung, Auschwitz appears as an extreme form of exploitation, in which even the victim's bone meal is utilized. Jean-Paul Sartre's reflections on the Jewish question from 1944-46, which were still relatively easily accessible in the 1960s, may have been of only limited help to Amory in his reflections. Sartre's quite clear-sighted shift of focus from the Jews to the anti-Semites may have encouraged Amory to name the Germans as the perpetrators and to admit to his resentment against them. Existentialism may have led him to address the experience of the Jewish victim. However, Sartre's writing was of no use to him for his truly groundbreaking reflections on the character and significance of Auschwitz, which he undertook on the basis of this experience. For even though the French mastermind wrote his essay as an immediate reaction to the extermination of the Jews, it is not a work about the Holocaust. Apart from a brief passage on the return of the deportees and the gas chambers of Lublin, the mass murder is not even mentioned by Sartre. On closer reading, his text appears less as an examination of the Holocaust than of the anti-Semitism of the Dreyfus era. Thus, Sartre's description of anti-Semitic violence stops at the traditional pogrom. An anti-Semitic mob, he writes, believes it has done enough when it has slaughtered a few Jews and set fire to a few synagogues. The new element of the Holocaust, whose perpetrators, unlike those of the traditional pogroms, were not satisfied with the slaughter of a few Jews, is not mentioned by Sartre. Unlike Koffler or Arendt, who reacted to the Holocaust at around the same time as him, he is unable to grasp the qualitative difference between traditional anti-Semitism, which despite all its murderous energy was still based on the contradiction between the general threat of annihilation and a recoil from its own logic, and the redemptive anti-Semitism that calls for action, which Saul Friedlander speaks of in his book The Third Reich and the Jews, which is far too rarely read, especially in anti-German circles. But the insights of Amory's statements in Beyond Guilt and Atonement are also limited. This applies to the most famous text in the volume. In his essay on torture, which was first published in the journal Merkur in 1965, Amory describes his arrest in occupied Belgium in 1943, the torture in the fortress of Breendonk, and the effects of the torture on the individual. Those who succumb to torture can never again feel at home in the world. However, he does not stop at this statement. The central sentence of the essay is that torture is not an accident of the Third Reich, but its essence. This statement, which condenses the thoughts of the entire text, is not only surprising in view of the insights into the particularity of the Holocaust that Amory formulates in other parts of the book. It is also surprising because the difference between political persecution and extermination on the basis of origin, the actual essence of National Socialism, becomes particularly clear in the case of torture. As Dan Diner writes in an essay about Amory published in 2011, torture paradoxically still manages to achieve a certain recognition. Unlike extermination, it presupposes a political will that is to be broken. Those who were to be exterminated, on the other hand, were not persecuted because of their actions or convictions. They did not stand out either because of their actions or because of their party membership books, but were murdered solely because of their membership as determined in Nuremberg. Thus, Amory was not tortured because he was a Jew, but because he had been caught transporting anti-fascist leaflets. He was supposed to reveal the addresses, meeting places, and names of his comrades. If he had been recognized as a fugitive Jew without the flyers, the Germans would not have deported him via Breendonk, but directly to the east. In recent years, it has occasionally been claimed in this context that Amory was not talking about torture per se, but about torture in the context of extermination. In fact, torture under National Socialism was fundamentally different from torture in other regimes. It took place in the name of the overriding state and war goal of annihilation. However, the same applies to every other activity of the Volksgenossen. In National Socialism, not only was torture carried out in the name of annihilation, but also work and marching, baking and roasting. Moreover, the question arises as to why the essence, that is, the nature, should be something that changes just like all other activities, and not the magnitude that has brought about these changes, and in whose name all other actions took place. A first clue to the explanation of the strange contradiction between Amory's other insights and his elevation of torture to the essence of National Socialism is provided by an invective by Gerhard Scheidt against some unspecified repentant leftists and ex-leftists in a pro-American or anti-German penitential shirt. While these people sometimes peddle a swaggering inability to read Jean Amory, according to Scheidt, Adorno was still capable of reading Amory. He rediscovered his own concept of experience in the essay on torture. This reference to Adorno is not difficult to recognize as name-dropping. The authority of the professorial name replaces the argument. In his lecture on metaphysics in the summer of 1965, Adorno did indeed refer positively to Amory's essay on torture. The text, which had appeared shortly before in Merkur, he told his students, admirably expressed the changes in the strata of experience that Auschwitz had brought about. However, Scheidt fails to mention that Adorno at this point wanted Auschwitz to be understood primarily as a sign for the world of torture, which had found its continuation in Hiroshima and the Vietnam War. Just a few minutes before he referred favorably to Amory's essay on torture, he had placed Auschwitz in the context of the American atomic bombing of Japan in the lecture in question. 2 days earlier, in the lecture to which he linked his remarks on the changes in experience, he had told his students, "It is through Auschwitz, and I do not mean Auschwitz alone, but the world of torture that continues after Auschwitz and about whose continuation we have received the most terrible reports from Vietnam, that the concept of metaphysics has actually changed to its very core." End of quote. In these statements about the changes in experience and metaphysics, both the definite sense of the scope of the Holocaust and the inability at the time to conceptualize this impact can be seen. Despite all the reflections on the deed, the differences between Nazi Germany and America, the annihilation for the sake of annihilation, the strategic use of a horrific weapon and a conventional, albeit bestially waged, post-colonial war ultimately become blurred. Adorno is therefore an extremely poor witness in this context, because at the time of the lecture he himself seems to have been unable to make a precise distinction. There are good reasons for this inability. In 1965, when Adorno gave his lecture on metaphysics, Auschwitz had only just re-entered the contemporary consciousness. The Eichmann trial in Jerusalem and the Auschwitz trial in Frankfurt had brought the Holocaust back into the public eye for the first time in years. The first steps towards easing the East-West conflict also ensured that the mass murder was not immediately overshadowed by news of the latest madness of the Cold War, as it had been after the trials of the 1950s. They had helped to ensure that the Holocaust was no longer just a present-day skeleton in the closet, the existence of which nobody talks about but the whole family knows about. After the world had come to the brink of a new world war during the Cuban Missile Crisis, the hotline between Washington and Moscow was established in 1963, when Hannah Arendt's book Eichmann in Jerusalem was published and the Auschwitz trial opened in Frankfurt. In the same year, the Soviet Union, the United States, and Great Britain committed themselves in the Moscow Nuclear Test Ban Treaty not to carry out any nuclear tests in the air, in space, or underwater. In doing so, the Big Three signaled to the world that they were interested in preventing nuclear escalation and containing the arms race. The doctrine of massive retaliation, which had been developed in the previous decade, was mitigated by the slogans of peaceful coexistence and détente. Like many other survivors of the Holocaust, Amory also decided at this time, after years of silence, to write about his experiences in Auschwitz. In January 1964, he reported that he was about to write a reconstructed Auschwitz diary. However, this emergence of the Holocaust from the maelstrom of the Cold War, which continued unabated in the form of proxy wars on the periphery, in the Congo or in Vietnam, was extremely hesitant. Even the difference between concentration and extermination camps between Buchenwald and Birkenau was only recognized by a few contemporaries at the time Adorno gave his lecture. The central theme of those years was not annihilation, but torture. As Amory himself reports in his essay on torture, numerous books on torture appeared around 1960, especially in France, to which Amory felt closely connected. During the Algerian War, which had just ended, the French had systematically and excessively tortured prisoners. The widespread debate about the war in North Africa was in reality a debate about torture. Half the French nation, as Amory writes in his essay on torture, rose up against torture in Algeria. In particular, the reading of Henri Alleg's famous book La Question, in which the communist, born as Harry Salem, reports how he was tortured by French paratroopers in El Bayer in 1958 as an FLN sympathizer, was the initial spark for countless intellectuals to protest against the atrocities in Algeria. Although Paris tried to prevent the spread of the slim volume, more than 200,000 copies were sold in France alone in the year of its publication, 1958. The countless comparisons with National Socialism were among the peculiarities of the public debate about the Algerian War and torture in the prisons of French Algeria. Amory's idol Jean-Paul Sartre, who wrote the foreword to Alleg's La Question, presented the torture in Algeria as the direct successor to National Socialist torture. Hitler, as it says in satire, was nothing but a forerunner. The foreword to the West German edition was written by former Buchenwald prisoner Eugen Kogon, author of the well-known book Der SS-Staat. He merged National Socialism, Stalinism, and the Algerian War into a single century of torture. The fact that it was not least former anti-fascists who were responsible for the torture in North Africa caused particular outrage among the opponents of the war. The socialist Guy Mollet, who had joined the resistance in 1942, had approved the asymmetrical warfare in the Maghreb as prime minister. The majority of the senior officers had fought against the Nazis under de Gaulle only 10 years earlier. Some, such as Paul Osirises and Marcel Bigard, who had FLN sympathizers thrown from helicopters into the Mediterranean with weights attached to their bodies, the so-called crevettes Bigard, had even parachuted behind German lines during the Second World War to support the resistance in France and Belgium. These former heroes of the anti-fascist resistance in Algeria were now suddenly on the same side as former Vichy sympathizers such as the torture expert Roger Trinquier, who had developed the counterinsurgency strategy in his book La Guerre Moderne. Other former anti-fascists, on the other hand, fell victim to persecution by their former comrades in arms. In his text From Dachau to Barawagia, for example, Jean Ferrugia reports how he was tortured as a member of the resistance in Dachau and only 15 years later became a victim of torture again in Algeria due to his engagement for the FLN, a shockingly short time for an adult. The numerous comparisons between the French approach in North Africa and the methods of the Nazis were probably due not least to the moral outrage, the temporal proximity of the Algerian campaign to the Second World War, and the pronounced political confusion that the countless aporias of the war in the Maghreb had generated. Neither moral outrage, which has always lacked a capacity for differentiation, nor confusion are particularly conducive to sharpening historical judgment. As Dan Diner explains in his essay, Amory was far closer to the contemporary debate on torture through his experience of torture than through his experience of the threat of annihilation. The reports on the French approach in Algeria evoked his own memories of torture in Breendonk, albeit, as Diner puts it, at the price of putting Auschwitz on the back burner. Its inclusion in the literary torture boom of the 1960s is not only part of the secret of the essay's success. It is also likely to be the reason why, as Diner reports, reading Amory's text on torture was almost obligatory in the 1960s, while the essays on Ressentiment and the spirit in Auschwitz were at best only marginally recognized. However, by elevating torture to the essence of National Socialism, Amory also stood in a different tradition that may have been beneficial to the reception of the torture essay. He was moving in the wake of anti-fascist resistance, imprisonment, and martyr literature. The concentration on the anti-fascist struggle, as it took place in France, Italy, and soon also in the GDR, had contributed to the fact that, in addition to the looming Cold War, the murder of the Jews was hardly given any attention shortly after the liberation of the concentration camps. Thus, resistance, martyrdom, and the immediate torture associated with it were far more commensurable with contemporary perceptions than the extermination. The idea of a death robbed of all meaning, of utter hopelessness and the complete annihilation of reason was almost unbearable in view of the prospect of life after 1945. The death by torture of the resistance hero Jean Moulin or the execution of the Communist Party poet Julius Fučík, whose reportage Written Under the Rope is one of the most translated Czech books, were easier to bear despite their horror than the mass deaths in the death zones in the East. They seemed to still have a remnant of individuality and meaning. Moulin and Fučík had suffered for their own convictions and actions. They had actually chosen to join the resistance. The victims of Birkenau, Belzec, and Sobibor, on the other hand, had been destined for death without any individual involvement. In this context, we should also mention the fascination that Jean-Paul Sartre exerted on Jewish members of the resistance, such as Amory or Claude Lanzmann, after 1945. The philosophy of decision suggested that those who had survived by mere chance were subsequently capable of acting and seemed to elevate them to subjects of history, where they had been its objects. Since the glorification of struggle and martyrdom was based on the suppression of extermination, it made an immediate contribution to expelling the specific nature of National Socialism post festum. This was also how it could, in the medium term, become a cipher for all forms of discrimination, police violence, and arbitrary politics. The concentration on resistance and martyrdom unintentionally opened the floodgates to endless comparisons between Hitler and de Gaulle, and later Nixon, Begin, Bush, or Sharon. Nevertheless, Amory's essay on torture is neither part of the literary wave of torture of the time nor of the anti-fascist prose of resistance and martyrdom. Although his hypostatization of torture as the essence of National Socialism invited the declaration of all torture regimes as imitators of the Third Reich, he always vehemently resisted equating torture under the National Socialists with the actions in other prisons. He also presented his own contribution to the resistance in a reserved and even mocking way. We produced rather primitive propaganda material, which we imagined could convince German soldiers of the cruel madness of Hitler and his war. End of quote. The triumphalist unwillingness to at least acknowledge such contradictions in Jean Amory's work is due not least to the hypostatization of the concept of experience, which has become fashionable in recent years in some areas of academia as well as in theoretical political circles. For as right as it is to trace the general in particular and the particular in general, it is all too easy to overlook the fact that the term experience, which is immediately associated with this, is already a term in decline. It only came into being because the object it revolves around is in the process of disappearing. Thus, as Adorno in particular makes unmistakably clear, National Socialism stands for the dissolution of the ability to experience. The reason for this is not only the repeatedly cited change in the constitution of the subject, which ensured that the human elementary particles bleeded into the collective. Rather, it is also due to the fact that the experiences of the time diverged so widely that the connections to the general became precarious. They ranged from the absolute banality of a winter of turnips, service in the army, Heinz Rühmann films and home leave on the one hand, to the complete monstrosity of the destruction of all certainties on the other. Above all, however, the hypostatization of the concept of experience is based on its decoupling from the concept of knowledge. Adorno speaks so euphorically of experience in his best texts because he understood it as a prerequisite for knowledge. If experience is separated from knowledge or simply confused with it, however, any amount of obvious nonsense can be defended as an expression of a particular experience. In this way, the individual is apparently saved. However, its relationship to the general, to which the concept of experience also refers, is lost. It loses its antagonistic position between subject and object and approaches the sermon of different points of view, opinions, and places of speech that has long since arrived in everyday conversation. With regard to Amory, this means that the essay on torture refers to the experience in Breendonk. However, as Amory himself admits in the foreword to the first edition of Jenseits von Should You and Die Son, the text itself is only part of a process of realization. While working on the first two essays in the volume, and Den Grenzen des Geists and Die Tortur Amory did not yet see sufficiently that his situation was not fully contained in the concept of the Nazi victim. For this reason, he did not arrange the essays in the book chronologically, but according to the order in which they were written. The reader must then also accompany me through the darkness, which I illuminated step by step, in the same rhythm. End of quote. However, this circumstance also does not make the statement about torture as the essence of National Socialism correct. It is not true when it is considered in the context of the other texts in Jenseits von Should You and Die Son. Why an essay that was published several times in isolation before it was printed in an anthology and read on the radio cannot also be considered in isolation, as Bert Huer admonishes in Sand's phrase, is not clear from the point of view of logic. Nor do Ike Geisel's early anti-Zionist outbursts become any more correct when they are viewed in the context of his later articles, or as a step on the way to his vehement criticism of German hostility towards Israel. Nor does torture become understandable as the essence of National Socialism by presenting the sentence as an expression of Amory's experience and slapping it together with Adorno's concept of experience. Amory's statement about torture was simply a step backwards from some of his previously formulated insights. In his text about the spirit in Auschwitz, which was written a few months before the torture essay, he had explicitly spoken of a difference between Dachau and Auschwitz, but without being able to define it precisely. The process of realization does not take place, as Amory suggests, step by step. At best, it happens to Sherlock Holmes and Dan Brown. In real life, it is instead full of twists and turns and confusion. There are countless detours, wrong turns, and setbacks. In more than a few cases, it is simply abandoned. While the majority of leftists in the 1970s fell behind in every respect in relation to their already meager insights of the previous decade, Amory's process of realization did not break off. In the context of the policy of détente Brandt in Warsaw, Barr in Moscow, Nixon with Mao, Auschwitz continued to emerge from the shadow of the Cold War, the stories about the respective Eastern and Western fronts, resistance and resistenza. Adorno had already distanced himself from analogies between Auschwitz, Hiroshima, and Vietnam in the second half of the 1960s. In Negative Dialectics, which was based not least on his lecture on metaphysics, the concept of torture is no longer mentioned. In the three places where he speaks of torture, it is in a different context than in 1965. Some of Amory's later texts also differ significantly from the statements in Jenseits von Should You and Die Son. When he wrote the text Mein Judentum, My Judaism, for the Süddeutscher Rundfunk in 1978, he continued to refer positively to his essay on torture, which had after all brought him the fame he had longed for so long. Nevertheless, Main Judentum reads over long passages like a mixture of specification and denial of his earlier thoughts. While his essay on torture gives the impression that there is no difference between the experience of torture as a member of the resistance and deportation as a Jew, the 1978 text shows a pronounced ability to distinguish between the two. While torture and extermination, resistance and persecution of the Jews had still coincided in 1965, Amory now explained that he had been arrested as a member of the resistance. However, in Auschwitz he wore the yellow star just like those who had not chosen to join the resistance. As long as the Gestapo thought he was a renegade, a German soldier, deserter, communist, he was of interest to them and was tortured. When they realized who I was already of no interest to them. There was no trial. I was subjected to the general death sentence, which meant Auschwitz. End of quote. Without making it explicit, Amory also offers an explanation for why he initially focused so intensely on the torture he had suffered as a resistant. He goes so far as to describe his decision to join the resistance as a last, unconscious attempt to escape from being a Jew. Amory, the Jews were hunted, captured, arrested, deported because they were Jews and only because they were Jews. Looking back, I wanted to be held by the enemy not as a Jew, but as a member of the resistance. End of quote. In this respect, what Wolfgang Port once said about Marx in an excess of enthusiasm may not apply to Amory. That he was always ahead of his critics in that he anticipated and refuted possible objections in his texts. However, Amory was not afraid to reconsider the contradictions in his work, which he already mentioned in the foreword to the first edition of Jenseits von Should UND Son, to reconsider the contradictions in his work, to discard or to clarify what he had once formulated. Those who, on the other hand, do not want to take note of these contradictions or seek to eradicate them by resorting to literary and pseudo-dialectical frippery, do to Amory what the left has done to its dead comrades all too often. He glorifies him as a radiant superhero who is more reminiscent of a Marvel comic than of the experiences of the 20th century. This not only expels history from Amory's work, but also bestows upon him a vindication that he does not need at all. Quote, "We are faced with the phenomenon of Sartre. If a large number of educated and critical readers are hypnotized by this personality today, it is probably because his writings most convincingly express the unease in culture that Sigmund Freud spoke of 15 years ago. The tormenting feeling of having paid for the order of this world with a complete renunciation of our drives may well be one of the causes of the collective neurosis of our time, and it becomes all the more intense and general as the social situation becomes more disorderly, because ultimately, people ask themselves what they have actually paid for with their renunciation of their drives." Jean Amory, Existentialism in France, 1945. Freedom must not be limited by death. That is the situation in the resistance against National Socialism. Sartre wants to exclude the fear of death, but what he says about the gaze of the other is characterized by this fear. What I immediately grasp when I hear the branches crack behind me is not that someone is there, but that I am vulnerable, that I have a body that can be wounded, that I occupy a place and that I cannot escape from the space where I am defenseless, in short, that I am seen. At the same time, it is the situation of the persecuted Jews. This is also evident in the fact that, for Sartre, the body of the individual only comes to be for itself through the gaze of the other. Sartre believed, as he later wrote, that he recognized in the Jews a certain contempt for the body. To the extent that this body is recognized, supposedly recognized by Christians. A kind of contempt for the body because they are discovered as Jews by the anti-Semites through the body. It is only by attempting to articulate such experiences that Sartre arrives at his conception of the subject-object relationship. In a sense, he extrapolates the situation of persecution by denying that there is an absolute point of view that one could take in order to compare different situations. Each person realizes only one situation, his or her own. There is therefore no transcendental subject in Sartre, any more than there is in Heidegger. Whereas Heidegger posits being toward death as the absolute freedom of the victim in place of the supersubject, so that there can no longer be a subject, Sartre's transcendental subject is annulled in a concept of subject that negates every absolute point of view, and especially that of death. Whatever could be perceived as comparable remains contingent in view of the situation, which can only ever be that of a particular person and can only be realized by that person. This absolutely non-generalizable is generalized with the concept of existence. Since, in contrast to the world of the Kantian transcendental subject or the automatic subject of value, there is nothing comparable here, and thus no possibility of formulating a law, there apparently remains a single causality of freedom. I am responsible for everything, or I am responsible for nothing. In other words, it remains undetermined in what form I would be responsible, and it also seems impossible to distinguish in what sense and to what extent I can be considered guilty or partially guilty of something. Such a distinction would presuppose the concept of form, which Sartre replaced with that of situation. This makes him incapable of understanding Marx's critique of political economy. It also separates him from Kantian moral philosophy. It is not simply the case that Sartre's concept of freedom is related to Heidegger's concept of being in the same way that the incomprehensibility of the categorical imperative in Kant is related to the ontologization of substance in Spinoza, that here, then, the subject-object relationship is simply restored once again, as it was extinguished in the concept of substance or being. Since the unity of the transcendental subject no longer exists, there can no longer be a categorical or practical imperative, at least not one as stipulated by Kant for the relationship of individuals to one another, in order to have such a form for action that allows for thinking in terms of proportionality, but also, in other words, allows for thinking in a bourgeois way. Act only according to that maxim whereby you can at the same time will that it should become a universal law, and act so, that you use humanity both in your person and in the person of every other at all times at the same time as an end, never merely as a means. The imperative is the attempt of the Enlightenment to define the responsibility of the individual as generally as possible as that which cannot be derived from the laws of nature. It is thus the first response to Spinoza's failure to establish an immediate ethical foundation from the principle of self-preservation as substance and reason. Bourgeois conditions in which potentially everyone is a commodity owner and labor power is sold as a commodity, can no longer be thought of without imperatives, that is, solely according to the principle of self-preservation. While the categorical imperative morally generalizes freedom of contract with the concept of the maxim, the practical imperative, through the means-end relation, aims at the question of violence. It is formulated in such a way that it corresponds in all parts to the capital relation, as it were, covers it, inasmuch as the entrepreneur does not, as the slaveholder does, understand the slaves, the owners of the labor power, as a means but only their labor power. The end in itself, which buyer and seller mutually recognize in each other, manifests itself in the freedom of contract. The capitalist may therefore not use force. This legal situation presents itself as the moral law within us, universally valid and beyond history, like the starry heavens above us. Seen in this light, it would be the contractual society based on capital that would have made it possible to think of human beings in general, that is, of all human beings in terms of freedom. But as Kant shows, this freedom always appears only as freedom from the laws of nature, as independence from the compulsion of sensual impulses, as a duty that easily reveals the obligation to keep the contract once it has been concluded. The legal constellation can only be transformed into a moral one by subtracting the sovereign, by suspending this third party, this instance that alone allows us to renounce violence in these circumstances. Any morality worthy of the name, considered in isolation, actually claims that the individual could act in such a way from the outset that no sovereign is needed at all, that the individual would be prepared to internalize this instance completely. With Spinoza, on the other hand, there was not yet this opposition between inwardness and statehood, so that, like the ancient philosophers, he could still envisage an attempt at an ethical system that was logical and self-contained, rather than a morality. But as soon as the state has really established itself as sovereign, any claim to formulate ethics as a system seems doomed to failure, or rather doomed to become the ideology of this very state and to humanize it. The sovereign appears as the mere realization of ethics. Since Kant, and this is the sharpness of the strictly moral reflection as opposed to ethics, which must be thought of as a system, can never disregard the fact that the individual always has the freedom not to follow the moral law within us, all imperatives are expressed by a should, and thus indicate the relationship of an objective law of reason to a will that, according to its subjective nature, is therefore not necessarily determined. There is also no guarantee of the renunciation of violence, especially in a society that is based on the subjugation and humiliation of people at its core, and therefore the continuing necessity of the state and a law that is covered by this state. The master, who embodies the threat of death to the servant, becomes the sovereign, so that the servants can not only conclude contracts with each other and become citizens, but also never have to completely rely on the morality of the other. The imperatives, Kant continues, say that it would be good to do or refrain from doing something, but they tell a will that does not always do something because it is presented to it as being good to do it. When Ingo Elba writes that, in Kant's understanding, A free will that is determined neither by natural laws nor by intelligible moral laws is nothing, and undermining. This is true, and at the same time not true, insofar as the difference is obscured, which lies in the emphasis on the ought, in the fact that the determination by natural laws is essentially different from that by moral laws. In this difference, Kant holds on to the individual, insofar as it is not subsumed in the transcendental subject. However, there could hardly be anything more characteristic of bourgeois society than the zeal with which this holding on is in turn only possible through the investigation and condemnation of deviation. If the imperative declares the individual to be an end in itself, in that the other may not make him a means without at the same time recognizing him as an end in himself, the concept of humanity becomes unavoidable. With it, formalization is to be abolished, as it were, but it itself remains necessarily indeterminate and thus only continues formalization. Namely, it may not contradict the fact that the individual must sell his labor power, that the capitalist makes it a means. This is ultimately what Marx's imperative to overturn all conditions in which man is a debased, enslaved, abandoned, contemptible being was a response to, and it shows that, however little it can be derived, any imperative is by no means a substitute for an existential judgment, as Marx then also developed in his critique of political economy. For no imperative is capable of making a statement about the form itself. This is shown significantly by the fact that Kant always knows how to turn his imperative against suicide. The one who gives himself death, that is, destroys his own labor power, commits a crime against humanity, just as if an entrepreneur were to destroy a wage earner as master destroys servant by force. The individual is, in a sense, sinning against his own purpose, which consists in belonging to humanity. When Horkheimer wrote in 1937 that critical social theory is, as a whole, a single developed existential judgment, he is referring to something like a supreme judgment, or rather, the synthesis of all synthetic judgments, the context of which is being developed by Marx with the result. It does not have to be this way, people can change, be changed. That people should change being is no longer the subject of this judgment, but an imperative that, on its own, as it is unable to address those inner and outer contradictions, their basic form and their intensified form, their dynamics, etc. It would therefore be incorrect to say that Sartre is trying to return to Kant in order to restore bourgeois society and the Enlightenment in the sense of the Popular Front ideology. He knows only too well that the conditions for this are lacking, even if he ontologizes their absence. After the Germans have liquidated bourgeois society, there is no longer any concept of humanity and no imperative, nothing comparable, nothing that is law-like, nothing to hold on to, as it was said in Brecht's Mahagony on the eve of the Third Reich. Adorno's criticism falls short again here, when in the negative dialectic he apparently wants to revise his assessment of Sartre's slogans in the engagement essay. Kant's thought experiments are not unlike existentialist ethics. Kant, who was well aware that good will has its medium in the continuity of a life and not in the isolated act in the experiment, so that it proves what it is supposed to, narrows good will down to the decision between two alternatives. That continuity hardly exists anymore. That is why Sartre clings only to the decision, in a kind of regression to the 18th century. However, while autonomy is to be demonstrated in the alternative situation, it is heteronymous in relation to all content. In one of his examples of decision-making situations, Kant has to summon up a despot. By analogy, Sartre's often come from fascism, true as its denunciation, not as a condition humane. In Kant's view, the individual can become guilty to the extent that he regards and treats the other as a mere means. This imperative applies to everyone and in the relationships of the individual to all. However, it presupposes the unity of a society that is so mediated in itself that, fundamentally, two individuals always face each other as contracting parties. From the perspective of the contract between two citizens, the whole of society seems to be morally comprehensible. In it, guilt can always be measured against the behavior of one person towards a particular other person with whom he or she is dealing, that is, with whom he or she has entered into an imaginary contract. In Sartre's view, there is no longer any form of contract, so to speak. There is only the being for itself of the individual and the other, who do not appear to be related to each other by contract, but are separated from each other forever by nothingness. The for itself is so determined that it can only regard the other as an object, in Kant's practical imperative, as a means, not as a subject in the sense of the imperative, as an end, that humanity does not exist in its person or in the person of the other, except negatively, in the awareness that it must be regarded by the other in exactly the same way. This also tips the balance of proportionality, the possibility of grading responsibility, of determining it gradually, however tentatively. Responsibility, if it is not to be denied from the outset, becomes total. Consequently, an individual would also be immediately responsible for what others, for better or for worse, do to each other, as soon as it could know anything about it in itself. For they are potentially the object, the possible means, for this individual to change that. Here, it is obvious that the starting point is a situation in which there is no sovereign in the usual sense, no unified monopoly on power that guarantees the unity of the contract and makes the self-interest of the other appear as a practical matter. With the imperative, however, Sartre also loses the possibility of seeing something in the use of violence that is different from its non-use. Thus, violence seems to have become unrecognizable, in that everyone is responsible for everything, without there being a criterion for the difference in responsibility, which under the conditions of domination could ultimately only be one in terms of violence. At the same time, however, Sartre naturally resorts to the most extreme situations to illustrate what the gaze of the other means in reality: persecution, torture, and murder. In this way, the situation of those who do not identify with the Führer and the Volksgemeinschaft but nevertheless feel responsible for everything that is committed in their name is revealed, as long as they do not do anything about it, which ultimately means that they themselves use violence to eliminate it. Sartre's philosophy can be brushed against the grain of ontology, and it was in the context of the resistance. Assuming that National Socialism is the worst thing that can happen, I am responsible for this worst thing as long as I do nothing to prevent it. But Lettre et Lunent cannot say that National Socialism is the worst thing, and every reading of it comes up against the limits of ontology. Quite apart from the fact that this book could not have been published under the conditions of the occupation if it had been able to make such statements. On the other hand, however, it is impossible to fetishize the resistance struggle as a necessary sacrifice for a different, better community. The contradiction to Heidegger's being toward death necessarily implies, and this could even be seen as the core of Sartre's philosophy, and also the difference to Albert Camus' moralism, that community in the true sense of the word cannot exist, unless as a permanent insincerity of individuals. For Sartre, the we rather means basically an experience of humiliation and powerlessness for the individual. At best, community as a subject we is only a provisional appeasement that forms within the conflict itself, and not to be understood as a final solution to this conflict, whatever that may be. Sartre's Lettre et Lunent, without speaking ad personam, works out the entire structural mauvaise foi of Heidegger's being and time, which begins with the fact that, according to Heidegger's understanding, Dasein, insofar as it is at all, has the mode of being with others. Despite his engagement against a political revolution that, with the aim of creating a new society and a new human being, necessarily sanctifies the means of terror and murder, Camus himself remains at the center of his philosophy within the rejected. He cannot help but give death a meaning. He passes over the point at which the break with German ideology must occur. In the face of Nazism and Stalinism, he would like to set limits for political action, and the true rebel, if he crosses these limits and resorts to violence and murder, must confirm these limits through his death. But the world today shows such a repulsive face precisely because it is built by people who claim the right to cross these limits and, in particular, to kill their fellow human beings without paying with their own lives. This is the categorical imperative that this moralist invents. Only kill if you are prepared to be killed yourself. It is hardly surprising that for him, false, systematic violence, defined as one that can no longer be identified as the willingness of the individual to die, also threatens not so much the individual as the living community, and the being that we receive from it. Camus' play, The Just, is an apology for this being that is based on sacrificial death. Death itself is even glorified in it. The terrorist happily goes to the gallows, and for his comrade it will be easier to throw the next bomb. Sartre's No Exit and Dirty Hands, on the other hand, are dramaturgically conceived in such a way that death is unable to create any kind of inner unity. The individual rebels realize that death is always only the consequence of their actions, but that it cannot confirm anything, as they themselves have to realize that they have acted for completely different reasons than those that, according to their ideology, should unite them as a community. The conflict and competition for power and surplus value is already dissolved in Heidegger's being toward death, in the run-up. For him, this is precisely what constitutes the existential. But Sartre does not simply return to Kierkegaard, because the total togetherness in insincerity posited by Heidegger can no longer be dissolved by any belief in a last judgment, or by any category of sin determined by this belief in eternal bliss. In Kierkegaard's work, This is still the guarantor that everything can be viewed from the perspective of the individual and that any form of community can be rejected. Instead, the horizon of being for itself is the real transcendence of the other, and its gaze, the prerequisite for reflection in being for itself, excludes both the unmediated togetherness and the mediation of social institutions, but does not thereby eliminate the responsibility in being for itself. On the contrary, the question is only how it comes to judge the whole for which it is responsible as a whole. In contrast, l'être et l'unent seems like the last, highest resolution snapshot of the consciousness of an individual in the immediate moment before choosing to resist or to conform. Intellectuals who, unlike Sartre, were actually active in organized resistance, such as Alexander Kojève or Georges Canguilhem, did not want to know anything about such pauses for reflection. They wanted to embody the political unity of the resistance, the subject we, in contrast to the individual, the for itself. Their philosophy of resistance was intended to re-establish this unity, as it were, as a final solution, rather than a mere provisional appeasement, as Sartre understood the collective. They thus formulated the apology of humiliation and powerlessness in the name of the resistance. In polemical opposition to the philosophers of existence, Canguilhem, for example, spoke of the logic of resistance and ultimately even believed that the courageous actions and violent death of the resistance fighter Jean Cavales could be derived sensu stricto from his mathematical philosophy, which was not constructed with reference to any subject. This philosophy, in which Jean Cavales is radically absent, has commanded a form of action that has led him along the paths narrowed by logic to that transition from which there is no return. Jean Cavales is the logic of resistance lived to the death. Oh, if only the philosophers of existence and the person would behave the same way next time, if only they could. The homage to Cavales uses the immeasurable suffering that was done to him, in equal measure retrospectively to glorify the resistance and prospectively to support a structuralist, renewed ideology of science, and thus describes the way in which Heidegger's thinking could be adapted beyond National Socialism. This path was initially trodden in the fields of psychology and psychiatry, disciplines in which it was possible to stipulate most inconspicuously that individuals accept the logic of being toward death as their own and learn to understand this acceptance as a logical operation, the necessary humiliation and powerlessness of the individual in the spirit of the collective. It was under such auspices that psychoanalysis was finally incorporated into the scientific establishment and its latest jargon by Jacques Lacan. Lacan himself had not been a member of the resistance, nor had he even been in contact with it, unlike Sartre. On the contrary, as Elisabeth Roudinesco shows, he must be regarded as a fervent admirer of François Maurras. But he was not one of the most enthusiastic listeners of Kojève's lectures for nothing. It is clear to see what Lacan opposed to Sartre's thesis here. Not only is man not free to choose his chains, since he does not exist from an original emergence of freedom, but he is also, in order to become free, condemned to insert himself through a logical consideration of the collectivity of people. And so he made all human freedom dependent on temporality. A temporality given to every subject who knows that he must submit to a time for grasping a logical decision. End of quote. As with Heidegger, temporality means nothing other than being toward death. His interpretation of the master-servant relationship is reflected in the relationship between the analyst and the analysand, the domineering analyst, who throws over the approved rules of analysis, which are modeled on the contractual relationships of bourgeois society, teaches his servile analysand consent to the sacrifice of his life in this very way, for reasons that give human life its measure. This is the literal goal of the Lacanian cure, which, however, prefers to hide in the talk of the phallus as a signifier and of domination as a symbolic order, as Lacan puts it in place of Kant's transcendental subject and intelligible world, in order to erase every memory of a subject and thus to psychologize Heidegger's being. The analysand is no longer to be content with the common misfortune, the usual fate of humanity, and the repressive basis of culture, as the usual interpretation of Freudian theory in its own terms has it, but to recognize his innermost desire in the marriage with death, which finally leads him beyond the imposition of being a subject and not being able to merge into any community. That I end the portrait of the anti-Semite. Sartre's reflections sur la question juive regain the categorical aspect of the concept of the whole, which was actually disputed in L'être et l'unent. Anti-Semitism is a free and total choice, a comprehensive attitude that one adopts not only towards Jews, but towards people in general, towards history and society. This syncretic totality, the epitome of the negative, can only be explained by the negation of the individual, as it asserted itself in lettre et lunent against the mass that had become total. The anti-Semite is the man of the masses, and the meaning of the choice he has made for himself lies in deciding in favor of the unchangeable out of fear of his freedom. But something is added to the definition of freedom. The anti-Semite recognizes, as every human being, it must be added here, that the world is badly constructed, le monde est mal fait. However, he protects himself from this realization as from his own freedom. Suddenly, the construction of the world, the social nature of the whole, appears in Sartre's thinking as a realization that it could be changed as important as freedom. Both could only be denied together, except that the realization contains a synthesis, a commonality of the cognizers, which was still unknown in lettre et lunent, a transcendental subject, which turns out to be Marx's categorical imperative, to overthrow all conditions in which man is an exploited, humiliated, abandoned being. The famous sentence that man is condemned to freedom is thus recognizable as an ontologization, but only insofar as there could be circumstances under which freedom does not have to be regarded as something to which one is condemned. Freedom in this sense as becoming. Sartre, in contrast, always had an eye on happiness when he was willing to speak of freedom. It was no coincidence that he said, in a discussion with Arnold Gellin, that as long as people are relieved of responsibility and not expected to take on full responsibility and self-determination, their well-being and happiness in this world is a sham. Adorno was able to perceive this false semblance of happiness in the immediate vicinity of those Germans who, like Gellin, camouflaged their involvement in National Socialism by preaching in post-Nazism that people should be relieved of their responsibility by institutions of whatever kind. The bad organization of the world, in its description, Sartre ultimately falls back on the transcendental subject of Marxism. The hatred of Jews is a mythical and bourgeois idea of the class struggle, for example. Is the reason for anti-Semitism the condition of possibility that it exists? At the same time, however, the total choice of the anti-Semite cannot be derived from it. This is also the decisive step beyond Marxism that Sartre's philosophy opens up. As little as this derivation is possible, it becomes all the more necessary to eliminate the reason for existence itself. In a classless society based on the collective ownership of the means of production, instruments de travail is what Sartre calls them. Anti-Semitism cannot exist. However, the fact that it cannot be deduced from what each individual thinks and does means that it would be a lazy solution to leave the future revolution to deal with the anti-Semitic question. It follows, then, that the Marxist imperative, which has this revolution in mind, must be supplemented. That is why Sartre seeks forms that, in the midst of the world's bad organization, Adorno would say, in a state of unfreedom, enable non-Jews to show solidarity with Jews, both within French society, which was liberated from National Socialism by the resistance, and in Palestine, where Jews are demanding their own land and autonomy for themselves, and proposes the founding of a militant league against anti-Semitism. It is truly one of the first formulations of what Adorno would express 20 years later as the categorical imperative after Auschwitz, and in a certain sense it is more precise, in that it refers directly to the situation of the Jews, conceptualizing the uniqueness of this situation. Sartre, without naming the imperative, thus revealed what Adorno presupposes with the Kantian concept, that freedom, as a condition of the possibility of acting in accordance with it, cannot be derived either from the nature of man or from his history. In doing so, he distinguishes, like Adorno, between the Marxist imperative to create a society in which people are no longer enslaved, humiliated, and abandoned, and one that can only be formulated in view of Auschwitz, that is, in view of the situation of those chosen for extermination. But he distinguishes them by being able to show at the same time that grasping this situation in all its consequences not only does not exclude the Marxist imperative, but rather has it as a condition, as a demand for an existential judgment. Sartre's distinction, however, becomes blurred immediately, because in the attempt to uncover the organization of the world, Marxist terminology is used instead of the conceptuality in which Marx had developed that existential judgment. This is how everything gets mixed up, when it should actually be about a revolution that finally takes away the cohesion of nations and classes. Sartre speaks of concrete liberalism, as if it were a continuation of the Popular Front policy, as if the old Republican France were to be reborn only according to the categorical imperative after Auschwitz without anti-Semitic penchants. This liberalism is to be understood as meaning that all those who contribute to the greatness of the country through their work enjoy full civil rights in this country. Sartre must have been familiar with this line of argument from anti-Semites, who would simply add that Jews were not suited to work. But the philosopher of lettre et lunent is using the parameters of the resistance to enter the realm of the sovereign, as it is to be established after the defeat of the Nazi state, and in accordance with it, he must now abstract from all that he was able to deduce about the specific situation of the Jews from the portrait of the anti-Semite. He then attempts to recover the concrete and can only do so like the sovereign insofar as he takes account of bourgeois society, which, as Gotthold Ephraim Lessing says, cannot unite people without separating them and into different peoples and religions by regarding the Jews as a minority. Man does not exist. There are Jews, Protestants, Catholics, there are French, English, Germans, there are blacks, whites, yellows. The point is not to obliterate a spiritual community based on customs and preferences in favor of a national collectivity. Left-wing Zionists followed Sartre precisely in this blurring. In 1969, the young Dan Diner quotes Sartre's remark about the lazy solution of waiting for the revolution on the anti-Semitic question, but equates this question with the oppression of the colonized from the outset. Sartre himself had initially wanted to see the particularity of the Jews in the fact that they had divested themselves of all their concrete characteristics, that they were to be regarded as an abstract historical community. The dispersion implied the dissolution of common traditions. In his reflections, he himself notes with some astonishment that the situation of the Jews corresponds most closely to his philosophy developed in Lettres et Lunette. However, he immediately goes on to compare it with the situation of the proletariat. In both cases, authenticity consists in having a clear and truthful awareness of the situation, taking on the responsibility and risks that the situation entails. If Marx explains that the proletarian class must become aware of itself, what does that mean other than that the worker is also initially inauthentic? The Jew does not escape this rule. For him, authenticity means living his condition as a Jew in a consequent manner. Inauthenticity means denying or avoiding it. But it is precisely here that Sartre encounters the difference, and in doing so he crosses the boundary of Lettres et Lunette, insofar as he had repressed the question of death and sacrifice there. Inauthenticity is a greater temptation for Jews than for other people, because the situation that they have to accept and live is quite simply that of the martyr. Because whatever the anti-Semite does and says, he is scheming for the death of the Jew. It is this delusion of annihilation that the Jewish community is constituted to counteract, and nothing else. The Jews are neither a community of interests nor a community of faith. They do not have the same fatherland. They have no history whatsoever, Sartre claims in deliberate exaggeration. The only thing that holds them together would be the hostile contempt of the societies surrounding them, which has their annihilation in mind. Sartre is aware that this means that the accusation of inauthenticity loses all moral legitimacy in the case of the Jews. His self-reflection consists in the realization that, as a non-Jew, he is not exposed to this threat either. On the contrary, he is passively involved in it, as long as he does not do anything against it. It is we, he says, who force the Jew to choose to be a Jew. Whether he flees or stands by himself, we have pushed him into the dilemma of Jewish inauthenticity or authenticity. It follows that the Jew, like any other person, can choose to be authentic, but one must first understand that this is none of our business, us meaning all those who are not faced with this choice because they are not Jews. This is why Sartre, on the advice of his Jewish friends, initially refrained from publishing these parts of his essay and only published the portrait of the anti-Semite. Behind the compulsion to choose oneself as a Jew is the prospect of a violent death for all Jews, so that authenticity can mean accepting everything, even martyrdom, to the point that death is preferable to certain forms of life. In this situation of the authentic Jew, the philosophy of Lettres et Lunette comes to itself. With one blow, the Jew, like every authentic human being, withdraws from description. The common characteristics that we found in the inauthentic Jews stemmed from their common inauthenticity. None of these characteristics can be found in the authentic Jew. He is what he makes himself, nothing more can be said. He is in his assumed abandonment, a human being with the metaphysical horizon that the human condition contains. Only in the face of the fact that Sartre suddenly becomes aware of such a threat of annihilation and thus of the continuing precondition of Auschwitz, does the total responsibility that he imposes on the individual become clear, as does the changed, almost biblical tone with which he distinguishes between Jews and non-Jews here. Quote, "There is not one of us who, in the face of these circumstances, would not be completely guilty and even criminal. The Jewish blood shed by the Nazis falls back on the head of each and every one of us." End of quote. This pathos itself is part of a defense mechanism. The very Jewish traditions that Sartre blanks out, later he repeatedly criticized this abstraction, or dismisses as inauthentic in order to claim that anti-Semitism is the sole reason for the existence of Judaism, the anti-Semite makes the Jew, are the forms in which the threat of annihilation can be perceived without fetishizing martyrdom itself. They are ways of sublimating, if not repressing, the death that the others threaten every Jew with. By simply passing over it, Sartre continues the repression of death that was evident in the etc. of L'être et l'unent. That, in certain special cases, death is preferable to certain forms of life, etc. Jean Amory's essays put Sartre's philosophy to the test. This is probably, incidentally, also the reason why the philosophical establishment, which has had enough of Sartre for a long time, continues to ignore him so steadfastly. Having survived the Nazi camps, Amory initially saw Sartre's philosophy as the only one still possible. I had risen from the dead, a nothing, had nothing, presented nothing but a haggard body on which the clothes provided by welfare values hung slack and untidy. But since I was nothing, thanks to Sartre's freedom, I could be anything. And since I could be anything, I wanted to be that too. What did I have to lose? Not even my chains. So I held on to a prophecy of uncertainty that corresponded to my existence. 20 years after his liberation, Amory, reflecting on this intellectual confrontation, saw himself as the authentic Jew that Sartre had described at the time. But it is only in the last chapter of his collection of essays, Beyond Guilt and Atonement, where he deals with this compulsion and this impossibility of being a Jew, that he explicitly refers to Sartre's reflections and at the same time goes beyond them. The preceding texts on the situation of the intellectual in Auschwitz, on torture, homeland or exile and the resentments of the survivor are initially a search, undertaken in various ways, for the possibility of writing about the logic of annihilation. When he emphasizes the peculiarities of the situation of the intellectual in the first essay, it seems as if he is doing so out of a sense of shame at talking about the extermination, the gas chambers which are only mentioned in passing and yet are recognizable as the vanishing point of all things in the camp. But the intellectual as Amory describes him here is nothing other than the first figure of the authentic Jew, whom he does not yet want to call by name. Unlike Sartre, who as a non-Jew admits that it is none of his business whether a Jew is authentic or not, Amory addresses the question of the authenticity of Judaism so much that he sharpens it from essay to essay. If, according to Sartre, authenticity consists in having a clear and truthful awareness of the situation, in taking on the responsibility and risks that the situation entails, then Amory initially describes the intellectual in the camp as the only authentic prisoner, in contrast to the inauthentic ones who believe in God or a party, or even in Goethe in Dachau. As the one who becomes aware of himself, who does not deny or evade the situation. Whereas for the unspiritual prisoner, for whom there had never been a general humane logic, but only a logical system of self-preservation, so that the camp logic could only appear to him as a gradual intensification of economic logic, the spiritual one had gone a few fateful steps further and had realized. There was a Germany that drove Jews and political opponents to their deaths because it believed that this was the only way to realize itself. The monstrous and insurmountable power of the SS state loomed before him, a reality that could not be avoided and that, therefore, seemed reasonable in the end. This Hegel illusion makes Amory's philosophical intervention clear. Only the authentic camp inmate is able to fully comprehend the extermination mania, and authenticity is literally his comprehension, because only he can fully comprehend the fall of metaphysics. The word falls asleep everywhere where a reality makes a total claim. Nowhere was it so real, nowhere else did the attempt to transcend it prove so hopeless. For this reality consisted in the logic of annihilation, and the prisoner's last duty was death. This renders all false mechanisms of repression invalid, and death is concealed in all its unrecognizability. In the essay on torture, Amory speaks of the serious, tense faces of his torturers, not swollen with sexual sadistic lust, but collected in murderous self-realization. What the self consists of that they realize becomes the object of reflection and ultimately underlies the intention to distinguish torture in National Socialism from torture under other social and political conditions. They wanted to become fully fledged representatives of the Führer, admired by later generations for the eradication of their mercy, for the sake of the good conscience of their evil. The illogical and empirically hardly verifiable statement that in National Socialism torture was used for other reasons, which, as he makes clear in his own case, does not necessarily mean that it was carried out in a more cruel manner, because torture was not an accident but the essence of National Socialism, is initially another expression of the fact that he was tortured by the National Socialist state. even if he is only able to realize it decades later. Once it has been experienced as something essential to National Socialism, because the all-determining goal was long recognizable. Hitler murdered for the sake of murder. But Amory understands essence in the sense of Sartre's philosophical definition, namely that existence, and thus an individual's awareness of the deed, precedes essence. He implicitly applies this fundamental idea of lettre et lunent to National Socialism and torture, in whatever form, in whatever period. Something like a decision for the logic of annihilation must have taken place in every individual who tortured in the name of Hitler's Volksgemeinschaft. Or, to put it another way, as Heidegger put it, torture was practiced in the Third Reich in advance of a decision, in the determination to commit mass murder for the sake of murder. Experiences and insights into those later generations, into German and Austrian society after 1945, which form the subject of the following essays, then make it possible to develop identification with the Führer as a political context and ultimately allow the image of the individual torturer to change into that of a very specific community of perpetrators, collaborators, and bystanders. By clarifying the way in which the Germans and the Austrians come to terms with their past, and how much they feel united by the crimes of the past, and this beyond the generation of the perpetrators, Amory is able to interpret the experiences of the Third Reich in extenso and to formulate his concept of National Socialist rule. It seemed to me that I had experienced the atrocities as a collective. I was no more afraid of the brown-clad Nazi official with the swastika armband than I was of the simple, field-gray soldier. The transition from the individual, isolated torturer to the Volksgemeinschaft as a community of perpetrators is connected to a changed self-perception. In the foreword, Amory writes that in the first essays he had not yet seen with sufficient clarity that his situation was not fully contained in the concept of the Nazi victim. It was only when I reached the end and thought about the coercion and impossibility of being a Jew that I found myself in the image of the Jewish victim. If Amory simply wants the persecuted and murdered to be understood as victims, then by the term Jewish victims he means those who were specifically threatened and destroyed by antisemitism. He repeatedly emphasizes that he shares virtually nothing with Jews as Jews. No language, no cultural tradition, no childhood memories. He wears the Auschwitz number on his left forearm. It is shorter than the Pentateuch or the Talmud, and yet it provides more thorough information. It is also more binding than the basic formula of Jewish existence. When Paul Celan read this passage, he noted, "Who knows from which area of the Old Testament this thought is nourished?" The armature of French existentialism seems to him like a deck of cards. Behind it, namely in the way Amory uses this language to confront victims and perpetrators, he suspects the Jewish traditions that are so important to him, which Amory does not know and does not want to get to know. And indeed, this essayist, who prides himself on his godlessness, sometimes seems to claim the role of a negative prophet of almost biblical magnitude, at least when it comes to the Jewish victims of the past and the current danger for Israel, which, to this day, and perhaps now more than ever, provokes the most vehement defensive reactions. It is a matter of defense because the real reason for the unease at the seemingly religious pathos should not be made visible, the experience of total powerlessness that lies behind it. With the compulsion and the impossibility of being Jewish, Amory's logic of annihilation first emerges in all its clarity, as already mentioned in the first essay. He recalls the situation in 1935 when he was sitting in a Viennese cafe reading the Nuremberg laws that had just been enacted in Germany. Society, manifest in the National Socialist state which the world recognized as the legitimate representative of the German people, had declared him a Jew, that is, had passed a judgment on him. "I am henceforth exposed to death." Amory does not believe that he is unlawfully projecting Auschwitz and the final solution back to 1935 by considering these thoughts 20 years after his liberation from the camp. He is certain that he already sensed the death threat at that moment, when he was reading the law, because hadn't he heard the fate-conjuring invocation of Germany's awakening call for hundreds of times before, that the Jew should perish, Judah verreck? For me, being a Jew from the very beginning meant being a dead man on vacation, a man to be murdered who had only not yet been taken to where he rightfully belonged by chance. But this means that Amory essentially perceives society in the death threat. For him, who suddenly finds himself labeled a Jew, this is the quintessence of society. The continuum that led him from the Nuremberg laws, through beatings and torture, to Auschwitz, as Bert Huera writes. What they all have in common is antisemitism, which contains the demand for annihilation. Under the pressure of such an insight, he must turn against Sartre's philosophy of being for oneself. According to it, He could have thought in the face of the Nuremberg laws, "Whatever they say about me, it is not true. I am only true as the one I see and understand myself in the interior. I am who I am for myself and in myself, nothing else." But to react in this way now seems to Amory to be precisely what makes him inauthentic, in that he is not prepared to recognize the judgment passed on him as such, and so is unable to face it. And yet he is still thinking with Sartre here, when he argues against him and turns the Réflexions sur la question juive and its definition of the authentic Jew against the main philosophical work and its lettre pour soi. As someone who experiences the death threat which is the basis of all domination, differently from others, namely as a Jew, who is thus the target of the logic of annihilation that defines National Socialism as something beyond all other forms of rule, he is not willing to participate in the repression of violence in Sartre's being for itself, and can, however, rely on Sartre's own reflections precisely in this regard. This writing had also exceeded the conceptual boundaries of l'être et l'unent at this decisive point, and in this respect Sartre even later still always viewed torture against the backdrop of Auschwitz. If the Réflexions sur la question juive define the anti-Semite as someone who wants the death of the Jew, they recognize the situation of the Jew as one of not being free to be a Jew. In the face of anti-Semitism, the subject apparently cannot choose not to be a Jew. But according to the Réflexions, it can choose to be an authentic or non-authentic Jew, whereby the choice of authenticity in Sartre's view is equivalent to a decision to become a martyr, since this means standing to oneself in and because of the contempt shown to him. This is where, as Miriam Mettler recognizes, Sartre's characteristic inclination towards the heroic and the primacy of action lie, in which a last remnant of false idealism can be seen. Sartre does not want to think about the possibility of the absolute powerlessness of the mind in the face of physical conditioning. The fighter is authentic, not the fugitive. The problem of the sentence that we do not lose our freedom even under torture remains in the Réflexions sur la question juive, but it is now immediately recognizable as an antinomy of society. This corresponds to the construction of the play Morts sans sépulture, which Sartre wrote at the same time. The imprisoned resistance fighters, who are initially tortured without being able to betray anyone and thus have to expect to be killed, this corresponds exactly to the situation of Amory and Breendonk, are suddenly given the opportunity to prove their freedom under torture by being put in a position to commit a betrayal. Since Sartre, in contrast to l'être et l'unent, reflects on the establishment or the becoming of the world as the object of a judgment that claims universality, as if there were again a transcendental subject, he is able to understand the situation of the Jews to the extent that he says that it is none of our business, that is, the non-Jews' business, whether a Jew behaves in one way or another in the face of anti-Semitism. In this sense, he also understands the militant league against anti-Semitism, which he calls for as an undertaking that is to devote itself to the fight against anti-Semitism independently of the Jews, as a kind of relief for those organizations with which the Jews themselves devote themselves to this fight and even have to accept martyrdom for it. In doing so, Sartre ultimately avoids a question that every real league must ask itself as soon as it is constituted, especially if it is a militant one. A question that he has already raised in principle through the distinction between authenticity and inauthenticity in Judaism. This distinction does concern non-Jewish activists against anti-Semitism, inasmuch as it could affect their own choice, not least with regard to the methods and means of any activity against anti-Semites. As soon as the criterion of distinction is no longer the possible martyrdom, but self-defense in the immediate sense, and the existence of the State of Israel means a qualitative leap here, the appeal to fight against anti-Semitism as one that would have to be led without Jews, because anti-Semitism is not a Jewish problem, can be criticized just as much as Sartre's concept of authenticity as a Jewish problem. Precisely because anti-Semitism is a problem of the anti-Semites and not a Jewish one, the forms in which it is to be repelled and attacked must become the crucial point at which the factual relationship of every non-Jew to anti-Semitism is revealed, as well as a moment of truth in the concept of authenticity. As Amory makes clear, this can only mean one thing: an unreserved awareness of the threat of annihilation. And in the face of this, the non-Jews, who are not immediately affected by it, are under no circumstances spared the effort of judging for themselves with whom, among all those at whom the anti-Semitic delusion is aimed, this delusion can not only be fought most effectively, but perhaps only at all, who should be rejected because, although threatened by it, they are encouraging anti-Semitism. In view of the current situation of the Jewish state, which is once again under increased threat more than 6 decades after its founding, the mutually exclusive definitions of its mortal enemies, Hamas and Hezbollah, as formulated by Judith Butler on the one hand and Benjamin Netanyahu on the other, may give an idea of the necessity of such powers of judgment. However, the realization of this necessity cannot change the fact that ultimately the entire Jewish population is targeted by the anti-Semitic threat, just as the rockets fired by these groups at Israel can also kill members of Gush Shalom. The realization itself is rather part of the judgment and as such must be incorporated into the concrete forms of thwarting the intentions of the anti-Semites. This irresolvable and, in the most fatal sense, paradoxical constellation is inscribed in the designation of the Jewish anti-Semite, for which Judith Butler's political engagement can now be considered paradigmatic. What use is a league against anti-Semitism if it does not understand the survival of the Jews, which includes solidarity with the forms of Jewish self-defense in general and the State of Israel in particular, as its most fundamental basis? By ignoring such a conditio sine qua non at the end of his essay, Sartre no longer does justice to his own realization that the anti-Semite wants the death of the Jew. And therein lies something of the later inability to recognize the specific political situation of Israel. Even the knowledge that Sartre almost always used the wrong terms to analyze the bad organization of the world, those of Marxism and not those of Marx's critique, cannot console us. The regression of his powers of judgment after the reflections that were reflected in his engagement with party communist practice and national liberation movements, of which the depiction of torture in What is Literature already gives a taste, refers back to the blind spot of his earlier works, which consists of not wanting to think about the possibility of the absolute powerlessness of the mind in the face of physical preparation for annihilation. Amory accepts the freedom of choice formulated by Sartre for the Jews, inasmuch as he understands it as the possibility given to every Jew to truly recognize the threat of annihilation. However, this realization always carries with it the danger of not being able to withstand the threat at its core, of taking on something of the anti-Semitic image of the Jew. To ward off the danger, a certain penchant for heroism may be required, which is certainly noticeable in Amory, although the tone is different from that of Sartre. I accepted the world's judgment with the resolve to overcome it in revolt. Even though Amory may have become receptive to the violent rhetoric of Frantz Fanon, in which he followed Sartre, he reflects on the pathos in the next sentence, as if he were criticizing Sartre's language where it encourages false engagement, just as he later revised the positive reference to Fanon. Revolt, of course, that's another word of thunder. But Amory can only write this because he has previously described the situation in the camp and under torture. It is such nuances in the use of existentialist thunder words that reveal his entire essayistic ability as well as the internal coherence of his essays. No philosophical projection, however large, can do justice to what the tortured and deported by the Nazis experienced. Only a small, often ironically colored aberration from the concept, such as revolt, is needed for the powerlessness of what can be done to the body to remain present in the memory. My body, emaciated and encrusted with dirt, was my misery. My body, when it tensed for the blow, was my physical metaphysical dignity. In these words, Amory reports in the last essay of Jenseits von Schud Son, which also already addresses the threat to Israel on a particular situation in the Auschwitz-Monowitz camp, when he, after being beaten by a Polish prisoner foreman, hit back. He can only do so in these words because in the essays on Auschwitz and torture, he has emphasized other situations within the logic of annihilation, where even to speak of freedom or unfreedom threatens to misrecognize this logic itself, and which therefore no longer allow such a recovery of physical metaphysical dignity in the revolt. What remains of the heroic tone in Amory's essay also makes one think of the necessities imposed on the Israel Defense Forces, as well as of Kafka's sentence. Caution, as is unfortunately so often the case, demands the risk of life. Jean Amory writes of situations in which the body is our whole self and our fate. I was my body and nothing else. In the hunger, in the blows I suffered, in the blows I inflicted. In situations like mine, physical violence is the only means of restoring a dislocated personality. In the emphasis with which Amory, remembering a situation in the camp, wants to capture the moment of striking back, the relationship between consciousness and libe is almost reversed. If the ego is considered to be the instance of consciousness, then it would be more accurate to say that in those situations it is not the body that becomes the whole ego, but the ego that becomes the whole body, inasmuch as the consciousness is indifferent to the fate of the body at that moment. It apparently becomes a mere object, a means to an end of that physical metaphysical dignity, of which Amory speaks and with which he is basically trying to formulate a philosophical concept of shame. Conversely, when Yehuda Lerner in Claude Lanzmann's film about the uprising in the Sobibor camp suggests that he had no choice but to take part in the assassinations and to split the German skulls with the axes, he is not advocating determinism, but rather presupposing that he had already made a choice, namely what Amory calls, with the so misleading formulation dignity, to express that it is a matter of self-defense of the ego. It was a feeling of satisfaction to have avenged the dead, to have done what had to be done. In the camp, we were not human, not even subhuman. We no longer knew what we were, an indescribable feeling. Later, soldier stood against soldier, a completely different kind of war. Here it was extermination, not war. Here people were turned into wild animals, not even that. Not human, not even numbers, we were nothing. In such a situation, killing a German is naturally a source of joy. At the time, I already knew what German violence meant, a cruelty that no human being can comprehend. This restoration of the dislocated personality, however, the opposite of self-sacrifice, can never be considered independently of its physical preconditions, just as Leib is used to denote something that is both objective and non-objective. That is why, for Amory, it merges with the body. My dignity was sitting as a punch on his jaw, and that in the end it was I, the physically much weaker one, who was defeated and got a terrible beating, no longer had any meaning. With the turn from the hopeless beating, Amory conceals the fact that he had faced the possibility of being beaten to death, and with the formulation of the restoration of the self, he actually describes its salvation through that decision, not through the act itself. This imprecision, however, of projecting onto the deed what the decision to it is, allows Amory to disregard the situation of the individual, which in retrospect makes the shame of humiliation, for which there is no longer a name, unbearable. Thus Lerner is also only able to make the statement about the indescribable feeling of being exposed to extermination after he has described the successful assassination. One consequence of Amory's physical-metaphysical imprecision, however, is that he can transfer the situation he describes to the behavior of colonial peoples without further ado. Even before Amory, Frantz Fanon had received Sartre's reflections on the Jewish question in a way that advocated an existentialism of the collective and sought to reconcile Sartre's philosophy with Kojève's fantasies of the final battle, to which, to top it all, Sartre himself applauded in his foreword to Fanon. Amory explicitly refers to this attempt, what I later read in Frantz Fanon's book Les Dames de la Terre, in an analysis of the behavior of colonial peoples. I anticipated at the time when I realized my dignity socially by punching a human face. It is perhaps no coincidence that Amory confuses the narrative tenses in this sentence, as if he had read Fanon before he went to the camp. In reality, he had read Fanon's book and Sartre's foreword shortly before he began writing his essays about the camp. It is also what distinguishes Amory from Fanon. Beyond guilt and atonement, it is not a collective that is at stake, but the dislocated personality of the individual. It is as if the conditions for the categorical imperative to apply again are to be restored, namely that there is an I, while in the camp everything is aimed at eradicating it. The significance of this intention should not be underestimated. By indirectly referring to the lettre et lunette in this way, Amory also gained, in the final instance, the basis for explicitly contradicting the equation of the colonial wars in Algeria and Vietnam with Auschwitz, which became the doctrine of Fanon's followers, and instead to harass the possible repetition of Auschwitz on the Mediterranean, which threatened Israel. In his recollection of the act of retaliation in the camp, Amory does not simply describe an act of self-defense that can easily be judged according to the categorical imperative. The maxim of defending oneself in an emergency can be generalized for all people. By emphasizing the obvious futility of this act, he would rather draw attention to a certain condition of such maxims, that there would still be an ego capable of such generalization. Lerner means nothing else when he says that it had to be done, the truth of such revenge. However, the man who was called a Musulman in the camp is by no means denounced by these acts of resistance and the memory of them, as someone who did not manage to say yes to life despite everything, who was not able to defend his ego. In this context, giving up shame so that it does not survive you seems more like resistance that goes inward, resisting identification with the aggressor. It is no coincidence that the Musulmaner are said to have done exactly what Amory recorded about hitting back. They are described as people who were only Leib, no longer had any consciousness, but that was precisely their way of hitting back. George Elser's assassination attempt was also a form of retaliation. But it is hard to imagine a greater difference than that between this and the situation in the extermination camp. This act was intended to save the self from being surrendered to a mass individual who, in place of the ideal self, Telquel places the Führer and completely identifies the self with the mass of Volksgenossen. It is hardly surprising that it has remained so controversial in Germany to this day. Moral philosophers never tire of denigrating Elser in the name of Kant, for example by arguing that even in the case of a morally justified assassination, the assassin has a duty to avoid the death of innocent people if at all possible. In Elser's case, however, it is assumed that he did not even consider methods of assassination that would have resulted in fewer deaths. Nor did Elser take care to protect uninvolved third parties, since he moved away from the scene of the crime and was thus unable to prevent the foreseeable, unnecessary deaths of innocent people. If he had sacrificed himself in the attack, risking his own life, the death of innocent bystanders would not have had to be taken into account. Thus his act cannot be exemplary. Such moralizing wants to know nothing of the National Socialist state and the Volksgemeinschafts's delusion of annihilation, and at the same time agrees with the morality of National Socialism, the triumph of the will to self-sacrifice. The situation was, however, fundamentally different from that of the Narodnaya Volya in Tsarist Russia, whose activists could take care to ensure that no other people, not least the children of those representatives, were injured or killed, just as they only decided on the terrorist form of their struggle in connection with the specific form of rule against which it was directed, and rejected it for countries with a separation of powers. In all this, the Narodnaya Volya stands in contrast to the group of American anarchists led by Luigi Galliani, who apparently conceived their attacks with the aim of killing as many people as possible. Elser's plan, on the other hand, reflected the fact that it was not a matter of subjects of Tsarist Russia, but of the German Volksgemeinschaft, that there was no significant resistance so that there could no longer be any uninvolved third parties, and that everyone in Germany was immediately responsible for what happened. The supposedly uninvolved third party was involved in that he apparently did nothing, still nothing, against the German violence, Yehuda Lerner. Elser wanted to survive the shame of being such a third party. When Marx presents the general formula of capital as it appears in immediate circulation, G to W to G prime, it is not without irony. At its center is the automatic subject, an oxymoron, a self-contradictory formulation, similar to Hobbes's description of the state as a mortal god. Value constantly passes from one form to another without losing itself in this movement, and thus transforms itself into an automatic subject. It has acquired the occult quality of setting value because it is value. It throws live young, or at least lays golden eggs. This is intended to express the absurdity of the situation, which logic, based on the principle of the excluded contradiction, does not want to recognize, either automaton or subject. Either it is a just exchange or it is a secret deception. But even the dialectical method, which takes the contradiction into account and which Marx ultimately uses to uncover the hidden deception in the just exchange, does not actually resolve it, but rather only confirms it again and again at each new level of analysis, right up to the crazy forms on the financial market, where, for example, debts appear as goods. For how could fraud, which presupposes subjectivity, be automatic? How could it be fraudulent like an automaton? The fraudster may have become accustomed to cheating, but that is again something subjective. And yet, as Marx would like to prove, the wage laborer is cheated out of a part of his work. The problem lies in the form in which work can be exchanged at all. The absurdity that Marx encounters in the course of his argument is as difficult to grasp as, conversely, the absolute sense of the unconditional necessity of a categorical imperative postulated by Kant, for example, the imperative not to cheat others, which is basically already disputed, as is the very existence of an automatic subject. What can and should be understood, however, is incomprehensibility itself. This should not be seen as the mere independence of the process in the autonomy of the utilization process. An adaptive apparatus, a robot that moves out of itself, can also be called autonomous. It can be constructed in such a way that it can act autonomously, but the robot can only construct other robots in this autonomy of its own, or anything else for that matter, but not humans. However one defines what a human being is according to its concept, in constructing a robot with built-in autonomy or anything else, one thing is certain: humans are not autonomous but free. Without recognizing this difference between freedom and autonomy, the concept of autonomy would have no right to exist at all. It could be used synonymously with freedom without any further ado. This freedom implicitly designates a thing that precedes all autonomy, and without which it, as an autonomy determined in whatever way, cannot even enter the world. In this way, the automatic subject, the self-realization of value, could be described as a robot of society as a whole, which has become independent of the individuals who, by virtue of their freedom, have given it its own autonomy, like the machines in various science fiction scenarios. The difference, however, is not only that it is a single all-encompassing mechanism that acts everywhere at the same time, but that it exists as such only in the minds of human beings. For the value whose self-valorization is described as an automatic subject does not consist of a single atom of natural substance. That is why Marx speaks of the subject and not of an automatic machine. It is about consciousness and self-consciousness, as only humans can have them, about freedom, and about its negation. The incomprehensibility would thus ultimately be seen in the fact that individuals take the existence of value for granted and are committed to it. In this respect, it is comparable to belief in God, except that this dear God is an automatism and is based on a single principle. On the socially necessary working time for the production of the respective goods in economic jargon, on productivity which is determined by the competition in exchange. In other words, it appears measurable in the sense that everyone involuntarily accepts this measurability, at least to the extent that the scientific concept of time is accepted with awareness. From the perspective of the isolated individual, belief in this God is more than understandable. It would perish if it did not accept what the others accept, but not perish in the way that individuals usually perish in pre-capitalist communities or in Islamic Sharia communities, which, not coincidentally, can only establish themselves where competition for productivity plays virtually no role, where individuals who simply deny God at the top of their lungs or otherwise resist are executed or enslaved. Rather, it automatically perishes by no longer being able to procure the means it needs to survive. And only when it encroaches on certain preconditions of the automatic subject, such as property relations, does it have to reckon with the use of force in the form of the guardians of the law. However, as soon as the individual attempts to think of society and of himself as social, that is, to understand him as something somehow reasonable, he is always faced with the automatic subject, with the fact that this compulsion, which he experiences and which he must take into account under penalty of extinction, is mute. That it does not proceed from nature or from individual persons, but belongs to a second nature which uses whatever person, whether entrepreneur or wage earner, only as a means to lay those golden eggs, which then, of course, the entrepreneur pockets for the most part. But this second nature owes its existence to the fact that the individuals affirm it daily, in that they recognize each other as human beings solely through it. Refugees from countries without productivity who seek better chances of survival elsewhere are not considered part of this second nature. The concept of subjectivity captures precisely this, that as long as there is domination, people are free and not free at the same time, that no one can escape the contradiction of thinking of themselves as both isolated individuals and socially general, that this contradiction concerns not only the object, but also the forms of knowledge in which it can be grasped. That is why something in the concept itself, as it were, resists being put into the plural, as if the individual should always remain aware that he possesses a general in the forms of his consciousness or is possessed by a general, however little he may know where they come from, however little he may want to admit that he is always himself responsible for thinking in them. On the other hand, when we talk about subjects, it is no coincidence that it sounds like the way the authorities or a police officer talk about subjects or citizens, the suspicious subjects. The Marxists simply got rid of these problems by redefining the most suspicious of these subjects as a revolutionary subject. Their left-wing, seemingly undogmatic successors may have lost sight of this, but they are not giving up the search for a new one. The peoples of the Third World, women, the new social movements, Occupy, we are the 99%. The individual is always thought of as dissolved in the collective of the revolutionary subject. Ideology critique is all the more armed against such romanticism, as it can refer to the automatic subject as purely negative. We are the 100%. And yet it is precisely in this reference that it is threatened by amnesia. It is as if, in the constant availability of the Marx quote, the responsibility for the fact that the automatic subject could not exist without the daily achievements and omissions of individuals has been suppressed and forgotten. They refuse to follow the traces both in history and, above all, in their own biographies, possibly even before they reach the age of legal capacity, which point to decisions, affirmations and negations from which the context of guilt and delusion of total society is woven and without which the value as a total form would not be possible. This refusal is the form of a denial, a choice, a dishonesty that theologians would understand as the condition of the possibility of evil. To put it another way, in order to want to abolish capital, you don't have to have read Marx. It is enough to understand that under the conditions of capital, hunger is not a reason for production, and everyone knows that. The moral problem that the critique of political economy raises, because it cannot be solved with political economy, can be measured, so to speak, purely economically, in that the all-round mediation that reveals the individual as completely involved can only be expressed as a synthetic judgment in toto with the value form itself as the epitome of untruth. It cannot be quantified in the form of money and then assigned to certain individuals or classes, as those who dream of the revolutionary subject claim. Those who have more money are no longer responsible, but rather, everyone is equally responsible for the fact that money and capital exist. All that remains to be registered, as Imre Kurtz says, is the minute betrayal of the living, the well-known and insurmountable shame of self-preservation. But that is why the delusion that targets the actors on the financial markets is so attractive. On these markets and in their fetish forms, as long as the valorization of value functions, the unity of production and reproduction is ultimately established, the profit rates of the individual capitals and industries are balanced out to the average profit rate of the whole, and thus, to quote Heidegger, with preceding determination, surplus value is created in the future, capital is valued in the present as the ability to command labor, without anyone being able to take responsibility for this valuation. Or, if so, then only like the officials in Kafka's novels, who continually make decisions that are no longer decisions because they must have been preceded by other, real ones that no one talks about, for which there does not even seem to be a language. That being generally responsible can therefore in no way be specified, limited to identifiable persons or groups, without ultimately giving in to anti-Semitic projections again. To at least prepare the ground for this by shifting the responsibility to the rich for the fact that every money owner participates in wealth, and thus the one who, according to the common left-wing and Marxist view, is an exploited person, in principle still has something from the exploitation of all others, however little it may be. This also applies to the managers of the financial markets, who do not own the assets they manage on a large scale. If the credit system appears as the main lever of overproduction and overspeculation in trade, it is only because the process of reproduction, which is elastic by nature, is forced to the utmost limit here. And it is forced because a large part of social capital is used by those who do not own it, who therefore act quite differently than the owner, who anxiously considers the limits of his private capital, insofar as he himself is acting. These venturers, as Marx calls them, thus force the material development of the productive forces and the creation of the world market, which, as the material basis of the new form of production, is the historical task of the capitalist mode of production, up to a certain level of development. At the same time, credit accelerates the violent eruptions of this contradiction, the crises, and thus the elements of the dissolution of the old mode of production. The problem with Marx's description lies solely in the suggestion of a historical task of capital, as a means in the providence of humanity, ultimately because its role as redeemer is reserved for a certain class, which otherwise only comes into play as a variable part of capital. That is why Marx avoids naming those who only have their labor power as their property, among those who anxiously consider the limits of their property. The dark side of this privileging of the proletariat as the redeemer is the demonization of speculators in certain phrases against the parasites and wolves of the stock exchange, which Marx does not omit, along with the apt term venturer, as if to ensure the approval of all those anxious owners. In the pre-capitalist form, the latter may also apply to slaves or serfs, insofar as some of the surplus product falls to them. But to hold them responsible for slavery and feudalism, like all other enslaved people, would be absurd and could, in this absurdity, be considered characteristic of Sartre's ontologizing view of total responsibility. However, instead of being derived from the immediate part of the surplus value that is withheld from the exploited, what exploitation means can only be understood as the connection between people at the level at which all possibilities of each individual for self-preservation and development become prey to accumulation, provided that the term is to be more than anti-capitalist romanticism. This accumulation as a process of society as a whole literally sacrifices the lives of those who can no longer perceive any of the opportunities that have been plundered under the law of value. What remains of the idea of class struggle, apart from the always controversial share of surplus value, is perhaps a single insight that can only be formulated negatively. That those who have more of it generally also have more opportunities to defend the order from which they benefit, at least more than those who have less have to eliminate it. But if the relationship of all to capital, sealed for the purpose of exploitation, leaves the individual powerless, if he finds no means, no social force to participate in overturning it, that is one thing. But it is another if he no longer wants to become aware of his own participation in it, if he conceals his everyday engagement. all the more willingly does it actively and energetically participate in giving this figure in the political sphere the monstrous means without which the capital relation could not exist at all. While the responsibility of individuals with regard to the realization of value can be considered completely abstract as a character mask, so that no one has to feel responsible for the whole, precisely where everyone really is, since they carry their social power, like their connection to society, in their pockets, it becomes all the more concrete as soon as the money owner takes action as a citizen, or, in other words, when the unity of the process of valorization appears from the point of view of the political sovereign, without whom that wallet, however full it may be, would be completely worthless. The character mask cannot replace the state character, which absolutely demands further definition. The unity of the single, universally prevailing relationship called capital presents itself politically and must assert itself politically as a multitude of states that are hostile to one another and that must always and everywhere compete fiercely for the wealth that has been produced, since it can no longer be so easily arrested in the country as it was in the time of mercantilism. And in this struggle, the rulers and their officials necessarily violate the logic of the market, which is actually a matter of course in the capital relationship. The very question of why they cannot simply divide this wealth fairly according to the rational standards of the market, in order to manage the capital together, so to speak, beyond nationalist ideas, touches on the constitution of political power. The economic unity is only able to preserve itself as a political multitude because otherwise there would be no monopoly of power, which is the basis of the economic unity, which is dependent on the observance of contracts. In principle, even the simple commodity guardian can only have an awareness of the mere exchange process on the market, when he reaches for the banknote, if he always sees himself at the same time as a citizen and thus as a citizen of a particular state, otherwise how should he gain the necessary trust in the contractual partner? The sublation of force in the contract, which citizens can conclude among themselves in the best confidence that it will be fulfilled, presupposes the threat of force, which in turn can only be monopolized by the sovereign, in that the states behave towards one another not only as competitors for the wealth produced, but also, at least potentially, as political enemies. The state character of the citizen thus appears to be concrete in contrast to the character mask of the commodity subject. He is not a man without qualities, but can be recognized and distinguished by specific manifestations of nationalist and racist consciousness. But this state character could, always assuming the particular state with which he identifies, still be understood in this respect as a necessary false consciousness in the sense of traditional Marxist ideology critique. Even the monstrous ideas that he must have of the monopoly on violence in order to identify with it and at the same time to fear it appear to be inevitable, that is, to be set with his existence as a citizen of this one state. Understood in this way, Hobbes' Leviathan offers the matrix, and it is no coincidence that something of his doctrine recurs in the plot of every crime thriller. Even if it is true that no one in any state has to be a nationalist or racist, everyone perceives the pull of some kind of nationalistic and racist traits that so intimately connect them to their state in the sense of the eternal competition for the wealth produced. Some call it culture or language, others race and heritage. Everyone knows that, under the conditions of capital, hunger is not a reason for production. But that is no longer enough. Everyone also knows that under the conditions of capital, there is still a threat of something worse than these conditions, and this threat itself still belongs to its conditions. That the crisis is inherent in capital, the state of emergency in the state. And here the abyss becomes fully visible, which the irony in Marx's concept of the automatic subject contains, by painting an ideal state for valorization that cannot exist in reality. The contradiction between use value and value that exists in every commodity, which means that particular concrete labor is only valid as abstract general labor, is the basis of the automatism of valorization, because only through it is it possible that the time necessary for the production of the commodity becomes the supreme principle of social synthesis. But this contradiction also presents the possibility that value will no longer be realized. It loses the occult quality of being able to set value and thus no longer lays golden eggs. As soon as the commodity no longer automatically transforms back into money, the productive and consumptive powers of society fall apart. In this process of decay, the unity of the sovereign, who is actually called upon to secure the context of utilization, also dissolves in the last instance. The God of Hobbes is mortal. The subject is then apparently only able to find unity in a delusion that reacts to such tendencies of decay, which always remain perceptible, even in the state of functioning utilization, in all its aspects and personifies the threat of crisis. The perfect form of this delusion is the pathic projection, Adorno/Horkheimer, which is aimed at the Jews, and it is expressed in its full symptomatology in Heidegger, the most consequent German ideologue, in that he does not biologically describe the humanity of the Jews, as fantasized by him and all anti-Semites, with some physical, racial characteristics, but rather defines it metaphysically as calculability. The Jews are attributed the principle of the automatic subject when it no longer threatens to function, the measurement of the immeasurable, the opposition of use value and value, concrete and abstract labor, as the uprooting of all being from being practiced by the Jews. Although the term delusion or pathic projection seems to suggest it, with its reference to objects from the fields of medicine and psychiatry, there is only one necessary, but not sufficient explanation for this social madness, for this pathic in the projection. Presumably this is why Adorno and Horkheimer hesitated to simply call it pathological and preferred to coin the unusual epithet pathic. And it is precisely this difference between necessary and sufficient that disappears in the ideology-critical definition of false consciousness. Antisemitism is pathic precisely in that it cannot be understood as necessary in the same sufficient sense in which ideology is defined as false consciousness, even if its closed delusional construct then integrates all these ideological elements as defined. The anti-Semite chooses delusion, and he chooses it not in view of a particular experience or an isolated fact, as the mere nationalist and racist does, but in view of all his experiences and all the facts he has registered. It is a mimesis of mental disorder. A mimesis that, however, reveals how little it itself has arisen from an illness in the true sense of the word, that all those driven by this self-chosen delusion can only ever imagine the same enemy and, for this very reason, can merge into a community, be it the Volksgemeinschaft of the Nazis or the religious community of the jihadists, which remains closed to anyone who is truly mentally disturbed. In mimicking madness, the anti-Semite has chosen the unalterable out of fear of his freedom, inasmuch as this unalterable is the unity of an untruth that can no longer be produced other than through the thinking of a world conspiracy. Unalterable, genuine, and total enmity, Carl Schmitt. This mimesis is something different from accepting the automatic subject of capital in order to survive oneself, even though it is based on it. The various variants of post-structuralism or existential ontology, of course, show how fluidly the acceptance of the automatic subject passes into the self-chosen delusion of personifying it. The continuous and ubiquitous occurrence of anti-Semitic projections is, however, the surest indication that the valorization of value always entails crisis and that the resistance power of the law cannot be trusted, because this power only exists as long as a sovereign that is present for all and can be located covers the law. If this no longer happens, the relationships between citizens also revert to what those of the states have always been, Hobbesian state of nature, homo homini lupus. If, therefore, in the question of the state, a distinction must always be made between the law, on which the monopoly of force is based, and the disintegration into rackets that unleashes violence, it must also be noted that the constitutional state never completely gets rid of this other side of itself, as is particularly evident in the sphere of public law. For, as Franz Neumann put it, in a society that cannot do without violence as a matter of principle, true universality is not possible. This is also what the concept of the sovereign means. That in this false universality it is sometimes very difficult and even impossible to say exactly and with certainty where he is at any given moment. In which hegemonic alliances within the state, the rackets of classes and bureaucratic apparatuses, the ability to decide on the state of emergency is concentrated. Whether it really still stands behind the law or already redefines the state of emergency in order to prove this decision. Whether it still has to be considered sovereign in the sense of Leviathan or already its opponent as Behemoth. On such an opaque and unstable basis, conceivably different conditions of responsibility and complicity in relation to anti-Semitic delusion emerge in the interweaving of the rule of law and the racket state, depending on the character of the state, and on the one hand demand a differentiation that cannot be thought with ontological categories, and on the other hand a negative concept of political sovereignty that makes no concessions to political engagement, partisanship for the sovereign. The usual aporias of theory and practice, utopia and realpolitik, tend to obscure the problem posed by the concept of engagement. Taking sides with a particular sovereign or with particular conditions within states in the name of the categorical imperative after Auschwitz contradicts political engagement, however its proposals for improvement of capital and state may look, by being justified only ex negativo, as it sees itself compelled in its particular purpose at any time, but especially in the face of anti-Zionist madness to universalism as such. Even or precisely when it is to be thought purely formally or utopianly, as a Kantian maxim of the intelligible or a communist state of the future, to doubt without simply abandoning it, and that means to doubt in the sense of a practical imperative that would be added to Adorno's categorical imperative, to implement and defend the forms of mediation that always take into account the capital relationship, civil rights, the rule of law, the separation of powers, and thus the prevention of barbaric, pre-capitalist coercion, never to be understood as an end in itself, but always as a means to fight the anti-Semites, the enemies of Israel. This practical imperative is unambiguous in terms of its implementation. For however disintegrated they may be, whether asymmetrically operating terrorists or states recognized under international law, the political forces that must be repelled first and foremost always reduce themselves to a common denominator, to which Heidegger dedicated his own philosophy and to which jihadism has dedicated its own religion. Annihilation for the sake of annihilation. Adorno and Horkheimer never had any illusions about the destructive potential that modernity has brought forth, about the drive to destroy that is inherent in the forms of state and capital, in the whole that they form. That is why their writings are still unacceptable to liberals today, even if they should make more of an effort than Richard Herzinger and Alan Posner when reading them. What is more, critical theory arose from the realization that it is necessary to destroy these illusions, but not in the way that Carl Schmitt did, who affirmed this potential. The principle that guided their investigation of the dialectic of enlightenment was not understood as a regulative principle in the Kantian sense, but as a constitutive principle in the sense of Marx's free association of individuals, and it read, "How can a whole be without violence being done to the individual?" Formulated so literally, it is no coincidence that this question is found in the context of Adorno's musical analysis. However, as psychoanalysis would have it, society continues to be held together by the threat of physical violence, even if it is often indirect. Aesthetics on the one hand, psychoanalysis on the other, this is the wealth of experience from which this theory draws, enabling it to think the body in a way that could always be developed as a critique of the political. It fixes it in the face of the violence that threatens it, torturable Leib. Read what Adorno says after reading Jean Amory's report on torture with a pounding heart to understand that without this corporeality, without this practical revulsion at unbearable physical pain, the dialectical concept of the untrue whole becomes meaningless. Or remember that he returns several times to the sentence from Sartre's play Mort sans sepulture. Can one actually still live at all, or why should one actually still live, in a world in which they beat you until your bones break? Where he criticizes Heidegger's being toward death, it is always also about the master over death, which would have to be shown in detail in the negative dialectic. A sentence from the jargon of actuality may serve as a guideline for this. Today, as then, the answer that Horkheimer gave to a woman who said that Heidegger had at least finally put people back in front of death again applies. Ludendorff did a much better job of that. The sovereign, who as the other side of the capital relation stands behind all mediations of the often indirect threat of physical violence, is nevertheless tacitly presupposed by Adorno and Horkheimer as the actual object of criticism, even where the mediations themselves are defended in order to delay the ultimate threat. While it is, for example, with Habermas, Butler, or Badiou, who constantly talk about the state and politics, but ostentatiously abstract from the torturable Leib, that it consequently falls prey to repression, and this is flagrantly not coincidental in their indifferent or hostile position towards Israel. As far as the relationship between critical theory and the concrete question of Jewish sovereignty is concerned, the constellation of the 1930s was initially repeated in a certain respect in the late Horkheimer. In his essay The Jews in Europe, which was completed in the first days of September 1939, he had still seen the problem that he believed to be the existence of a Jewish state in the accommodation of the Jews in the diaspora. The settling in of the existing, the leniency towards the damage of bourgeois democracy, the flirting with the powers of reaction, as long as they were not too openly anti-Semitic. The Jews thereby betrayed their best traditions. They had once been proud of abstract monotheism, the rejection of belief in images, the refusal to make the finite into the infinite. Their plight today referred them back to this. The lack of respect for a being that spreads itself out to become a god is the religion of those who, in the Europe of the Iron Heel, do not let go of turning their lives towards preparing for a better one. The truth in these statements is the warning against the appeasement that the Western states had practiced towards Germany for so long, and which must have meant a catastrophe for the Jews to assimilate. Gershom Scholem, who had himself suspected something of this catastrophe since his youth, nevertheless considered Horkheimer's text to be a completely useless product, and in it a new edition of Marx's article on the Jewish question, as he told Benjamin, who had asked him for his opinion. The comparison with Marx's essay was not only obvious, but Horkheimer had wanted to write this essay again mutatis mutandis. for the situation 100 years after Marx, which has not exactly put the wisdom of that repulsive essay in the best light, as much as it was fashionable at the time to quote it. Here, Scholem was evidently reminding Horkheimer of the Jews' confinement to the sphere of circulation, which Horkheimer seemed to base his diagnosis of the need for assimilation on of the self-interest and haggling in which the young Marx had seen the worldly basis and cult of Judaism. But at its core, his polemic aims to show that Horkheimer completely misjudges the real situation of the Jews in the face of National Socialism. The adaptation of the Marxist Jewish question leaves one speechless like a ghost's voice as a message to the Jews in the Second World War. Horkheimer seemed to want to explain his famous dictum: those who do not want to talk about capitalism should also remain silent about fascism by addressing it to the Jews of all people. Practical adaptation may be unavoidable for the individual, but concealing the contradictions between the concept of humanity and capitalist reality robs thought of all truth. The confusion has become so general that the truth is accorded all the greater practical dignity, the less it is directed towards the supposed practice. End of quote. This could become a ghostly speech because the appeal not to desist from devoting one's life to preparing for the better presupposes something that can no longer be presupposed for the Jews: survival. If the condition of the possibility of the practical adaptation of the individual in order to merely survive, not to be declared a total, annihilating enemy in advance, does not enter into thinking itself, the contradictions between the concept of man and capitalist reality become conceptual ghosts. In a letter to Adorno, Scholem expressed himself much more diplomatically about Horkheimer's essay, but wrote that he no longer believed that the social sciences had anything relevant to contribute to the topic of antisemitism. Horkheimer's essay only strengthened his conviction that, unfortunately, only the metaphysicians have anything useful to say on the matter. What Scholem meant here is made clear by the passage from Horkheimer's article where it says that the Jews were disempowered by the Führer state as agents of circulation, because the modern structure of the economy largely sets the entire sphere out of course. They are therefore only the first victims of the dictates of the rulers, which takes over the failed function. Thus, hatred of the Jews belonged to the phase of the rise of fascism, whereas in the totalitarian order itself, antisemitism would find a natural end. Such a spirit of prophecy, which only those who still believed in the immediate possibility of revolution could understand, soon became a central problem for critical theory itself, challenging metaphysics. It was clear that antisemitism, unlike any other prejudice, even a racist one, posed the question of totality in nous by answering it with annihilation, the question of how the unity of society is established in consciousness as well as in politics. This shows the weakness of the concept of state capitalism, which Horkheimer, following Friedrich Pollock, uses to grasp the totalitarian order and according to which it is in principle possible for the state, whether in the New Deal of Roosevelt's USA or in the economic miracle of Hitler's Third Reich, to eliminate the sphere of circulation. As if it could be completely annulled in Germany without, as Karl Kraus already knew, reducing the life of the state, the economy, cultural practice to the simplest formula, that of annihilation, not the rule of man over man, the formula of which has become the law of value, but annihilation aimed at the total enemy. This formula, which the concept of state capitalism did not recognize, also includes the fact that anyone who stands in the way or gets in the way can be included in the process, to varying degrees, as an aspect of the total enemy image. In the Elements of Antisemitism from the Dialectic of Enlightenment of 1944, the metaphysical challenge that Scholem ironically alludes to is taken seriously as in Sartre's Reflections on the Jewish Question, whose portrait of the anti-Semite was written around the same time. Metaphysics means, not least, that the object itself is by no means accessible as a merely natural scientific problem, but rather in the reflection on how it is possible to think and act at all, which precedes the sciences. In other words, the appeal to the Jews that Horkheimer wrote in 1939 still believed itself to be secured by the categorical imperative of Marx with regard to the existential judgment of society. It still knew nothing about it, nor could it have known that the reality of National Socialism would force a new one, and that metaphysical questions would thus return, questions that seem to have been buried with Hegel's world spirit, that is, to have been resolved in a materialistic way with Marx's critique of political economy. It is hardly a coincidence that the categorical imperative after Auschwitz should then be formulated in the part of the negative dialectic entitled Meditations on Metaphysics. In the annihilation that is aimed at the Jews, antisemitism no longer shows itself to be the socially describable, necessarily false consciousness of those who believe they perceive that the Jews are at home in the sphere of circulation. by seeing the abstract side of capital as necessarily embodied in those identified as agents of circulation, beyond all sociological attribution, and in this embodiment a worldwide conspiracy, their hatred of the Jews is precisely the epitome of the whole as the untrue. Not one of the aspects of this whole, such as racism, but the utmost total consequence of the dialectic of enlightenment, of the transformation of traditional reason into modernized barbarism. So that the new imperative must be directed at what can be immediately opposed to the deadly threat of the Jews, as long as the dialectic of enlightenment continues. The elements of antisemitism still contains its economic derivation from the fact that the sphere of circulation is in the process of disappearing, and it is also reduced to a function for the ruled to continue to affirm rule, whether there are still anti-Semites or whether hatred of the Jews could be replaced by hatred of some other population group may have its origins here. But deduction and reduction are now in a different context. The perspective of the possible abolition of domination and violence can no longer be separated from the fight against anti-Semitic delusion. When Adorno and Horkheimer write that the turnaround depends on whether the dominated become powerful in the face of the absolute madness of their own and put a stop to it, the dominated are no longer thought of only as a class or classes, but also as individuals. The derivation is broken at a certain point and the functioning is viewed from the perspective of the individuals, who can no longer be denied responsibility for it. In the face of this absolute madness, critical theory itself has redefined its concept of totality, which goes beyond mere sociological attribution and class affiliation. Just as in the future it will no longer be possible to reflect on the abolition of domination without at the same time reflecting on the possible threat to Jews. It is therefore not surprising that Horkheimer later refused to republish the essay from 1939. Certain sections of it could be misunderstood as a rejection of Israel and the Jews in Germany itself. In 1961, he formulated another intellectual consequence that had to be drawn from the Jews in Europe, because the revolutionary possibility that essay still believed it could directly confront had been denied by National Socialism. Namely, that Zionism was right. Herzl's book The Jewish State, which marks the beginning of the Zionist movement, embodies the doubt about the ability of European states to take the idea of pluralism seriously in the long term, that is, to allow the particular to have freedom within the general, to devote itself to its own principle. The Zionist movement, which no longer trusts in the chance of pluralism of the culture of the autonomous individual in Europe, is the radical and resigned reaction of Judaism to the possibilities opened up in the last century. It is the darkest aspect of the history that has since unfolded, the darkest for both Judaism and Europe, that Zionism was right. End of quote. By the beginning of the Second World War, Horkheimer had already realized that a practical solution was needed, that something like a practical field outside the immediate Zionist objective and even before the founding of the Jewish state could come into view for critical theory itself was, of course, only possible because Western appeasement was no longer being pursued, whatever the reasons for the new policy were, and it was probably at least the motive of preventing the extermination of the Jews themselves. In this respect, Horkheimer was hardly under any illusions throughout his life. Industrially advanced states, not to mention Stalinist Russia, did not wage war on Germany because of Hitler's terror, which they considered to be an internal affair, but rather for reasons of power politics. End of quote. However, since the beginning of the war, he felt compelled to distinguish between the powers individually, depending on whether they practiced terror themselves or not, and which of them, for reasons that were initially of no interest, could contribute more to its being pushed back. The powerlessness in the face of the impossibility of being able to participate in a revolutionary action against any power politics was confronted with the compulsion to find a practical solution in the defense against the worst. It was only in this constellation that the critical theory of the metaphysical foundations of the anti-Semitic delusion, and at the same time its own preconditions, the condition of the possibility of critique, were revealed. Because it was recognized that such a solution was absolutely necessary, that it was no longer a case of merely looking to supposed practice. Something of these preconditions could emerge that had previously remained unexplained. To search for it, without affirming this practice as a legitimation of the existing, is of course only possible if critique continues to renounce prejudice. Some moment of existing material reality is immediately the positive. It is precisely a matter of defending the preconditions of critique, which cannot be the immediate positive and must not be hypostatized as a positive standpoint, solely for the sake of the indirect possibility of critique, which now coincides with the immediate defense against the politics of annihilation. The experience of powerlessness may necessarily arise again and again here. This experience guarantees that there is no such positive. If Horkheimer once formulated that the totalitarian order is nothing other than its predecessor that has lost its inhibitions, then he now recognizes that these inhibitions can be essential and names them, for example, as the resistance power of the law. In doing so, he retrospectively agrees with those whom he had so harshly criticized in the Jews in Europe, because they trusted that somewhere the reform of Western capitalism will be less severe than that of German capitalism, and that well-recommended foreigners will still have a future. To explore where this is really the case, where the resistance of the law is still effective, is now also unexpectedly part of the task of critical theory. Its relationship to the sovereign has changed in that the concept of state capitalism itself now required a radical distinction to be made between Germany and the USA, radical in terms of the immediate threat of annihilation. On January 17, 1941, Horkheimer wrote to the president of Columbia University, "The members of the Institute are eager to make available their abilities in any part of the national defense program." Thus, almost overnight, the Institute for Social Research in the USA emerged as a kind of training ground for the war effort. The Institute's director, Horkheimer, first congratulated Franz Neumann, who was the first to make a career in the State Department, with the words, "I am all the more happy about it as it gives me the feeling that the knowledge, as we understood it, can compete also in the practical field with what the new school has to offer." End of quote. Of course, the competition for financial resources with an institution like the New School of Social Research played a not insignificant role here, and for Horkheimer it was undoubtedly important that Neumann and later Marcuse, Kirchheimer and the others should no longer be a financial burden on the institute. But in this context, the knowledge, as we understood it, always also means criticism, the rescue of the Enlightenment without the prejudice that any moment of the existing material reality is an immediate positive. In December 1941, Horkheimer wrote to Herbert Marcuse that we are not concerned with providing any post-war solutions that we have ready to use, as the New School has tried to do. Rather, we want to train American forces, to convey to them the knowledge and experience that will enable them to act independently in the concrete situation based on their own observations. Practical field also means a conscious contribution to the war effort, because only this victory can preserve the conditions for criticism. In a certain sense, it means identification, i.e. counter-identification with the power of the USA in its war against Nazi Germany. But this sense is determined by the constant struggle against the practical powerlessness in which the Jews find themselves. The relationship with the American Jewish Congress, which had been established as early as 1938, was not by chance the most important link between the Institute and the U.S. administration. It was an organization that had been founded in 1906 in response to the pogroms in Russia. In this way, the unresolved repression of political violence, which still characterized the essay on the Liden in Europe, was resolved in a certain respect. Those who do not want to talk about the state should also be silent about capitalism. The blind spot that was inherent in the concept of state capitalism, and was to recur and continue to have an effect in the concept of the administered world, is based on a certain idea of how to solve crises, which could be overcome, as it were, by domestic policy. Whatever was set in motion in the states as a reaction to the world economic crisis was to be reduced to a common denominator, whereby some essential determinations of Marxist critique had to lose their immediate validity. One consequence of this was that the prevailing view at the Institute for Social Research was that the international solidarity of the capitalist classes made war unlikely, as if state capitalism, which was becoming established everywhere, had already produced a worldwide sovereign, under whose capitalists could be as one in their solidarity, as if the possibility of war between states at any time was not the essence of the state and the indispensable guarantor that accumulation in the capitalist mode can take place in the states themselves. On the other hand, siding with the U.S. American sovereign implied a realization that not only had to restore Marx's insight into the connection between state and capital, but also go beyond it, that in Germany one was dealing less with another sovereign than with a counter-sovereign, not Leviathan but Behemoth. Students of Carl Schmitt who understood how to turn the teachings against the teacher, who made their disappointment with Schmitt's behavior after 1933 productive in a radical critique of his concept of the political, provided the essential impetus to uncover the blind spot in the discourse on state capitalism and at the same time to relate the concept of crisis to the state in a new way. Otto Kirchheimer and Franz Neumann. For example, Neumann disputed the primacy of politics, that the talk of state capitalism claimed, and that should actually be called the primacy of domestic politics. By wanting to prove that the state in Germany, even in this crisis, had absolutely no possibility of simply abolishing class rule and the market mechanism internally through planning, he himself came to completely different conclusions than refutation and proof actually required. He tried to prove that the primacy of politics over the economy was by no means established and could never be established within the borders of the nation-state, using empirical studies of the German economy, and he fundamentally doubted the stability of the Nazi system, convinced that the capitalist contradictions would have to take effect in Germany at a higher level, even if they were concealed by a bureaucratic apparatus and propaganda about the Volksgemeinschaft, at a higher level, meant that they would make war and ruthless expansion inevitable. But Newman went beyond a classic Marxist representation and took up contre cœur, the element of truth that the concept of state capitalism did contain, insofar as it held that the elimination of social forms of mediation in the form of the sphere of circulation was a characteristic of crisis politics. He took it up and radicalized it. Ultimately, it was questionable whether a formally or functionally unified sovereign political power still existed in Germany. National Socialism should therefore not only be understood as the abolition of the rule of law, but also as a process in which its condition, the unified sovereign power, dissolves. Newman spoke of the extreme formlessness to which this state was driven, which as a result could no longer be described as a state. Accordingly, it is more appropriate to speak of gangs, or, to use Horkheimer's term, rackets, whose leaders are constantly forced to make up after disputes. In this respect, National Socialism no longer has a unified apparatus of coercion. It disintegrates into several political powers. Ernst Frankl had already characterized it as a double state in precisely this sense, which strike all the more brutally because their relationships are not institutionalized, but are carried out only on a personal level. This personal unification, which has to be created ad hoc, can no longer be considered a unit in the sense of a state, whether a democracy or a dictatorship. According to Newman, National Socialism is an unstate, an anarchy, and a chaos. The analysis showed that, unlike fascism, this was a non-state, a totalitarian anarchy, so to speak, but Newman avoided further sharpening the question of the unity of the process, the question of what takes the place of the sovereign, what distinguishes anarchy and chaos in the non-state from anarchy and chaos as such. He avoided speaking of the primacy of annihilation as annihilation for its own sake. What is more, in order to avoid this primacy and to hold on to certain anachronistic notions of monopoly capitalism and class struggle, Newman fell short of the possibilities of critical theory when it came to assessing antisemitism. This blind spot was much more persistent in him than in Adorno and Horkheimer, whose dialectic of enlightenment succeeded in making the decisive breakthrough in understanding the situation of Jews in the development and crisis of capitalist society. Newman's failure to recognize antisemitism also corresponds in a peculiar way to his right-wing, positivist standpoint with regard to the rationality of international law, which sometimes leads him to no longer perceive the fundamentally irrational relationship between states, the state of nature, as Hobbes and Hegel would have put it. However, it says a lot about how far Newman was able to advance the analysis when the first and most important study on the extermination of European Jews was written by one of his students. Raoul Hilberg took over from Newman, as he himself sees it in retrospect, the idea of National Socialism as a non-state in which the ruling elites did not operate on a uniform, rational basis, as we associate with a legislature or a constitution. At the same time, however, Hilberg speaks of a blunder that is related to Newman's Marxism. He correctly analyzed the Aryanization and liquidation of Jewish property as a means of further increasing the concentration tendencies of German industry, but then could not fully face the fact that the Jewish people as such were being annihilated. Hilberg took precisely this step, and necessarily his perspective was reversed. He viewed all events from the perspective of the German efforts at extermination, which he knew to be a given, and deduced from these efforts the necessity of splitting society into groups that were becoming increasingly independent. As this process of extermination progressed, its requirements became more complex, and an ever-increasing number of authorities, party offices, commercial enterprises, and military posts were needed to carry it out. The extermination of the Jews, writes Hilberg, was a total process. The machinery that was needed for it could not be fundamentally distinguished from the German social structure as a whole. One of the most remarkable paradoxes in the development and reception of critical theory is that Hilberg himself was apparently only able to reach this realization by adopting Newman's inability to focus on antisemitism as the delusional element that determined the total process. He considers it from a purely empirical point of view, as the real reason why the process no longer differed from the social structure as a whole. From this perspective, the dissolution of the monopoly on violence, as Newman diagnosed it in National Socialism, would also have to be modified, as would the very formulation of the non-state. In this structure, an organization like the SS gained a kind of monopoly position precisely because, on the one hand, it was the Schutzstaffel of the Führer who embodied it, and, on the other hand, it occupied the key positions at the end of almost all the processes of that extermination machinery. Contemporary research on the Nazi state has certainly adapted insights from Newman and Hilberg in recent decades, but it has dissolved precisely this connection, which necessarily arises from the dynamics of the behemoth, into the positivist dispute between intentionalists and functionalists. This is only possible because neither side is asking the question of the unity of the process, the question of the state, and thus the relationship between state and capital. Instead, we should return to the radical questions posed by those studies that, explicitly or implicitly, take as a precondition a concept of the whole as the untrue. Ultimately, this can also be seen as a prerequisite for Horkheimer and Adorno's assessment of the world situation after 1945 and for their partisanship in these circumstances. When the former speaks of a fascist bloc that combines the states of the old world with the so-called underdeveloped peoples, when the latter addresses the reawakening of nationalism without a nation, then it is clear that the danger is posed by the diffuse, barbaric multitude, which is disintegrating and breaking apart, because it is no longer capable of reproducing itself in free movement, Adorno. But then it is also clear that this free movement, while it means the liberal constitution of capitalist rule, the free competition of commodity owners in the forms of mediation of the modern constitutional state, also means that in truth it has never really existed and does not exist in the true sense of Hegel's concept of reason, but at least to the extent that it was and is possible to recognize and formulate in it a promise of a truly reconciled diversity, of a society that is free from state and capital as well as from the shit of free society. But this promise of happiness is becoming stale, and the reconciled diversity is becoming an unbearable academic or feuilletonistic chatter, unless it includes the most determined analysis and critique of the current power relations, for which the categorical imperative after Auschwitz contains all the specifications. Detlev Clausen is currently providing perhaps the most depressing testimony to this. The proximity to his teacher Adorno, which he tried to maintain for a long time against the triumph of communication theory and post-structuralism, becomes irrelevant when Clausen, without even bothering to and ignoring the specific security issues of the Jewish state, seriously claims that here an occupying power has emerged from the democratic community of a threatened minority, which has established an ethnocratic regime over a Palestinian population without rights. In an age of decolonization, Israel has been pursuing a settler colonialist project for over 40 years. Taz, May 25, 2013. What may be interpreted as a return to his political past as an SDS liaison to Arafat's PLO may also be seen as a generalization. How necessary it has become to analyze and criticize the current conditions of violence in order not to disavow the legacy of critical theory. In this context, it is all the more important to recall the ability of critical theory to resolve the blind spot of its own analysis, as this blind spot has defined the boundaries within which it is still received today, as a theory of the administered world, a world that can, so to speak, be spared the administration of political violence and thus of the state. If the internal contradictions that emerged in the history of critical theory in the critique of the state and antisemitism are not developed, and concepts such as the administered world are used to camouflage them, then the opportunity to appropriate their experience in the sense of Walter Benjamin's thesis is also lost, how it flashes up at the moment of danger. To flash here means that only the most abstract point of contact can be fixed, if the current threat is viewed against the immediate background of what Newman once called behemoth. But it is precisely the most abstract that proves to be extremely effective for concrete analysis. On the one hand, the determination that society disintegrates into gangs in times of crisis, and that the mediation of the circulation and legal spheres is eliminated in this process, so that rackets become the predominant form of the political. On the other hand, that unity in this disintegration of society and in the consciousness of it can only be created through the imagination of a Jewish world conspiracy, in which mediation and circulation return distorted as a delusion. Of course, in the current situation in the Middle East, where the danger is greatest, everything appears different, with this imagination being realized as the annihilation of the Jews. This not only affects the possibilities of rackets to make prey of the dissolution of circulation mechanisms and their relationship to the world market and their position on it. With the current importance of oil production for the economy, they take on extremely different forms depending on their respective starting position, which were unthinkable on the basis of the industrially highly developed and unified production in Germany in the 1930s. Above all, it also concerns the ideological form of the world conspiracy itself. Just as unity is created through a delusion of annihilation that is primarily aimed at one state, the state of the Jews, which is fantasized as a Jew among states, so the total process that Hilberg spoke of, namely that the machinery necessary for annihilation could not be fundamentally distinguished from the German social structure as a whole, in that the machinery in which the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt, Al-Qaeda and IS in Syria and Iraq, that is, a multitude of jihadists on the borders of Israel, and the dual state of the Iranian regime work together, can no longer be distinguished from a religious structure as a whole. Of course, this is no less a social phenomenon, inasmuch as any religion can only be understood as a social phenomenon, but the specific nature of this phenomenon is that the clergy and the faithful here successfully refuse from the outset to separate politics and religion, the public and the private, constitutionally and definitively, as the circulation sphere and the rule of law provide for. The jihad no longer needs to hatch a political religion of its own, consciously deviating from the traditional Christian churches, as did National Socialism, in order to leave behind the boundaries of state power, both internally and externally, as they characterize the nation in the classic Western form. On the other hand, the very direction of Islam in which there is a clergy that itself exercises an immediate political function and thus has religious leaders who can claim absolute authority for themselves, also shows a particular political quality in the development of the racket principle, which has become total. In its own sphere, it is able to bring the rivalry of the rackets, which elsewhere fall upon each other in bloody gang wars, under control, to give the religious structure stability and continuity, so that politics in the Shiite sphere of influence, in this respect most reminiscent of that of National Socialism, is still somehow based on the old nation-state, but as a non-state has long since gone beyond it 356 and today, in the form of the Islamic Republic of Iran, forms something like the organizing center of the threat that Israel faces. It is no coincidence that the relationship between the Revolutionary Guards and the regular military in Iran is reminiscent of that between the SS and the Wehrmacht at the most general level of comparative analysis. There is no unification here, no subordination of one armed racket to the other, but rather both armies or organizations continue to exist side by side, so that even in the case of the legitimate military, it is not possible to speak of regular forces in the true sense of the word. Nevertheless, their rivalry is not carried out in armed forms, as is the case between IS and Al-Qaeda in the civil wars of Syria or Iraq. This is because there is a spiritual leader who is the only authority with supreme command, like Hitler in his day, and this leader is in turn only the positive expression of the fact that the primacy of destruction has been so successfully implemented that all rival rackets can be integrated and renounce the violent resolution of their conflicts. In this context, Torsten Fuchshuber speaks of a de facto monopoly on violence. The priority of annihilation is aimed at Israel, and it is only in this way that the nuclear program has today acquired fundamental importance for the entire regime of the Islamic Republic. And it also gives the Revolutionary Guards, again similar to the SS, a privileged role in the midst of the rival rackets, since on the one hand they are closest to the spiritual leader for whom they were created, and on the other hand they are of the greatest importance for the finalization of the nuclear program, especially as regards its military dimension. This program has the potential to build the bomb that could be used to wipe out Israel, something that the regime has always openly called for, in the simplest way possible and beyond the Sunni and Shiite rackets of the Middle East, which are fighting each other with extreme brutality. However, the Islamic State, IS, has now become an additional center of threat in the territory of Iraq and Syria. Although it essentially operates only at the level of partisan warfare, it has considerably more stability and autonomy, a certain statehood, than the other Sunni groups, in that it is built on the secret service structures of Saddam Hussein's Ba'athist state and can exercise something like a de facto monopoly on violence within it. It is precisely its enmity that ensures the Islamic Republic of Iran the appeasement of the West. One could even say that IS is playing a similar role here to that of the Soviet Union in the 1930s in appeasing the West towards National Socialism. On the other hand, Israel, after the West's appeasement seems to have finally triumphed, is so isolated that only the state, whose creation was a consequence of the destruction of the Jews, should give an idea of what political violence must be in the face of the new behemoth. The new conditions of a geopolitically triumphant antisemitism make it possible to gauge how dangerous the situation has become and how great Israel's solitude, Stefan Griget, has become, not least of all by the fact that the diaspora, more than ever, is split into pro-Israeli and anti-Israeli camps. A certain kind of philosemitism is aimed at completely detaching the Jewish diaspora from its state in order to delegitimize Israel. Conversely, the criticism of this philosemitism cannot be to delegitimize the Jewish communities in toto, but to take sides with those forces that hold on to the connection with Israel and devote themselves to supporting this state. This implies that Jewish organizations are not simply perceived as competing rackets, as some kind of political groupings that cannot be integrated into the omnipotence fantasies of the collective narcissism of their own group, and, for example, retain the Jewish rite of circumcision, which does not suit them. There is only one crucial point in relation to them. Support for Israel, just as the state itself, should not be regarded as any kind of bourgeois state and should not be defended solely on the basis of its constitution. Wherever ideological criticism threatens to be absorbed by legal positivism, the practical imperative after Auschwitz must be answered. Engagement for Israel must therefore follow the primacy of foreign policy, in the knowledge that it is by no means to be enforced as the primacy of the political against the capital relation, but against the false primacy of domestic policy, which always only simulates the end of the crisis and the absence of violence in this relation. To follow that primacy means nothing other than the interpretation and implementation of the practical imperative after Auschwitz. It is the mode of taking sides with the state of the Jews. This does not only mean taking into account the various political forces within Israel, depending on the foreign policy concepts they represent, but above all it means judging every state according to the relationship it maintains with Israel and in line with Israel's role for all Jews, with the Jews in its own country, especially when conflicts escalate. The primacy also applies in the refugee crisis. However dramatic and dangerous the consequences for the Jewish communities in Europe may be, the most important thing is that the escape route to Israel remains open. In this context, the primacy initially involves countering the phantasmagorias that are more than ever associated with international law in the most comprehensive way possible. And here the legacy of Hobbes, in which Leo Strauss recognized precisely this primacy, and against which Carl Schmitt set his theory of the large area and his concept of the nomos, takes on an immediate and current significance. For the idea that there is a world interior policy in which all foreign policy is absorbed, in which the relations of force between states are transformed into relations between peaceful democratic parties, i.e. peoples, has now become a fixed idea in the public mind, especially in Europe. This development is diametrically opposed to the earlier critical theory. Not only has its blind spot not been resolved, but it has been solemnly declared the central perspective. It is no coincidence that the young assistant at the Institute for Social Research, who once aroused Horkheimer's deepest mistrust, is now one of Europe's leading ideologists. The ghostly speech that Jürgen Habermas delivers, and to whose content all political engagement from left-wing anti-imperialists to neo-Nazi theorists has sworn itself today, is based on the poisoned utopia that law could be asserted internationally in the same way as within a state, as if it were possible to establish a single constitutional state instead of world revolution. The phantasmagorical nature of this idea, in which the theories of Adorno Prize winners excel today, is already revealed by the simple realization that outside of states there is no monopoly on violence that could guarantee the execution of this law. Between the states that each have a monopoly on the use of force in their territories, the stronger of them may temporarily emerge as a hegemon, as the USA did in the Western world, namely through its victory over Nazi Germany, but it can by no means rule over them as a sovereign. Even within the Eurozone, today's Germany can only act as a hegemon in relation to the other states, although their sovereignty has been significantly curtailed, and that of Germany too, of course, so that this state has to play through a third party here. It has to exercise its hegemonic power through the institutions in Brussels. It is part of the nature of international law that its principles, like all treaties between states, ultimately remain conventions that are observed or not, depending on the respective balance of power between the states. This law ultimately consists of agreements and alliances. It is not a law that is backed by a superior and adequately armed power. As a system of conventions, it is of no small importance, and it cannot be a matter of generally denying this importance, as it does offer certain formal possibilities for resolving conflicts peacefully or steering them in more reasonable directions, but only if the balance of power between the states allows it, if, for example, a hegemon or a hegemonic alliance is committed to enforcing its will in a particular case. But when that happens, it is usually not long before the illusions that give the conventions more trust than they deserve arise. The hegemony of the victorious powers of the First World War thus gave rise to the illusory trust in the League of Nations, counting on this international institution to prevent another world war. And it was probably due to the blind spot of critical theory that it was so incapable of exposing this illusory trust as a form of appeasement. The criticism of the behavior of the Jews that Horkheimer expressed in his essay on the Jews in Europe could even be interpreted as a substitute for this urgently needed action. Appeasement means nothing other than pacification. However, such pacification is only possible in the long term within the state, when a recognized monopoly on the use of force guarantees that the contracts between citizens are valid. In this way, citizens are able to refrain from the immediate use of force in their relations with one another. To demand this pacification between states, however, proves to be a pious hope, Kant, in a very specific structural sense, since compliance with the conventions and treaties depends solely on the current balance of power between the individual states. The illusion, however, is constantly being recreated out of the need to delude ourselves that the form of the state itself, which makes internal pacification possible, has this latent state of war as a condition in the outside world. Appeasement in the sense in which it was exposed by National Socialism, so that even someone like Churchill, who used the term affirmatively before 1938, can no longer utter it today without at the same time recalling the shameful failure of the West in remembrance, is always based on the suppression of the violent relationship between states, on the suppression of the fact that the state, as a monopoly of violence and organized coercion that guarantees the accumulation of capital, is based on this violent relationship. Appeasement is therefore the epitome of political engagement. By obscuring the essence of the state, ideology repeats what the non-state does in practice and knowingly or unknowingly promotes the disintegration of society and the state into rackets, which already includes the tendency to attribute more importance to international institutions, which by their very nature are all based on agreements between states, than they can possibly have. Such repression may appear attractive in one form or another as a utopia, like Kant's idea of eternal peace, but to conceal the prerequisites of state power and valid law in the process, despite Kant's own hesitation on this issue, is a great danger, especially for the state of the Jews. Those who recommend that Israel enter into international treaties as an alternative to its own military potential in the name of such a world interior policy, and this includes the willingness to submit to the rules of the International Criminal Court in The Hague, basically want to take away the sovereignty of the Jews, which alone protects them in case of emergency, with this new, particularly opaque offer of assimilation. But Israel is not Ukraine, and all its major political forces will be careful not to act like the Ukrainian government, which in 1994 agreed to give up its nuclear weapons in the Budapest Memorandum in exchange for independence. For Israel's sovereignty always means more than mere sovereignty, just as the loss of independence here means annihilation. Its law of return of 1950 is directed at every Jew in the event of an emergency, and that means not least that even the law that really applies within the other constitutional states cannot provide adequate protection against worldwide anti-Semitism. Even if these states, in a state of crisis and emergency, were not to deny their much-quoted Jewish fellow citizens their civil rights. Unlike Israel, they do not, it should be noted, have a special immigration law for all Jews. The special mention of Jewish fellow citizens has become a common attitude in the constitutional state after the Shoah, but their legal status in and between the states has not changed, and according to the general constitution of state rule and civil society, it cannot change either nothing except that a separate Jewish state now exists with that special immigration law for all those affected by anti-Semitism. And this is where every anti-Zionist ideology is exposed. It wants to see Jews as defenseless as the people in the kosher supermarket in Paris were on January 9, 2015, when the terrorist opened fire with an assault rifle. What do you actually love about your husband? In response to this survey by a magazine, which Adorno examined in an early text from 1931, the wives surveyed did not submit answers that would have been an expression of a specific inclination towards the loved one. Instead of, for example, telling how the quirks of both partners have become shared characteristics over the course of their time together, differentiating themselves from the other's own, the women's information is stereotypically similar, with Adorno's observation that a motif runs through all the answers. One should not hastily call it a tendency towards the childlike. One must look closely at how it presents itself. The first one says, "I like him because he often seems very childlike to me, a very small, naive boy, because he needs me so much, because without me he would fall into every pit and be crushed by every brick. Then I like him because of many little things. His passion for water, swimming, showering, splashing around. The next one has to do with the charming boy's forehead. I love his helplessness, the peace of mind with which he tries to conceal it. I also love the fact that he never learns anything and never forgets anything, and that he is just as small as he was in his first painting with the wooden horse." End of quote. Adorno deciphers the supposed predilection for the childlike as infantile masculinity, the flip side of an authoritarian, latently sadistic character. The formula that applies to all is the winner's smile, a happy, proud, slightly brutal smile, a smile that radiates the consciousness of being the master, of having brought the loving woman to complete compliance. The smile that, despite all promises of equality, openly admits that he feels like the giver, the one who bestows joy. That's what the dear boy looks like. Don't object that it is maternal nature that is speaking here. No one will dispute her right to do so, and no one will want to drive out of the waking life all the childish dreams that alone can move it. But the form in which the adult legitimately takes childhood with him is solely that of memory, not that of unaltered fixation. The image of a child in the man that the Ladies' Answers Project is in truth an image of the infantile. Infantile is the glorification of the libe, which, thoroughly neutralized erotically, is limited to gargling and splashing. Infantile, finally, is the neurotic mechanism of stupidity, which indiscriminately makes everything in the other that is backward, poorly conscious, dumbly natural, lovable, whether it is because the survey ladies themselves are so constituted that nothing better falls within the scope of their inclination, or because there is nothing else to love in their partners. That cheeky boy with that victorious smile, that is not at all a little bit brutal, but is ready to smash the toy into which their world has turned the next moment. End of quote. A good 70 years later, Mohamed Merah's self-staged victory smile is haunting the media, who held France in suspense in the spring of 2012 when, within just a few days, he first shot 3 dark-skinned uniformed members of the French army and then murdered a religious teacher at a Jewish school, his 2 young daughters and the 10-year-old daughter of the deputy headmaster. After being located by the police, Merah barricaded himself in his apartment in Toulouse for several hours and exchanged fire with the police, during which he was shot dead. During the siege of his apartment, Merah used the time to describe himself to the authorities as a holy Al-Qaeda warrior. He cited the legal ban on veiling, the French deployment in Afghanistan, and the killing of Palestinian children by the Israelis as the motive for his crimes. Hizia D., who was married to Merah only according to Islamic law, took his death as an opportunity to share her feelings of love for the murder with the public. I had never seen him before, and I didn't know his family either. We met frequently for 14 days, and I liked his manner. With the consent of our families, we decided to get married. After the wedding, I really fell in love with him because he was so kind, sweet, and friendly. We watched The Simpsons together. He talked a lot and needed to be listened to. He needed love, and I compared him to a baby. We had faith, we had many religious discussions, but the time we spent together was spent playing on the PlayStation or Call of Duty on the internet and Need for Speed. No one came to our house because Mohammed didn't want other men to see me. But he continued to meet with his friends from the site, who call themselves Muslims but aren't really. End of quote. The statements of the loving German wives from the 1930s and Hizia, who converted to Islam comparatively late, are astonishingly similar, even down to the choice of words. They converge in the effective occupation of the image of a child in man, which, in truth, is an image of the infantile. The promise of equality within the bourgeois marriage, which was in principle still more open to Mohammed and Hizia as French citizens than to the married couple in Adorno's example, is followed in both cases by the betrayal they commit together. The man presents himself as the giver, the one who bestows joy, while the woman does nothing more gladly than to receive the poisoned gift submissively. The man's infantilism is articulated in the smile of the victor, which is not at all a little bit brutal, but is ready to smash the toy into which their world has turned the next moment. The woman's love for the man's infantile chauvinism allows her to occupy her own inferior position effectively and to identify with it, while the erotic between the two is thoroughly neutralized. The possibility of deciding to enter into a marriage in which both partners have their own independent lives, but in which they freely accept mutual responsibility for each other, was not only open to men and women in the 1930s, but also to Merah and Hizia, who were both born and raised in France. This is precisely because Islam, whose rigid sexual morals are in stark contrast to the freedom of faithfulness, is only present in their families in a rudimentary form. Merah's father left his wife and children early on. His mother, who works as a cleaner to support the family, warned a friend of the family with a mocking tone not to be surprised if he, Mohamed Merah, no longer gives cheek kisses, the customary greeting in France, because he is now pretending to be a believer. Although Islam was by no means a natural reality that commanded his consciousness, Merah decided of his own free will to enter into a halal marriage, as he felt the need to be the master, to bring the loving woman to complete submission, Adorno. The Sharia-compliant marriage contract represents a form that is not legally valid, but is socially accepted, which, within the framework of civil law which is increasingly abandoning its universal claim, allows the union for life to be lived as an infantile symbiosis based on identification with one's own subjugation. The will to destroy, which Adorno already sees in the image of a child in the man and his inner kinship with the sadism of the victor in the private sphere, but whose empirical representatives at that time, in a decisive difference to Mera, had not yet taken action, thus returns in a modernized regression. The 18-year-old Hizia has also fallen in love with a man who has remained stuck in childhood and continues to rave about Mohammed, my husband, my baby, who needed so much love, although on January 2nd of this year, after only 18 days of marriage, without any explanation, and pronounced divorce. So she experienced the brutality and cruel indifference of the infantile man in need of love at first hand. But while the intimate togetherness of the married couple in Adorno's example seems to know a sensuality, albeit largely reduced to bodily hygiene, with gurgling and splashing, the marital bliss of Mera and Hizia took place in front of the screen, where they operated as infantry soldiers in the Second World War theater of war in a multiplayer mode against or with each other in the first-person shooter, or engaged in a Bonnie and Clyde-style chase with the cops. The mutilated remnants of their despised sexuality broke free in a mode of infantile regression, in the wild thrashing about on the game console, in the contortions of the body against the virtual enemy, and in the cries of joy and curses that were uttered. Staring at the screen for hours on end, they exorcise the experience of the presence of themselves as bodies, in which they are stuck, from which they cannot escape and in which they writhe like an appendix of the game console, completely isolated from each other and united only in the identification with the game, with which Mera probably already practiced annihilation. Their entire marital bliss draws its impetus from manipulating the body, its limbs, as if they were already severed. For Hizia, a vacation in Algeria was the decisive factor in her need for self-incapacitation. Back home in Toulouse, she decided to wear the jilbab. But the veil did not satisfy her newly discovered need, and 2 months later she covered her face as well, even though her mother and older sister do not even wear a headscarf. She had wanted her husband to wrap himself in harem pants and grow a beard, but Mera refused, saying that he did not want to stand out. However, it would be short-sighted to assume that a sleeper was at work here, who chose to be inconspicuous for tactical reasons. A psychological report on Mera, written in January 2009 after an unsuccessful suicide attempt, emphasizes his essential narcissism. The patient, who is certified as fully sane, constantly talks about his appearance, which he values highly, about new clothes and brands that interest him, but all this without any intention to seduce. Mera's chic clothing, his enthusiasm for ostentatious watches, the latest iPhone model and fast cars are products of Western society, whose vulgar consumerism he has internalized and which he despises. The erotic promise of happiness of Western accessories, the attraction they might possibly provide, is out of the question for him. However, as a means of eradicating the last traces of the erotic from women and himself, his cleanliness and brand fetishism can be reconciled with the Islamic patriarchal hostility to sexuality. Not only are the desexualized, autistic pursuits with which time is literally killed off modern, but also the awareness of potential superfluity that manifests itself in them. But whereas in the Western world there is at least the possibility, through effort and education, of using the time that passes before death for something other than one's own stagnation, the young people of the subsequent generations of immigrants give in to their loudly expressed frustration and voluntarily lead a life as the undead in the banlieues, in which every day is the same as the next. The feeling of frustration, itself a regressive, infantile emotion preserved by adults, was also, according to Bernhard Schmid, the France expert at Jungle World, the understandable motive for Mohammed Mera to kill 7 people. On March 29th, he lectured in the weekly newspaper in a Psychology Today manner as follows. According to the secret services, Mera failed in his attempt to be accepted by the Taliban or other jihadist groups and trained in a camp. In France, too, Mera's life was not exactly successful. Rather, it was characterized by further experiences of failure. These include 2 spells in prison, a stay in a psychiatric clinic, and his discharge from the French army. It seems that Mera radicalized himself largely on his own, without belonging to any organization. End of quote. Therefore, he is a jihadist out of frustration, without prospects and abandoned by the French state. However, the accusation that the French state had abandoned the banlieues, which was raised during the unrest of 2005 and was certainly justified at the time, is now losing plausibility. Since then, 600 million euros have been invested in the Grossraum Paris alone, not least as part of social initiatives, while much poorer cities in the north, such as Denain or Boulogne-sur-Mer, where the proportion of immigrants is negligible, receive proportionately much less. But whatever happens, the Republic is always to blame, The unabatedly progressive Islamization of the young can only be the result of the Malays' social, which made Mohammed Merah's life a series of experiences of failure. This argument, according to which anti-Semitic murders are the rash acts of a big child raging with anger and disappointment, is hardly different from the attitude of the spouse, who still loves the bad boy even when his infantile game turns into practical destruction. With a socio-pedagogical impetus, the adult murderer is exculpated as the immature child that he has remained even as a man. The permanent feeling of being disgusted is, however, by no means apolitical, but rather an expression of a psychological disposition that tends towards anti-Semitism. In the trivial pastime of manslaughter, the stubborn life that one has chosen is confirmed. The situation is no different with the French suburban kids who, in a never-ending puberty, hang around with their buddies on the street and no longer experience the transition from school and training to professional life, possibly failing, but perhaps also taking advantage of their opportunities, however poor they may be. In 2005, the call for a better infrastructure in the banlieues was not voiced by the young people themselves, who instead smashed it to smithereens in the course of acting out their frustration, because they regard any possibility, even if it is abstract, of changing their own lives as an imposition. In their acceptance of a dull life, in their adolescent need to belong to a clique, the migrant youth gangs in the western suburbs resemble the members of the men's clans in the Arab world, who constantly push the beads of their prayer chains back and forth, from whom they are distinguished only by their gangsta outfits. The frustration that is stylized into a political effect is therefore not a legitimate feeling that protests against injustices that should finally be abolished, but the seed of a delusion that has hardened against itself and the world. Identical to the paranoia of someone who constantly feels that he is being taken advantage of from all sides, frustration as a political effect already pushes towards destruction and meets with the contemporary manifestation of anti-Semitism, which today is Islam with somnambulistic certainty. The explanation that Mohammed Merah was a jihadist out of frustration therefore explains nothing, but is itself a tautology, because the self-confidently frustrated person who mistakes his anger at the world for truth already tends towards jihadism due to his psychological disposition. The hardening against any possibility of experiencing one's own life as changeable is also reflected in Merah's biography, which does not know any development precisely because he was not a victim of circumstances, but actively and aggressively made himself one. Merah failed at school, he supplemented his social security benefits with petty crime, he went to discos in the evenings, occasionally he looked at the Quran, he laughed at The Simpsons and in doing so came to himself in the identification with Homer Simpson, who is of course conceived as a comic figure, who behaves like a patriarch but in his total incompetence resembles his son Bart. The big guy was admired by the neighborhood children because he played football with them and gave them sweets. In the stagnation of infantile masculinity, crudeness and sentimentality merge indistinguishably. What was perceived as isolated and unconnected in the statements of those who knew Merah and summarized in the newspaper cliché of the two faces of Mohammed Merah, thus belongs together. While his lawyer Christian Edelin, who had defended Merah since he was 15 years old, for crimes typical of these neighborhoods, such as theft, assault, and petty crimes, and neighbors assure that Merah was as gentle as a lamb. Another neighbor reports that in June 2010, Merah took her 15-year-old son in his car to his home, where he showed him Al-Qaeda videos for hours in which women and men were executed in the most gruesome ways. When the disturbed boy confided in his older sister and mother, the latter confronted Merah, whereupon he beat them both up so badly that they had to be hospitalized. Even after a charge of assault was filed, Merah did not back down. Shortly afterwards, he stood in military camouflage and armed with a sword under the window of the victim's apartment, shouting, "Allah Akbar." It is precisely when the infantile man, who perceives the whole world as an extension of himself, starts to play that his destructive mania is unleashed, and when he practices it, he is still playing. Like at a children's carnival, Merah dressed up as a mujahideen when he uttered his death threats. In his attacks, which claimed the lives of 3 children, he also acted like a megalomaniacal gambler who has the whole world at his disposal. Using a chest camera, he recorded how he executed his victims by shooting them in the head in the middle of the street in broad daylight. At home, he edited the scenes, added music and verses from the Quran, and sent them to Al Jazeera and various brothers, who were supposed to distribute the video on the internet. But Merah's infantile mania for destruction is not just the cruel game of an isolated loner who hallucinates brothers all over the world. Everywhere in the world, Merah's virtual fellow players are popping up, On April 26th, the Figaro reported on a video posted on YouTube showing a ceremony in honor of the lion that took place in the Maghreb. Mera shows the ceremony, which was led by the Tunisian Ali Belhaj, who founded the radical Islamic Front Islamique du Salat, FIS, with Abbasi Madani. The homage to Mera culminated in an invitation to those present to say good things about him, whereupon a participant with dual nationality burned his French passport, railed against the enemies of Islam, and defamed the president of the French Republic as a Jew and pig. Al Jazeera, meanwhile, took a liking to Mera's own video and considered broadcasting it. It was only after strong objections from Nicolas Sarkozy and the victims' relatives that the head of the Paris office, Zid Tarouche, decided against it. In France, too, Mera mobilized his brothers, who, however, do not form themselves according to the model of the Ummah, but in the social networks which are up to date, but just as regressive. Just a few hours after Mera was shot dead by a special unit of the French Federal Police on March 22nd, new pages dedicated to homage to Mera appeared on the internet by the hour. On Facebook in particular, where a number of false profiles were created in the name of the murderer, male and female Meras gathered together to pay homage to their brother in a stunted text message language and indulge their anti-Republican resentment by clicking the like button. Comments posted on Facebook such as bastards, one against all and he fucks them all. Well done, my brother. With a smiley face button in the shape of a heart, continued on the streets, where graffiti such as the slogan Tragic Bar Mitzvah in Toulouse, 4 dead, appeared, especially in the banlieues, but also in the center of Paris. Facebook had to block all Mera pages after an intervention by the French Interior Minister Claude Ghent. In Toulouse, where Mera lived, the police broke up a demonstration in his memory in which around 30 people, mainly young women wearing veils, took part, while Arab men made a pilgrimage to Mera's apartment complex to take pictures of themselves in a Terminator pose with their cell phones. The fact that Mera can actually count on his brothers is shown by statistics published at the beginning of June by the Central Council of French Jews, CRIF. In the month following Mera's death, it recorded 140 anti-Semitic attacks, which corresponds to a third of all recorded anti-Semitic attacks in the entire previous year. In view of this increase, Richard Praskier, chairman of the CRIF, concludes, "It's all as if Mohammed Mera has become a role model, an example to be followed." Bernhard Schmid also claims not to have noticed any of this. In the jungle world, he claimed that there was no danger that he, Mohammed Mera, would become a role model for young French Muslims. Meanwhile, the FAZ reported in detail on the tributes to a terrorist as early as March 26th. But left-wingers who are politically active do not read the bourgeois press. The fact that Mera did not wear a beard, that he was rarely seen in the mosque, that he preferred to play computer games at home rather than pray, and that he apparently did not belong to any jihadist organization, so that he was operating without a direct mandate in the murders he committed, does not speak in favor of a madman acting alone who should not really be called an Islamist at all. This, however, was the unanimous opinion after the identification of Mera as the perpetrator. The theory of the lone perpetrator is based on the idea that an Islamist must always be a devout Muslim who has at some point slipped into the radical camp, while a hoodlum from the site, which is what Mera undoubtedly was, cannot be described as an Islamist if only because of his adolescent gangsta behavior. In a similar way, Yusuf Fofana, the leader of the 20-man gang of barbarians, who tortured 23-year-old Ilan Halimi to death over a period of 3 weeks in January 2006, was also played down by the media as a lone perpetrator. Mera is not a lone perpetrator who, in committing his crimes, randomly and unjustifiably invokes Islam, like a devout Muslim who declares war on the infidel. The fact that Mera was able to drink beer and then run off to pray 2 minutes later is to be taken very seriously. This was not the work of a religious fanatic who, according to religious precepts, should not touch alcohol. Mera's reaction to the realization that he still had to pray, namely to jump up from his glass of beer, reveals that he had simply forgotten to pray, that his faith is not firmly anchored in his consciousness. The same applies to his wife Hizia, who only started wearing the niqab as an adult and had the imam of her neighborhood find her a suitable husband, even though she had never been forced by her family to wear the headscarf, let alone to marry in accordance with Sharia law. This arbitrary and inauthentic moment of faith could be described with Adorno as unbelieved faith, just as the anti-Semite only believes by forgetting his faith. The instrumental and reified relationship to religion reflects the fact that Mera and Hizia did not grow up in some village in the Arab world, where from childhood onwards they experienced nothing but a stunted life under Oriental patriarchy, but in a French city, where Islam is not, as it were, naturally and culturally anchored and is only present in families in a fragmentary way. It is learned anew and therefore all the more terrorist, as a subsequent decision, with which the identification is all the stronger, as the fresh believer always fears falling away from his faith. The faith is not instrumental in the sense that Mera merely used Islam, but rather the reified moment of faith, the result of a free choice, and precisely for that reason is affirmed all the more brutally as a substitute for identity, pushes out of itself to murderous practice. With the murders, Mera did not simply execute his faith, rather they were an act of self-conversion. Even Mera's last statements are not characterized by any genuine Islamic dogma, but rather consist, as a reconciliation of Islam and postmodernism, of a mishmash of set pieces from the Islamic partisan struggle, hate speeches against the French Republic and cliched references to action heroes a la Terminator. I haven't killed enough. I am Allah's messenger. I have fought for Allah. I have decided to bring France to its knees. I have a 9mm, an Uzi and a .45. You love life, I love death. End of quote. His jihadist slogans and macho posturing seem like empty phrases. At the same time, however, they are completely authentic because Mera took them seriously. In the end, he did not turn the gun on himself like a madman, but died in a hail of police bullets. Even if Islam is not the immediate basis of his actions, but rather empty and hollow, it is not interchangeable. The natural brotherhood that is directed against the abstract principle of citizenship, as it is found in the Islamic form of socialization of kinship, clan, and tribal association, serves as an identitarian counterprinciple to the Republican fraternité, whose universalism cuts precisely the natural bond. This is probably the main reason why Mera targeted soldiers of the French army who were presumably of Muslim and African origin, accusing them not of apostasy but of treason because of their deployment in Afghanistan. After all, the army in the bourgeois state is, at least according to its own claim, not simply a male association organized according to the principle of autochthonous brotherhood, but follows a state mandate. In this respect, it is not surprising that the French army has successfully recruited many young men from the first and second generations of immigrants in recent years, who believed that the principle of Republican fraternité offered a way out of the Islamic community. Mera also applied to join the army twice, but was rejected because of his criminal record. By killing the traitors, he brought them back into the realm of the Islamic Brotherhood. Mera did not kill his other victims, the religious teacher and the 3 children at the Jewish private school in Toulouse, because he considered them to be stubborn unbelievers, but rather, according to his own statement, he wanted to take revenge on them for the death of Palestinian children. A thoroughly moral intention in keeping with the times, as the Israeli reaction to Mera's murders by the EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Catherine Ashton, proves. She has, of course, expressed her resentment of Jews in a very subtle way, linguistically more talented than Mera, as befits a politician, as Henrik M. Broder aptly remarked. Ashton said, "When we think about what happened in Toulouse, we remember what happened in Norway last year, we know what is happening in Syria at the moment, and we see what is happening in Gaza and other places. We think of young people and children who have lost their lives." End of quote. One reason that Mera may not have been aware of when choosing his victims is that the Jewish schools, similar to Catholic schools, by the way, in France are now among the last enclaves of republicanism in decline. During the French Revolution, the first plans were projected for a centralized school system that would teach basic skills such as reading and writing, so that the heirs of the Enlightenment could exercise their republican rights and fulfill their duties without the help of a third party. Although the educational ideal of the bons citoyens only became a practical reality in the Third Republic, the École Républicaine fulfilled its role as a mediator of the principles of the Republic for almost the entire 20th century. These were always present, at least formally, in the classroom. Lessons were secular, religion was banned from the private sphere. Basic education was to be free, not a privilege of the better off, and equally accessible and compulsory for boys and girls. In this equality of all pupils before the authority of the school, boys and girls were comrades in the sense of the principle of fraternité. Today, this Republican class association has almost been dissolved, especially in the suburbs, which are inhabited by Muslim families. French and Jewish pupils, but also those who want to learn and get good grades, leave Islam at home or are not interested in it, are terrorized by the boys' gangs until they give up and join them or are transferred by their parents to private schools. Where Muslim youth gangs have taken command of the classroom, the Republican promise of fraternité has given way to the principle of the identitarian brotherhood. Mera, too, never learned to form simple sentences correctly during his entire school career, which the press delicately described as difficult. The document that was issued as a claim of responsibility by Al-Qaeda after the murders was not written in Arabic, as is usual, but in a French peppered with mistakes. The fact that Mera targeted a Jewish private school after the murders of the military personnel can also be understood in this sense. By killing where the class structure is still intact, because French Jews in particular take the Republican values very seriously, which ultimately allow them to be French citizens and at the same time practice their religion, he carried the fight against the Republican class structure into the seclusion of private schools. In doing so, he was telling the Jews that even these protected Republican enclaves were no longer safe from Muslim gangs of youths. In this way, Mera acted as their virtual gang leader, taking himself back to his own messed up and failed school days, whereby the infantile moment of his ideal of brotherhood became quite immediate and practical. The contemporary character of Mera's megalomania, which in the Republican schools acted on behalf of the anti-Republican hordes of students in the banlieues, was revealed only one day after the murders of the Jewish children and their teachers. On March 20th at 11 a.m., before Mera had even been identified as the perpetrator, Nicolas Sarkozy decreed a minute's silence in memory of the Jewish schoolmates, which was mandatory for all educational institutions on French territory. While the election campaign was suspended in the face of the cold-bloodedness of the perpetrator, who grabbed a little girl by the hair to be able to shoot her in the head more easily, Islamic gangs in schools took the opportunity to commit another infamy. Not only did many teachers refrain from holding the minute of silence out of fear of the behavior of the students. Where it was held, a large proportion of the students refused to take part in the memorial ritual, shouting anti-Semitic slogans such as, "I won't stand up for Jews," and "We don't give a shit, it was a Jew." Others made their teachers quite pluralistic suggestions that Catherine Ashton should actually have liked, such as, "Why don't we have a 2-minute silence? One for the Jewish children and the other for the Palestinian children who die every day." Or, "All over the world, children are dying everywhere. Let's have a minute's silence for them." The reactions ranged from malicious laughter and grins during the minute of silence to loud shouting in the classroom. A secondary school teacher in Rouen, who wanted to commemorate Mera himself for a minute after his identification, also made it clear that teachers can no longer be expected to naively fulfill their duties as state officials. The state-mandated commemoration, however, is precisely because it is a symbolic gesture, a civilizing one. One expresses one's respect for the murdered, regardless of whether one is individually shaken or affected or not. Abstracted in this way, the ritual takes place as a substitute act in the full sense, which renounces revenge and replaces it with the law. In contrast, the authentic commemoration of their hero or of the Palestinian children, proposed and in part practiced by Mera's admirers, demands loyal concern from each individual and is thus already a barely concealed call to take revenge and suspend the law. Even in the case of Mera himself, who took this call seriously and expressed a need to see, touch and film the victims in front of the police, the mediation that is articulated in the symbolic gestures so often so easily despised as dishonest and inauthentic surges away, and in its place an alleged authenticity is installed, which has led to its consequent end in the identitarian desire for destruction. In the contempt for the ritualized gesture of state commemoration, which is to be replaced by the effective immediacy of revenge, Islam, in the merging of regression and hostility to tradition, comes to itself at the height of the times. Adorno and Horkheimer blame the concept of reason, insofar as it is under the spell of self-preservation, for having abandoned the utopia of a society reconciled with itself and with nature, and it is precisely in this that the transition to madness and destruction is prepared. They are thus part of a certain Jewish tradition. One may explain the monotheistic concept of God as a kind of religious substitute for state unity, whether called empire or polis, from the contingency of history, and be fully committed to immanence, a substitute that is supposed to enable survival in the diaspora, but transcendence in the messianic resists. It resists insofar as the meaning of suffering and death, which the loss of that unity brought about, is also recognized as no longer possible through the imagined covenant with God, and the Jews do not have to see themselves as responsible for the suffering of persecution, expulsion and annihilation through a breach of contract with God, as Job's friends did not allow him to be persuaded that the disaster that befell him must have a meaning and purpose. Because suffering could just as easily result in an even stronger sense of meaning, the idea of the Messiah, which contradicts this, is a decision for each individual to contradict, in the sense of Walter Benjamin. The decision is transcendental. In this essay, Benjamin contrasts the concept of choice as the mythical, the decay of nature, with decision. For choice is natural and may even belong to the elements. Decision is transcendent. Choice is always blind choice. Hence the motto of Klopstock, which Benjamin has placed at the beginning of the first part of his essay. He who chooses blindly will have the steam of sacrifice in his eyes. To avoid a philosemitic misunderstanding right from the start, the remembrance of transcendence, in the sense in which critical theory opposes it to myth, is by no means only possible in Judaism, and it can be derived neither here nor elsewhere from persecution and threat, because then it would be taken back into the immanence of the mythical. To oppose this, on the other hand, means to dispute the necessity of giving meaning to suffering, assuming that there is an interest in doing away with it. If this question emerges most clearly in the traditions of Judaism, it is because the need for this necessity is greatest here. Jewish messianism thus means utopia without the false longing to sacrifice self-preservation for its realization, while its Christianization consists in re-establishing this sacrifice in the form of the Messiah himself as the epitome of the creation of meaning. The utopia in that tradition in which Marx also stood, despite his borrowings from Christianity in the essay on the Jewish question and in the counter, identification with the proletariat as an already existing redeemer before the fall of man, the separation into subject and object, fed. It does not therefore mean the return of a paradisiacal original state, which is based on the dubious memory of an intrauterine life or an original communist society. Marx had already undermined the basis for such intellectual regressions in his remarks on the formation of the five senses. Ultimately, it is the enormous collection of commodities that has made this formation possible on an ever-expanding basis, including its deformation, as one must add with regard to the critique of the culture industry in the dialectic of enlightenment. However, this deformation of the senses can only be determined and criticized on the assumption that it has been formed by world history to date. Adorno indirectly picks up on this when he writes in a discussion with Benjamin. It is in commodities, not in immediate human beings, that we have the promise of immortality. The latter is not a plea for the commodity form, but rather for the ban on images in utopia, which, directed against mythical violence and regression in the sacrifice, must prove itself in the commodity form, in whose spell all wealth is produced. For this promise of immortality contains, however powerless it may appear, the intention of contradicting the meaning of death. If, according to dialectics, defining boundaries already implies crossing them, then the awareness of one's own mortality always presupposes the thought of immortality. But this thought would in turn have to be understood as a hypostatized expression of an existential judgment. Thus, even the commonplace that we only live once can be seen as a threat or a descendant of the death drive. And the weak messianic power that Benjamin speaks of in the Theses on the concept of history, which cannot be a consolation but rather denies it, would consist in persistently pointing to death as the first point in the index falsi, the index of those conditions in which, according to Marx, man is a debased, enslaved, neglected, contemptible being. We, like every generation that has gone before us, have been given a weak messianic power to which the past lays claim. This claim cannot be dismissed. Benjamin emphasized the adjective weak in the two German versions of the Theses by underlining or spacing it out. In the French version he wrote un particle du pouvoir mécanique, in the sense of a trace or a particle of messianic power. For all conditions in which the death of man acquires a meaning are to be overturned. Soul is the boundary up to which transience can come to consciousness. However little developed the commodity form was in the ancient polis, Plato's doctrine of the soul already contains the promise of immortality, and demonstrates that it can be taken from the world of the gods and become the common property of the citizens. In Parmenides, the knowledge of this promise is reserved for the chosen few and is guarded as a secret by the goddess Dike. The migration of souls does not appear throughout, but only at the end of the politeia as a reward or punishment, as in the Christian resurrection and the Last Judgment, but still as a repeated attempt at persuasion. Hence the form of dialogue developed in philosophy, which characteristically differs from tragedy and comedy, as a kind of objection not to think too much about self-preservation and sensual pleasures. This also includes the exclusion of foreign policy in the utopia of the state as projected by Plato. In the attempt to anchor the polis within the citizens, the argument is made for the immortality of the soul, and apparently also for the ideal state. However, as long as eternal life does not serve as a substitute for earthly reward, Plato's dialogues remain open to the idea that immortality and the ideal state are nothing more than utopias in the sense that social life should be oriented towards them without ever being able to realize them. Nevertheless, it would be wrong to see Plato's state as a utopia in a simple sense. Leo Strauss, in particular, has drawn attention to the difficulty of interpreting it. He sees this work, if not as a dystopia, then at least as a thought experiment, albeit one that is indispensable and imperative for thinking itself. It is precisely in this work that Strauss seeks to show that ancient rationalism reflected on its own limitations, unlike modern rationalism, including Kant. In other words, that in the world of Plato, the dialectic of enlightenment can still be subverted. The Republic is about justice, and its starting point is the hypothesis that a parallel can be drawn between the polis and the soul. If the polis could emulate justice like the soul, then the kind of entity that Plato describes would come into being. As Strauss says, it is an extreme abstraction in which the most important things are left out, and this is precisely how it becomes clear that the state cannot be equated with the soul. The inner boundaries of the polis, like the soul itself, can only achieve absolute harmony when they are considered separately from the body. What is possible in the consciousness of the individual leads in the life of the polis to the elimination of all forms of mediation and to the exercise of direct coercion and violence, which Plato conceals in his description of the watchtower, the superego of the state, so to speak, inasmuch as this is to be recruited from philosophers and would therefore be committed to the coercive coercion of thought. The Republic cannot bring to light the nature of the soul because it abstracts from the body and from eros. By abstracting from the body and eros, the Republic in fact abstracts from the soul. The Republic abstracts from nature. This abstraction is necessary if justice as full dedication to the common good of a particular city is to be praised as choice worthy for the own sake. And why this praise is to be praised should not be need of an argument. Thus, it is possible, on the basis of the abstraction that Plato carried out following Socrates, to simply disregard the given differences between people and, for example, to question the unity of the family for the sake of the idea of justice. However, if this is not done in the real structure of society, state-imposed breeding of people and completely organized eugenics appear on the scene. Society can never become like the individual, and yet the question of the best form of society arises, which can apparently only be posed in analogy to the individual. While the citizen of the polis sees himself called upon to find the right middle ground between opposites such as family or tribe and equality or state, Plato shows in the polis, by formulating its utopia, that such a middle ground is not possible here in the same sense. The citizen of the polis may have concluded from this that the question of the best form of government should be replaced by the question of the better one. And Plato's later work on the nomoi itself refers to this. Strauss also emphasizes the same idea in Thucydides. There seems to be, according to him, something in the nature of the city which prevents it from rising to the height to which a man may rise. The state has no soul in and of itself and cannot have one. It is mortal in any case. This awareness of an antinomy is erased in the Christian processing of Platonism insofar as immortality is no longer understood as transmigration of souls, but rather, as is already hinted at in a few places in Plato, as the goal of the soul in the beyond, which is to be achieved by every single soul. Without this goal changing anything for the better in this world. And this is where Christianity places great emphasis, whereas the Politeia would like to see a change for the better, the realization of happiness, both in life and after death. Quote, "And this, O dear Glaucon, is the basis of all human life, and therefore we must see to it that each of us, setting aside all other knowledge, pursues this knowledge alone and becomes its disciple, learning and finding out how to recognize those who can make us capable and expert in it, and how to distinguish between good and bad ways of life, and how to choose the best from all those available always and everywhere, taking into account all that has been said and compared, and weighing it up and knowing, for example, what beauty is worth when mixed with poverty or wealth, and in what state of mind it produces good or evil, and what good birth and bad, the effects of a secluded life and a life of statesmanship, power and impotence, knowledge and ignorance, and all the other things that are naturally inherent in or acquired by the soul, mixed together so that, taking all of them together and looking at the nature of the soul, we must distinguish between the better and the worse way of life, calling the worse that which will make the soul unjust, and the better that which makes it just, but leaving all the rest unconsidered. For we have seen that this is the best choice for this life and for the life after death. And holding fast to this opinion, one must go to the underworld, so as not to be blinded there by riches and such evils, and not by falling into tyranny and other such acts. Do not cause much incurable evil and suffer even greater evil, but rather understand how to choose a middle course in relation to such things and to guard against excess on both sides, both in this life as far as possible and in every subsequent one. For in this way man will be most blessed. Plato, The Republic, 618b, 619a. Under Christian conditions, the individual soul experiences reconciliation in the midst of the unreconciled, through the prospect of eternal life and in identification with the resurrected, a supernaturally motivated postponement of justice, so that injustice may continue to exist. The polis is thus no longer perceived from the standpoint of antinomy, as it was by Plato and Thucydides, who, although they understood it as soulless in and of itself, unlike the individual, they were able to judge it according to the question of justice. When Adorno wants to show that the commodity not only represents the irreconcilable, but also the promise of immortality, he implicitly argues against the idea of a reconciliation that has already taken place, which is embodied in Christ for Christians and in the proletariat for Marxists. In his later lectures on metaphysics, he explains something of this, insofar as the philosophy of Aristotle is understood here as the only appropriate way to overcome the thinking of Plato. It is precisely in this that Adorno contrasts metaphysics, which must be understood as the first manifestation of the writings of Aristotle, with religion, in that it contains the tension and maintains the opposition that Plato himself, who was still, or already closer to religion, was only able to establish through the doctrine of ideas. However, Adorno does not say that it was a catacon political context in which Plato found the starting point for his theory of ideas, namely in his representation of the death of Socrates in the dialogues of the Apology, Phaedo, and Crito, where the question is why Socrates submits to the judgment of the state, accepts it instead of fleeing, and suppresses the fear of a violent death. Socrates' argumentation persuades people to submit to what is recognized as reasonable, in other words, the state and death. This can only happen at the price of devaluing the world of sensual experience as the only form in which communication, participation in the general, can still be thought. The world of sensual experience is embodied in Socrates' pupils and friends, and it is they whom the philosopher persuades in order to, as it were, persuade his own fear. In the Apology, shortly after the pronouncement of the sentence, Socrates still assumes that death could either be a relocation of the soul to another place or a dreamless sleep, the whole time of which also seems no longer than a night, and by this he probably means that in this case any concept of time is superfluous. It is only in the Crito and Phaedo, when the execution is imminent, that he firmly establishes the immortality of the soul, the evidence for which he presents in the long dialogues. It is part of the innermost nature of Aristotle's metaphysics that this situation is now abstracted from. The solution that Socrates argues for is withdrawn, and the tension between the sensual and the supersensual, the individual and the general, to on and ta anta, is moved to the center. According to Adorno, metaphysics arises at the point where the world of experience is taken seriously, where its salvation is to take place. At the same time, however, the political appears to be suppressed. One could also say that Plato thought in terms of the state, while Aristotle thought in terms of commodities. Adorno himself hints at this connection when he points out, a little later, in passing, that metaphysics was resurrected in the High Middle Ages in the era of urban bourgeois culture. In fact, Plato is able to focus more sharply on the political. When Adorno criticizes Aristotle's theory of ideas for its inconsistency in conceiving of ideas as separate from the world of sensory experience and at the same time as its causes, that is, as being isolated from the very world of experience which they are supposed to move at the same time, it is ignored that this separation in Plato is dictated by the necessity that the citizen of the polis, especially in times of war, had to be willing to sacrifice his sensory world of experience to the unity of the polis. And in this sense, the idea could actually determine what happened in this world as something absolutely separate from the world of experience. The separation had to be accentuated all the more because the polis was a state that did not yet know a sovereign. The exchange society did not pass over, or rather, did not jump over into the capital relationship as it did in the modern age, under whose law it was to stand from then on. That is to say, it was not geared towards all individuals being potential owners of goods and therefore being able to be considered equal before the law and the sovereign. It was this vanishing point that would then enable Hobbes, unlike Plato, to no longer base equality on the thought experiment of a state utopia, but on the contrary on the state of nature. Man and woman, master and servant are equal in that one is able to kill the other. This corresponds to Hobbes's critique of pure rationalism, which is diametrically opposed to Plato and is usually referred to as sensualistic materialism. It states that a substance can only exist if it has a body, with one exception, of course, God. Apart from God, there are only corporeal substances according to Hobbes. In this context, as Ottfried Hoff also points out, he breaks out of the continuum of a materialistic philosophy. This makes materialism theological, or more precisely, Jewish Christian. This interpretation only indirectly reveals the particular affinity with Judaism. For example, when Hoff, with reference to the 34th chapter of Leviathan, rightly emphasizes the outstanding, unique spirituality that God has in Hobbes, who is so often criticized or praised as an atheist. Because the nature of God is incomprehensible, we understand nothing of what he is, but only that he is. End of quote. If Aristotle can be described as a mediating philosopher along with Adorno, in that for him the idea that Plato defined as separate from the world of sensory experience becomes a form that is present in things themselves and should be recognized in them, the problem arises that here we are dealing a philosopher of mediation apparently without any concept of the subject, without a concept of how the unity of form and thing is guaranteed, for what is generally regarded as the subject concept. Of antiquity, hypokeimenon as the underlying principle, is here only the rejection of mediation. It is as if the subject in Aristotle is hidden in form so that it does not have to sacrifice its sensory world of experience to the unity of the general, as Plato demands. This hiding place is the soul. But this is precisely why Plato's student remains a Platonist in a certain sense. For he must present the form, which he does not see as absolutely separate from things, as a higher reality, as something more substantial than real things, in order to be able to preserve in their name, in opposition to Plato, that which is formed by it. This is how the contradiction arises, not only unsolved but also unreflected, which was then carried out in the dispute over universals on a different basis of validity. How can the universal, inherent in the soul as forms of knowledge, be the same universal that is inherent in the multitude of things that are opposed to the soul? How can one assert in metaphysics that no general, no universal, is a substance, and at the same time hold in the categories that the genera and species are second substances? How can one say that the universals, the general concepts, are predicated of several things and at the same time assert that the universals are general things? The form that Aristotle defined was the prerequisite for thinking of the individual from the perspective of self-preservation, thinking in such a way that the general does not become independent of the individual as a substance, or if it does, then only as a second substance. As Aristotle, conversely, already understands in the second chapter of the Metaphysics as a prerequisite for philosophy in general, that historically pretty much everything necessary for comfort and higher living was available when this kind of insight was sought. From this it is clear that we do not seek it for any other purpose. But as we call man free who is for his own sake and not for the sake of another, so also this science is free as the only one among all. For it alone is for its own sake. Aristotle, Metaphysics. Book 1, Chapter 2, 982b. The fact that this freedom arose from the polis and thus also from slavery is, in the sense of Adorno, not an absolute judgment. That which has arisen can be superior to its origin. Criticism of the individual does not mean its abolition. Accordingly, it reads like a discussion with Aristotle when the liberation of the mind from the primacy of material needs in the state of their fulfillment is targeted in the negative dialectic. In a certain sense, Aristotle took the position of those who discussed with Socrates and wanted to persuade him to escape from execution, just as Plato, conversely, had already anticipated Aristotle's argument in their voices. It is no coincidence that they, like Crito, point out that Socrates could also live in a state other than Athens, that the polis of Athens was not absolute, that precisely what is to be valued about it also exists or could exist in other countries, that it is therefore a matter of the form of what is to be valued about it. Aristotle's philosophy evidently wanted to save the polis as a place of mediation that does not have to be sacrificed in the concept of the soul. While in Plato's view the soul functions as a means of transportation to the ideas, the archetypes, so to speak, in Aristotle's view it is the place of forms, which is his concept for the subject-object relationship as it is contained in the polis. The soul thus functions as the Aristotelian representative of the subject, which in turn displaces political power as the guarantor of mediation. However, there is a metaphor by Aristotle in which the displaced suddenly returns and with it the subject in the modern sense flashes up. At the end of the doctrine of proof or the second analysis, he is only able to express the aporia of his thinking about form by recalling the loss and formation of a battle formation. Art and science are generated from experience, that is, from every generalization that has come to rest in the soul, the one apart from the many, which is at the same time in all as one. Thus, the skills in question are not already fully present in the soul. But they take their starting point from the senses, similar to when everyone flees in battle, but one person remains standing, and then another and another join him until the initial order is restored. But the soul has such a special nature that it can suffer this. The one hoplite needs the many and the many need the one in order to stand firm, just as the individual thinker or artist must, as it were, take a chance on the concept or form, so that the universal can arise or be recognized in things at all. The salvation of mediation, if you will, the utopian in an anti-Platonic sense, consists precisely in the fact that Aristotle refuses to see the soul as fundamentally separate from the libe. For him, then, equality is not an idea in the Platonic sense which can be remembered as an archetype, but a form that appears on the market when things are exchanged, a form that the soul inheres in order to nourish itself. The souls that do not have it within them, because they are not owners and money holders, but rather slaves or women, must therefore be fed by those who own them. Aristotle thinks that the form, which, however limited, is reflected in the market as equality, is always inequality when he determines the soul as its place, or a problem that Plato did not know at all, since he did not think in the same sense of the commodity form. When Aristotle defines the soul as the place of forms, he not only displaces the political power that in the polis also enabled the owner to have the status of owner of slaves and sovereign of his oikos, he is also unable to reflect on what the soul must do and how it must be constituted in order to become the place of forms. The real crux of the problem with Aristotle, according to Adorno, is that, unlike Plato, he raises the problem of mediation with great clarity, but that mediation does not actually take place, except in the parable of the battle that the citizens of the polis have to fight. Although form and matter are referred to each other and entelechy, energy and dynamis are summoned to relate them to each other, they otherwise remain external to each other as categories, and being is composed additively from form and matter. So that Aristotle, in order to preserve their unity on the one hand in the negative, when he finally thinks of the state as the unity which must give precedence to form, which, in analogy to Plato's realm of ideas, can only be justified by an unmoved mover. On the other hand, in a positive sense, if thought of in terms of the individual citizen, the ideal of being, in contrast to Plato's utopia, would like to be understood as a middle ground between form and matter, something that stands between the extremes, the right middle, the mesotes. The question of whether subjectivity itself essentially conditions or constitutes truth and objectivity is completely foreign to all of ancient philosophy. It is precisely this foreignness that is reflected in the concept of the soul, which only functions as a place of forms, i.e., in a completely passive way in relation to the forms. This applies not least to the concept of time. In Plato's work, it is only the movement that is accorded to the mere images of the eternal ideas, and it remains of peripheral significance in Aristotle's Metaphysics and Physics, as well as in his work on the soul, where it is defined tautologically. On the one hand, it is the measure or number of movement, and on the other hand, it is measured by this movement, e.g. Aristotle, Physics, Lecture on Nature, Book 4, Chapter 14, 223a. This is different from Plotinus, who taught that time exists in the space of the soul's activity and from it. Thus, together with the soul, it belongs to the third of the three hypostases that make up Plotinus ontology. Eternity belongs to the spirit, time to the soul. For the Neoplatonists, the spirit is the second hypostasis, which is ultimately subordinate to the first as the one, the unity par excellence. The soul suffers damage by inclining itself towards matter and looking towards becoming, not to say, squinting towards it. Although Plotinus still devalues matter in the Platonic style, describing it as evil, he also valorizes the soul in a peculiar ambivalence, in that it sets the eternal rational forms belonging to the spirit in motion and thus plays the apparently necessary role of the principle of becoming. It is no coincidence that he compares it to the farmer with regard to the significance of time. It is not exempt from the care of its work, as if it had crowned its creation with the conclusion and set it up once and for all to remain beautiful for all time. But like a farmer who has sown or planted, it must always put right what rainbows, persistent frost or whirlwinds have done damage to. Thus, Plotinus addresses a crisis in the reproduction of society, which is dependent on slavery, to which some signs of decay in the Roman Empire of the 3rd century AD point, and which probably made a new synthesis of Plato's theory of ideas with Aristotle's logic and metaphysics appear necessary as a basis of validity, on which scholasticism could then build. Apart from the metaphor of the battle formation to which Aristotle resorts, there is still no possibility of distinguishing between subject and form, which also means distinguishing within the subject itself between the multiplicity of experiences and the unifying instance through which they are perceived. That is, between an empirical and a transcendental ego. Although Aristotle already speaks of a part of the soul that participates in reason and as such could survive the death of the body and the other parts of the soul, this difference is not yet articulated as an aporia. In this respect, Aristotelian thinking about the soul does not yet recognize self-reflection. The reflection on the act of the subject, through which it actually comes to something like an idea or concept at all, is omitted. The concept is in itself in the matter, without regard to the abstracting subject. It was only the open turn to the subject, which was rightly called Copernican, that made it possible to relate the place of forms and the archetypes of Plato to each other in their opposition without dissolving them on one side. The precondition of this turn is already expressed by Shakespeare's Bolingbroke. I am a subject, and challenge law. It is the law which is covered by the sovereign, and because Richard II does not do this, Bolingbroke will usurp the throne. That transforms the concept of the subject as a term for a change in the relations of subjects to one another and to the state, which is due to the perspective that contractual relations can prevail over all immediate relations of dependence. It simultaneously opens up the possibility of making the mediation itself the subject of a subject-object relationship. All the difficulties of philosophy could be seen in the attempt to understand the conservatio or conatus, as Spinoza called the principle of self-preservation, as a subject-object relationship, rather than as a substance or being or some other unit, fate, God, chance, structure, etc., which is usually assumed to precede the separation of subject and object. The bond of every consciousness to the individual libe as its conditio sine qua non, brought into play by humanism against theology, offers no first insofar as it is only possible to speak of the libe through that separation, and consciousness can only recognize itself as such a condition through it. Although separation can only be thought of under the condition of unity, this condition is not given in its measures, it is set precisely in this way, and remaining aware of this is the difficulty. In the dissolution instead of the postulation of given identity, the whole meaning of the polis and its philosophy for the formulation of a subject concept, which they did not yet know, is revealed. In the domain of composition and separation, the false and the true take place, as Aristotle writes in the Organon, and from this it follows that the judgment is a unity, originally as affirmation, then as negation. Self-preservation would therefore have to be defined in such a way that it cannot be taken as a self-evident unity, but must always be regarded as something to be produced or gained, something that can only be brought about in the separated. As a trial action, thinking, which requires virtual unity in order to grasp multiplicity at all, is always threatened at this point with what logic calls a circular argument or petitio principii. It is all the more important to consider it in reverse in judgment as synthesis, Kant, or in the speculative concept as result with its becoming, Hegel, in order to continue to perceive not only the manifold as such in reflection, but also to formulate antinomy and contradiction. In this way, the approaches of Marx and Freud take on a paradigmatic significance, in that they are quite aware of this epistemological problem and yet set the physical character of reproduction as their vanishing point. Although all material components and processes that testify to social or cultural causality belong to nature, which they change by virtue of such causality, even if it is only the electronic transmission or storage of information. For the consciousness of individuals, which is itself nature, down to the individual synapse of their nerve cells, with which they think, no real synthesis arises from this nature, whatever they may delude themselves into thinking, by wanting to derive their actions conclusively from it. Society and culture are therefore, in a certain sense, only concepts for this void and thus the opposite of a unit that should be placed in front of them, as sociologists and social psychologists, cultural anthropologists and cultural scientists would like to see it. The inner connection between the critique of political economy and psychoanalysis is formed by following the convoluted paths by which it is nevertheless produced, whether as a productive relationship or as an ego, so that subject and object emerge as related to each other without resulting from the other, on the assumption, that is, that human beings have natural drives whose object of satisfaction is not determined by nature. Marx wrote in the Paris manuscripts of 1844, "Man lives by nature, which means that nature is his libe, with which he must remain in a constant process in order not to die. That the physical and spiritual life of man is connected with nature has no other meaning than that nature is connected with itself, for man is a part of nature." Finally, the concept of abstract labor as the substance of value can be used to demonstrate, with Marx's Capital, that nothing but morality remains of labor when, as happens in reality under the capital relation, that process is abstracted. Just as Freud showed that nothing remains of morality but labor, it is not reflected that every consciousness is constantly confronted with the psychic representatives of the Leib, that is, with the drives, the stimuli originating from the interior of the body and reaching the soul as a measure of the labor requirement imposed on the soul as a result of its connection with the physical. It is no coincidence that both thinkers come from Judaism, however much and in whatever different ways they sought to distance themselves from their religion, which, with its sharp distinction between the concept of God and human existence, appears to be the great teacher in prioritizing the separation of every unity. In contrast, the concept of the subject, which was coined and adopted in the tradition of Heidegger and which was from the outset without an object, only proves to be the most immediate expression of the fact that the conditions of reproduction do not come to consciousness, that they are, as it were, behind the backs of individuals, which, however, is only possible, as this tradition deliberately conceals, if they themselves consciously turn their backs on them, in order to follow the form of thought all the more compulsively, to presuppose some kind of unity in the subject-object relationship or to put it in its place. The extent to which this presupposition of all ideology is already dishonest, mauvaise foi, is something that Jean-Paul Sartre discussed in detail in Being and Nothingness. But he only managed to do so, strangely enough, by avoiding explaining the principle of self-preservation. One could perhaps say that he no longer sees the question of conatus because he also starts from Heidegger and develops his own thinking as a kind of immanent critique of being and time, which, however, deliberately or involuntarily translates its concept of being with the human existence of the individual in order to abolish the associated concept of time, being toward death. Le faux c'est la mort. Jean Amory, in his interpretation of Sartre, was aware of the contradiction to Heidegger and emphasized it. Sartre says, "Thus death is never that which gives life its meaning. In the being for itself that Sartre places in the place of Heidegger's Dasein, there is no place for death. It can neither expect nor realize it, nor project itself towards it. Death is as absurd as birth." Before the advent of existential ontology, philosophy was still characterized by the attempt to conceptualize freedom in the subject and the self-preservation of the individual, which in turn is understood as part of a whole, in a wide range of projections and systems. Spinoza writes that no one can transfer his natural right or his ability to reason freely and judge everything to another, nor can he be forced to do so. Nemo justum natural, sive facultatum suam libera ratiociendi et de rebus quibuscunc judicandi, in alium transfere nec ad id cogi potest. Kant emphatically states, "Sapere ode, have the courage to use your own understanding," and Hegel's pronounced statement, "In thinking, I am free because I am not in someone else, but simply remain with myself, and the object that is my essence is my being for myself in an undivided unity, and my movement in concepts is a movement within myself." When Spinoza speaks of judgment, Kant of understanding, and Hegel of concepts, self-preservation is always, however hidden, also implicit as the epitome of the power of judgment, even when, as in Hegel, judgment is still to be suspended in the speculative concept. The political discussions of Marsilius of Padua and William of Ockham in particular suggest that nominalism itself should be understood as a kind of original displacement of self-preservation into the realm of logic. The correct conclusion in a syllogism corresponds to the correct state in politics, which enables all people to lead a satisfying existence and, in this function, takes the place of God. However, by only allowing truth to apply in logical judgment at the level of statements and as if they were already Kantians, albeit without Kant's definition of space and time as forms of intuition, wanting to know things to be strictly separate from them, the nominalists also exclude in a certain way the production of things and their preconditions, which are nevertheless what make a satisfactory existence possible in the first place. It was no coincidence that Occam, like some other nominalists, was a member of the Franciscan order of mendicants and fell out with the Pope, who held the views of the universal realist Thomas Aquinas, over the right of the order to live without property. Politics and production relations are separated, like the logical statement and its object, which is by no means recognizable in its essence. For the essence of things is not revealed in their necessity for the self-preservation of humans. Any attempt to include these circumstances in the political judgment is a striking failure to recognize their own causality, measured, for example, against the economic concepts developed by Aristotle. Marsilius, for example, sees it as the task of the state to assign each individual their respective work and status by command. In Hobbes's work, the conditions of production appear to be already shifted in a different way, under the impression of the unleashed violence of primitive accumulation. Either from the point of view of the state of nature, of the war of all against all, which recurs in the relationship of states to one another, or from the point of view of the independence of the sovereign from the citizens, who have created him by contract. Hobbes is thus inevitably confronted with the contradiction that he cannot resolve, namely that the founding of the state, which is owed to self-preservation, the citizens can thereby preserve themselves more securely than in the state of nature brings into being a power that can in turn against the self-preservation of the citizens. In Leviathan, complete submission to the sovereign is demanded, but the subject's duty to sacrifice himself for him is nevertheless disputed. For Abelard, however, it was not just a matter of reaching the right judgment at a distinct and invariable level of statements, but in the judgment itself of the process of approaching the object, of making it similar to thinking, which Occam in particular rejects as infinite regress. In this process, the consimilitudo remains in or at the object which has not yet been named, but in the ancient tradition often still appeared as subjectum, related to a subject in the modern sense, for which there was no name at all, but which is already hidden in the process of making it similar. For consimilitudo can by no means be thought of independently of such a subject, which not only wants to recognize and name the objects, but also, as Abelard's argumentation almost already pretends, needs or even creates them for this purpose, and thus leaves open how much of the essence of the individual things can be derived from their necessity for the self-preservation of humans. In this way, the question of production in its relationship to the reproduction of individuals could already be discovered in the problem of similitudo. Under such conditions, it is just as impossible to separate the political from the conditions of production and to judge them separately. What is revealing about Sartre is that, when he holds on to freedom in its being for itself, he by no means denies that there must be differences in what it may decide to do, and the concept of situation is supposed to outline them, because that would also abolish freedom itself. But this is the first impression that this philosophy leaves: to hold on to freedom, in order to do justice to truth and truthfulness, no longer entails categorically differentiating between reason and unreason, understanding and misunderstanding, correct and incorrect concepts. It is precisely this distinction, without which, according to a common criticism of Sartre, freedom is merely another expression for arbitrariness, contingency and aleatorics, and choice is a criterionless, unmediated leap that can no longer be described as choice, that undoubtedly points to self-preservation as a synthesis. And Spinoza expresses this most clearly in his Ethica. In the striving of our mind, no virtue can be thought before the virtue of the striving for self-preservation. In truth, being and nothingness insists on this virtue, even if it does not seem to be contained in the sentence that existence precedes essence. Sartre, however, can only express it negatively: death is the meaningless. He refuses to make a positive reference, unless in the very abstract concept of the future, which is, however, determined not to abolish the subject-object separation, in order to make it recognizable in direct contrast to Heidegger that, in the relationship of freedom to its exterior, in the history of philosophy, in the relationship of soul and body, there is no third thing that could be logically or naturally placed before it. And it is precisely at this point that he encounters the hypostatization of the concept of substance in Spinoza's work, which is also an independent concept of self-preservation in relation to the self-preservation of the individual. Future and death are consequently separated. Instead of projecting a being, as Heidegger does, that is essentially future in its being, so that it can be thrown back on its factual there, shattering itself for its death, Sartre speaks of the for itself, which can only project itself towards the future but not towards death, because death categorically excludes the future of the for itself. This does not mean that he does not discuss self-preservation in very concrete terms as something that is given the value of a drive or a motive by the for itself. If I accept a pittance, then it is certainly out of fear, and fear is a drive. But it is the fear of starving to death. That is to say, this fear only makes sense outside of itself in an ideally set purpose, which is the preservation of the life that I grasp as in danger. And this fear, for its part, can only be understood in relation to the value that I implicitly give to this life. Thus, the drive experiences what it is through the totality of the ways of being etres that are not, through the ideal existences and through the future. Being and Nothingness, page 759 f. Conversely, however, it is inconceivable for Sartre to give value to death without deceiving oneself, because it is not a mode of being that is not yet, and not one that is. It means nothing other than that ideal existences and future are no longer possible. While Spinoza's concept of substance suppresses the fact that the subject in the name of the state has to risk war, Hegel's concept of spirit emphatically expresses it as the last consequence and synthesis of the highest opposites. Absence of one's own spirit and the most intense and comprehensive momentary presence of the spirit and determination. Sartre criticizes such hypostatization, but seems to reject any attempt at synthesis. In its place, there is a confrontation in the subject, namely with objects that it must concede the same ability to reflect as itself. In the gaze of the other, it recognizes itself as one who looks at him in the same way as the other looks at him as his other. It is impossible for a human being to switch off the reflection that begins in this confrontation. It accompanies him, analogous to Kant's determination of the self, constantly, albeit differently than Kant thought, or at least suggested in relation to the transcendental subject, which can be understood as a generalized form of the self, only in the particular individual bound to a libe, that is, not in a transcendental general. Being and nothingness resists the need to shift the unity of the self and reflection into a third entity external to the self, be it substance, transcendental subject, or world spirit. The critique that can be detected in this phenomenological ontology thus aims at what previous philosophy, in its concept of reason, has if not repressed then, on the contrary, glorified. As soon as the unity of the self and reflection is shifted to a third party, the self's conservatio sway is also regarded as a means, whether by God or by the community, the state or the leader, and can be exchanged in their name for something else, the willingness to sacrifice. That is why it is completely absurd to equate Sartre's philosophy with that of Max Stirner. His ego is always staring into the mirror, so to speak, and regards it as his property, without realizing that he is merely imitating the gaze of the other. It is no wonder, however, that Hans G. Helms regressed from a talented Adorno student to a Marxist in the philosophical mold of the German Communist Party, DKP, as a result of a polemic by Sartre that was based on this equation. He was ultimately only surpassed by Wolfgang Fritz Haug in accusing Adorno of the same absurdism as Sartre. It is more difficult to grasp the similarities and differences between Sartre's and Kierkegaard's thinking. Those who, like Ingo Elba, equate Sartre's phenomenological ontology with decisionism, in order to equate it with Carl Schmitt's political philosophy or its modern successors, fail to grasp precisely this concept of the subject, for which there can be no community in the true sense of the word, and the subject we is only valid as a provisional appeasement, precisely as insincerity. Schmitt, on the other hand, as Leo Strauss recognized before 1933, does not, in defining the state of nature or the state of the state, proceed from individuals as Hobbes does, but from groups. Accordingly, someone like Charles Taylor has understood Sartre quite well. He rejects being and nothingness because he, like Schmitt, always wants to see the collective identity placed before the subject. What Taylor calls the strong valuation of the subject is anchored in a community as an identity that is not freely available to the subject itself. Conversely, it can be seen in more recent theories of the political, such as those of Chantal Mouffe or Oliver Marchart, that they unintentionally approximate Sartre's position in this respect, albeit only in this respect, to the same extent as they want to distance themselves from Schmitt's concept of the people, whose decisionism they otherwise follow. In terms of the history of philosophy, this ambiguity could be dramatically and without dialectics represented in the direct juxtaposition of Spinoza and Heidegger or Hobbes and Schmitt, in a more subtle dialectical but wrongly balanced form within Hegel's philosophy, which holds the middle ground here as a juxtaposition of absolute and objective spirit. At the same time, Sartre's ontology thus avoids the question of synthesis altogether, substituting it, as it were, with the concept of the situation, and in this way refusing to reflect on any form of mediation. Mediation does not merely presuppose what is separate, but also requires an awareness of what is separate, an awareness that can only be spoken of insofar as it aims at unity, for how else could what is separate be perceived as separate? Conversely, separation also presupposes mediation, but only on the part of the subject, as an attempt to achieve unity. Separation and mediation are to be thought of as object and subject. Neither of them can be understood as a primal principle, but in separation mediation necessarily grasps its starting point. This is precisely what Adorno means by the primacy of the object. In Sartre's ontologization of the subject-object relationship, however, separation is not regarded as the starting point of a mediation, but as a quasi-original principle, according to which even the separated itself would remain unchanged, so to speak, no matter what one would pass off as mediation, which would only contain that shift into a third, into a transcendental general. Criticism of Sartre's existential philosophy therefore means revealing that the subject-object relationship changes accurately in and through mediation, which in reified form certainly contains that shift into a third thing, and that this change can always be experienced and determined anew precisely through the forms in which individuals reproduce themselves. In other words, Sartre's ontologization of the subject-object relationship excludes the concept of form and in it makes contingency absolute. It is thus logical in this sense that Marx begins capital with the opposition of exchange value and use value, and it is consequent that Freud ultimately saw himself compelled to contrast the primal principle of eros with that of the death drive. In both cases, it ultimately emerges that the identity of identity and non-identity, recognizable only in Hegel's speculative concept, designates the false that critique has to recognize, the self-valorization of value, the self-destruction of humanity. But regardless of the forms that the subject-object relationship takes and in which it changes, what as the object of reflection does not change, and yet could not be grasped in any ontological way, the mere determination is that every attempt at synthesis starts from a separation. That there is a subject and an object as separate entities, or in other words, that there is consciousness, however impenetrable the context of delusion may have become. Delusion is always based on a moment of consciousness. However, this is only the case as long as annihilation does not take the place of synthesis, and humanity does not finally extinguish itself. Ultimately, this possibility is the only valid argument for why the world cannot be understood ontologically, why the subject-object relationship is not an ontological one either. However, the necessity of a categorical imperative cannot be separated from this argument. For, as the Black Notebooks show with all the clarity we could wish for, the existential ontologist Heidegger affirms, and indeed when the annihilation of the Jews requires it, the physical self-annihilation of humanity, precisely because he thinks ontologically. As if Sartre had always sensed the threat of such a consequence in the crisis, namely that ontology, which abstracts from the subject-object relationship, ultimately serves the purpose of abstracting from this relationship in toto, that is, from its physical preconditions in reality, that is, in annihilation. The rigor of his thinking is characterized by the fact that the attempt at rescue ultimately gave rise, in the form of Reflections sur la question juive, to the first formulation of a categorical imperative after Auschwitz, which, taken literally, must explode ontologizing thinking per se. This is where the proximity and distance between being and nothingness and the dialectic of enlightenment lie. Theodore W. Adorno and Max Horkheimer also criticized the concept of reason of the Enlightenment and German idealism in the face of the National Socialist policy of extermination, and they also oppose Heidegger's existential ontology, albeit only indirectly in this book. But they do not exclude the question of self-preservation, they even make it the focus of their criticism, not least in direct reference to Spinoza. Unlike Sartre, they understand the confrontation in the subject, in the tradition of Marx and Freud, not only as one with objects which it must concede the same ability to reflect as itself, but also with an object to which it cannot concede this ability. Namely, the internal and external nature which can only be grasped in that, in reference to Kant, it must also be able to be thought independently of social and cultural causality. This is where the problem lies with their concept of domination and violence, which they apply without further ado, and that means without a concept of form, to the relationship between humans and nature, even though it can only be defined as a relationship between humans. On the other hand, the dialectic of enlightenment also blanks out the question of self-preservation at a certain point, which is, however, decisive for it, where the utopia of a reconciled state in the relationship between people and nature is concerned. Indeed, the ban on images of this utopia proves to be so unrelenting that the hope of reconciliation not only forbids any form of self-preservation from being even thought of, but also calls it into question. This is very similar to the prophecy in the book of Isaiah 11:6. The wolf will dwell with the lamb and the leopard will lie down with the kid, in which it must remain open how the wolf, leopard, and, of course, human beings will then feed themselves, in which the Jews express that their God is the synonym of self-preservation and, as such, excludes the sacrifice of one's own life if at all possible. In view of this, it remains a mere postulate when Adorno and Horkheimer understand their writing as a rescue of enlightenment and reason, and want to know that the idea of reconciliation has been wrested from the regulative principle of Kant and the Hegelian concept of Aufhebung. Or, to put it another way, in positive terms, it shows how deeply critical theory is rooted in Jewish traditions. The problem that it raises, however, is basically to make the forms of self-preservation, and not self-preservation as such, the object of criticism. In other words, to distinguish between self-preservation and the preservation of the status quo. Or, as a question from Adorno's Beethoven commentary, how can a whole be without violence being done to the individual? The failure, the barbarism that breaks in a new and in an unexpected way, which knows no bounds in terms of its willingness to kill and to die, forces us to concentrate on form, and thus to resort not only to Beethoven and Viennese classicism, but also to Marx's critique of political economy and to Freud's psychoanalysis, in order to derive it from an immediate concept of reason, the most important aspect of which is defined as conservatio sui. The passages in which Adorno and Horkheimer have to replace the concept of the subject with that of the self in order to make visible the falsely abstract nature of the subject-object relationship in the conatus already point in this direction, towards making form the subject. However, with the self-preservation also came under suspicion. The continuation of the passage from the Spinoza critique quoted above reads, "The drive is such as mythical, like superstition. Serving a god that the self does not postulate is as insane as drunkenness. Progress has brought both of them the same fate. Worship and sinking into immediate natural being. It has cursed the self-forgetful of thought as well as the self-forgetful of pleasure. The social labor of each individual in the bourgeois economy is mediated by the principle of the self. It is intended to return to the one the increased capital, to the other the strength for surplus work. And with good reason. Self-preservation does not sound like self-sufficiency and poor subsistence as the opposite of a promise of happiness, the mere prerequisite of which would already be hypostatized here as the purpose and goal, for example according to the motto, 'Fortunately I can still preserve myself.' As a precondition, it can only be spoken of negatively, as with materialism, in terms of liberating the mind from the primacy of material needs in the state of their fulfillment. However, when turned into a positive, the forms in which individuals are to live and survive according to the Enlightenment immediately sediment on its concept, as if immaturity and self-preservation were mutually exclusive. For the sake of your maturity, you must be able to sustain yourself, you must not be sustained by others, a paraphrase of the infamous "he who does not work shall not eat." When it is applied to individuals and transferred to the nation, it is called autarky and, in a crisis, is directed against the world market, whose disintegration into a multitude of barbaric units it promotes and thus, in an immediate way, produces heteronomy. But only here, where the question of form is at issue, does the central idea of the dialectic of enlightenment, that self-preservation as a principle of reason passes over into the self-destruction of reason, make sense. Where it is excluded, as in the pedagogical turn to the subject, it leads to the dilemma of having to invoke the quasi-natural need for self-preservation as a drastic egoistic interest in order to counter self-destruction, as Adorno did in his efforts to educate after Auschwitz in order to teach those susceptible to fascism a better lesson. But if the question of form initially refers back to Marx and Freud, then the principle of self-preservation in their categories seem to be beyond question. At the height of Capital, a critique of the work ethic can be extrapolated from Marx's critique, according to which the work ethic, unconsciously comprehending abstract labor as the substance of value, quite consciously prioritizes labor as the substance of human life, thereby displacing metabolism with nature as the sine qua non of reproduction. See in particular Marx's criticism of the Gotha program of the two German workers' parties united in it. Labor is not the source of all wealth. Nature is just as much the source of use values, and these are what material wealth consists of. As labor, which is itself only the expression of a natural force, human labor. Karl Marx, Critique of the Gotha Program, MEW 19, page 15. In essence, the Gotha program, like Lukács' History and Class Consciousness Marxism, remains at the level of the Communist Manifesto which, following Smith and Ricardo, still asserted that the worker sells his labor as a commodity. This is how the mistake is possible that labor itself would constitute the entire commodity and thus the wealth, while Marx was later to recognize that it is not labor but the commodity of labor power that the worker sells. As soon as his labor begins, it has already ceased to belong to him and can therefore no longer be sold by him.
Das Kapital, erster Band, p. 559.
It is only thanks to this insight that the socially necessary time for the production of the commodity can be determined as the crucial point of synthesis and self-preservation, so that the conditions of self-preservation in nature can also become visible. This repression occurs even when work is to be tackled as a fight against climate change, for example. This is evident not least in the fact that this struggle is being opened up for political occupations, which can be used to wage the struggle of states for or against hegemony. German environmental protection work against American environmental pollution. While the Freudian analysis of individual repression shows that it seeks, as it says in a great passage about the cure, reconciliation with the repressed in the sense of conservatio sui, incidentally the only place where Freud ever speaks of reconciliation, so closely is he bound to Jewish traditions and the ban on images, the illness should no longer be something contemptible for the person being analyzed, but rather a worthy opponent, a part of his being that is based on good motives, from which he can draw valuable things for his later life. Both Marx and Freud are the one trusting in productive forces, the other in libido, are not yet afraid to equate self-preservation and liberation. The metabolism contains it, as does later life, as that to which productive forces or libido can continue to incite the individual and society, in whatever form. The introduction of the death drive in Freud's work, however, marks a major break in this trust. As in Sartre's Reflections sur la question juive, it is only the experience of the situation in which the Jews find themselves that really sheds new light on the conservatio sui in the dialectic of enlightenment. The only thing that can be done while waiting for the necessarily misunderstood reconciliation, whatever means may be found to bring it about, is to use all available strength to postpone the destruction that is unmistakably threatening. It is initiated by the pathic projection, with which the subject imagines an object that is neither attributed to nature, like slaves and foreign races, nor to self-created things, the creative capital and the state machine, and to which it nevertheless does not have to concede the same ability to reflect as itself. A fantasized object that, in Sartre's terms, allows the subject to escape from its own ability to reflect, and thus from freedom. An object, therefore, that, because it must be thought of as embodied in real people and these real objects, no matter what they say or do, claim that capacity for reflection for themselves, always appears only from the point of view of annihilation. What the anti-Semite wishes for, what he prepares, is the death of the Jew. The Jews are the group that, in practice and in theory, attracts the will to annihilation that the false social order produces from within itself. Adorno was therefore not a little astonished by Sartre's brilliant paper, which appeared in 1946, when the studies on the authoritarian character had already been completed, that his phenomenological portrait should resemble so closely, both in general structure and in numerous details, the syndrome which slowly emerged from our empirical observations and quantitative analysis, seems to us remarkable. The problem with many of Sartre's later writings and the plight of his entire political engagement lies in the fact that he abandoned the radicalism of the critique that his early phenomenological ontology contained and that Adorno, Horkheimer, and, above all, Herbert Marcuse were hardly willing to acknowledge, although it ultimately made the certainty of the categorical imperative possible after Auschwitz, as demonstrated in his reflections on the Jewish question. Instead, Sartre himself expected Marxism to be able to distinguish between correct and incorrect concepts, which had to turn out to be a fatal error, or rather, as Sartre would have said, insincerity. For the gaze of the other is now obscured by the collective of the working class or the colonized peoples. In some key passages of his Critique of Dialectical Reason and in substantial parts of his major Flaubert study, The Idiot of the Family, however, he managed to free himself from this and follow his original thoughts. Nevertheless, contemporary Marxists such as Alain Badiou seek to connect with the politically committed Sartre and to disavow or suppress being and nothingness, where a community in the true sense of the word cannot exist and the subject we is only valid as a provisional appeasement, precisely as Mauvaise foi. The history of political Sartre is the history of failure, wrote Jean Amory, adding indirectly that one can only be glad about it. For annihilation promises to extinguish the knowledge of one's own insincerity and to believe the lie one utters. This promise gains its utmost intensity precisely in the freedom of the victim, Heidegger, that is, in the willingness to sacrifice all conservatio sui. But for those chosen as the object of this delusion of annihilation, the only way to preserve themselves is to recognize that the weapons of criticism, as Marx already knew, cannot replace the critique of weapons.